Wuyang City Xingyue Boxing Club. Quick, get to the ring. Coach Yang and Coach Su are fighting. A trainee in a training uniform rushed into the practice room, shouting loudly. What? Everyone knows Coach Yang has a bad leg, isn't Coach Su just bullying him? More than a dozen trainees in the practice room all showed expressions of indignation. What on earth happened? Not sure, let's go see. More than a dozen trainees sprinted quickly toward the boxing ring inside the club. On the ring, two figures stood facing each other. On one side was a burly young man with a heavily muscled build and a face full of coarse flesh. At this moment, he stood with his arms folded across his chest, head held high, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Opposite him, the young man's features were firm, with sword-like brows and starry eyes. At this moment, his face was as calm as still water, revealing no joy or anger, as he simply stood quietly on one side of the ring. Yang, and let me see what you're capable of, the burly youth said in a deep voice. His name was Su Sanyuan, the nephew of the owner of Xingyue Club, and also one of its star coaches, possessing formidable boxing skills. Coach Su, there's no need to press so hard, Yang replied coolly. I only want to do my job properly. Don't tell me you don't even have the courage to fight me. Su Sanyuan's face twisted into a mocking sneer. No wonder Ali says you're just a crippled piece of trash. At the mention of this name, Yang An's brows furrowed slightly. He had once been a member of the most mysterious organization in Huaxia. A little over a year ago, during the execution of a secret mission, he was gravely injured. He survived only because his teammates risked their lives to save him, but delayed treatment left him with a permanent ailment, turning him into a cripple. The incident struck him hard. In utter despair, he chose to retire. The state had once arranged work for him. Perhaps out of avoidance, or perhaps out of sheer exhaustion of body and mind, he refused it all and returned alone to Wuyang City, sinking into a long period of decadence. The Ali Su Sanyuan mentioned was his ex-girlfriend Jiang Li, the very white moonlight of his high school days. Shortly after he returned to Wuyang City, Jiang Li, who was also living there, reappeared in his life and showered him with meticulous care. Toward the white moonlight in his heart, Yang and had always harbored special feelings. With time, the two of them naturally drew closer, and he gradually walked out of his decadent days yearning for a beautiful future. Yet reality was far from as beautiful as Yang had imagined. After some time together, he discovered that Jiang Li had not been with him out of love. Even her initial kindness toward him had been driven by ulterior motives. Upon retiring, Yang had received a substantial severance payment. It was after learning of this that Jiang Li meticulously plotted to approach him. I offered my heart to the bright moon, yet the bright moon shone upon the ditch instead. Once he saw Jiang Li's true colors, Yang made a clean break without hesitation. People part and reunite, the moon waxes and wanes, flowers bloom and wither. May we never cross paths again. Even so, it had not been entirely without gain. At the very least, Yang had emerged from that decadent chapter of his life. Now hearing that name again from Su Sanyuan's mouth drew him back to those far from pleasant days. Ali is my woman now. You, a cripple, could never give her the happiness she wants. Su Sanyuan narrowed his eyes slightly, his smile brimming with mockery. Yang's gaze gradually grew cold, but soon he let it go. It seemed all of this no longer had anything to do with him. There was no need to be angry over it. So Coach Su has a habit of picking up cast-off shoes. Impressive, Yang said in an indifferent tone. With that, he turned, intending to leave. He had no desire to continue such a meaningless bout. Su Sanyuan did not share Yang's composure. Stung by the words, he flew into a rage. With a cold snort, he stepped forward, clenching his right fist and driving it straight toward Yang's face. The onlookers below the ring turned pale with shock. With his bad leg, how could Yang possibly withstand a terrifying punch from a star coach? Yet the imagined scene of Yang being floored with a single blow never occurred. A sharp smack rang out as a single palm effortlessly caught Su Sanyuan's powerful punch and clamped down, gripping it firmly. How is that possible? Su Sanyuan cried in disbelief. He swung his left fist, attempting to launch another attack. But Yang's palm suddenly tightened its grip, and Su Sanyuan instantly let out a howl of pain. Oh, let go. It was hard to imagine what kind of crushing strength it took to reduce the towering Su Sanyuan to such a state. With a cold snort, Yang gave a sudden jolt of his palm. Overwhelmed by the force, Su Sanyuan staggered and crashed to the ground. Su Sanyuan steadied himself with difficulty. To be thrown to the ground by a cripple in full view of everyone made him feel monstrously humiliated. His eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, his face twisted in rage. You dare lay a hand on me? I'll have you out of a job in minutes. He suddenly sprang up from the floor, lunging forward in a single stride, charging at Yang again in an attempt to regain face. What greeted him, however, was a plain and unadorned punch from Yang. It was so fast he had no time to react before it landed squarely on his face. Bang! Su Sanyuan was sent flying, his body slamming into the ropes at the edge of the ring, then rebounding and crashing face first onto the floor. His jaw was crooked, clearly dislocated. Several of his teeth had been shattered, blood streaming from his mouth. His condition was gruesome. The scene left everyone stunned. No one had expected that Coach Yang, known for his theory-based teaching, would possess such terrifying real strength. As a star coach, Su Sanyuan rarely met an equal within the club, yet he had not even been able to withstand a single exchange with Yang. What's going on? Sanyuan. Two voices rang out from the back of the crowd. As people instinctively parted to open a path, a portly middle-aged man and a voluptuous, rather attractive young woman hurried toward the ring and rushed up onto it. The woman went to Su Sanyuan's side, half kneeling on the floor. Supporting his arm, she asked with concern, "Sanyuan, are you all right?" Then she lifted her head to glare angrily at Yang. "Yang, you've gone too far. How has Sanyuan ever offended you for you to strike so hard?" Yang merely regarded the woman before him. So familiar, yet so strange. With a placid gaze, his face as calm as still water. The middle-aged man glanced at the groaning Su Sanyuan lying on the floor, anger coloring his features as well. Pointing at Yang, and he barked, "From this moment on, you're fired." Yang, however, let out a cold laugh, fixing his gaze on the middle-aged man. "Be sure to issue a written notice of contract termination," he said. "And don't forget the Pluson severance compensation." Without waiting for a response, Yang turned and stepped down from the ring. Looking toward the surrounding trainees, he said, "Everyone, I won't be able to instruct you anymore. If fate allows, we'll meet again. Coach Yang." Many of his trainees shouted his name, reluctant to part. If not for the tuition they had already paid the club, many would have been tempted to withdraw on the spot. Yang smiled and nodded to them, then walked toward the exit. Light from outside poured in, and his limping steps made that departing back seem all the more desolate. At dusk, the autumn wind blew chill as the sun sank in the west. Yang walked alone along the street, the afterglow of the setting sun stretching his shadow into a long dark line. He lifted his head to gaze at the sky and drew in a deep breath, letting the autumn wind brush across his face. On his resolute features no emotion could be seen. His physical impairment had made him stumble at every turn in this harsh society, often subject to strange and judgmental looks. For a moment he did not know where he should go from here. Just then a few young men and women approached from ahead, deep in animated conversation. 3 days. Just 3 days until Fate's Tribulation goes live. We've been waiting so long, it's finally almost here. My grandpa was overjoyed when he heard Fate's Tribulation was coming out. Back in his day, they had a wave of online game novels about ultra-realistic games just like this one. He's over 80 now, and he's been waiting for the launch, dreaming of being the main character. Ha, the old man really hasn't lost his childlike heart. Life Calamity. Listening to the group of young men and women discuss Life Calamity, Yang also became interested. Life Calamity was a virtual online game jointly launched by all nations. It was said to possess an astonishing 100 level of realism indistinguishable from reality itself. 3 months earlier, Huaxia had begun an intensive promotion of Life Calamity. A virtual game boasting 100 realism utterly crushed all previous titles whose realism had never exceeded 70%. In a short span of time, Life Calamity rapidly dominated the headlines of major news sections, its popularity remaining sky-high. With its continual exposure, the promotional video released on the official website of Life Calamity shocked everyone. They could hardly believe that current technology had reached such a level. The key point was that it had only a single server. It was said that even if nearly 10 billion people worldwide entered the game simultaneously, the server would remain entirely unaffected. In contrast, contemporary online games were considered impressive if a single server could accommodate a few 100,000 players. The advent of Life Calamity left many netizens both shocked and joking that it was as if the popular online game novels of decades past had been brought into reality. Isn't Life Calamity advertised as being 100 realistic? Isn't it claimed that no matter how severe one's physical defects are in reality, they will have no effect in the game? Then I should give it a try? According to the publicity, there will likely be countless people entering the world of Life Calamity. Perhaps in the game, I can return to my former peak. Having made up his mind, Yang immediately took out his phone, opened the official website of Life Calamity, and found the link in the upper right corner to order the game equipment. Life Calamity abandoned traditional game helmets, so players could freely choose login devices such as rings, necklaces, bracelets, or even earrings. The technology was difficult to comprehend, yet it had manifested tangibly before people's eyes. As for things like nutrient pods, the official site of Life Calamity did not provide them. Players had to purchase them themselves, and with prices reaching into the millions, they were far beyond what Yang could afford. On the purchase page, Yang chose a men's ring version, paying only 9 yuan in shipping fees. Had he not bought it from the official site, he would have suspected he had gotten some cheap street stall product, wondering if the Life Calamity officials no longer intended to make money. Such a prime opportunity to earn money had been given away for free just like that. After placing the order, he hailed an online car and hurried back to his rented apartment. Ding dong. Just a few minutes after returning Yang and heard the doorbell ring. "Hello, your delivery has arrived." A mechanical voice sounded from outside the door. It arrived this fast. When Yang opened the door, a robot about 1 meter tall was standing outside, holding a small box in its hands. It was the login ring for Life Calamity that he had ordered. In this era, robots had already replaced most industries. Red lights flickered in the robot's pair of eyes atop its head, and it soon emitted another mechanical voice. "Identity scan successful, Mr. Yang, and this is your parcel." The robot held the delivery box out to him with both hands. Taking the package, Yang thanked the robot. Smiling eyes appeared on the robot's display. "There is no need to thank me, Mr. Yang. I wish you a pleasant life. Goodbye." It then turned around, walked to the end of the corridor, and leaped out of the window. Its form shifted midair as 4 mechanical arms extended from its back. The wings attached to them spun rapidly, and in no time the robot vanished into the sky. Yang was not surprised. Clearly, he had long grown accustomed to such behavior from robots. Closing the door, he went to the living room and flopped down onto the sofa. Unable to wait any longer, he opened the package. Inside was a very exquisite dark gray box accompanied by a user manual and a black cylindrical object. The box bore the 2 large silver characters for Life Calamity, and beneath them a few smaller lines read, "A great calamity is approaching. Destiny will forever rest only in the hands of the strong. Go forth. In the world of Life Calamity, write the chapter that belongs to you." As he read these words, an inexplicable tremor stirred within Yang's heart. He carefully opened the packaging box. Inside, a delicate jet black ring lay quietly in place. Taking it out, Yang examined it closely. Its surface felt as smooth and warm as jade, and it was impossible to tell what material it was made from. Just this one ring. How does one enter the game with it? How does it connect to the network? Puzzled, Yang could not make sense of it. Even after he put the ring on his finger, nothing happened. After studying it for quite some time, he finally remembered the user manual lying beside him. Carefully reading through it, Yang's mouth fell slightly open, and his eyes widened as he picked up the black cylindrical object. "Recognize a master with a drop of blood. Are you sure this is a game?" The object was a press-type micro blood collection needle. The officials behind Life Calamity were really something remarkably considerate. If it were not for the fact that Huaxia's government strongly endorsed it, and that it was jointly promoted by countries around the world, Yang would never have believed this thing to be scientifically sound. After thinking it over, he still used the blood collection needle to prick his finger. A drop of fresh blood welled up on his fingertip, and he let it fall onto the jet black ring. His blood was swiftly absorbed, and faint ripples of flowing light spread across the ring's dark surface. Wearing the ring, Yang lay down on the sofa, closed his eyes, and quietly waited. A faint sizzling sound echoed, and a melodious female voice suddenly resounded within his mind. "Analyzing DNA. Analysis complete. Analyzing brainwaves. Analysis complete. Identity information: name Yang. Sex male. Native place: Wuyang City, Huaxia. Identification number. Please confirm your identity. Confirm. This ring is quite something. Its identification information is flawless. It could probably trace back 3 generations of my ancestors," he thought. Yang was inwardly astonished, yet on second thought, since this was a game vigorously promoted by the state, it was likely connected to the national database. In this era, every child had to undergo DNA testing at birth, binding their identity to it and registering it in the national database. Naturally, Yang had been no exception. A burst of radiant light flashed through his mind, and Yang suddenly found himself standing in a bright space. The space was not large. Mist coiled all around, birds sang, and flowers exuded fragrance. In front of him, countless points of light converged in midair, and moments later, a beautiful female NPC dressed in ancient attire slowly descended from above. Her skin was like congealed cream, her bearing aloof and cold, akin to a celestial maiden from the 9th heaven descending into the mortal world. This is far too realistic. Yang glanced at the beautiful NPC before him, then stretched out his hands and waved them, utterly stunned. It was practically indistinguishable from reality. "Welcome, player Yang. The world of Life Calamity will officially open at 9:00 on September 9th, 2073, Huaxia calendar. Please wait patiently. We look forward to your exploration." The beautiful NPC before him spoke softly. "Before that, you may create your character. Would you like to establish a character now? Before proceeding, you can create your character. Do you need to establish a character? Yes. Creating a character in advance can save a lot of time once the game opens, allowing direct entry. In a new game, a step ahead means everything." Although he had no desire to dominate the game, being ahead of others and becoming a strong player was his goal. "Please name your character. Since you are in the Huaxia region, please use Huaxia characters and keep the length to no more than 7 characters. Unrivaled under heaven. This name is already taken. Please choose another." Yang casually suggested another name, only to find it already claimed. How bold must one be to take such a name? For Yang and who struggled with naming, coming up with a name required the death of countless brain cells. Primordial Heavenly Sovereign. This name is prohibited, please choose another. Heavenly Teacher. This name is prohibited, please choose another. Prohibited. Yang felt a wave of confusion. He proceeded to report over 10 names only to find each one either prohibited or already taken. It seems many people have created their characters in advance. With so many people in Huaxiang, most names are already used up. Please rename. Forget it, I'll just pick a random name. Bloodstained. This name is not taken, would you like to use it? Once confirmed, it cannot be changed. Confirm. Naming successful. Character name has been bound. Please adjust your appearance as needed with a maximum change of 20. After the beautiful NPC finished speaking, a figure identical to him appeared in front. He thought for a moment and chose to make adjustments. Although he had retired for a year, many eyes were still on him. To avoid trouble, Yang set the adjustment value to the maximum, matching his real-life appearance. Even at the maximum, his looks remained outstanding, especially his resolute gaze, which had not changed much. Looking at his adjusted self, unless it was someone particularly close, an ordinary person would not recognize him. Adjustments complete. The other self before him also disappeared. Initializing attributes, please choose system allocation or scan your real body to generate attributes. System allocation sets all attributes to a fixed 5 points. Scanning your real body will generate attributes that better match you with a higher cap, but it's not recommended for those with poor physical quality. Yang pondered for a moment, planning in his heart, my foot injury should not affect the result. In terms of physical quality, he was very confident. Even in the army, he was among the top, capable of accomplishing things others could not. I choose to scan my body. Scanning body. ZZZZ. Scan successful attributes generated. Call out your personal attributes to view them. Please choose your beginner attack type. You can choose physical attack or spiritual attack. After reaching level 10, you can go to the main city for a class change. This relates to the player's attack method in the novice village before they have a profession. Players who choose the spiritual attack type will have their normal attacks become spiritual energy blasts. Physical attack. Yang had always enjoyed playing physical classes in games, and this time was no exception, especially since he was also more suited to physical types in reality. Attributes. Yang softly called out, and the personal attribute panel appeared before him. Character name: Bloodstained. Profession: none. Physical attack: root bone. 13 strength, 15 spiritual power, 12 endurance, 14 agility, 15 insight. Hidden luck. Hidden, not having entered the game yet, Yang and could only see 5 basic attributes. Are these attributes good or bad? Yang had no reference for how good his generated attributes were. Looks like I need to check the forum later. There should be discussions about attributes. Then he turned to the beautiful NPC and asked what are insight and luck. Why are they both hidden? Please explore on your own after entering the game. Your character has been created. Please patiently await the game's opening. Goodbye. After the beautiful NPC finished speaking, she waved her sleeve and kicked him offline. Yang's vision went dark as his consciousness returned. He opened his eyes and took out his phone to open the official forum for Fate's Catastrophe. After filling out a series of information, he finally opened the forum interface. The entire Fate's Catastrophe forum had over 1 million posts buzzing with activity. Various guild recruitment posts looking for teammates and numerous CP2D posts flooded the forum. A few pinned posts on the forum caught Yang's attention. Speculations on some names being prohibited in Fate's Catastrophe. Let's discuss the initial attributes of Fate's Catastrophe. A brief discussion on the professions in Fate's Catastrophe. Yang clicked on the first post, which was very clear. The original poster, like Yang, wanted to use mythological figures for naming, but was told by the system that the name was prohibited. According to the original poster and replies from other users, names of mythological figures from ancient Huaxia mythology, such as Pangan Yuhua, the 3 pure ones Bodihongjun Laozu, and Kuanping among others, were all prohibited. The original poster speculated that these mythological figures might exist in the world of Fate's Catastrophe, which is why their names were prohibited. This suggests that the world of Fate's Catastrophe would be a game set against an ancient mythological backdrop. Yang felt that the original poster's analysis was quite reasonable, increasing his anticipation for Fate's Catastrophe. The second post was a compilation about attributes, with the original poster first sharing their initial attributes. Character name: One Punch Man. Profession: none. Strength: 8 root bone, 5 spiritual power, 3 endurance, 5 agility, 6. This attribute revelation sparked widespread discussion among netizens. Little Peanut Sofa. Indestructible Cockroach. The original poster has such high strength. I only have 6 points in strength. I Am Queen is the original poster's attribute generated by scanning themselves. I chose the system-fixed attributes and feel like I lost out. A scissors without a cut. I also chose the system-fixed attributes. My physical quality is average, and I didn't dare to choose otherwise. Form is emptiness. I scanned my real body for attributes, and my spiritual power reached a maximum of 8 points. Flipping through the comments, Yang and gained a rough understanding of the attributes. When attributes are generated based on one's physical quality, the points will no longer be fixed. They may exceed or fall below 5 points. For example, a user who replied had extremely poor physical quality but refused to believe it, choosing to scan their body for attributes. The result was predictable. None of the 5 major attributes exceeded 3 points, leading to regret. According to the replies, those who generated attributes by scanning their bodies were generally quite confident, usually achieving a total attribute score exceeding 25 points. Some with strong physical attributes could even reach 10 points, while others had unique root bones or high spiritual power, showcasing a wide variety. After reviewing everything, Yang felt that his attributes were considerably higher compared to those of the netizens. Of course, he wouldn't become arrogant about it, as he knew there were certainly others with similar physical qualities, and some might even surpass him. People tended to keep a low profile. He couldn't help but recall his old teammates and the enemies he had faced. Those people were not much different from him. He clicked on the third post regarding speculation about professions in Fate's Catastrophe. Hello, everyone. Regarding the professions in Fate's Catastrophe, as you know, there were no professions to choose from when creating a character. Hence, I've summarized the following 6 points about professions in Fate's Catastrophe. Old Monk doesn't eat scallions. Regarding what the original poster said, I have 2 points to add. Fatty, you're gaining 10 pounds. I really can't stand this. Wang's Eye Little Baldy, I'd like to add 2 more points about professions in Fate's Catastrophe. Looking at this post, Yang found it amusing. The netizens were quite adept at playing with memes. Continuing to browse the forum, there wasn't much useful information aside from a promotional video on the official website. There were no other descriptions of the game, and everything needed to be explored by the players after entering the game. Just as Yang was about to close the webpage, the phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he recognized the name, knowing that there weren't many who had his number. Luo Yuan, a childhood friend of Yang, and had been his best buddy since elementary school through high school, their bond unbreakable. Yang answered the phone. What's up? A somewhat honest voice came from the other end. Anzi, are you okay? What could be wrong with me? Anzi, if something's wrong, just tell your brother, don't hold it in. Yang, Luo Yuan, what happened between you and Zhongli? I saw her posting on social media. Yang rolled his eyes. We've broken up long ago. Let's not dwell on the past. Damn, why didn't you tell me you broke up? Do you know what she posted? I don't want to know. She said in the end, one person bore it all. Yang, the awkward laughter on the other end of the line. Brother, don't be sad if you've broken up. Just move on. The next one will be better. They'll come find you another day. Let's have a drink together. Yang felt quite touched. Luo Yuan had always stood by him through thick and thin since they were kids. All right. Anzi, I'm planning to play Lives Tribulation. Are you in? When Lives Tribulation first came out, Luo Yuan had considered it, but at that time Yang was busy with work and in a relationship, so he declined. I've already created my character. See you in the game. Alright, my game name is Happy Little Frog. Contact me then. How did he have the audacity to choose such a cute name? That name is nice. What about Su Kai? Su Kai was their high school classmate, very close to them, known as the Three Swordsmen of Yanggao in school. You know, he comes from a wealthy family. All the people under him rely on him for their livelihood. It's said that his company recently established a game studio planning to make a big push into Lives Tribulation. Well then, let's talk after the game launches. Alright, I'll hang up now. Take care. Get lost. Yang cursed with a smile and hung up the phone. He ordered takeout to satisfy his hunger and then began his daily training routine. First, he started with a basic workout routine, doing one-handed push-ups, sit-ups, and the like. Then he practiced a set of punches against a sandbag. Although his left foot was injured, it did not hinder his training. Soon 3 days had passed. On September 9th, 2073, at 8:58 a.m. Yang lay quietly on his bed, eyes closed, giving the command to enter the game. As the darkness faded, he appeared at the location where he had last created his game character. In the air before him, several large words were displayed, and the beautiful NPC from before did not appear again. Game launch countdown, 1 minute and 30 seconds. The numbers kept changing, 1 minute 30 seconds to 10 seconds. 3, 2, 1. The countdown ended and a gentle female voice echoed in Yang's ear. Welcome to the world of Lives Tribulation. The server is now live. Will you enter the game? Without hesitation, Yang answered yes. The scene in front of him transformed, and he found himself in a vast battlefield. Where is this? Around him stood numerous human soldiers, their faces resolute, as they gazed forward, gripping their weapons tightly. This scene seemed familiar. He had seen it in the promotional video released on the Lives Tribulation official website, but now he was clearly one of the human soldiers on the battlefield. Following their gaze, Yang looked ahead. There on the ground was a large group of peculiar humanoid creatures with bloodthirsty eyes exuding a terrifying and evil aura. Not only on the ground, but various flying beasts also circled in the air. The tension between the two armies was palpable, making it hard to breathe. Roar! Kill! The battle was about to erupt as both sides clashed. Yang charged forward alongside the soldiers. He was merely inhabiting the body of this soldier, unable to control his actions. It was bloody and cruel. Blood splattered across his face, and he could distinctly feel its warmth. If it weren't for the fact that he had grown accustomed to flirting with death over the years, it would be hard for an ordinary person to endure such bloodshed. Among the human ranks were strong warriors constantly slaying members of the evil camp, while powerful enemies ruthlessly slaughtered human soldiers. The war had reached a fever pitch. Boom. Suddenly dark clouds gathered in the sky, and a massive throne appeared out of nowhere in the air, surrounded by swirling black mist, bringing with it an aura of terror. A tall figure slowly stood up from the throne, clad in black armor, with 2 horns on his head and dark red long hair dancing in the wind. Despicable ants shall accept the fate of enslavement. The deep and cold voice echoed in everyone's ears, causing the soldiers of the human camp to shudder, their movements slowing. Then the horned demon king extended his right hand, reciting an incomprehensible incantation. Despair, lowly humans. Suddenly dozens of massive meteors engulfed in flames appeared in the sky, crashing down towards the human camp. Boom, boom, boom. Under this terrifying attack, thousands of human soldiers were reduced to ashes. A colossal meteor came crashing down towards Yang An's position. He looked up horrified at the massive meteor. His legs felt as though they were filled with lead, unable to move. Even after years of becoming accustomed to life and death, he still felt the sensation of death creeping in. Boom. Yang felt darkness envelop him, and all images vanished. A flash of white light flickered, and Yang found himself on a vast expanse of grass. At the same time, countless white lights lit up around him, and figures appeared beside him, quickly crowding in. This feeling is too real. It feels like I've died once. Recovering from the terrifying meteor attack, the other players who entered the game looked somewhat dazed, clearly still immersed in the horror of death. Yang looked ahead, and not far away was a dilapidated little village with only a few NPCs inside. Welcome to Newbie Village No. 99,801. The system's voice rang in his ears, and the surrounding crowd gradually came back to their senses. That was terrifying. My God, I feel like I died. This game is too realistic. Wow, K, who just touched my butt. Don't crowd, you're stepping on my foot. You all take your time. I'm going out to fight monsters and level up. Yang gazed at the surging crowd, his temples throbbing. A tiny village suddenly inundated by tens of thousands, strained far beyond its capacity. Players surged frantically toward the NPCs within the village, desperate to claim beginner quests. The small settlement was sealed tight. No space left for breath. Bolder players had already dashed beyond the village walls. Yang remained unrushed. First, he appraised himself, clad in plain hemp robes bearing no attributes whatsoever. He summoned his attribute interface in thought and reviewed his stats. Name Shui Rand, class none, physical attacker, level 0, experience 0, 300, constitution 13, strength 15, spiritual energy 12, agility 15, endurance 14, insight hidden, luck hidden, health 130, spiritual energy 120, physical attack 23, spiritual attack 18, physical defense 17, spiritual defense 16, speed 6, stamina 100, equipment none, skills none. Open inventory. Inside lay a single rust-flecked novice short sword, still and silent. Novice short sword, rarity common, physical attack 3. Description: a discarded scrap of iron no one would stoop to pick up. Fit only for novices. Fine. The designers of Fate's Tribulation truly know how to play hardball. Stingy. Not even a starter gift pack. After familiarizing himself with other interface functions, Yang drew the novice short sword and equipped it. His physical attack rose by 3 points, reaching 26. Too many people inside the village. No chance of squeezing in anytime soon. Unwilling to waste time, he gripped the novice short sword and strode straight out of the village gates. Just beyond the gates, several figures sprinted wildly, shrieking, while an enraged hen flapped its wings in furious pursuit. Chaser and chased, locked in chaotic flight. Cluck, cluck, off. Damn it, it actually hurts. How can a mere hen be this vicious? Run faster. The thing could down us in 2 pecks. Why do level 1 monsters have such absurd stats? How are we supposed to level up? Ridiculous designers. Yang fixed his gaze upon the frenzied hen, and its stat profile shimmered into view before him. Village hen, level 1, health 50, physical attack 30, defense 5. In Fate's Tribulation, players may inspect monster stats for any creature up to 5 levels below their own. Remarkably high attack. Few newcomers here could possibly endure even 2 strikes. With most players boasting only 30 to 50 health, 2 pecks would indeed prove fatal. True enough, some reckless souls charged forward, brandishing novice short swords, and struck the hen with a single blow. 4. A pitiful number floated above its head. Cluck. Provoked, the hen retaliated instantly. Its sharp beak darted forward without hesitation. 24. The player's health bar plummeted, vanishing halfway in an instant. Whoa, this stings like hell. Terrified, he whirled and fled. How on earth are we meant to fight this? The game starts at literal hell mode difficulty. And that peck, it hurt real. The immersion felt unnervingly authentic. Watching silently from the side, Yang informed a rough estimation. Given the hen's attack power, 10 or more players would need to coordinate their strikes precisely to fell it before it could retaliate. A lone player stood no chance against its damage. At first, these newcomers were merely panicked, but once they regrouped and formed parties, leveling would accelerate swiftly. Yang ignored the hen entirely and pressed onward. Ahead, clusters of players already surrounded the hens. Each newly spawned one felt instantly struck down by a dozen blades in unison. The hen yielded nothing, not even a single feather. What the? Only 3 experience points for killing a chicken. The player who landed the final blow groaned aloud. At this rate, 100 chickens would be needed to reach level 2. And with so many vying for kills, not even a full day might suffice. Too many wolves, too few chickens. Grinding hens here will take eons to gain even a single level. Yang gripped his novice short sword and sprinted ahead, bypassing the hen-infested zone entirely. Beyond lay the territory of level 2 yellow dogs, still teeming with grouped players hunting monsters. Further still stretched a dense thicket, and without hesitation he plunged deep into its shadowed embrace. Someone else just ran in. Who cares? He'll respawn back at the village in minutes. That forest is crawling with level 3 monsters. I took one hit and dropped to slivers of health. That kid's utterly overconfident. Just wait. He'll come scrambling out, tail between his legs. No correction, he'll respawn right back in the village. Ha ha ha, ignore him. Another hen just spawned. Move in. Yang heard none of it. By then he stood alone within a hushed ancient woodland. He hadn't walked far before spotting a cluster of wild beasts ahead, and focused his gaze intently upon them. Bucktooth rabbit level 3, health 80, physical attack 40, physical defense 8. Description: even rabbits snap when cornered, and these front teeth. Razor sharp. Good. Level 3 monsters showed only modest stat gains. No insurmountable challenge. Yang swiftly singled out a bucktooth rabbit lingering at the group's edge and advanced short sword in hand. Before he'd drawn near, the rabbit detected him, let out a shrill squeak, and launched itself forward, hind legs coiling and springing with explosive force. Yang slid sideways, evading cleanly. As the rabbit soared midair, he reversed his grip and thrust the blade deep into its flank. 18. At this damage, 5 strikes will bring it down. With my current health, I could likely tank its attacks, but better to preserve peak condition. His focus remained absolute, eyes locked unwaveringly on the bucktooth rabbit. Upon landing, the rabbit immediately recharged, head lowered, horns aimed, launching another ramming assault. Its repertoire appeared limited to this single maneuver. Without closing distance, those formidable incisors remained useless. Soon Yang noticed a distinct wind-up before each charge, a subtle shift in posture. With his reflexes timing, the evasion became effortless. Ducking the rabbit's lunge, he swung twice in rapid succession, striking true, then narrowly missing as the rabbit twisted aside. 18 evaded. Striking above one's level widened stat disparities, making evasion inevitable. Landing again, the bucktooth rabbit seethed, frustrated, unable to land a single blow. It lunged forward, jaws agape, only to be intercepted mid-leap by another precise strike from Yang. 18. Then, 23. A fresh damage number bloomed above Yang's head. Not a failed dodge, intentional. He'd absorbed the blow to gauge the rabbit's true striking power. Painful indeed. 6 hits, and I'm back at the village gate. With that, he delivered 2 more swift cuts, draining the rabbit's last sliver of health. As the bucktooth rabbit collapsed, a soft white luminescence detached from its body and flowed seamlessly into Yang. Ding! You have slain a level 3 bucktooth rabbit, earning 15 experience points. Bonus 10 experience for defeating a higher level foe. Yang gained 16 experience points in total. Exhilarating. This efficiency dwarfed that of the novice crowds scrabbling over hens. Beyond a single copper coin, the rabbit yielded nothing. Abysmal drop rate, just 1 coin. Yang muttered, yet pocketed the coin without hesitation. Tucking the coin away, he lured another bucktooth rabbit and repeated his method. Perhaps fortune favored him. This time evasion rates soared dramatically. After several minutes, the rabbit fell. Yang emerged unscathed, claiming yet another copper coin. After rampaging in the territory of the bucktooth rabbit for 2 hours, Yang struck down a bucktooth rabbit with a single swing of his sword. Ding! Congratulations, your level has been raised to level 1, and you have gained 5 points of free attributes. Finally leveled up. The difficulty of leveling up in Mingjia was exceedingly high. Even for Yang, and who had been slaying monsters above his level and gained experience bonuses, it took him 2 hours to reach 1 level. It was easy to imagine that players still playing with the old hen and the little yellow dog would find it extremely difficult to level up today. Loot dropped. Yang noticed a piece of clothing lying quietly beside the corpse of the buck-toothed rabbit along with a vial of red potion and 2 copper coins. Rabbit fur tunic. Quality plain level requirement, none class universal attributes, physical defense 3, a spiritual defense 1. Description: a common tunic made from rabbit fur with extremely poor protective capabilities. Perfect for use. Yang and didn't hesitate to put on the rabbit fur tunic, slightly increasing his defense. He collected the red potion and copper coins into his backpack. Low-level red potion restores 100 health instantly upon use with a cooldown of 2 seconds. Yang opened his personal panel. His level up increased all attributes by 1, and he allocated all 5 points of free attributes to strength. Character name: Bloodstained. Class: None. Physical attack. Level 1. Experience 4600. Bone structure 14, strength 21, spiritual power 13, agility 16, endurance 15. Insight: hidden, luck hidden. Health points 140, spiritual power points 130. Physical attack 35, spiritual attack 20, physical defense 22, spiritual defense 19. Speed 6. Stamina points 60. Equipment: beginners, short sword, rabbit fur tunic. Skills: none. After leveling up, his attributes were comprehensively enhanced with his attack reaching 35 points. At this moment, he could deal 27 points of damage to a buck-toothed rabbit with a single sword strike, and with 3 strikes, he could take down 1 rabbit. Yang closed the attribute panel with satisfaction and continued on with his beginner's short sword. The buck-toothed rabbits no longer posed any challenge to him. To level up quickly, he needed to find stronger monsters. In the jungle, after walking for a short while, Yang suddenly spotted a figure curled up on the ground next to a wooden stump not far away. He quickly approached, finding an elderly man with a head full of gray hair dressed in ragged clothing, his face pale and trembling. "Old man, what happened to you?" Yang asked, sensing something unusual since finding an old man in this desolate wilderness was certainly not common. "Water, water," the old man uttered faintly. "Water? Where is there any water in this desolate wilderness?" Yang pondered for a moment, then took out the low-level red potion he had just obtained from his backpack, carefully uncorked it, and poured it into the old man's mouth. After drinking the red potion, the old man's complexion improved significantly. "Thank you, young man." The old man slowly sat up, and Yang hurried forward to support him. "There's no need to be polite, old man. Young man, I wonder if you could help me kill some giant rabbits. I haven't eaten in a long time." Ding. "Would you like to accept the task from the old man to kill giant rabbits and collect 10 portions of giant rabbit meat to deliver to him?" Yang was taken aback. There was indeed a quest. "Accept." "Thank you, young man." Ding. "The old man teaches you basic gathering skills. Would you like to learn?" "Learn." Yang had no reason to refuse. Previously, due to lacking gathering skills, he had wasted the opportunity after killing so many buck-toothed rabbits. "Old man, in which direction are the giant rabbits?" "I'll go bring back the rabbit meat right away." The old man pointed in a direction just ahead. "Thank you for your trouble. Be careful, the giant rabbits are level 5 monsters and not easy to deal with. If it's not possible, just bring back 2 portions of giant rabbit meat." Ding. Due to the current task's difficulty, the old man has changed the task requirements. The minimum submission is 2 portions, and the maximum is 10 portions of giant rabbit meat. The task reward will depend on the quantity submitted. Alright, being underestimated. Yang smiled confidently and ran in the direction indicated by the old man. After advancing for over 10 minutes, he finally arrived in the territory of the giant rabbits. Ahead, a black rabbit taller than a human was standing upright, carrying a gigantic carrot on its shoulder. Giant rabbit, level 5, health points 150, physical attack 80, defense 15, skills none. Description: a rabbit corrupted by demonic energy. "Oh, don't steal my big carrot." Such an absurd attack reaching as high as 80 points was something that ordinary people could hardly withstand. Even at level 5, without equipment and fully investing in endurance, one's physical defense would only be over 30 points. In the novice village, aside from those from major factions, ordinary individuals wouldn't choose to invest entirely in endurance. Looking at his meager 22 points of physical defense, he would lose 58 health points from a single hit. Previously, he had been proud that 3 strikes could take down a rabbit. Now 3 hits could be fatal. Yang was certainly not afraid. It was just a wild monster with high attack power, but no skills. He charged forward with his beginner's short sword. As soon as he crossed into the aggro range, the giant rabbit noticed the feeble human and let out a strange cry, swinging its large carrot towards Yang. Yang nimbly dodged to the side, swiftly slashing with his short sword. 20 evade. The giant rabbit, realizing its attack had missed, and sustaining a blow, swung its large carrot with even more ferocity, appearing somewhat frenzied, much like a primary school student fighting. Yang moved lightly, maintaining a superb position, occasionally striking with thrusts, slashes, or sweeps. Evade 2020, evade 20. A multitude of evades floated above the giant rabbit's head. This system mechanism became a shield for the giant rabbit. After a fierce battle, the giant rabbit's health was nearly depleted, and one more strike would take it down. Yang once again dodged the giant rabbit's carrot strike. Just as he was about to attack, another identical giant rabbit suddenly jumped out from the side, raising its carrot and smashing it towards Yang. Caught off guard, Yang and short sword clashed with the carrot stick in a quick upward motion. The giant rabbit's strength was clearly superior, and Yang was directly knocked back several steps. 13. A minor damage floated above his head. It seemed he hadn't hit the body, causing the system to classify it as a block, resulting in only 20 damage. Yang's heart sank. He had inadvertently stepped into another giant rabbit's aggro range, provoking its attack. Dealing with one giant rabbit was manageable, but facing two at once required him to be cautious. Quickly assessing the situation, he soon found a strategy. By using precise movements, he maintained a straight line with the two giant rabbits, allowing him to only face the attack of one giant rabbit. 2020, evade 20, evade. Returning to Yang's rhythm, it wasn't long before the nearly dead giant rabbit fell first, while the other one also lost a significant amount of health. This time he was even more cautious, always avoiding other giant rabbits to prevent drawing aggro. Ding. Killed a level 5 giant rabbit, gaining 30 experience points. Since you killed a monster 4 levels above you, you gain an additional 20 experience. Killing a giant rabbit granted a whopping 36 experience points. Truly, slaying monsters above one's level was exhilarating. Ignoring the fallen giant rabbit's corpse and the dropped items, Yang focused on the remaining giant rabbit. After a few more minutes, the health bar of the giant rabbit was empty, and it collapsed with a thud. Ding. You have slain a level 5 Jew MO2 and gained 30 experience. Because you defeated a monster 4 levels above you, you received an additional 20 experience. You gained another 36 experience points. Yang felt pleased as he approached the Jew MO2's corpse and slipped the scattered copper coins into his bag. He used the gathering technique on the Jew MO2's corpse. Ding. Collection successful. Jew MO2 meat X1. One Jew MO2 yields only a single portion of meat. He would need to kill 8 more. After collecting, Yang hurried back to the first Jew MO2 corpse. He had glimpsed that something had dropped. Sure enough, besides a few copper coins, a book-like object lay quietly on the ground. Excited, Yang picked up the book. Its white cover bore 4 bold characters, Funli. It was a skill book. Funli common effect: use a weapon to unleash the bonus full strength, striking the target with force to deal 120 damage. Profession requirement: none. In this game, novices start without any skills and must rely on basic attacks, which truly tests one's raw ability, perhaps intentionally to train newcomers. Yang knew exactly what this meant. Although Funli only dealt 120 damage, an offensive skill book in the early stages would certainly sell for a good price. Without hesitation, Yang used the skill book at once, determined to strengthen himself first and seize the many opportunities to earn. The book dissolved into a stream of light and merged into his body. Ding. You have learned the skill Funli. The skill bar finally received its first skill. Funli common, current level beginner, proficiency 0, 300, cost 4 points, spiritual energy, cooldown 5 seconds, a skill effect. Perfect timing. He thought time to test it on a Jew MO2. He moved to one nearby. The moment he stepped into its aggro range, the Jew MO2 shrieked and charged at him, brandishing a huge carrot. Under Yang's sharp reflexes, the Jew MO2's attacks seemed puerile, and he easily dodged them. Seizing the moment, he unleashed Funli. 24. Yang murmured, The damage is better than nothing. After all, it was a white commoner skill at the lowest beginner stage, and his base attack remained low. As proficiency rose, his attack and damage would naturally improve. On his first use of Funli, Yang could not perform it smoothly. There was roughly 0.2 seconds of wind-up and recovery. For most people, 0.2 seconds might go unnoticed, but Yang felt it acutely. 0.2 seconds could decide many things. It felt more like the system was driving his body to execute the move. Continuing to fight the Jew MO2, Yang, and while dodging, kept using Funli, experimenting with different exertions, charge timings, and attack angles to eliminate the wind-up. Moreover, by immediately following a Funli with a normal attack, he could perfectly cancel the recovery. With the skill, his killing speed increased somewhat. In under 10 minutes, he could fell a Jew MO2. Yang grew increasingly adept at using Funli, and the wind-up time was nearly erased. Each monster slain granted 1 point of proficiency toward Funli. After 2.5 hours of relentless fighting in the Jew MO2 territory, Yang cleaved one before him to the ground, draining its HP. An equipment piece and a few copper coins dropped. Ding. Congratulations, you have reached level 2 and gained 5 free attribute points. Ding. Due to your devoted study and comprehension of Finley Yiji's essence, the skill advanced to intermediate. Leveling up increased all attributes by 1. The 5 free points were allocated to strength, bringing Yang An's attack to 44. The skill leveled up too. Yang An thought. After learning it, he had killed 15 Ju Mo2. Each kill had granted only 1 proficiency point, yet the skill had advanced to full level now. Yang An was thrilled. It was a double blessing that greatly reduced the time needed to train proficiency. Finley Yiji Common Current Level Intermediate, Proficiency 01000, Cost 10 Spiritual Energy, Cooldown 5 seconds, Skill Effect: Use a weapon to unleash the bonus full strength, forcefully striking the target to deal 130 damage. Damage had risen by 10, but the cost also jumped to 10 spiritual energy. After farming Ju Mo2 for so long, Yang An's spiritual energy was nearly depleted. It was a good time to return and turn in the quest to Shouju Elder. He first gathered a piece of Ju Mo2 meat, then picked up the equipment on the ground, which remained a white grade item. Rabbit skin boots, quality common white, a level requirement none, class universal, attributes physical defense 2, movement speed 1. Description: the rabbit is so cute. How could one bear to make boots from it? Yang An ignored the useless blurb and happily slipped them on. Though the speed bonus was only 1, he felt noticeably lighter on his feet. He jogged along, avoiding wild monsters, and soon reached Shouju Elder. Seeing the elder lying on the ground, barely breathing, Yang An felt a bit embarrassed. If he remembered correctly, Shouju Elder had given the Ju Mo2 meat task because he was starving. Elder him back. The elder, who had been pallid and weak beside a large wooden stake, perked up at Yang An's arrival and sat up from the ground. Young man, you finally came. This old man has been waiting for you so painfully. Yang An scratched his head awkwardly. Sorry, elder, I'm late. You know my strength is meager. It took great effort to gather 10 portions of Ju Mo2 meat. What? You really gathered 10 portions of Ju Mo2 meat? In the elder's mind, Yang An bringing back 2 would have been fine, or he had not expected such a perfect completion. Yes. Yang An nodded confidently, then took 10 portions of Ju Mo2 meat from his bag and handed them to the elder. Thank you so much, young man. This is the reward you deserve. Shouju Elder accepted the meat, beaming, and handed Yang An a black long sword. Then, as if from nowhere, he produced a barbecue rack, lit a fire, and began roasting the meat on the spot. Ding! You submitted 10 portions of Ju Mo2 meat and perfectly completed Shouju Elder's quest. Rewards: 100 experience, 50 copper coins, and the weapon Heidi Jin Black Iron Sword. Yang An took the iron sword from the elder and inspected its attributes. Heidi Jin Black Iron Sword, quality black iron, a level requirement 5, class requirement physical attack types, physical attack 50, strength 10. Description: a long sword forged from black iron. Quite serviceable for everyday cutting. A fine weapon, black iron tier. With the strength bonus, attack rises by a full 65 points, but alas, I cannot equip it yet. I must wait until level 5. Yang An stowed the Heidi Jian in his pack. He was eager to level up. Unable to contain his excitement, he suddenly caught the scent of roasted meat and glanced toward Shouju Elder. Yang An looked at the rabbit meat on the barbecue grill, sizzling and dripping with oil, the aroma wafting through the air as the old man continued to sprinkle seasoning on it. Stimulated by the enticing fragrance, Yang An nearly drooled. Soon the fragrant roasted rabbit meat was ready, and the old man was enjoying it with great satisfaction, his mouth covered in grease. Unable to contain himself any longer, Yang An finally spoke up. Ahem, old man. The old man looked up at Yang An and asked, why are you still here? You're not planning to steal my roasted meat, are you? No, you misunderstood, old man. Yang An waved his hands repeatedly, feeling a bit embarrassed. It's just that I see your cooking skills are exceptional, and the rabbit meat you roast smells so good. Could you teach me your culinary skills? I can teach you if you wish, but I have a task for you. If you accept it, I will not only teach you the art of cooking, but also reward you handsomely. With his mouth full of meat, the old man spoke indistinctly. Such a good deal. Naturally, he couldn't let it pass. Just tell me what the task is, and I will do my utmost to complete it. Yang An patted his chest in assurance. The old man's eyes lit up with joy. Good. Ding. The old man taught you the life skill of cooking. Do you wish to learn? Learn. Yang An accepted without hesitation. Thank you, old man. He took out a piece of ogre rabbit meat from his backpack and placed it on the grill. Roasting meat was not difficult. He had eaten plenty in real life. Seeing Yang An pull out another piece of rabbit meat from his backpack, the old man raised his eyebrows in surprise. This kid actually had more rabbit meat hidden away. The rabbit meat on the grill gradually turned golden under the blazing flames, and the aroma began to spread. Old man, is there any task you need me to do? Yang An asked while grilling the rabbit meat. Destiny's Trial truly is an open-world game. During the roasting process, the cooking skill automatically activated without needing the player to manually use skills on the meat, unlike previous games, where one-button skill activation would yield a roasted item. Actually, I am a hunter. A few days ago, I came here intending to hunt some buck-toothed rabbits, but unfortunately got injured by a passing ogre rabbit king. I wonder if you could help me by going deep into the ogre rabbit territory, killing the ogre rabbit king, and bringing back its heart. Ding. Do you wish to accept the hidden task of the old man to go to the depths of the ogre rabbit territory, kill the ogre rabbit king, and bring back the ogre rabbit heart to the old man? Accept. Although Yang accepted the task, he couldn't help but glance at the old man, who certainly didn't look like a hunter at all. Just look at these hands, they don't seem like they've done any hard work. But no matter what, as long as there's a task that's good, especially a hidden one. Tasks represent rewards, and Yang certainly wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. Regardless of whether he could defeat the enemy, there was no time limit on the task. This task looked like it would have follow-ups. Old man, after I finish grilling this piece of meat, I will go check out the ogre rabbit territory. The old man nodded in satisfaction and continued to devour his roasted meat. In no time, the grilled meat in front of Yang and was nearly done. He took it off the grill and couldn't hold back any longer, taking a big bite. This flavor. It was his first time making grilled meat in the game. Although he hadn't quite mastered the timing, and it wasn't very delicious, the quality of the meat was simply excellent. Ding! Stamina 20. A system notification rang out, and Yang realized that eating grilled meat could restore stamina. After continuously battling monsters earlier, his stamina had dropped to just 30 points. This piece of grilled meat restored 20 points, and with the rest period it had returned to 70 points. This has such an effect. Yang glanced at the grilled meat in his hand, and the system's description panel popped up. Grilled rabbit meat. Quality average effects, stamina 20. Description: made from ogre rabbit meat. Due to poor cooking skills, it's barely edible. Yang ignored the description and happily finished the rabbit meat. After satisfying his hunger, he stood up and ran toward the ogre rabbit territory, eager to continue leveling up. He glanced at his attributes. Character name: Bloodstained. Class: None. Physical attack. Level 2. Experience: 116, 1200. Root bone 15, strength 27, spiritual power 14, agility 17, endurance 16. Comprehension: hidden luck hidden. Health points 150, a spiritual energy 140. Physical attack 44, spiritual attack 21, physical defense 26, spiritual defense 20. Speed 8. Stamina 70. Equipment: beginner short sword rabbit, fur robe rabbit, skin boots. Skills: mighty strike intermediate. Just as Yang reached the ogre rabbit territory, he suddenly felt a wave of hunger wash over him. This game is too realistic. I almost forgot it was virtual reality. Since entering the game, running and battling had taken nearly 6 hours. In reality, it was already 3 p.m. Yang immediately chose to log off to take care of his basic needs. Returning to reality, he ordered takeout on his phone and then headed to the restroom. Making himself a cup of goji berry tea, he leisurely sat on the sofa and opened his phone to log into the official forum of Destiny's Trial. The forum was bustling with people posting and replying every moment. The top pinned post read, by Xiao Sheng, reveals quality of equipment and skills in Destiny's Trial. The second post was still from the same user, the growth of attributes and stamina mechanism in Destiny's Trial. Yang clicked on the first post. According to Bai Xiao Sheng, he had spent 3 hours grinding at the village chief to receive the task, the chief's teaching, learning a lot of information about Destiny's Trial. Equipment is categorized into blank, black, iron, bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, spirit tools, with spirit tools being the ethereal artifacts that most people spend their lives trying to acquire, and above spirit tools are divine artifacts, which are controlled by a select few powerful individuals. As for what exists beyond divine artifacts, it is said that there are even more terrifying entities, but no one knows what they are, or if they truly exist in the world. Skills are divided based on the color of the skill book: white, common, blue, human, red, earth, purple, heaven. As for what ranks above heavenly skills, players will have to explore. After learning a skill, it can level up through mastery, which can be categorized into beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, and perfect mastery. This by Xiao Sheng is quite impressive. To know so much detailed content about Destiny's Trial so quickly, he must not be an ordinary person. Continuing to read, he learned about the 5 basic attributes in Destiny's Trial. Root bone affects health points. Strength affects physical attack and defense. Spiritual power affects spiritual attack, defense, and energy. Agility affects movement, speed, body flexibility, attack, speed, hit rate, and evasion rate. Endurance affects physical and spiritual defense. And the 2 hidden attributes, comprehension and luck, are rather mysterious. It is said that comprehension affects skill, understanding, and leveling speed, which Yang experienced firsthand, as his mighty strike was also directly improved through his own understanding. Luck affects drop rates, critical hit probabilities, hit and dodge probabilities, and various probabilistic events. Based on what was said above, Yang suspected that his luck was 0, otherwise how could his drop rate be so low? The game Fate Tribulation simulates a stamina system where each person's stamina value is 100 points. However, the rate of stamina consumption is related to one's innate qualities strength and endurance. The higher these three basic attributes, the slower the stamina depletion. There are many ways to recover stamina in the game, the simplest being rest. Sitting, drinking tea in a tavern, or sleeping can all restore stamina, and logging off will also gradually recover stamina over time. The second method is eating. In Fate Tribulation, there is a variety of food available. The Novice Village shop sells the most basic steamed buns, which can restore 5 points of stamina for a price of 5 copper coins. Currently, very few people would be extravagant enough to spend 5 copper coins on a steamed bun, especially since the exchange for real currency has not been enabled yet. The offline purchase rate for 1 copper coin has already been speculated to be as high as 30 huaxia coins. There are only 2 posts from Xiaoxing, but each is immensely useful, especially at this stage, helping novice players grasp the basic knowledge of Fate Tribulation and avoid unnecessary detours. As for the other posts, Yang briefly skimmed through them. Most of them complained about the difficulty of leveling up lingering at level 0 after 6 hours. There's no way around it. There are simply too many people. As soon as the old hens and small yellow dogs appear outside the novice village, they are quickly surrounded and beaten. Whether one can secure a kill relies entirely on luck. In the higher level monster areas, most people dare not venture there due to the high mortality rate. Upon death, one will directly drop a level. Fate Tribulation does not have a setting where novice players do not drop levels upon death. Furthermore, there are complaints about the low drop rates. After 6 hours of monster hunting, one might only obtain 5 copper coins. Seeing their plight, Yang felt somewhat better. With his monster kills and quest rewards, he had at least 120 coins, which equated to 3,600 huaxia coins, roughly translating to an hourly wage of 600 huaxia coins. Thinking of this, Yang's eyes lit up. Soon the doorbell rang and his takeout arrived. Yang got up to enjoy this belated lunch. In the capital of Huaxia, in a solemn and austere conference hall, several figures were discussing matters. Those present in this conference hall were the highest level leaders of the nation, including the 3 heads of Huaxia and the commanders of various military districts. Chief Fate Tribulation is now operating normally, and all military districts have dispatched elite forces inside. Everything is proceeding according to plan. The first leader of Huaxia, Chu Tianyang, listened to the report from the highest military commander. Hua Feng nodded in acknowledgement, yet a cloud of concern loomed over his face. The current situation is severe. This may be our last chance and humanity's final opportunity. How is the data from the ordinary citizens who entered? Chief, nearly 300 million people from Huaxia entered in the first instance, but most are still stuck at level 0. Can we communicate with the goddess Nuwa? Ever since Fate Tribulation commenced, we have been unable to contact Nuwa. Continue trying to reach her. We must maintain communication. From all military districts, send orders to quickly exit the novice village and complete the gathering. Understood. Everyone exited, leaving only Chu Tianyang and an old housekeeper. The old housekeeper brought over a cup of hot tea and said with concern, "Chief, you must be weary from the affairs of state. Please have a cup of hot tea first." "Fubo, how many times have I said it? Just call me by my name in private." "Hee, then I'll still call you master." Chu Lao has been the housekeeper of the Chu family for 3 generations, having raised Chu Tianyang like a son. Master, the young master and young lady, also entered Fate Tribulation this morning. They just came out. Fate Tribulation is both a calamity and an opportunity. Allowing them to hone themselves inside is a good thing. Chu Tianyang took a sip of tea and continued, "We paid a tremendous price to seize that multicolored stone. If Xuetu were still around, those wolves and tigers would not dare to be so rampant. Now that Fate Tribulation has opened, the Yuan Shu secret land is gradually closing, and this year has been quite costly." The old housekeeper pondered. Thus, Nuwa's actions could be seen as indirectly assisting Huaxia. Therefore, we need to cultivate more young people like Xuetu. Such a prodigy is rare, even among the ancient martial families. It's just such a shame. Sitting on the sofa, Chu Tianyang clenched his fists. Each time Xuetu was mentioned, he could not suppress the anger within him. It took a long time for him to calm down. Has anyone deciphered the contents of the green copper plate? Fubo shook his head. Ever since we obtained it, no experts in the archaeological field have been able to decipher its contents. We can only grasp some fragments. Xuetu, what exactly did you bring back? The items brought out from there can no longer be explained by science. Both remained silent for a moment, and Chu Tianyang asked again, has there been any unusual movements from the Chen family recently? Ever since you, master, in a fit of rage, killed several of their core disciples, they have been silent for quite a long time. That was merely a scapegoat they put forward. Continue investigating. I want to uncover all the behind-the-scenes masterminds. Fu Boss' face revealed a hint of seriousness. This matter may implicate too many people. Chu Tianyang slammed his right fist heavily on the armrest, his face covered in frost. I will handle matters that the past leaders dared not. I will kill those whom they feared to kill. The major families dare to act so arrogantly under my watch. If this continues, the future of Huaxia is in jeopardy. We must eliminate them all, or the hearts of the many common soldiers will grow cold. It's just a pity for Xue to ultimately waste it. At this moment, Yang and had just finished off his tomato stir-fried eggs, feeling full and satisfied. He leaned back on the sofa, closed his eyes, and mentally commanded the ring in his hand to enter the game. With a flash of white light, he re-entered the game, appearing in front of the territory of the ogre rabbits. Full of energy, he ran over with his novice short sword. Yang shouted, drawing the attention of an ogre rabbit beginning his monotonous monster hunting journey. He had no area attack skills, so he could only attract one ogre rabbit at a time. 43, 29, dodge, 29, dodge 43, 29. As his attacks increased and power strike rose to intermediate level, his monster-killing efficiency surged. He was not in a hurry to find the ogre rabbit king. He prioritized leveling up, grinding from afternoon until evening, logging off to replenish energy, then continuing to grind until the early morning. When stamina was low, he ate roasted rabbit meat. In the meantime, he borrowed a barbecue grill from the old man guarding the tree stump and roasted a lot of rabbit meat. By now his level had reached 3, only a little away from level 4. With a swing of his sword, Yang finally heard the delightful sound from the system. Ding! Congratulations, your level has risen to level 4, and you have gained 5 points in free attributes. He allocated all points to strength, bringing his attack up to 62 points. Looking at the experience required to go from level 4 to level 5, which was an astonishing 5,000 points, Yang and couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. These monsters are endless. I can never finish. He was eager to reach level 5 to equip the black iron sword. After grinding for a whole day, he had also dropped a few pieces of normal equipment. Now he was clad in rabbit skin gear with a rabbit skin hat, rabbit skin leggings, rabbit skin boots, and a rabbit skin shirt, replacing his rabbit fur robe, increasing his defense slightly. With all his equipment, his physical defense had reached 40 points. Just as Yang was preparing to log off and go to sleep, a peculiar monster cry suddenly echoed from the front. Moi! Could it be? Yang curiously ran towards the source of the sound, and as expected, not far in front, a creature much larger than the average ogre rabbit was sitting on the ground, munching on an oversized carrot that was taller than a person. Giant Ogre Rabbit King, Black Iron Tier Boss. Level 5, Health 100, Physical Attack 300, Defense 40. Skills offer you a giant carrot. After a brief charge up, the boss swings its colossal carrot with full force at the target, dealing 150 damage and inflicting stun with a 30 chance. Cooldown 3 minutes. Carrot Bomb. Hurls a carrot-shaped explosive at the target, detonating upon impact to deal 200 damage within a 2-meter radius, followed by a shockwave that inflicts 20 damage per second for 5 seconds to all targets within a 5-meter radius. The giant Ogre Rabbit King's staggering 300 attack power left Yang deeply unsettled. A single ordinary strike would shatter his frail frame, let alone its 2 devastating abilities. Is a level 5 boss truly this terrifying? In truth, bosses in Destiny Tribulation were never designed for solo confrontation. Only with several thousand level 5 players coordinating an assault and accepting heavy casualties might they wear down the boss before it slaughtered them all. And that 10000 health. Yet Yang refused to yield. Fear did not grip him, instead resolve stirred, daring to test his limits. Not a single misstep, else one hit will end me instantly. Clutching his novice short sword, Yang advanced step by deliberate step toward the giant Ogre Rabbit King. Midbite, the Rabbit King sensed an intruder. It halted its chewing, lifted its head, and fixed its gaze upon Yang, its ears twitching with fury at this human who dared trespass upon its domain. Squeak, squeak. Bring it on. Yang pointed his sword forward, a confident smile spreading across his face. His body trembled, not from fear or anxiety, but from exhilaration. It had been far too long since he'd felt this alive. Seeing this pitiful human neither flee nor cower, but instead dare provoke it. The giant Ogre Rabbit King shrieked in outrage and charged swift as wind, closing the distance until it stood only 5 meters away. With a thunderous swing, it brought its massive carrot crashing down. Perfect. Yang bent his knees, exploded forward with coiled power, and twisted his body sideways, just as the carrot sliced past his face, tearing the air with a shrill, piercing whistle. A mighty strike. 66. Critical hit. A triumphant opening blow. In all his grinding, Yang had landed critical hits only a handful of times. Though its first strike missed, the giant Ogre Rabbit King reacted with astonishing speed, swinging its colossal carrot in furious, relentless arcs, pressing Yang unceasingly. Yet through masterful footwork and uncanny anticipation, Yang evaded every blow, reading each attack before it even began. 33. Dodge. Dodge. 33. 33. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Humiliated beyond endurance by this relentless barrage, the giant ogre rabbit king leapt backward, then sprang high into the air, raising its enormous carrot aloft before descending in a wrathful, earth-shaking slam. It had unleashed its skill, offer you a giant carrot. But Yang was faster, retreating the instant the carrot began its ascent. To Yang, that brief charging motion was a fatal vulnerability. Boom. The attack struck empty ground with cataclysmic force, sending shockwaves rippling outward. Yang knew, had he taken that blow, he would have perished instantly. Then again he realized grimly, even a casual swipe from this boss would be fatal. He refocused, re-engaging the beast in fierce, unrelenting combat, strike after precise strike, moving like an inexhaustible machine, each motion calibrated to perfection. Though appearances suggested Yang held the upper hand, reality was far grimmer. The boss regenerated health at an alarming rate. In 1 minute he landed roughly 10 attacks, yet only half connected. His total damage per minute hovered near 160, while the giant ogre rabbit king restored 100 health every minute, leaving a net average of just 60 damage per minute. With no alternative, Yang pressed on, grinding, enduring, wearing the beast down. Its health dwindled slowly. 95, 90, 70, 55, 51. Then at precisely 50, the giant ogre rabbit king froze, its eyes blazing crimson. Danger. Sensing the shift, Yang recoiled instantly. This was the prelude to its second skill, carrot bomb. With a grunt, the rabbit king hurled its giant carrot straight at the ground beneath Yang. The projectile shot forward with blinding speed. Yang reacted without hesitation, launching himself sideways in a desperate roll, tumbling clear of the blast epicenter. Kaboom! The carrot detonated violently, shrapnel spraying outward in all directions. Though Yang avoided the core explosion, he could not escape the lingering shockwave. 52. A staggering number flashed above his head. Without pause he sprinted, desperate to outrun the expanding radius of devastation. 52. Finally clear of the blast's aftershocks, he glanced at his remaining 66 health points, exhaling sharply. One delayed heartbeat, and he'd have met his end. From his pack, he drew a crimson healing potion, gulped it down, and felt 100 health surge back into his veins, restoring a fragile sense of security. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Enraged that this insignificant insect had survived its proudest strike, the giant ogre rabbit king charged anew. Another colossal carrot materializing in its grasp, determined to force-feed him a final fatal banquet. Unflinching, Yang stepped forward to meet it, igniting another brutal cycle of combat. When the boss's health fell to 40, it triggered carrot bomb once more. This time Yang evaded it cleanly. His 4 remaining healing potions ample, and several spirit energy elixirs also secured earlier, ensuring his reserves would hold. So, it unleashes the bomb every time its health drops by 10 below 50. This ends now, little rabbit. Yang sneered, rejoining battle with renewed ferocity. 1 hour. 2 hours. 2.5 hours. After nearly 3 hours of hyper-focused, unrelenting combat, the giant ogre rabbit king staggered, its health reduced to a sliver. A final decisive strike. 66. Critical hit. A brilliant purple numeral rose from its skull, its eyes glazed over, lifeless. Then it collapsed, scattering loot across the ground. Ding. Congratulations, you have slain the level 5 Black Iron Tier boss, the giant ogre rabbit king. Gained 200 experience points, 50 reputation. As the first player worldwide to achieve the giant ogre rabbit king's inaugural kill, and the first to defeat any Black Iron Tier boss, you receive additional rewards: 1 level, 50 reputation, 100 copper coins. A server-wide announcement is imminent. Would you like to conceal your player ID? Conceal it. Yang chose anonymity. Modesty was the wisest path. Ding. Level increased to 5. Gained 5 attribute points. Server-wide announcement: congratulations to the player who achieved the first ever kill of the giant ogre rabbit king, and became the first in the entire server to defeat a Black Iron Tier boss. Reward: 1 level, 50 reputation, 100 copper coins. Ding. Server-wide announcement. Ding. Server-wide announcement. Ding. Server-wide announcement. The triple broadcast ignited immediate fervent discussion across the entire server. Huh, what just happened? Someone already killed a boss. I'm still stuck at level 0, and someone's already felled a level 5 boss. They're definitely cheating. I'm reporting them. Impossible. In our starter village, the highest level player I've seen is only level 2. How could anyone possibly kill a level 5 boss? Maybe dozens, or even thousands, of newbies teamed up and whittled it down. 1 hit each, that's enough to grind it down. Nonsense. Didn't you read the announcement? That's the giant ogre rabbit king. Giant ogres are level 5 mobs. No beginner dares enter their territory right now. My guess, a veteran player, or perhaps a small elite squad, wore it down through sheer patience and precision. In a novice village, a young man and woman were locked in combat with a towering demonic rabbit. The man danced around with a short sword, evading blows with nimble footwork, while the girl stood behind him, unleashing waves of spiritual energy at the beast. Before long, the demonic rabbit could not endure, its health bar emptied, and it collapsed. A server-wide announcement rang out, and the two halted their actions at once. "Wow, bro, how can someone be stronger than you?" the girl cried out to the man at her side. Maybe it was a powerful party that happened to be in the same novice village, he mused unconcerned. At this stage, even we have only just reached level 3, we only dared try this demonic rabbit now. How could any team be tackling bosses already? The man paid it no heed and drew another demonic rabbit toward him. Keep leveling. It seems Mingjie will be teaming with experts. Good, that will make things interesting. Whoever it was, brother, is still the greatest, the girl said, tilting her head and batting her large eyes. You flatter me, the man replied with a faint smile, visibly pleased by her praise. In another novice village, a tall, well-built man was engaged with a level 5 corrupted Totoro. Unlike the earlier pair, his assaults were broad and forceful. The novice short sword felt in his hands like a cleaving blade. Every strike exuded a palpable force. He collided repeatedly with the corrupted Totoro, parrying its attacks with ease. Successful blocks still dealt a sliver of damage. He endured the blows, and when his health dipped, gulped a low-grade red potion. He was not short of them. Several stacks were waiting in his pack. Low-grade red potions sold for as much as 10 copper each at the novice village shop. Hearing the server announcement, he struck the corrupted Totoro back with a punch. There are hidden talents everywhere. I never imagined someone could be so far ahead of me. He tightened his grip on the short sword, seized the chance, and hacked at the corrupted Totoro. The creature fell, and an orb of experience burst forth and merged into him. No matter what, our Zanshindian will become the strongest presence in Mingjie. Yang, and unaware of the others' reactions, approached the corpse of the giant demonic rabbit with great delight. Seeing the scattered loot, his joy lifted every trace of exhaustion. He hurried to the corpse and took in the items lying on the ground. There was a jet-black ring etched with mysterious patterns, a black staff topped by a black rabbit clutching a carrot, a somewhat shattered jade pendant, a blue-covered book, 3 silver coins, and over 100 copper coins. He picked them up. The ring and staff were labeled Rabbit King Ring Unidentified and Rabbit King Staff Unidentified. Both pieces of equipment were unidentified, but their sheen made it clear they were black iron-grade gear. He added them to his pack. He would need to return to the novice village to deal with them. Yang lifted the cracked jade pendant, and its information floated before his eyes. Lost pendant. The owner is unknown. Oh, perhaps it longs to return home. This must be a quest trigger item. The person who lost it is likely an NPC in the village. I should ask around later. He stowed the pendant and opened the blue book. A delighted look immediately crossed his face. Sword Chi Sweep, human rank, class requirement physical. Effect releases a blade-like wave of sword chi in a forward fan-shaped area, dealing 130 damage to all targets within the zone. An area effect skill. Yang wasted no time and learned the ability. With such a skill, his rate of leveling would rise dramatically. After gathering the silver coins into his bag, he used his gathering skill on the giant demonic rabbit's corpse. He had not forgotten the most important quest item. The giant demonic rabbit king's heart had not dropped. If it did not appear, he would have to harvest it from the body. Ding. Gathering successful. Giant demonic rabbit meat x10. Ding. Gathering failed. Ding. Gathering failed. After a dozen or more attempts with the gathering skill, each effort ended in failure. Gathering had a 2-second cooldown but consumed stamina, on average 2 uses per 1 point of stamina. Fortunately, Yang had plenty of rabbit meat in his pack, otherwise he could not have persisted. Could it be that my gathering skill is too low? I refuse to believe it. Failure after failure piled up as he shouted, "Succeed for me." Ding. Gathering successful. Giant demonic rabbit king's heart x1. Ding. Congratulations, your gathering skill has risen to intermediate. Having finally obtained the rabbit king's heart, Yang breathed a long sigh of relief. He could now complete the quest. After securing the rabbit king's heart, Yang logged off. It was already past 3 in the morning. After a tedious day of grinding and the intense focus required to battle the rabbit king, even he felt weary and chose to sleep. Ring. Ring. A phone alarm jolted Yang from sleep. Groggy, he picked up and mumbled, "Hello. Anzi, are you in the game? Didn't I tell you to contact me? There's no sign of you." "I'm telling you, Pang Yi is already level 2, ranking near the top of our novice village. I have seen few higher than me. From now on, Pang Yi will have your back." Yang. "Hey, are you even listening? I heard you. Anzi, what level are you? Hurry and level up. Once we leave the novice village, Pang Yi will carry you." Yang eyes still closed mumbled, "Oh, fine, I'll count on you. Don't worry. They'll try to be the first out of the novice village and astonish everyone. By the way, Anzi, why haven't you added me as a friend? Did you pick some indecent ID and are afraid to add me? Yang rolled his eyes. Nonsense, I'm a respectable player. I'll add you once I'm level 10 and out of the novice village. Gotta go, bot. Hey, Pang Yi hasn't finished talking yet. The voice on the other end fell silent. Yang decisively ended the call and got up to wash. It was 8 in the morning. He had not been up this late in a long while. The previous day's exertions had thrown his biological clock off. Although he had slept fewer than 5 hours, he felt spirited and refreshed. People with robust constitutions and strong recovery do not require long sleep. While washing, he scanned the Mingxia forum. There was little of substance, mostly complaints about slow leveling and heated debates over who had slain the giant demonic rabbit king. The only somewhat useful post was from Bike Seishing, who had compiled a list of basic beginner quests available in the novice village. Yang glanced through them: letter deliveries, herb gathering, mining. Rewards pitifully small. After a quick breakfast, Yang logged back into the game. In a flash of white light, Yang's figure appeared in the territory of the giant rabbit king. It feels great to be back here, he remarked, glancing at his agile left foot and leaping a few times with ease filled with nostalgia. Let's go find the old man at the tree stump to turn in my task. Without hesitation, he headed straight towards the direction of the old man, quickly arriving before him. Old man, I'm here to submit my task, Yang said as he took out the giant rabbit king's heart from his backpack and presented it to the old man. Upon hearing this, the old man's eyes brightened, revealing a look of joy. He never expected that Yang could complete the task so quickly. In his mind, it would take at least 2 or 3 more days to accomplish it. Young man, you truly surprised me. I didn't expect you to finish the task so swiftly. He took the giant rabbit king's heart with some excitement, unable to suppress the smile on his face as he looked at Yang and said, indeed, heroes emerge from youth. Here, young man, this is your reward. Ding. Congratulations on completing the task entrusted by the old man at the tree stump. 1. You have received your reward: experience 1,000 silver coins, 5 black wood stake x1. Blackwood stake. What is that? Yang opened his backpack and inside lay a peculiar item, a large entirely black wooden stake. Blackwood stake, a magical wooden stake with very special abilities. When placed on the ground, it forces the target monster to strike the stake with its head, causing 10 of its maximum health in true damage and stunning it for 4 seconds. Usable times 1. Effective only against monsters of level 10 and below. Yang and this. Old man at the tree stump. Waiting for the rabbit. No wonder that name sounds so familiar. However, this blackwood stake looks quite powerful. If used well, it might yield extraordinary results. Thank you, old man. Yang politely expressed his gratitude, as there were still follow-up tasks to consider. A young man, in the wilderness east of the village, there is a group of mutated wild boars that often invade the village, destroying crops and even attacking villagers. Are you willing to help me go to the territory of the mutated wild boars, slay the Blackman Boar King and 50 mutated wild boars, and bring back the heart of the Boar King? Ding. Would you like to accept the hidden task entrusted by the old man at the tree stump? 2. Accept. The old man nodded in satisfaction, saying, Good. Go on, young man. I will wait for your good news here. Don't worry, old man, I'll complete the task right away. With that, Yang turned around and headed towards the novice village. He needed to return first to handle 2 unidentified pieces of equipment. After more than 2 hours of running through the map, traversing the territories of the giant rabbit and the bucktooth rabbit, it must be said that the map of Fate's catastrophe is indeed vast. Many teams were carefully grinding monsters in the territory of the bucktooth rabbit. Hey, look at that guy. How did he come out from the territory of the giant rabbit? What's the big deal? He probably got scared by the giant rabbit. At this stage, the giant rabbit is not something solo players can handle. Why does this person look a bit familiar? I remember yesterday when we were grinding the little yellow dogs, it was this guy who ran into the bucktooth rabbit's area. He can't have been leveling up in there the whole time, can he? No way. Absolutely impossible. Look at the equipment on him. Wow, he's almost fully equipped. We only have at most 2 pieces right now. Yang ignored them, and the few of them continued to watch him leave the area. He quickly returned to the shabby novice village, a place he hadn't entered since starting the game. He walked straight towards the blacksmith shop, not far from the village entrance, which was ringing with sounds of metal clanging. A muscular man, bare-chested, was wielding a large hammer, striking down on a red-hot piece of iron on the anvil. Around him were several players trying to engage him in conversation, seemingly hoping to accept a task from him. However, the blacksmith remained focused on his work, ignoring the surrounding noises. Yang approached the blacksmith, whose name was displayed above as Wang Deju, and quietly asked, Master Wang, do you identify equipment here? The blacksmith, who had been concentrating on his work, paused upon hearing Yang's words. Young brother, you want to identify equipment? Wang the blacksmith looked up in surprise at Yang. Yang nodded, glancing around at the crowd, and Wang the blacksmith understood, saying, Young brother, please follow me. He led Yang and into the blacksmith shop, and as they entered the inner room, the door closed automatically. Young brother, to be honest, I am the only one in the village with identification skills. You've come to the right person. Yang An's eyes lit up as he took out the two unidentified pieces of equipment from his backpack and handed them to Wang the blacksmith. Then I'll trouble you, brother Wang. Wang the blacksmith received the two pieces of equipment with a delighted expression. Young brother, these two pieces must have come from the giant rabbit king. I didn't expect your strength to be so remarkable. However, they are both black iron grade equipment, and the identification fee is a total of 500 copper coins. Yang An's pupils shrank, almost cursing out loud. What a ripoff. They actually want 500 copper coins. Brother, 500 copper coins is too expensive. Could you give me a discount? Wang the blacksmith pondered for a moment and said, in that case, considering you are the first person to come to me for identification, I'll give you a 40 discount. It will be 300 copper coins. All right. Yang An agreed readily, taking out 300 copper coins from his backpack to hand to Wang the blacksmith. In the spirit of no pay, no work, Wang the blacksmith first picked up the rabbit king's staff, and his right hand emitted a glow as he waved it over the staff. Ding. Identification successful. Wang the blacksmith tossed the staff to Yang An without even looking at it, and continued identifying the rabbit king's ring. Rabbit King's Staff. Quality black iron, level requirement level 5, class requirement spiritual attack 55, spiritual power 10. Description: a staff long treasured by the giant rabbit king, though he prefers to use large carrots. This staff has such high spiritual attack it's 5 points higher than my black iron sword. Just as he finished reading the staff's description, Wang the blacksmith handed over the rabbit king's ring. Rabbit King's ring. Quality black iron, level requirement level 5, class requirement physical attack 48, agility 8. Description: this was a token given by a female giant rabbit to the giant rabbit king as a pledge of love, but unexpectedly it was taken away. How pitiful, how sad, how lamentable. Yang An, can this description be any more sarcastic? Can the system block equipment descriptions? I don't want to see this. Yang An's mind was filled with a stampede of wild horses. All right, the identification is complete. If there's nothing else, I'll get back to blacksmithing, Wang the blacksmith said as he turned to leave. Wait a moment. Yang An called out to Wang the blacksmith, taking out a broken jade pendant from his backpack. Brother, could you help me see if you know anything about this item? Wang the blacksmith curiously took the jade pendant and examined it closely. After a while, his brow furrowed and his face was filled with confusion. It looks somewhat familiar, yet I have no clue. Strange. Unable to decipher anything, Wang the blacksmith returned the jade pendant to Yang An and said, in that case, take the pendant to Sister Li at the jewelry shop. Perhaps she will know. All right, thank you very much, Brother Wang. Yang An took the pendant and felt he had a direction now, then left the blacksmith shop. Just as Yang An left, a figure emerged from a corner and approached Wang the blacksmith. Master Wang, what equipment did that person just come to you for identification? Wang the blacksmith ignored him, continuing to mind his own business at the forge. Seeing that Wang the blacksmith did not respond, the man was not angry. He turned and left, opening his communication list to send something, and then followed the direction Yang An had gone. In this tiny starter village, Yang An quickly located the jewelry shop, just over 50 meters from the blacksmith's forge. A middle-aged woman of enduring charm sat inside. Li Dajia, the shop's proprietress. The jewelry shop sold only level 1 common necklaces and rings, each bearing a meager 1 attribute bonus. Yet their prices were surprisingly steep. Yang An stepped into the shop and greeted Li Dajia. Hello. Upon spotting another newcomer, she immediately lit up with warm, welcoming smiles. Welcome, honored guest. Are you looking to purchase jewelry? Every piece here is handcrafted by me. Yang An opened the vendor's item list, glanced briefly, then quietly closed it. How exorbitant. A plain ring granting merely 1 attack sold for 50 copper coins. He inwardly scoffed, but his words flowed like honey. Big Sister Li, you're truly extraordinary, not only stunning in appearance, but masterful in craft. I've heard you're the village's foremost authority on jewelry, unmatched in knowledge and skill. Li Dajia's smile widened at the praise. What a silver-tongued young man you are. Which piece has caught your eye? I'll give you a 20% discount. No need just yet. Actually, Big Sister Li, I have a jade pendant here. Might you recognize it? As he spoke, Yang An retrieved the pendant from his pack and held it out before her. Moi. Li Dajia accepted it, her brow furrowing in quiet puzzlement. This feels strangely familiar. I believe I've seen it somewhere before. She knitted her brows tightly, straining to recall. Yang An waited patiently beside her, silent and still. Moments later, her eyes suddenly brightened. Ah, I remember now. You truly know its origin. What is this pendant's story? Yang An's voice rose with eager hope. He longed just as deeply to uncover its mystery. Years ago, I saw it at the village chief's grandson's 100-day celebration. Lifting the pendant, she studied it closely, the certainty deepening in her gaze. So this pendant belongs to the chief. No, It was gifted to his grandson that very day. But the chief's grandson vanished a year ago. Young man, where did you acquire this? Vanished. Yang An's brow tightened. This was no ordinary disappearance, and he truthfully told her he'd obtained the pendant from the giant rabbit king. Li Dajia handed the pendant back with solemn gravity. Young man, please deliver this to Elder Chief. It means everything to him. Understood. Yang An agreed without hesitation. Even had she not urged him, he would have sought out the chief. Stepping out of the jewelry shop, he strode resolutely toward the chief's residence. After only a few paces, several players suddenly blocked his path ahead. A portly young man with hair combed flawlessly stood at the front, flanked by 5 youths sporting wildly dyed hair, yellow, red, green, purple, and blue. Yang An narrowed his eyes and inwardly sneered, so they finally appeared. Though, what salon assembled this rainbow crew? Ever since leaving the blacksmith's, he'd sensed someone tailing him. More than one, in fact. What brings you to me, eh? The plump youth beamed broadly. Brother, no misunderstandings. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Long Fei, Hall Master of the Tunglong Guild, and I sincerely invite you to join us. Sorry, I have no interest in joining a barbershop alliance. Yang An declined outright, eyeing the flamboyantly coiffed stylists behind the man. Long Fei's jovial mask stiffened visibly. He chuckled awkwardly. Ha ha, what a witty young man you are. Beside him, a gaunt yellow-haired youth could contain himself no longer. Brat, don't bite the hand that feeds you. Being invited by our hall master is your good fortune. The Tunglong Guild commands 10,000 loyal brothers. Align with us and you'll feast on delicacies and drink fine wine. His boldness stemmed from ignorance. Yang An's level remained invisible to him. In Destiny, tribulation player information remains hidden from those of lower level unless special skills reveal it. Before entering the starter village, Yang An had deliberately concealed his stats, lest his staggering level provoke awe or alarm. Had he known Yang An's true level, the yellow-haired youth would never have dared speak so brazenly. Not interested. Yang An ignored the yellow-haired youth entirely and turned coolly to Long Fei. Anything else, Hall Master Long Fei? Long Fei and his men had clearly encircled him, not because they sensed rare talent or celestial destiny, but for far more pragmatic reasons. Seeing Yang An remain unmoved, Long Fei dropped all pretense. Haha, I hear you just had gear appraised at the blacksmith's. I'm quite curious. Why not show it to me? His tone feigned politeness, but carried the unmistakable weight of command. Oh, and if I refuse? Yang An let out a cold chuckle, not surprised in the least. At this stage, superior equipment could dramatically accelerate leveling, even catapulting one into the server's elite tier. Long Fei's face darkened. This brat defied him repeatedly, utterly disregarding his authority. Instantly grasping his superior's intent, the yellow-haired youth stepped forward and jabbed a finger at Yang An. Kid, had enough of living. Hand over the gear, or you'll never leave this starter village alive. With that, he and his motley crew closed in, snarling and menacing, clearly ready to swarm and beat him down. Yang An stood utterly unshaken, calm, and composed, for PvP was strictly forbidden within the starter village. Any attacker would face severe system penalties. The first to strike would be instantly imprisoned. Thus, they faced off in tense silence, neither daring to strike first, while onlookers gathered in growing numbers. Such standoffs occurred frequently in the starter village. For modern youth, curiosity and gossip were ingrained virtues, hardwired into their very DNA. There go the Tunglong Guild again. We've spotted them half a dozen times today, bullying newcomers with sheer numbers. A friend of mine killed a chicken yesterday and looted a piece of armor, only for them to snatch it away. A man spat bitterly. The crowd turned toward him, some offering looks of quiet sympathy. Flustered by their stares, he mumbled weakly, "Truly, it was my friend." Nods and gentle, understanding glances followed. Meanwhile, the motley crew danced about Yang An, spittle flying, hurling endless taunts, while he watched them in serene, detached disdain, as though observing fools perform. Kid, I've never met anyone this spineless. Dare you lay a hand on me? Yang An rolled his eyes inwardly, nearly laughing aloud. If not for the system's ironclad protection, these fools wouldn't last a second. He regarded Long Fei with undisguised contempt. Hall Master Long Fei, is this your method? Long Fei's face flushed violet, and then gray. With a sharp wave of his hand, the colorful entourage retreated behind him. Boss, what do we do? This kid isn't scared of us, whispered the yellow-haired youth. What do we do? Oi, trap him here. Kill him every time he steps out until every last piece drops. Long Fei pressed a palm to his forehead, his subordinate's lack of wit giving him a pounding headache. Then he wheeled around, glaring murderously at Yang An. Kid, one final chance, surrender the gear. Refuse, and the moment you step beyond this village you die. Finished speaking. Yang An smiled faintly, clearly dismissing them as irrelevant. Then I'll take my leave. Fine. We'll see who blinks first. Long Fei hurled his final threat, vowing silently that Yang An would never escape the starter village. Just as Yang turned to depart, a clear, spirited voice rang out. Well, who's this? Another Tinglong thug bullying solo players. I wondered who it was. So it was your Tinglong people bullying solo players again. Yang, about to leave, glanced aside and saw a refined, genteel-looking man in his 30s approaching with 5 or 6 companions. Long Fei frowned when he saw them. Fengxue Shusheng. I didn't expect Fengxue Gu to have people in this starter village. Fate truly forces our paths to cross. Indeed, what rotten luck. Everywhere I turn I run into you stinking rats. Fengxue Shusheng mocked without courtesy. Had this not been the starter village, Long Fei might have struck immediately. Are Fengxue Gu only good with words? Do you mean to stand up for him? The two guilds were enemies and Long Fei naturally refused to show Fengxue Shusheng any face. Since we've come, we won't allow you to keep harassing people. I will take responsibility for this one. Long Fei, if you have the leisure, better spend it slaying monsters and leveling. Don't let us fall too far behind. Long Fei glared viciously at Yong'an. Fengxue Shusheng, you can protect him for a time, but not forever. Let's go. After weighing his options, he turned and led his scraggly lackeys away. Fengxue Shusheng turned to Yong'an and asked, Brother, are you all right? Yong'an waved and smiled. I'm fine. Thank you for standing up for me. It was nothing. I can't abide Tinglong's arrogance. Fengxue Shusheng said, his face full of disdain, betraying no attempt to hide his dislike for Tinglong. However, brother, there is something I wonder if I should say. Please go on. The fact you have fine equipment likely isn't known only to Tinglong. Wealth should not be flaunted. If you let them fix their sights on you now, you'll invite trouble down the line. Fengxue Shusheng's reasoning was sound. What he did not know was that Yong'an paid the warnings little mind. To him, these were trifles. He went on, I am curious what gear you obtained and would like to see. Do not misunderstand me, a gentleman acquires wealth rightly. Fengxue Gu acts differently from Tinglong. He added, of course, if this piece is not of use to you, you may sell it to us. I am willing to pay a high price. Yong'an understood immediately. It seemed Fengxue Gu had already learned. He had his equipment appraised. Their purpose in coming was now clear. Their manner was indeed more pleasant. By proposing a public purchase, Fengxue Shusheng was also signaling to Tinglong that the item now resided with them, thereby reducing Yong'an's potential troubles. His staff was useless to him. Selling early would maximize its value. What you say makes sense. I truly cannot use this piece. If Tinglong speaks reasonably, I might consider selling. He then shared the attributes of the two Wong staff. Fengxue Shusheng read them and stood stunned, eyes wide. Level 5. Black Iron Grade Staff. The attack power. This weapon will be a qualitative leap when I reach level 5. Brother, how much to buy it? He'll take it. Name your price. If it's fair, I'll sell. Ooh, I don't know equipment values well. 30,000 Huaxia coins. He explained, brother, at this stage a black iron grade piece can fetch over 20,000 on the market. Weapons command a higher price. How about 30,000 Huaxia coins? 30,000. Yong'an was stunned. He had expected to sell a piece for a few hundred or a few thousand. Never imagined the sum would leap into the 10,000s. He had underestimated the current fever for Mingjia. Months of national promotion had made many people aware that this game was no ordinary diversion. A single lead often translates into a lasting advantage. That also skewed coin conversion rates at launch. The appraisal alone had cost 300 copper coins, approximately 9,000 Huaxia coins after conversion, so Fengxue Shusheng's offer of 30,000 remained within reason. 40,000. Seeing Yong'an hesitate, Fengxue Shusheng nervously added 10,000. We'll take 30,000. Yong'an gathered himself and sent the trade request. The deal completed. Mingjia linked to his bank card and 30,000 Huaxia coins were transferred straight to Yong'an's account. The sensation of money in his card brought him a small private satisfaction. Fengxue Shusheng cradled the two Wong staff, reluctant to let it go, and even displayed it to the onlookers. As he toyed with it in delight, something occurred to him, and he stared at Yong'an in astonishment. Two Wong staff. You are that. Yong'an grinned casually. I have other matters, I must be off. He turned and walked away swiftly like a gust of wind. Fengxue Shusheng watched his retreating figure, still shocked, then exploded in an uncharacteristic curse. Damn. A big shot was right beside me. Lucky I didn't offend him. He slapped his thigh. I forgot to add him as a friend. Outside the starter village, a group had just reached Xiao Huanggo's territory. Boss, a brother, reports that the kid sold the gear to Fengxue Shusheng. Long Fei, furious, slashed at a small yellow dog. Fengxue Gu had the nerve to steal our haul. Train harder. Since they're in this starter village too, we cannot miss such an opportunity. The piece I coveted will not be taken so easily. And keep an eye on that kid. Yes, boss. Also, you lot, dye your hair back. You all look like street thugs. We are a major guild, maintain an image. Long Fei lectured his scruffy subordinates at length. Boss, the system set those hairstyles at character creation automatically. Changing them in real life won't help. You fools. Find another way then. I will not have people calling us a barbershop. Now go. Yes, we'll find a way. The group scattered, tailing off in dejection. A short distance away, the ragged crew gathered to plot. Huang go what now? Asked LV Mao. Go to the starter village and see if there's an item to change hairstyle or color. If none, then deal with the troublemakers. Kill that kid a few times to divert the boss, then he won't bother us, Huang Mao said, pleased with his scheme. Huang go is brilliant, great idea. Let's go back to the starter village. The group crossed Xiao Huang go's domain and entered the level 1 marmot territory. Huang go, look. A beauty. Ahead, a striking figure was battling a marmot. She wore a veil that hid her face. Even so, the ragged men stared, eyes shining, mouths watering. They swore they'd never seen a woman so lovely in real life. She's so beautiful. In that moment, LV Mao had even decided on a child's name. Haha, brothers, go help her out. Huang Mao was the first to run forward. After finishing the trade for the staff, Yang and quickly left the scene and headed straight for the courtyard where the village chief was. The old village chief was smiling broadly as he answered questions from the new players, explaining some basic knowledge about the world of Mingjia. Why does the old village chief look so familiar? It seems like I've seen him somewhere before. As Yang approached, he realized that the old village chief bore a striking resemblance to the elder of the tree guardian. Could it be that Ming Jie took the lazy route and used the same character model? While he joked about it, Yang and didn't truly believe that such a low-level mistake would not occur in such a cross-era creation. Temporarily setting aside his doubts, Yang approached the old village chief and politely greeted him. Greetings, village chief. The old village chief turned to Yang, and upon hearing this, responding with a smile, hello, visitor from another world. Despite his smiling face, Yang keenly sensed a deep loneliness and sorrow hidden in his eyes. Brave warrior, you are the most powerful visitor I have ever seen. You truly heroes emerge from youth. Ding. You have gained the favor of the village chief, receiving his blessing for 1 hour. Yang was astonished. Being high level had its benefits, and he had unexpectedly gained a reward, so he immediately checked the blessing he received. Village chief's blessing, a blessing bestowed by the current highest level player in the novice village, granting 5 attack, 10 health, 1 luck, 1 insight, remaining time 59 minutes and 56 seconds. This buff grants a percentage increase which, if applied in the later stages of the game, would undoubtedly be powerful. However, given the generally low attributes of current players, the increase would be much less. Nevertheless, with this buff, Yang's strength increased once more. Thank you, village chief. The old village chief stroked his white beard and cheerfully replied, you deserve it. Do you have any other questions? I will answer without reservation. Village chief, I have an item here. I wonder if you recognize it. Yang took out the broken jade pendant from his backpack. According to Big Sister Lee from the jewelry store, this pendant was a gift from the old village chief to his grandson for the 100-day banquet, so he would surely know about it. As expected, when he revealed the pendant, the old village chief became somewhat dazed, staring intently at the pendant in Yang's hand and not looking away. My grandson. My grandson. The old village chief trembled as he extended his hands to take the pendant from Yang and repeatedly murmuring about his grandson, weeping profusely. Yang did not disturb the old village chief, watching as he cried. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. He hadn't expected this pendant to elicit such a strong reaction from the old man. After a long while, the old village chief finally regained his composure, as if remembering something. He suddenly grasped Yang's shoulders tightly, his murky eyes wide with intensity. Brave warrior, where did you obtain this pendant? It concerns my grandson's life. Oh, please tell me. Yang was unsure why the old village chief had such strength, as he felt his shoulders being gripped tightly, making it somewhat difficult to move. Realizing he had lost his composure, the old village chief slowly loosened his grip, apologizing. I have behaved unbecomingly. Please do not take offense, brave warrior. It's all right, village chief. Yang naturally wouldn't take it to heart, and continued, I obtained this pendant after defeating the troll rabbit king. After inquiring in the village, I learned it was related to you, so I brought it here. Upon hearing this, the old village chief's expression suddenly darkened. His already aged face became even more haggard. The troll rabbit king. Is it that? My poor grandson must have fallen victim to its poisonous claws. After saying this, he fell silent once more, beginning to weep. Yang didn't know how to comfort him, merely offering his condolences. Once he had calmed down again, the old village chief spoke. Brave warrior, thank you for slaying that wicked troll rabbit king and helping my poor grandson take revenge. I am immensely grateful. This leather armor was something I received in my youth, and I bestow it upon you. Ding. You have received the old village chief's gratitude and obtained Black Goat Leather Armor X1. Yang accepted the armor without immediately checking it. Thank you for the gift, village chief. Slaying the troll rabbit king was my goal. I merely helped you resolve a concern along the way. Regardless, you are the one who killed the rabbit king. I didn't expect such strength at a young age. Oh, I have one more thing to ask of you. Please go ahead. Another quest was on the way. Yang thought, this should be a chain quest. A year ago, my mischievous grandson secretly ran outside the village to play and never returned. By the time we found out, it was already too late. I could only learn from some villagers that he had been heading in a certain direction before leaving the village. The old village chief reminisced about his grandson's past filled with sorrow. In order to bring him back, my son resolutely left the village in search of him, but he also disappeared without a trace. I fear for my son. Brave warrior, could you help me find my son's whereabouts? I would be tremendously grateful. Ding. Do you accept the unique hidden quest Find Li Dapio's whereabouts? A request from the old village chief to help find his son. The current quest difficulty is extremely high. Please accept with caution. Failure will result in a 1-level penalty and a 50 in the village chief's favorability. Accept. Another hidden quest. Yang certainly wouldn't miss it, though the penalties for failing this quest seemed excessive. Losing a level and having favorability drop by 50. He couldn't imagine what that might lead to. Village chief, do you know which direction your son left the village? Dapio went west from the village, the same direction as the Troll Rabbit King. Since the Troll Rabbit King has been slain by you, my son must have ventured deeper. It is said that further ahead lies the territory of the Tsang Wolf King, which is extremely dangerous. Even ordinary gray wolves are at level 9. You should be cautious and ideally reach level 10 before proceeding. It seemed this quest would be quite difficult for him at this moment, even though his strength had surged significantly after reaching level 5. However, it was just right. He still needed to complete the Elder of the Tree Guardian's quest to slay the Wild Boar King. After completing that task, he estimated that his level would also rise considerably. Rest assured, village chief, I will do my best to improve my strength and complete the quest. However, even if I reach level 10, I fear I may not be a match for the Tsang Wolf King. Do you have anything for self-defense? With the quest accepted, Yang and was already calculating how to maximize his strength. The old village chief pondered for a moment before taking out a black bracelet and saying that Tsang Wolf King is powerful and I don't have anything particularly strong here. This black goat horn bracelet can be borrowed for self-defense. If you complete the quest, it will be yours. Thank you, village chief. Yang took the bracelet, elated that as long as he had enough audacity, he could gain rewards. By the way, village chief, do you know the Elder of the Tree Guardian? I have never heard of him. The old village chief shook his head. Yang thought, could it be that I was overthinking it? Is it really just a coincidence? The old village chief continued, go on, but remember not to cross into the Tsang Wolf King's territory. Why not? Are there even more terrifying monsters beyond the Tsang Wolf King's territory? Yang was curious. The maximum level in the novice village was 10. Oh, and if there were beings above the Tsang Wolf King, they would not be something new players could handle. The old village chief said seriously, there are no more monsters, but deep within the Tsang Wolf King's territory, according to generations of passed down ancestral teachings, there is a forbidden ground. Villagers are not allowed to enter this forbidden ground. Anyone who does so will meet a grim fate. Alright, that's all I know. You may go. I hope to hear good news from you. Alright, goodbye, village chief. Emerging from elder villager Zhang's courtyard, Yang felt a quiet pang of melancholy. The elder had lost his grandson, and now his son had vanished without a trace. Though merely an NPC within the game, his sorrow resonated deeply. Shaking off his thoughts, Yang turned his attention to the 2 newly acquired pieces of equipment. Black Mountain Goat Leather Armor Black Iron. Level 5, class requirement none. HP 100, physical defense 38, a spiritual defense 26, constitution 12. Description: acquired in his youth by elder villager Zhang. A humble, unremarkable leather armor crafted from Black Mountain Goat hide, hardly worth mentioning. Black Mountain Goat Horn Bracelet Black Iron. Level requirement 5, class requirement physical damage type. Physical attack 42, agility 8. Description: also obtained in his youth by elder villager Zhang. A simple bracelet forged from Black Mountain Goat Horn, utterly ordinary and inconsequential. Is there truly no option to disable equipment descriptions? It's unbearable. Equipping both new items, alongside his previously acquired Black Iron Sword and Rabbit King Ring, Yang had transformed utterly from a rustic musket to a thunderous cannon, his attributes exploding in power. Bolstered by elder villager Zhang's buffs, his HP soared to 440, and his physical attack reached a staggering 234 points. Truly terrifying. Satisfied, he closed his attribute panel. Before departing the novice village, he visited Wang the blacksmith once more, haggled fiercely, and purchased 2 basic identification talismans for 400 copper coins, then strode resolutely toward the village's eastern gate. Beyond the eastern gate of the novice village roamed level 1 mole rats. Even now, numerous players gathered there to level up. Freshly spawned, a mole rat barely managed to raise its paws and utter a startled "ah" before being surrounded and swiftly cut down by waves of attackers. Yang ignored both the mole rats and the players scrambling for kills, pressing eastward at full speed. After sprinting for over 10 minutes, several figures appeared ahead, but as always, he paid them no heed and continued forward. As he drew near, a graceful figure among the crowd suddenly spun around, flustered, and collided squarely with Yongin. A delicate fragrance enveloped him. Instinctively, he moved to push her away, then instantly caught himself and steadied her gently by the arms. "Oh!" she cried out, recoiling hastily in alarm. Beneath her white veil, her fair cheeks flushed faintly pink. Clutching a novice staff tightly in both hands, she braced herself defensively, clearly mistaking Yongin for a threat. Yongin studied her closely. Her raven-black hair danced softly in the wind. Her skin was pale as fresh snow. Her large, luminous eyes shone vividly against her delicate features. Panic flickered in their depths, and her face remained veiled, her true countenance hidden. "Don't run away, little sister. We'll help you level up." A lewd, oddly familiar voice rang out from the crowd ahead. Yongin glanced up, and there they were, a group of youths with wildly dyed hair. He arched a brow. What cruel irony. So soon he'd crossed paths again with those barbershop delinquents. "Stay back." She whirled about, brandishing her staff in a futile attempt to drive them off. Her clear, bell-like voice only inflamed their excitement further. Grinning like smitten fools, they drooled openly, eyes glazed with crude desire. "Little sister, we mean no harm. Just wish to get acquainted. We're powerful, truly." The blonde youth flashed what he believed to be a charming smile. "I have no interest in knowing you. Leave me alone." Facing the garishly dressed youth, she retorted indignantly. Yet they stood unmoved, their kind smiles widening into predatory leer. The blonde youth then noticed Yongin standing nearby, and his expression twisted into menace. "Brat, get lost. Don't ruin Master Huang's fun." Yongin remained silent. Hearing the remark, the young woman glanced sideways at him, suddenly recalling she'd mistaken him for one of them, and flushed with quiet embarrassment. "Utterly reckless," Yongin murmured coolly. "Bold words, boy. We're members of the Tunglong Guild. If you value your life, vanish now." The blonde youth, irritated at having his amusement spoiled, growled. Why does this brat look familiar?" He frowned, turning to the green-haired youth beside him. "Brother Huang, it's him." "Which one?" "The one who mocked us as the barbershop duo and sold his gear to Fengshua Pavilion." At last the blonde youth remembered, and his eyes lit up with glee. What luck today? Not only had he encountered a peerless beauty, but this insolent brat had walked straight into his path. "Ha ha ha, so it's you. Daring to show your face here. Hiding in the novice village wasn't enough. You've come seeking death. Whether I'm weary of living, I couldn't say. Care to find out?" Yongin folded his arms, regarding the blonde youth with undisguised disdain. Enraged that Yongin not only dared stand before him, but did so with such contempt, the blonde youth exploded. "If you'd stayed cowering inside the novice village, I'd have been powerless. But since you've rushed here to die, don't blame me. Attack him, kill him now, and from this day forward strike him down every time he dares step beyond the novice village gates." With a sweeping gesture, four youths lunged forward at Yongin. Yongin remained perfectly still. Not a muscle twitched, not a glance spared for the rabble. He must be frozen with fear. More likely bluffing to impress the beauty. His body betrays him, rigid with terror. Who cares? This brat has snubbed us time and again. Let me teach him a lesson he won't forget. The green-haired youth struck first, thrusting his sword at Yongin. 1. A comically trivial damage number floated above Yongin's head. Instantly the others followed, striking in rapid succession. 111. Every blow landed with the system's bare minimum damage, no more. Impossible. The green-haired youth stared in disbelief. He was already level 2, with full strength allocation, yet couldn't even pierce Yong's defense. What's going on? How can his defense be so high? Could he be fully endurance allocated? Stunned, the youths exchanged incredulous glances, their attacks striking Yongin like idle scratches. Yongin scoffed inwardly. His current physical defense stood at 70 points. Against their level 2 strength, even max strength builds yielded barely 30 points of attack. They couldn't scratch him. Ding. You have been maliciously attacked by player Huang Daxian and his party. Simultaneously, the system notification appeared. Once attacked by another player, retaliation is permitted, and killing them incurs no infamy penalty. Such mechanics were standard across most games, and Yongin knew them well. He grinned, eyes glinting as he regarded the four youths before him. "Have you finished? Then it's my turn. Don't get cocky yet, brat." Seeing his underling's assault fail, the blonde youth drew a cleaver from his inventory. He'd borrowed it from a lone player. A level 2 common weapon granting a remarkable 10 attack bonus, far superior to the novice short sword. "You must be wearing defensive gear. Hand it over now, and Master Huang might spare you." His gaze burned with greedy hunger. "Doubtful you possess the skill to take it." Having confirmed his own defenses, Yongin saw no reason to delay further. The black iron sword materialized in his hand, its tip leveled forward. The blonde youth charged, cleaver raised high, swinging downward in a brutal arc aimed straight at Yong'in's head. "Watch out." The young girl beside him paled instantly. The sight of the yellow-haired thug brandishing a kitchen knife was utterly shocking. Faced with the yellow-haired thug's assault, Yang and simply stepped back, elegantly, effortlessly, slipping beyond his reach. His black iron sword traced a languid arc across the thug's throat. 428 critical hit. A monstrous purple damage numeral soared from the thug's head. An improbable stroke of fate triggering Yang and's abysmally low critical strike chance. How could this be? And ding. You have been slain by player Shui Ran. And the thug's health bar vanished in an instant. Then dipped another 300 points into the red, before his body crumpled lifelessly to the ground. He possessed no resurrection elixirs. At this stage, no healer-class professions existed. Upon death, players had but one recourse: return to the novice village to revive, and suffer a one-level penalty. The surrounding hooligans and the veiled girl stood frozen, eyes wide with disbelief, staring at Yang, and as though witnessing a myth made flesh. How could such terrifying power exist so early in the game? He dwarfed even the mightiest bosses. How is such damage even possible? Did he cheat? And the girl's heart raced, not from fear alone, but from sheer incredulity. Though he had saved, her instincts still compelled her to mutter under her breath. Yang swung his black iron sword once more. Its tip carved through the air before him, and from the blade erupted a razor-sharp sword aura sweeping forward to engulf the hooligans ahead. 2, 8, 3, and 10, 6, and 4 horrifying damage numerals burst forth in rapid succession, each striking true, annihilating them all in an instant. T2, incredible. And the girl's eyes widened further, her mouth beneath the veil forming a perfect O. Yang unsheathed his black iron sword and strode onward, utterly unchallenged, for his stats and equipment eclipsed theirs completely. W8. Just as Yang turned to leave, a clear silvery voice rang out from behind. And is there something else? Yang did not turn fully, only tilted his head slightly. Though the girl's beauty was peerless, perhaps the most exquisite he'd ever beheld, his thoughts remained unclouded, fixed solely on seeking the wild boar king. Thank you for rescuing me. Without your intervention, I'd surely have suffered at their hands. Thank you. I merely had prior grievances with them. Think nothing of it. Yang waved dismissively, then resumed walking. And the girl hurriedly called after him. Hey, wait. Are you leveling up? Could I join you? I won't hold you back. I'm afraid not. I prefer solitude. Perhaps our paths will cross again. You should leave swiftly. The Tunglong gang may return at any moment. This time Yang paused not at all, accelerating his pace as he departed. The girl watched his retreating figure, reaching out instinctively. Hey you. But before the words left her lips, he had already vanished into the forest ahead. Disappointed, she stamped her foot lightly. His sudden appearance, and that detached, unruffled demeanor, had stirred an unexpected curiosity within her. No, I must leave at once. Those grotesque brutes may return. It's all Qing Jie's fault. Why didn't she spawn in the same novice village? Leveling alone is unbearable. Muttering softly, she quickened her steps and disappeared down the path. Novice village respawn point, and 5 blinding white lights flashed in sequence, revealing 5 youths, each with hair of a different hue. The yellow-haired thugs stared blankly, utterly unprepared for Yang's overwhelming strength. A single ordinary strike had erased him entirely, a profound, searing humiliation. His henchmen fared no better. That kid must be cheating. No one at this stage can deal such damage. The green-haired thug spoke first, face flushed with fury. What do we do, Brother Huang? Should we report this to the hall master? Report it. To whom? After losing face like this? All 4 of you were wiped out in one blow, yet you dare speak of it to the hall master. Brother Huang's voice cracked with shame as he berated the green-haired thug. The green-haired thug dared not retort, only thought bitterly, you were felled by a basic attack too. Any word from the Fengshui Pavilion? Brother Huang asked. A brother has located their leveling grounds. Good. Let's go there now and inform the hall master the Fengshui Pavilion violates martial codes, poaches our monsters, and slaughtered us outright. Yes. Brother Huang's wisdom is unmatched. Truly magnificent. The henchman chorused praise, delivering flattery polished to perfection. After all 5 had lost a level, and in Destiny Tribulation, leveling demanded immense effort. Dropping a level meant falling dangerously far behind. They owed Dragon Fei an explanation. Brother Huang savored their sycophancy, then added, also, assign scouts to monitor every entrance and exit of a novice village. Do not let that boy slip away. The novice village phase is long. Once our levels and gear improve, none shall dare defy the Tunglong Guild. Over 2 hours later, Yang traversed several low-tier monster territories. With his current offensive power, even low-level creatures that could not evade aggro fell in 1 or 2 strikes, sent reeling into oblivion without mercy. Ahead lay a lush bamboo grove, home to monsters ranked level 6 and above. Upon each emerald green bamboo stalk coiled slender serpentine forms, Vibrant jade-hued snakes, whose coloration mimicked the bamboo so perfectly they evaded detection by the naked eye. Bamboo Viperin level 7, HP 140 physical attack, 130 defense, 10 skills non-indescription, a master of camouflage, a cunning venomous serpent. Do not underestimate it for its size. Its bite delivers paralyzing toxin. A classic high-damage low-defense creature, its HP and defense were markedly lower than those of a level 5 giant rabbit. Had Yang not possessed exceptional vision, rushing blindly into the grove would have triggered a coordinated ambush, and even he would have perished on the spot. At present, he lacked the capability to confront such overwhelming numbers. His sole area effect skill covered only a frontal cone, and during its cooldown his current agility stat rendered flawless evasion impossible against these darting serpents. If only I had another AoE skill. This place would make an excellent leveling ground. Yang chose caution over haste, bypassing the grove entirely, reserving it for a future return when his strength had deepened. Just as he prepared to skirt the bamboo grove, a cry pierced the air from behind. "And help me." The voice sounded familiar. Yang glanced back and saw a veiled girl sprinting toward him, pursued by a jet-black toad the size of a wash basin, leaping wildly in pursuit. The toad lunged repeatedly, unfurling its sticky whip-like tongue in desperate attempts to strike her, sending her into panicked shrieks, her composure utterly shattered. Only upon spotting Yang and standing ahead did her eyes flare with hope, as if grasping a lifeline. She dashed behind him, breathing easier at last, shielded by his presence. "Save me! Save me!" Quickly, cowering behind Yang, and she gazed at the colossal, warty monstrosity before her, her scalp prickling goose flesh rising along her arms. Yang gazed at the young girl, a faint sigh of resignation escaping him. Clearly she had followed him all the way here. No novice player under level 2 would dare venture into such perilous terrain without courting certain death. The colossal black toad leapt forward in a single bound, landing before them. Indifferent to identity or intent, it lashed out instantly with its elongated tongue, aimed squarely at Yang. Yang swiftly drew his black iron sword, the blade arced outward just in time. The tongue struck steel with a sharp clang. The toad recoiled with a pained croak and retracted its tongue in haste. Croak, croak. Only then did Yang glance at the toad's attributes. Jungle toad, elite monster. Lore: once a carefree little frog, its life changed irrevocably after swallowing a foolish bird that claimed, delusionally, to be a swan. Level 5, HP 2000, physical attack 226, defense 50. Skill: Willow Branch Nectar inflicts damage equal to 20 of the target's attack power per second for 5 seconds. Fatso, you finally met your kindred spirit. Reading the toad's description, Yang couldn't help but recall his friends in game ID Carefree Little Frog. Without hesitation, Yang swept his blade forward and activated the skill Sword Chi Sweep. 225. A tenth of the jungle toad's health bar vanished in an instant. Yang surged forward, his body twisting fluidly, dodging the toad's lashing tongue with effortless grace. Activating Desperate Strike, his sword rose in a swift upward slash, a clean solid hit landing squarely upon the toad's skull. 225, 173. Struck repeatedly, the jungle toad lost a full quarter of its health. Suddenly, a shimmering arc of prismatic light shot forth from behind and dissolved into Yang's form. Ding. Player by Xiao has used the skill Celestial Melody on you. Your skill Sword Chi Sweep has been reset, and for the next 10 minutes its cooldown is reduced by 80 while its effect is amplified by 30. At the system's notification, Yang's breath caught. This effect was staggering. Not only had the skill's cooldown been fully restored, but it now carried a potent sustained buff, an 80 reduction in cooldown, and a 30 boost to efficacy. His black iron sword carved a wide horizontal arc once more, releasing Sword Chi Sweep, now refreshed and ready. 277. Yang never ceased moving. Immediately after each skill activation, he followed with a precise basic strike. What had once demanded a 5-second cooldown now recharged in just one, allowing him to unleash the technique again moments after evading another lash of the toad's tongue. 173, evade 173, 277, 173, 173, evade. Within mere seconds, the jungle toad's health dwindled to a mere tenth. During this flurry, Yang sent by Xiao a party invitation, ensuring she too would gain experience. Croak, croak. In its final agony, the toad let out a guttural cry, its cheeks swelling grotesquely. It was preparing to unleash a skill. Ha tch. A translucent globule erupted from its maw. But the instant its jaws parted, Yang reacted, sliding sideways with uncanny speed, narrowly avoiding the spray. Oh! A shrill, piercing scream tore through the air from behind. Yang whirled, and watched in dismay as the toad's spittle struck by Xiao square on. 42. Quick, restore your HP. Yang urged urgently, even as his blade swept forward once more in sword chi sweep. 277. Kruok. The toad's already dwindling health bar emptied entirely. With a final agonized wail, it collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Bai Xiao immediately retrieved a red potion from her inventory and drank it down. The meager remnants of her HP surged back to full in an instant. 142. After downing a second red potion, the corrosive effects of the toad's saliva subsided completely, leaving her unharmed and free of its revolting residue. Though the toad's spittle inflicted negligible damage, its sheer indignity left Yang torn between laughter and exasperation. Don't you dare laugh. Bai Xiao shot him a scolding glare, cheeks flushed with indignation, yet relieved at least that her inventory held enough potions to stave off humiliation and death. To perish in Ming Jia as the first player ever slain by toad saliva, such a fate would be utterly unbearable. Yang hastily stifled his grin. Ahem, are you all right? That wretched toad. How could such a vile skill even exist? She stamped her foot in outrage, half tempted to dismember the corpse where it lay. Yang bit back a chuckle and turned toward the fallen beast. The jungle toad for its part died in profound frustration, having failed across its entire existence as a level 5 elite to so much as graze Yang sleeve. Yet it remained unaware that Yang's agility stat, though modest, granted him an uncanny instinct, an ability to perceive and react to the toad's attacks at the very instant they were launched. A seasoned martial artist witnessing such reflexes would have regarded them as nothing short of miraculous. Defeating the jungle toad granted both players 300 experience points, propelling Bai Xiao directly to level 2. Still reeling from the indignity of the spittle attack, she hadn't even registered the thrill of leveling up. The toad yielded no rare treasures upon death. After all, it was merely an elite, not a boss, though it did drop 2 commoneer items and a handful of copper coins serviceable enough for beginners. Yang efficiently gathered the loot, a pair of level 5 toad gauntlets and a toadskin cap, each granting 8 defense. He equipped both without hesitation, only to immediately remove the toadskin cap the moment it settled onto his head. No reason other than aesthetics. Wearing a toad's head atop one's own was simply too grotesque to bear. He tossed the cap unceremoniously to Bai Xiao, offering no preamble, no plea. She caught it reflexively, wrinkled her nose in distaste, and flung it right back. I saw you do it. I'd never wear something so hideous. Yang sheepishly reclaimed the cap and tucked it away, regretting for a fleeting moment that his portly friend wasn't in the same starting village. The two would have been a perfect match. He deftly changed the subject. What was that skill you just used? It's called Celestial Melody. Impressive, isn't it? Her voice carried unmistakable pride. Truly extraordinary, and its potency will only magnify as the game progresses. Yang offered sincere praise. Such a supportive skill deserved nothing less. Hee. I'm honored to be the first person you've ever used it on. I told you, I won't hold you back. Her expression bloomed with quiet triumph. A talent skill? What exactly does that mean? Yang asked, genuinely puzzled. I'm not entirely sure. The system notified me the moment I entered the game that I'd awakened this innate talent. Do you not have one? Yang fell silent. Truly, comparisons could be lethal. Why of all people was he so utterly ordinary? If Bai Xiao possessed a talent skill, others surely did as well. Clearly Ming Jia harbored countless hidden depths. Yet even without such advantages, Yang held firm confidence he would never fall behind. For now your skill proves immensely effective. Later imagine unleashing a devastating ultimate, then resetting its cooldown instantly. That would be terrifying. But right now it's only at rank I. Leveling it is grueling and progression is entirely random. I wonder whether higher ranks will grant conscious control. And its cooldown remains 10 minutes. Yang nodded inwardly. This balance made sense. A 10-minute cooldown prevented overpowered abuse. It allowed only one random skill reset per use, tolerable early on when skill sets were sparse, but potentially lackluster later unless significantly enhanced. Well then, the toads dealt with. I'll be off. Alright, I've finished dealing with the toads, so we'll be on my way. After Yang finished speaking and disbanded the team, he turned to leave. Bai Xiao hurriedly followed, speaking in a somewhat coquettish tone. Brother Shui, Ran, please take me with you. I promise I won't slow you down. You've seen my skills. I can be of help to you. Bai Xiao felt a bit helpless about her own appearance. However, Yang remained unmoved. I have a set of red and blue potions here, all for you. Just take me with you. It's really hard to level up alone. Where did you get so many potions? Yang had killed countless monsters and only had about 10 basic potions. Of course, I bought them from the newbie village pharmacy. Bai Xiao, with her delicate beauty hidden beneath her veil, revealed a playful smile. Although Yang couldn't see her full face, he could feel it from her lively crescent-shaped eyes. The potions in the pharmacy cost 10 copper coins each. How are you so rich? I collected the copper coins from other players. Yang was surprised to find that Bai Xiao was actually a hidden wealthy person directly buying copper coins. At the current exchange rate, the 2 sets of potions amounted to nearly 7,000 Huaxia coins. Truly extravagant. Yang only had a little over 1,200 coins in his account, mainly due to selling a staff recently. Fine, but I'm more used to being alone. Farewell. Yang rejected Bai Xiao's request, but felt uneasy about having a strange woman following him. I just need to grind for experience. Oh, I won't slow you down, and my heavenly melody will surely be useful to you. Seeing that Yang was unmoved, Bai Xiao anxiously said, I only need experience. All the equipment dropped from the team will be yours, and if there's something suitable for me, you can sell it to me at market price. For her, money was not an issue, only experience mattered. As for equipment, she could buy whatever she wanted as long as she had the money. Forget it, I'm still used to 1,000 Huaxia coins per hour. You have that much money. I have plenty of money. What's the problem? Following me will not bring you any harm, and you can earn money. Bai Xiao looked at Yang with hopeful eyes. All right then. After a moment of thought, Yang agreed. Although bringing Bai Xiao would reduce some experience, it was undeniable that her talent and skills were indeed very useful. With her assistance, they had the chance to challenge higher-level bosses and farm stronger monsters. It seemed that leveling up wouldn't necessarily be slower than soloing. Of course, the most important thing was that he would never admit he was doing it for that 1,000 Huaxia coins. Don't worry, I guarantee you won't regret bringing me along. Upon hearing Yang's agreement, Bai Xiao beamed with joy, her heart bursting with happiness. Let's go. There's a great spot for monster farming right here. I didn't dare to go directly before because my skills had a long cooldown, but now with you I can give it a try. Yang turned around and walked towards the bamboo forest. Bai Xiao accepted the team invitation and followed Yang's footsteps, arriving at the edge of the bamboo forest. She looked curiously at the bamboo forest ahead and asked, is it really in there? Why aren't there any wild monsters? Yang pointed his black iron sword towards the top of the bamboo there. Bai Xiao carefully looked in the direction Yang pointed and immediately turned pale, quickly retreating and hiding behind Yang and almost screaming. There are snakes. Just stay here, Yang said before heading straight into the bamboo forest. Bai Xiao wanted to say something, but upon seeing the terrifying green snakes that made her scalp tingle, she instinctively retreated a few steps, feeling unsafe, and hid behind a large rock, cautiously peeking out. Yang first stood outside the bamboo forest and released a sword energy towards the inside. However, the sword energy seemed to sink into the sea, having no effect. It seems I'll have to go in. Yang originally planned to release his skills from outside to avoid being besieged by the snake swarm. Holding his black iron sword, he stepped confidently into the bamboo forest. After taking a few steps, the little green snakes within 10 meters seemed to sense a prey entering and opened their eyes, coldly staring at Yang. For an ordinary player, being stared at by over 100 poisonous snakes would surely be spine-chilling and terrifying. But Yang was not afraid. A person who had walked on the edge of death for years felt no fear at such a scene. He had only refrained from entering earlier because he didn't want to make a reckless sacrifice due to his insufficient skills. Bai Xiao's heavenly melody effect had about 5 minutes left, and she needed to exit before that time ran out. Otherwise, without the cooldown reduction effect, it would be difficult to handle the dense swarm of monsters. Yang initiated the attack first, sweeping his sword in front of him, releasing a wave of sword energy. The bamboo in the fan-shaped area ahead was cut in half, and many of the little green snakes entwined around it suffered damage from the sword energy. 341, 341, 341, 341 dodge. A series of damage numbers floated up. The bamboo leaf green snakes, which had low health, were directly killed. The system prompt indicating experience gained from the kills rang constantly in his ears. The surrounding bamboo leaf green snakes seemed to be stimulated, leaping down from the bamboo and opening their mouths towards Yang and ready to bite. Only then did Yang realize he had misunderstood. Although the sword energy sweep was an aerial attack skill, it only released one wave of sword energy that could only damage targets along its path. Fate and Tribulation is a 100 realistic game. On that one bamboo there were at least 3 or 4 bamboo leaf green snakes tangled together. With one sword strike, he could only cut one while the others remained unharmed. As a result, many bamboo leaf green snakes surrounded Yang and from all sides. Although their efficiency could greatly increase once they landed during this 1 second of cooldown, Yang had to figure out how to evade their siege. In 2 seconds, these poisonous snakes will reach my position. Ew, I can't sit here and wait. 1 second later, the skill cooldown finished, and Yang unleashed the sword energy sweep again. After the bamboo leaf green snakes landed, they provided excellent output space for the sword energy sweep. A swarm of poisonous snakes ahead was cut apart, transforming into glowing experience orbs that flew towards Yang and Bai Xiao. However, the experience from one bamboo leaf green snake was less than a third of that from a troll rabbit. It seemed the system didn't want players to level up too quickly here. Even so, the speed of experience acquisition was skyrocketing. Outside the bamboo forest, Bai Xiao watched the white experience orbs flying towards them astonished. Yang initially planned to rush through the newly opened fan-shaped gap from the sword energy sweep, but was quickly blocked by the surrounding poisonous snakes. The snakes moved with incredible speed, leaving Yang in no room for maneuver. Seeing this, Yang couldn't help but curse the game's designers for their poor planning. 1 second left. Yang counted down silently. In the next second, the countless poisonous snakes would tear him apart. With the skill off cooldown, Yang swiftly released a wave of sword energy, killing the poisonous snakes ahead. At the same time, countless poisonous snakes were just inches away from him. I can't die here. If he died, losing a level would be a devastating blow. He wouldn't be able to equip level 5 gear, and his attributes would plummet. Hiss! Countless poisonous snakes opened their mouths, revealing their sharp fangs and emitting a terrifying hiss. Yang hadn't felt this sense of impending death in a long time. He even found it somewhat nostalgic. In this critical moment, Yang unleashed an unprecedented potential. His feet moved in strange patterns, breaking through the limitations of his attributes, moving as fast as lightning and leaving behind afterimages. All the poisonous snakes missed, and many even ended up biting each other. At that moment, Yang reappeared, already outside the encirclement of the poisonous snakes. I did it. A chime rang out. You have successfully devised a new body movement skill. Name it. Yang's heart swelled with exhilaration, his blood seeming to boil through his veins. 5 years earlier, in a peculiar hidden chamber, he had found a fragment of green copper embossed with hundreds of characters. The inscriptions were abstruse and enigmatic, and Yang had never been able to fathom their essence. For a time, he had assumed the movement technique, one he could not comprehend no matter how he tried, was a fraud. Had it not come from that mysterious place, Yang would never have given it another glance. Until this moment, when a fierce will to survive thrust him past the threshold. Thought cleared and inspiration surged. 5 years of accumulation and reflection finally erupted into sudden understanding. Let's call it Huanying Yulong. A chime naming successful. The name had come from the green copper fragment, and Yang continued to use it unchanged. He could not wait to open his skill panel and examine the newly acquired ability. Huanying Yulong Divinitier. Current rank primary. Proficiency 010000. Cost 150 points of spiritual energy. Cooldown 10 minutes. Skill effect: an instantaneous eruption of terrifying speed that leaves layers of phantoms in place to confound foes. The user may teleport instantly to any position within a 10-meter radius. Upon activation, the skill grants a fleeting moment of invulnerability and bestows 30 points of movement speed for 3 minutes. A divine technique. It is astonishingly a divine tier skill. The skill was brutally versatile. An escape, a closing tool, and a means of pursuit all at once. And it was still at its primary stage. As it leveled, its power would only grow. But the upgrade difficulty. Even at primary, it needs 10,000 proficiency to level up. No wonder it's a divine tier skill. Hiss, hiss. A dense rustling of hisses filled his ears. Yang snapped back to reality. He had only temporarily solved the crisis and was by no means truly safe. As he planned to unleash Jinshi Hengso, he discovered his spiritual energy had been drained to zero. It seemed that comprehending and releasing Huanying Yulong had emptied his remaining reserves. Yang's spiritual energy was not abundant, feeling it would only be enough for one more use of Huanying Yulong. He quickly produced a minor spiritual energy potion from his pack and restored 100 points of spiritual energy. By now, he stood beyond the ring of serpents. A single use of Huanying Yulong had shifted his position so that all the snakes now faced one direction, surging toward Yang, the object of their hatred, like a rolling tide. Facing that braided emerald wave of serpents, Yang felt no tremor of fear. A keen sword chi screamed through the air and bisected dozens of Jiaqing in a single sweep. After releasing the skill, he fell back a short distance to wait for Jinshi Hengsao's cooldown. Having activated Huanying Yulong, he would enjoy the 30-point movement speed boost for the next 3 minutes. At his present pace, even if a Jiaqing were fitted with a turbo, it wouldn't catch him. I need to get used to this speed. It's too fast. With his movement stat pushing into the 40s, he found it somewhat difficult to control at full exertion. He quickly cleared that wave of serpents, then glanced at his experience bar. It had climbed by only about 10%. He felt the urge to gripe about the leveling difficulty. The experience required to go from level 5 to 6 was double that of 4 to 5. Yang reckoned he would have to slay at least 1,000 Jiaqing to advance. Are you all right? A voice called from behind, Bai Xiao. Because he had been retreating during the fight, Yang had ended up at the edge of the bamboo grove. I'm fine. Why are you here? Not afraid anymore? He asked, turning to where Bai Xiao stood at the grove's fringe. I saw your blue bar hit 0. I was afraid you had no potion. She tossed half a set of Redan blue potions to Yang and then pivoted and fled like the wind. Stowing the potions away, Yang wasted no time. With the movement buff and reduced cooldown still active, he plunged back into the bamboo to draw another cluster of Zhuyeqing's aggro. Having cleared the first wave, he had created a safe pocket, and with the speed buff his tanking was secure, he would no longer be surrounded as before. Time passed, Yang cleaned up 2 more waves, killing roughly 300 in total. Bai Xiao leapt to level 4, and his own experience bar rose another 30%. The drop rate here is absurdly low, over 400 Zhuyeqing, and they only dropped about 50 copper coins in total, then nothing. Perhaps because of the special map, the Zhuyeqing congregated in dense numbers. Though each yielded less experience than ordinary wild monsters, the spawn rate was ludicrously fast, so even with reduced drops from the system, it was still understandable. The buff has expired. I should get out. He soon left the bamboo grove. Huanying Yulong still had 6 minutes of cooldown remaining, while Bai Xiao's Tian Laijin was nearly off cooldown. Yang found a random patch of ground, sat down to rest, and produced a roasted chunk of giant demon rabbit meat from his pack. He ate with relish, replenishing his stamina. Bai Xiao watched him devour it with covetous eyes, almost drooling. I want some too. Can you give me a piece? She asked shyly. 100 copper coins, Yang said, holding up a finger. That's too much. I just gave you a set of potions. Bai Xiao rolled her eyes. That set of potions was the consumable that got you the level, Yang said calmly. But charity obliges the hand that gives, so he still plucked a slice of roasted rabbit from his pack and casually tossed it to Bai Xiao. Her eyes brightened as she caught the meat. She tore off a small piece, lifted her veil aside, and gingerly fed it to her mouth. It restored 20 stamina. Pretty good, though the flavor is a bit ordinary, Bai Xiao commented after finishing her bite. Yang fell silent. You didn't cook this, did you? She glanced at him with an amused look. No, he blurted. Yang vowed inwardly to raise his cooking skill. Bai Xiao smiled with a hint of mischief. You made it, didn't you? Yang no. Bai Xiao yes. Yang. After they finished the meat and their skills had cooled, Bai Xiao tossed a Tian Laijin at Yang, but unfortunately, she didn't apply it to the only area attack skill. Instead, she used it on Finli Yiji. Finli Yiji's cooldown dropped dramatically from 5 seconds to 1. Useful in an unknown fight with a boss perhaps, but utterly ineffective against a coiling sea of snakes. Yang was left to rely on his 5-second cooldown Jinchi Hangso. He re-entered the bamboo grove, drew aggro, activated Huanying Yulong to gain the 3-minute movement buff, and resumed his tried-and-true method of farming. With Jinchi Hangsao's cooldown back to normal, his efficiency at clearing monsters fell sharply. In 3 minutes, he managed only 1 wave. Though there was a sliver of time left, it was not enough for another round, so Yang decisively chose to withdraw. After grinding in the bamboo forest for an hour, Yang had made 7 entries and exits, and by this time, there was no trace of the bamboo leaf green left. He had wiped them all out. Ding! Congratulations, your level has risen to level 6, and you have gained 5 points of free attributes. Yang leveled up once an hour. If this were to be known, it would surely infuriate those who desperately scrambled for the old hen. Not to mention Bai Xiu, who had already reached level 5, only 1 level behind Yang, but the experience gap between them was like a chasm hard to bridge. Finally reaching level 6, he allocated all his free attributes to strength, ensuring maximum output. At this point, Yang's base attack had increased to 232 points, capable of slaying 2 yellow-haired enemies with a single sword strike. After waiting for a while, the bamboo forest still showed no signs of recovery, and the bamboo leaf green had not respawned. It seemed that there would be no respawn in the short term, otherwise efficiently grinding levels here would be no different from cheating. With that in mind, Yang left the bamboo forest. As soon as he stepped out, Bai Xiu rushed over, smiling at Yang and feeling quite gratified to have such a powerful ally. An hour is up. Oh boss, please settle the payment. Yang said to Bai Xiu, who approached. Got it. Bai Xiu responded cheerfully, then traded 100 Huaxia coins to Yang. Thank you, boss, you are generous. Seeing Bai Xiu so straightforward and the Huaxia coins arriving instantly, Yang was also very pleased. Let's call it a day for now. I'll log off to have lunch and meet back here in an hour if we want to continue. After speaking, he chose to log off, leaving Bai Xiu alone in the wind, feeling somewhat disoriented. Yang's departure caused Bai Xiu's sense of security to plummet, afraid that some monster might suddenly appear around her. Although she had reached level 5, without good equipment, she was likely to be easily taken down by any monster of the same level, endangering her fragile life. After glancing in the direction where Yang disappeared, Bai Xiu also chose to log off. Wuyang City, Tianluan Villa District. This area is located on an island in the center of Wuyang City, with only a dozen villas. Those who can stay here are either rich or noble. The housing prices here are such that an ordinary person would have to work 10 lifetimes to afford them. In one of the villas at the center of the island, Bai Xiu, lying in a nutrient chamber, opened her eyes. She slowly sat up from the nutrient chamber, dazed for a moment. Bloodstained. Remembering how Yang looked when he received the Huaxiao coins by Siyu, couldn't help but smile. That breathtakingly beautiful face with a delicate nose had a slight smile at the corner of her lips, a smile that seemed capable of melting hearts. If outsiders saw her, they would surely recognize her. She was hailed as the most beautiful young diva of the new generation, her singing voice enchanting and soul-stirring. Just 1 year into her career, she had reached the pinnacle, becoming the perfect goddess in the hearts of countless youths. After logging off, Yang immediately ordered takeout for himself. One must never let oneself suffer. Then he opened the forum to see if there was any useful information. However, the moment he opened the forum, he was stunned. It was because of a pinned post, a real name accusation against the player Bloodstained for cheating and killing indiscriminately. The post was lengthy, filled with emotional expressions denouncing the player's vile actions, claiming that he not only cheated, but also maliciously killed. It even included a video of Yang slaying a yellow-haired enemy with a single sword strike and using sword chi sweep to kill for subordinates. The video kindly blurred the faces of the victims. Once the post was made, its popularity skyrocketed and continued to rise at a terrifying pace. Damn, this damage is outrageous. I can't believe this isn't cheating. I don't believe it either. The game has only just launched. There can't possibly be anyone with such damage output. He must be cheating. Cheating dogs should die. Today's youth always wants to get something for nothing, always thinking of shortcuts. Can't one just work hard and be honest? Isn't there a possibility that he's just that good, eh? Do you believe he isn't cheating, or that I am Qin Shi Huang? Boycott cheaters. 1. The forum was suddenly ablaze with activity, and the resistance among players grew stronger, until the official announcement stated that Ming Jia was a product created by the combined efforts of all countries globally, an epic-making creation, and that cheating was impossible. This gradually calmed things down. After the official refutation, people realized that if there was no cheating, then how terrifying Yang An's strength truly was. In no time, Yang An's forum account saw a meteoric rise of 1 million followers. Players were solely focused on Yang An's strength, showing no interest in why he had killed. He understood that those few spirited young men posted the video to use the power of public opinion to tarnish his name. They likely didn't anticipate that the officials would come out to refute, instead elevating Yang into an unprecedented height. With such a large fan base, if he were to stream live, he could potentially earn a fortune, though he had no interest in that. Becoming too famous is not a good thing. Now the whole internet knows about my high attack, and they might even guess that I was the one who took down the troll rabbit king. Yang was actually not very willing to expose himself to the spotlight. It seemed he would need to be more low-key in the game from now on. After closing the forum, his takeout also arrived. He ate leisurely while contemplating his future plans. Yang recalled his agility and swiftness in the game, glancing at his immobile legs, feeling a complex emotion rising within him. In the game, he had mastered the Phantom Dragon dance. If it weren't for his leg injury, he truly wanted to see if he could use it in real life. Unfortunately, there were no ifs. Upon re-entering the game, Yang An's figure appeared where he had logged off. As soon as he logged back in, he saw Bai Siyu cautiously crouching under a large rock. Seeing Yang An's arrival, she suddenly stood up joyfully. "You finally came." Yang politely smiled, then looked toward the bamboo forest, realizing that the wild monsters had not respawned, feeling a bit disappointed. However, he quickly thought of the next suitable place to grind monsters. "Hey, where are you going?" Seeing Yang suddenly change direction, Bai Siyu hurriedly asked. "Going to kill pigs." "Wait for me, I want to go too." Hearing Yang An's words, Bai Siyu instantly became excited. This time, she was finally not facing those disgusting snakes. 10,000 an hour. Got it, I won't shortchange you. Passing through the bamboo forest, a mountain forest filled with lush vegetation and shrubs lies behind. Yang strides directly into the woods. If all goes as expected, this should be the territory of the wild boars. Bai Siyu closely followed behind Yang, afraid that something terrifying might appear around them. Rustle. Not far ahead, Yang suddenly stopped as strange noises emerged from the bushes. Prey has appeared. Yang, holding his sword, stood ready and reminded Bai Siyu behind him. Bai Siyu tightly gripped her staff, clearly feeling a bit nervous in the face of the unknown danger. Rustle. A creature from the bushes could no longer contain itself and launched an attack on Yang and the others, revealing a massive black wild boar. The wild boar stood as tall as a person, with 2 huge sharp tusks and robust limbs. Its head, having evolved to be extremely strong due to prolonged exertion, appeared large, while its tail was small, yet it exuded an undeniable aggressiveness. Its small eyes were both clear and foolish. Demonized wild boar introduction. Our wild boar family is ubiquitous. Every novice village has our legends. Tremble humans, for we shall rule all novice villages. Long live the wild boar family. Level 8. Health points 2000. Physical attack 150, defense 30. The attack and defense attributes of the demonized wild boar are quite high, especially its substantial health reaching 2,000 points. So far this is the strongest ordinary monster Yang has encountered. With his current defense, he wouldn't be able to withstand several of the wild boar's attacks. Yang pointed his sword diagonally at the ground and turned to Bai Siyuan saying, "Let's begin. I buff me up and be careful yourself." He then slightly bent his knees, instantly unleashing his strength, diving forward straight towards the demonized wild boar. All right. Bai Siyuan nodded, her staff glowing as she activated Celestial Melody. A colorful light orb flew from the staff, swiftly catching up to Yang and merging into his body. Ding. You have gained the effect of Celestial Melody. The cooldown of Skill Forceful Strike has refreshed, and for the next 10 minutes its cooldown is reduced by 80, with a 30 increase in skill effect. Now facing this ordinary wild boar, the buff from Celestial Melody will significantly enhance his monster-killing efficiency as long as it's applied to his output skills. Moments later, Yang had already charged in front of the demonized wild boar. Roar! The wild boar, seeing the small human daring to charge at it without a hint of fear, angrily emitted a strange scream. It lowered its head, aiming its sharp tusks at Yang and charged at him with all its might. Facing the wild boar's clumsy attack, Yang nimbly dodged to the left, slicing his sword as he moved. 202. Seizing the wild boar's brief moment of rigidity, Yang unleashed a forceful strike, his black iron sword landing directly on the wild boar's relatively vulnerable lower back. 323. With the 30 damage buff from Bai Siyuan's Celestial Melody, this strike dealt considerable damage. The demonized wild boar let out a pained cry, angrily turning its head to charge at Yang. Yet Yang did not halt his steps for a moment, swiftly circling around the wild boar's tail. Sweeping sword energy. 263. The cooldown of Forceful Strike is ready. 323. In the gap of skill cooldown, he delivered a normal attack. 202. The demonized wild boar had high attack and thick health, but its weakness was its lack of agility, allowing Yang to lead it around effortlessly. Watching Yang's smooth maneuvers, Bai Siyuan behind him was utterly mesmerized. She was curious about what kind of person Yang was in real life to be so strong. Ding. Congratulations on killing the demonized wild boar, gaining 100 experience points. Due to defeating a monster of a higher level, you receive an additional 10 experience. From the moment of the first attack, within just 5 seconds, the demonized wild boar cried out and collapsed to the ground, dropping 8 copper coins and a pair of wild boar tusks. Yang glanced at his experience bar, which had only moved slightly, and sighed again, noting how difficult it was to level up. So stingy, only dropping a bit of copper coins. As he complained, Yang collected the wild boar tusks and copper coins, not forgetting to cast his gathering spell on the wild boar's corpse. Ding. Gathering successful. Obtained wild boar meat X1. With the pig hunting operation now in full swing, Yang led Bai Siyuan deeper into the jungle, continually searching for and killing wild boars. At a leveling point outside the novice village, more than 30 people were orderly hunting monsters to level up, led by a well-groomed, overweight man named Long Fei. Among these 30 people, some were originally members of the Tunglong gang, while others were newly recruited members in the past few days. They were very organized, with several players focusing on stamina or bone points at the front, while the others concentrated on output. Large guilds have a significant advantage in the early stages of leveling, as they prioritize providing all defensive equipment and potions to tanks to ensure they can withstand monster attacks. At this moment, a guy with yellow hair approached Long Fei and quietly reported, "Boss, when are we making our move? I can't wait any longer. Don't rush. The people from Fengshua Pavilion are under our surveillance. They only have a little over 10 people in this novice village. Once we strike, we must deal them a heavy blow, ensuring they can never rise again. Boss is brilliant. Focus on leveling up, aiming for all members to reach level 3 today. Especially you guys, quickly get your levels back up. 5 of you couldn't even take down one and ended up wiped out. Where can I put my face if this gets out?" Long Fei slapped his own chubby face in frustration, clearly furious that he had already learned about Yang's instant kills on the 5 low-level players. "Yes, boss." The guy with yellow hair felt a bit guilty, lowering his head and not daring to say much. He had initially planned to divert blame onto the people from Fengshua Pavilion, so it wouldn't be too embarrassing for him, but he didn't know which link went wrong, making Long Fei aware of what had happened early on. "Have you found that person yet?" "Not yet. Ever since he killed us, we've been looking for him, but haven't spotted him at any leveling locations. Boss, the game map is much larger than before, and our manpower isn't sufficient, so it's challenging to search for him. Keep searching. I refuse to believe we can't find him. He clearly doesn't view our Tunglong gang with any respect. No one who has touched our people has ever gone unscathed. A fierce tiger does not show its might, and some people think we are sickly cats." Long Fei's tone was grave, filled with murderous intent. "All right, I'll have people continue searching. Keep leveling up." Long Fei waved his staff, launching a spiritual attack that struck and killed a level 3 mountain chicken with little health. Yong'an was now deep within the boarwood jungle, methodically slaying mutated wild boars, his path smooth and uneventful. He had no need to activate his skill Phantom Dragon Steps to enhance his speed. Evading the beast's attacks came effortlessly. 3 hours later, Yong'an struck a mutated wild boar down with a single sword stroke. Ah, a loot drop. Bai Xiao cried out, her sharp eyes catching the gleam of equipment lying still on the ground. Yong'an noticed it too, a belt resting quietly upon the earth, which he promptly retrieved. Wild boar belt. Rarity common. Required level 6. Class requirement universal. HP 50, spiritual energy 30. Description: a simple belt crafted from the hide of low-level wild boars found near the novice village, retaining the boar's legendary durability. Wild boar set 13. 2-piece bonus HP 20, constitution 5. 3-piece bonus attack 20, strength 5. It's a set piece, just a common ear belt at level 6, but perfectly suited for me. Yong'an paused thoughtfully, then added, if we later find gear better suited to you, I'll gladly pass it along. Truth be told, he could have cleared these monsters alone, but Bai Xiao's innate talent undeniably accelerated his grinding pace. Time was currency, and her presence bolstered his confidence even against far stronger bosses. You're the one doing all the killing. The drops rightfully belong to you. If I ever want something, I'll pay for it, Bai Xiao declared with effortless grace. Though she had bestowed several celestial melody buffs upon him, the skill cost her virtually nothing. She felt no strain, nor did she sense any real exertion. Watching Yong'an fight, she knew he would succeed, even without her aid. Seeing her resolve, Yong'an said no more and fastened the wild boar belt around his waist. His health pool now stood at 460, surpassing even dedicated tank builds focused entirely on constitution. Let's go onward. With Bai Xiao at his side, Yong'an resumed his hunt for mutated wild boars. Though lacking the terrifying efficiency of bamboo vipers' clearing speed, these boars granted rich experience and appeared in abundance. Oink! Oink! A sudden thunderous roar echoed ahead. Having spent 3 hours in this jungle, Yong'an instantly recognized its timbre, deeper, fiercer, far more commanding than that of ordinary mutated boars. The two cautiously followed the sound, moving with quiet precision. Soon they glimpsed at a colossal black, mutated wild boar flanked by 2 smaller ones standing like sovereigns amid the dense undergrowth. Mutated wild boar chieftain elite. Description: no tiger rules these mountains, so I reign as king. Well, prince if you insist. Level 8, HP 100, physical attack 250, defense 60. Skills: wild boar charge channels full momentum into a devastating charge, dealing 200 damage to all targets along its path and inflicting 2-second stun. Cooldown 5 minutes. The chieftain's stats were formidable. Its attack slightly weaker than the giant mole rabbit king's, yet its health matched the king's exactly, and its defense even exceeded the king's by 20 points. Can we take it? Bai Xiao whispered. Yes, we can. Buff me first, then retreat behind me as usual. Stay careful not to draw aggro. Otherwise I can't promise I'll save you in time. Though the chieftain was mighty young and was no longer the same man he'd been before. His attributes had surged dramatically. No longer would he grind for hours as he once had against the giant mole rabbit king. Understood. Bai Xiao nodded, activated celestial melody, then swiftly withdrew into concealment. Her stats offered no combat utility here. Her presence would only hinder Yong'an's rhythm. This time the cooldown buff landed perfectly on sword chi sweep. Excellent. Exactly what I needed. With 2 lesser boars still active alongside the chieftain, having sword chi sweep ready was ideal. Sword in hand, Yong'an advanced calmly. Oink! 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 As he crossed into the chieftain's aggro radius, their furious welcome became unmistakable. From afar he swung his blade, delivering an opening salvo. 275, 323, evaded. 2 damage numbers rose above the boars' heads. The third strike vanished in a shimmer of evasion. As Yong'an's agility increased, evasion rates dwindled steadily. He'd begun considering allocating points to agility, not for speed, but for accuracy. After all, only landed blows dealt damage, misses yielded nothing but silence. The chieftain had never endured such mockery. Enraged, it lowered its massive tusks and unleashed wild boar charge. Its speed surged violently. The very earth trembled beneath its thunderous gallop. In the blink of an eye, it closed the distance and barreled straight toward Yong'an. Where he struck, the resulting 2-second stun would likely seal his fate. Perfect timing. Facing the chieftain's unstoppable charge, Yong'an remained utterly unruffled. At the precise moment the beast drew within arm's reach, Yong'an moved. Phantom Dragon Steps. Clang. The chieftain's charge slammed squarely into Yong'an, yet inflicted no damage whatsoever. That fleeting 0.1 second invincibility, granted by Phantom Dragon Steps, had nullified the blow entirely. Yong'an had timed it with surgical precision. In that instant, his figure dissolved into mist, leaving behind multiple afterimages flickering across the battlefield. He reappeared 10 meters to the side, another arc of sword chi lashing out toward the two lesser boars still charging forward. 323, 323. Oink, oink, oink. All three boars whirled in unison, drawn anew by Yang and's taunting presence. The chieftain's skill was now locked on 5-minute cooldown, leaving only raw speed to pursue him. And Yang, and empowered by phantom dragon steps, now moved with uncanny swiftness. What followed was textbook kiting, his every step calibrated to maintain optimal engagement distance, dancing just beyond the boar's reach. Within 10 seconds, the two lesser boars collapsed. Only the chieftain remained, panting, furious, chasing relentlessly. Oink, oink, oink. YH. Mutated wild boar chieftain. How dare this wretched human move so fast? Its outrage met only another volley of sword chi. Evade 275, 275. 1 minute later, the chieftain let out a final guttural cry and fell lifeless to the ground. Ding. You have slain the mutated wild boar chieftain elite. Gained 500 experience. Loot drop. Several items glittered beside the chieftain's corpse. I'm coming. I'm coming. At the words, Bai Xiao darted forward, eyes alight with excitement. Go ahead, roll for the loot. Let's see how fortune favors you today. Yang smiled, gesturing her forward. Looting was widely considered a matter of arcane chance. Many believed that the moment a monster fell, its dropped items were already determined. No amount of ritual or timing could alter fate. Others, however, invoked Schrodinger's cat until the items were picked up and revealed. All possibilities remained simultaneously true, and those blessed with rare luck might yet uncover something extraordinary. After countless battles and countless drops, Yang judged his own fortune to be thoroughly ordinary. Certainly no hidden, chosen one touched by celestial destiny. Very well. Prepare to witness the legendary luck of this young lady. Bai Xiao winked playfully and stepped forward. Bai Xiao quickly ran to the corpse of the demonic wild boar leader, where a few items and dozens of copper coins lay quietly on the ground. She stretched out her fair and slender hand to pick up the first item. This is a wild boar armor piece. Although it's a basic equipment, it's what you wanted. Bai Xiao casually tossed it to Yang. Seeing it was basic equipment, she felt a bit disappointed, even though she herself had little gear. Wild boar leather cap. Quality basic, level requirement level 6, OI class requirement universal. Physical defense 10, spiritual defense 8. Description: a leather cap made from the hide of low-level wild boars in the novice village, providing a slight increase in defense. Wild boar set 13. 2-piece set health 20, bone 5. 3-piece set attack 20, strength 5. Just right to complete the 2-piece wild boar set. Although it was just basic equipment, Yang was quite satisfied to equip it, as the attributes from the set provided him with a significant boost to his health. Wow, I found a ring. Too bad it's also basic. Bai Xiao's excited voice interrupted Yang's thoughts. Among all the equipment, the drop rate for rings, bracelets, and necklaces is the lowest. Yang was lucky that the Rabbit King dropped a ring and the old village chief lent him a bracelet. Bai Xiao sent the ring's attributes to the team channel. Clear spirit ring. Quality basic, level requirement level 5, class requirement spirit attack. Spiritual attack 12. Description: none. A ring that isn't even worthy of a description. Yang couldn't help but silently complain. Hee, this one is mine. She happily put the clear spirit ring on her slender left-hand index finger, repeatedly looking at it. This ring was clearly designed for women, even if it appeared quite cheap. She didn't forget to immediately transfer 5,000 huaxia coins to Yang, as she understood the market value of equipment far better than he did. You also contributed, so take this ring. No need to transfer me money since I wouldn't use it anyway. Yang hurriedly said when he saw Bai Xiao truly sent him money. If Bai Xiao was just a bystander, it would be one thing, but she had indeed contributed. Hee, I have money. You don't need to feel embarrassed. The skill Heavenly Sound is something I can cast effortlessly, Bai Xiao casually said. Last item, let's see what it is. Ignoring the dazed Yang, she picked up the last item on the ground. It was a book, and Sharpied Yang had already noticed its white cover, indicating it wouldn't be something particularly good. What is this? Bai Xiao said, staring blankly at the book in her hand. What's wrong? This should be a white skill book, right? Is there a problem? Yang asked curiously, seeing her expression. It's a white skill book, but it's not an ordinary white skill book. Here, take a look. Bai Xiao handed the skill book to Yang. He reached out, took it, and upon a closer look couldn't help but be a little surprised. Ganju Ju common level effect. Cast Ganju Ju to heal a single target. Healing effect: 10 of the target's max health, 105 of your own spiritual attack, and grants the target the rejuvenation state, restoring 20 of health per second for 5 seconds, cooldown time 5 seconds. Class requirement: spirit attack, novice, healing class, support class. Note: novice spirit attack classes can learn this. After reaching level 10 and switching to a non-healing or support class, the skill will be retracted. It's actually a healing skill. One should note that during the novice village period of Mingjia, there are no healing classes. Therefore, a healing skill will be incredibly beneficial for the team. Thus, although it's just a common level white skill, its value is immeasurable. Let this skill book be mine since you can't learn it anyway. Without waiting for Yang to respond, she immediately transferred him 50,000 huaxia coins. Is this skill really worth that much? Yang looked at the 50,000 huaxia coins that arrived, instantly swallowing back his words about not needing to transfer money. You must know that if this skill book were to be released, those major powers would probably fight over it. If auctioned, I feel it could sell for at least 70 or 80,000. I must say, Bai Xi's understanding of the value of equipment in Mingjia surprised Yang. After speaking, Bai Xi directly used the skill book. She finally welcomed another skill outside of her innate abilities. From now on, I can help heal. I won't just be that idle fish who can only cast heavenly sound and do nothing afterward. Just as Bai Xi felt that her role would greatly increase in the future, she suddenly remembered that Yang's health seemed to have never dropped. Why do I feel like I've learned something, yet it also seems like I haven't? Let's go continue hunting monsters. Yang picked up the dozens of copper coins on the ground, then used a gathering skill on all the wild boar corpses, obtaining 3 pieces of wild boar meat. The elite wild boar leader was just an appetizer. Yang's target was the boss wild boar. Continuing deeper into the jungle, wild boars kept appearing, all of which Yang killed one by one, turning them into nourishment for his experience bar. After more than 2 hours, the two arrived at the entrance of a valley. Yang waved his hand, signaling Bai Xi to stop, then cautiously approached the valley's entrance. Ding! You have discovered a new map, Wild Boar Valley. The danger level here is high. You please exercise caution. It seems the system also believes that the monsters here are not easy to deal with, as there has never been such a prompt before. Yang stood at the entrance of the valley, peering sneakily inside. The valley wasn't large. In the center, there was a gigantic wild boar resting with its eyes closed, accompanied by a slightly smaller wild boar leader and 4 ordinary demonic wild boars, encircling the wild boar king like stars surrounding the moon. Yang furrowed his brow, slightly searching for a strategy. If it were just the wild boar king, he might have charged directly in and fought it for 300 rounds. He carefully observed the distribution of the wild boars. There were 2 ordinary wild boars on either side of the wild boar leader, forming a ring around the wild boar in the center. The aggro range of the wild boar king is definitely larger than that of ordinary wild boars. If he rushed in recklessly, it would surely alert the wild boar king, and he would face the onslaught of many wild boars. Each wild boar was about 6 meters apart. Based on his experience of over 5 hours hunting wild boars, the aggro range of ordinary wild boars is only 8 meters, and Yang quickly thought of a strategy. We must first deal with the ordinary wild boars and the leader. For now, don't use heavenly sound on me. Save it for when we fight the wild boar king. He turned back to Bai Xi and said, Okay. Bai Xi nodded, obeying Yang's command. Yang picked up a piece of rubble from the ground, weighed it in his hand for a moment, then aimed at the most outer ordinary wild boar and threw it. The stone flew through the air, accurately hitting that wild boar. 1. Although the damage was pitifully low, it successfully provoked the aggro of this wild boar. The wild boar, whose sweet dreams were interrupted, was instantly enraged, letting out a strange cry and charging towards Yang. The nearest wild boar also had its aggro triggered, following closely after Yang, and while the other wild boars remained indifferent. Perfect timing. Yang brandished his sword, calmly waiting for the 2 charging wild boars. He only moved once he had drawn them to a safer distance. Sword energy swept across. 263, 263. Under Yang's overwhelming strength, the 2 wild boars were quickly defeated. Following the same method, he drew the wild boars from the other side, eliminating the wild boar king's guards one by one, which transformed into experience orbs that entered his body. Only the wild boar leader and the wild boar king are left. Yang tossed the stone he just picked up. Let's end this quickly. He threw another stone to attract the wild boar leader. Heavenly sound. Yang shouted behind him. As soon as he finished speaking, a beam of light flew from behind and merged into his body. The cooldown buff was applied to the sword energy skill. With the powerful buff, the wild boar leader couldn't last long against Yang and was soon knocked to the ground. This time, the wild boar leader only dropped a basic robe of level 5. Since Yang already had a bronze level black mountain goat leather armor, he gave it to Bai Xi. Let's take a break and wait for the cooldown of heavenly sound, then we'll challenge the wild boar king. Yang casually found a spot to sit down and started eating roasted rabbit meat. Are we really going to fight that wild boar king? It's just the 2 of us, and him just a bystander. Bai Xi felt a bit uneasy. After all, that was a boss that could easily one-shot her. How would we know without trying? Yang smiled calmly, his face full of confidence. After the two had their fill, Yang stood up and gazed at the wild boar king who was soundly asleep in the center of the valley. Level 8. Health points 500 physical attack, 480 defense 100. Skills Wild Charge. The wild boar king unleashes its full strength, charging at the target, dealing 300 damage to all targets in its path and stunning them for 5 seconds, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Earth Tremor. The wild boar king strikes the ground with brute force, causing an earthquake. Targets within 10 meters of the wild boar king take 50 damage per second for 5 seconds, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. Rage of the wild boar king. Passive effect 1. The wild boar king is vicious and bloodthirsty, holding grudges fiercely. Once angered, it will unleash endless attacks without losing its hatred. Effect 2. For every 10 health lost, attack increases by 2. Yang shared the wild boar king's stats in the party channel, and Bai Siyuan stared at the stats panel in shock, her face turning pale. This is too terrifying. Perhaps we shouldn't fight it after all. Bai Siyuan felt a bit hesitant. After all, with the wild boar king's attributes, even 1,000 of her would be instantly killed. It had taken her a long time to reach level 5, and losing a level would be hard to recover from. Don't panic. Worst case, we just lose a level. We've come this far, it would be too regrettable not to try. Yang gave Bai Siyuan a determined look, revealing a confident smile. Bai Siyuan looked at Yang's resolute face, stunned for a moment. She seemed to be influenced by his confidence, suddenly feeling that the wild boar king wasn't so terrifying after all. Don't worry, it's just a boss, and with your support we have a chance to take it down. Yang noticed Bai Siyuan seemed distracted, thinking it was due to her fear. All right, he'll heal you. Bai Siyuan quickly responded, snapping back to reality. But you need to stay more than 15 meters away from the boss and be ready for its skills. Bai Siyuan nodded, holding her staff and smiling. You don't have to worry, I wouldn't get too close. With my fragile little body, one hit, and I'd fall apart. Yang smiled, drawing his black iron sword. Then let's begin. He boldly stepped forward, entering within 15 meters of the wild boar king and into its aggro range. The wild boar king instantly woke up, opening its glowing red eyes and glaring at the tiny human intruding its territory. Roar. The wild boar king let out an unusual roar, scraping its right foot against the ground before lowering its head, charging at Yang and with its sharp, massive tusks. The wild boar king's charge was incredibly fast, quickly closing the distance to Yang and its massive body, causing the ground to tremble. Facing the wild boar king's ferocious charge, Yang remained calm, his black iron sword in hand as he charged towards the wild boar king. As he advanced, Bai Siyuan's heavenly sound skill caught up, granting him a damage and cooldown buff for his sword chi slash. Interestingly, during these hours of hunting, Bai Siyuan's heavenly sound had never affected the phantom dragon skill, perhaps because it was a divine skill, making it difficult for her current level of heavenly sound to affect it. Yang closed the distance to the wild boar king rapidly, knowing he wouldn't foolishly charge in. The 300 damage from the wild charge skill would likely annihilate him. As the wild boar king's tusks were just 3 meters away, Yang shifted his footing and swiftly slid to the side. The cold gleam of his sword flashed as he passed by the wild boar king. 132 normal attack. The wild boar king, still under the effect of wild charge, continued forward for 5 meters before coming to a stop. Yang halted as well, unleashing a sword chi slash that flew straight towards the wild boar king. 211. The wild boar king roared in rage, while Bai Siyuan's face turned pale, but her body instinctively ran away, increasing the distance from the wild boar king. Yang had firmly drawn the wild boar king's hatred. It didn't even glance at Bai Siyuan again before charging at Yang once more. However, since the wild charge skill was still on cooldown, the wild boar king simply charged at Yang, normally, its speed noticeably slower, yet still faster than Yang. Yang did not charge back in. He carefully observed the surrounding environment while retreating and unleashing remote sword chi slashes. He led the battle to the deepest part of the valley, where the ground was surrounded by steep cliffs and strewn with rocks. The wild boar king, faced with this fleeing enemy, was obviously enraged to the extreme. However, with its speed, it would soon catch up to the detestable human, swearing to pierce several holes in him. Yang's speed was slower than the wild boar king's, and after several rounds of tugging and chasing, the wild boar king was now close enough, and he could no longer create a safe distance. The wild boar king finally found an opportunity, its massive tusk aimed directly at Yang. With no retreat left, Yang instinctively raised his sword to block, colliding with the wild boar king's giant tusk. 390. Without a system prompt, achieving a precise block was evidently not easy. A terrifying damage floated above his head, causing his health bar to drop by nearly 80 instantly. If it weren't for the 2-piece set of the wild boar set he acquired, boosting his health, that hit alone might have taken him out. 134. Following that, a green number floated up, indicating that Yang's health had recovered significantly thanks to Bai Siyuan's recently learned sweet do technique. This sweet do technique was used perfectly almost as soon as the wild boar king dealt damage. It was released onto Yang. Yang couldn't help but be amazed by Si Yuan's awareness and skills, as she clearly had a high talent for the healer role. With no time for overthinking, Yang and quickly drank a red potion to restore some health. He needed to be cautious from now on. The red potion had a 2-second cooldown, while Si Yuan's sweet dew technique had a 5-second cooldown. The 15 health per second from the sweet dew was ineffective given the current situation. Before his health was restored, he couldn't afford to take another hit. The Wild Boar King, seeing it strike connect and noticing the humans still standing, was instantly filled with rage. It let out a strange roar, then stood upright, its front hooves ready to stomp heavily down, activating its other active ability, Earth Tremor. "Get back!" Yang shouted urgently to Si Yu, who was already keeping her distance, now slightly retreating and running out of the skill area of the Wild Boar King. Thud! 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 The hooves of the Blackmaned Wild Boar King struck the ground, causing a thunderous roar that shook the earth, sending an invisible seismic wave radiating outward from the boar. Yang was the first to suffer from the seismic wave, losing the small amount of health he had just recovered. He glanced at his health bar, which showed only 194 points left. Any attack from the Wild Boar King could easily end his life. Phantom Dragon. Without hesitation, Yang used his life-saving movement skill, directly exiting the area of the Blackmaned Wild Boar King's ground stomp, his figure appearing 10 meters away. Seeing Yang escape the skill range, the Blackmaned Wild Boar King remained motionless, still in a standing position. It seems that after the Wild Boar King's skill is activated, it becomes immobilized until the skill ends. This skill is like a double-edged sword. If the enemy has a ranged skill and stands more than 10 meters away, the Wild Boar King will become a sitting duck for the next 5 seconds. And Yang just happened to have a ranged skill, Sword Chi Sweep, enhanced by Si Yu's Heavenly Sound buff. The attack range of Sword Chi Sweep is exactly 10 meters. Theoretically speaking, Yang and standing outside the Wild Boar King's ground stomp skill range means his Sword Chi Sweep should also miss. However, he noticed that the released Sword Chi formed an arc just exceeding 10 meters at its peak. Yang aimed at the Wild Boar King and unleashed Sword Chi Sweep. 211, dodge, 211, 211. After 4 consecutive Sword Chi attacks, the Wild Boar King finally ceased its ground stomp. Frustrated and enraged, it charged at Yang once more. After using Phantom Dragon, Yang's movement speed had significantly increased, far surpassing that of the Wild Boar King. Maintaining distance effortlessly, he unleashed 1 Sword Chi per second, employing a classic kiting strategy, pulling the Wild Boar King along as its skills were on cooldown, leading it around in anger and helplessness. The Wild Boar King's health continued to decrease, and within just 3 minutes Yang had dealt nearly 300 damage, but the Wild Boar's own health regeneration was astonishingly fast, and it had only lost a fifth of its health. Everything seemed to be going smoothly, yet this was the moment of greatest danger. Without the speed buff from Phantom Dragon, Yang's speed drastically decreased, and after several pulls he was quickly caught by the Wild Boar King. The Blackmaned Wild Boar King roared in fury, releasing its pent-up frustration. This detestable human had toyed with it for a full 3 minutes. It slightly lowered its head, its sharp tusks aimed at Yang and initiating an angry charge. At this moment, Yang was forced against the rocky wall with no escape route. He stared intently at the Wild Boar King as its massive body drew nearer. Now's my chance. Just when the sharp tusks of the Wild Boar King were half a meter away from him, Yang pushed off with his feet and rolled sideways to evade. Bang! A tremendous crash echoed throughout the valley as the Blackmaned Wild Boar King collided with the rocky wall, the immense impact causing the wall to tremble and debris to fall from above. The body of the Wild Boar King went rigid, and the massive impact sent it into a state of dizziness. What a great opportunity! Yang quickly moved forward, unleashing all his damage skills and striking the Wild Boar King with sword after sword. 211, dodge 177, 132, dodge 211, 132. The Wild Boar King's health slowly dropped before it could recover Yang and created some distance again, launching ranged attacks. Yang stood once more against the rocky wall, continuously attacking the Wild Boar King with Sword Chi, drawing its aggro and causing it to fall back into a dazed state. The foolish Wild Boar King was thus toyed with by Yang, and the battle entered a heated phase. Soon 10 minutes had passed, Si Yu's Heavenly Sound buff faded, and the cooldown of Sword Chi Sweep returned to 5 seconds, causing Yang's damage output to slow. Just as Yang was about to call out to Si Yu, a familiar orb of light flew from a distance and entered his body. Ding! Player Si Yu used the skill Heavenly Sound on you, refreshing the cooldown of your skill Phantom Dragon, and for the next 10 minutes reducing cooldown by 80 and increasing skill effect by 30. Heavenly Assistance. Yang's heart surged with joy. After so many instances of Heavenly Sound, it was finally applied to Phantom Dragon. At this moment, the cooldown of Phantom Dragon was only 2 minutes, meaning he could seamlessly chain it for the next 10 minutes. At this time, the Wild Boar King had both skills on cooldown and once again launched its wild charge at Yong'an. Yong'an, brimming with confidence, charged directly towards it. As he approached, he released Phantom Dragon, nullifying the Wild Boar King's attack. With the boost from the Heavenly Sound buff, his movement speed reached an increase of 39 points. With such a high movement speed, Yong'an boldly engaged in close combat, with the Wild Boar King evading its attacks, as the boar couldn't even touch the hem of his clothing. Yong'an kept sprinting at high speed, always positioning himself behind the Wild Boar King and continuously attacking. Whenever the Wild Boar King activated its ground stomp skill, he quickly exited the skill range and waited 5 seconds before attacking up close again. Over the course of 10 full minutes, the Wild Boar King's health was reduced to just 1/5 due to Yong'an's relentless assault. Once the 10 minutes were up, Baixiu's buff reactivated, landing once more on Sword Chi Sweep. Without the high movement speed, Yong'an utilized the Rocky Wall and the Wild Boar King's clumsy attacking style to gradually chip away at its health. The outcome was already decided. The Wild Boar King could no longer threaten Yong'an, he just had to be cautious. 3 minutes later, Yong'an drove his sword into the dazed Wild Boar King's body, finally emptying its health bar. The Wild Boar King let out a howl and collapsed to the ground, resulting in a grand explosion. Ding! You have successfully slain the Black Iron level boss, the Blackman Wild Boar King, gaining 100 experience and 100 reputation. Ding! Congratulations, your level has been raised to level 7, gaining 5 free attribute points. Ding! Since your team has completed the first kill of the Blackman Wild Boar King, you receive additional rewards: experience 5,000, reputation 50, silver coins 10. A server-wide announcement will soon be made. Do you wish to hide your ID? Hide. Baixiu also chose to hide her ID. Ding! Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to players, and for completing the first kill of the Black Iron boss, the Blackman Wild Boar King, rewarded with experience 5,000, reputation 50, and silver coins 10. The consecutive 3 announcements sent the otherwise monotonous monster hunting players into a frenzy. 2 players can kill a boss. Are we playing the same game? Are you sure this game doesn't allow purchasing items with recharge? What's the big deal? Didn't someone kill the Giant Rabbit King yesterday? But this is different. The Wild Boar King is an 8-level boss who I secretly went to take a look, and its attributes and skills are terrifying. A simple sneeze could kill me. This is unreasonable. I don't believe it. At a novice village near the territory of the Giant Rabbit King, brother, someone has already killed the Wild Boar King. Why haven't you finished off this little rabbit? The girl teased while attacking the Giant Rabbit King. Where did all these freaks come from? The young man was unfazed, constantly circling the Giant Rabbit King, occasionally striking with his sword firmly, holding the boss aggro. Defeating the boss was just a matter of time. I'm so tired. Do I want to take a break? The girl pouted, a bit spoiled. After all this time, only 10 of its health remains. Let's put in some more effort and finish it so we can rest. The young man encouraged her, his short sword striking even faster. Huff! Finally it's done. Yong'an let out a long breath. Though the battle with the Wild Boar King was much shorter than that with the Giant Rabbit King, it was far more dangerous. Baixiu played a crucial role in the battle. Without her talent skill, Yong'an would have had to grind slowly, and perhaps it would take him several more hours to defeat the boss. Wow! You are amazing. You really managed to kill this boss. Baixiu looked at Yong'an, her eyes sparkling with stars. After defeating the Wild Boar King, her level rose to level 6. Ever since she clung to Yong'an's leg, her level skyrocketed and showed no signs of stopping. You played a crucial role in this battle. Without your innate skill, I wouldn't have had the chance to defeat it. Yong'an felt a bit shy from Baixiu's praise. Baixiu radiated a refreshing aura at all times, especially her voice, which possessed a unique charm. Don't flatter me. Judging by your performance, you could have succeeded in defeating it even without me. It was just a matter of time. Although she had merely been tagging along, she had been very clear about the battle on the field. Yong'an rubbed his nose and smiled, saying it would take ages to achieve that without me, and I can't hold on for that long. Alright, let's loot the gear and see what this Wild Boar King dropped. Should I be the one to loot it? It was time for the exciting gear looting phase, and Baixiu's lively eyes curved happily into crescents. Yes, you go ahead. Yong'an nodded, not expecting much from his luck. Baixiu joyfully ran over to the corpse of the Blackman Wild Boar King, where various items lay scattered. She squatted down and picked up all the items on the ground. Wild Boar set 3-piece, set a complete set. Baixiu was the first to pull out 3 pieces of whiteboard equipment and tossed them all to Yong'an. Yong'an took the equipment, keeping 1 pair of shoes and returning the other 2 to Baixiu. I only need this one. You can have these 2. Don't worry about the money. You played a significant role this time. Sister has money. If you keep asking for money, I won't dare to take you with me. Yong'an rolled his eyes. Alright then, I'll accept these, hee. Bai Xiao no longer declined and accepted the 2 pieces of the wild boar set. Although she didn't lack money, she couldn't help but feel happy that Yang took the initiative to distribute the gear to her. Wild boar boots. Quality whiteboard level requirement level 6, a profession requirement general physical defense 10, spiritual defense 8, movement speed 3. Description: boots made from the skins of low-level wild boars in the novice village. Wearing them will allow you to move swiftly. Wild boar set 13. 2-piece set health 20, constitution 5. 3-piece set attack 20, strength 5. Yang immediately replaced his rabbit skin boots, activating the effects of the wild boar set, further enhancing his power. Before he could admire his attributes, Bai Xiao's voice rang out again. Wow, 2 unidentified black iron grade pieces of equipment. How much could these be worth? Bai Xiao exclaimed excitedly. It was her first time seeing black iron grade equipment. She handed both pieces to Yang, but her gaze lingered on one of the capes. Originally, she could have comfortably spent money to buy it, but this time Yang explicitly wouldn't let her pay, making her feel a bit embarrassed. Yang took out the basic identification scroll he had purchased from the blacksmith and used it on the 2 pieces of equipment. Magic cape, black iron item. Level requirement level 7, profession requirement spiritual attack. Physical defense 20, spell defense 26, spiritual attack 20, spiritual power 12. Description: a cape made from the mane of the Blackmaned Wild Boar King, possessing decent spiritual power. No wonder Bai Xiao kept staring at it. This piece of equipment was simply a dream come true for spiritual attack players. Yang did not hesitate and gave the cape to Bai Xiao. He couldn't use it himself, and there was no point in keeping it. Bai Xiao happily took the cape and placed it in her backpack. However, her current level did not meet the equipment requirement, and looking at the cape lying in her backpack that she couldn't equip made her feel itchy inside. Yang looked at the other black iron grade equipment. Critical necklace, black iron item. Level requirement level 8, a profession requirement physical attack. Critical rate 5, critical damage 10, agility 15. Description: bear my wrath. The Wild Boar King was indeed generous, dropping 2 pieces of black iron equipment, both being the rarest parts. This necklace adds 15 agility, which is exactly what Yang urgently needs, while the 5 critical rate is just a bonus that may trigger occasionally. When the attribute gap between him and the monster is too vast, insufficient hit attributes can lead to many misses, so it is essential to enhance agility as much as possible. Only by hitting the enemy can he deal damage, otherwise it would be 0 output. There's also a scroll. Look. Bai Xiao handed a black scroll to Yang. Summoning scroll summons the Blackmaned Wild Boar King to assist in battle for 3 minutes. The attributes of the Wild Boar King are related to the user's attributes. This scroll is for you. Yang did not take the scroll, having obtained the critical necklace, and completing the wild boar set was already enough for him. This summoning scroll was not very useful to him. Even if summoned, it couldn't withstand the boss's attacks. It's better to give it to Bai Xiao, as she had no output skills, and it would be useful for her defense. But I've already received so much. She felt a bit embarrassed taking so many items when she had merely been tagging along. This scroll is not very useful to me. You keeping it will be more beneficial, and besides, your celestial voice played a significant role this time, so you shouldn't feel embarrassed. Alright then, I'll accept it, and these silver and copper coins are all for you. Bai Xiao stored the summoning scroll, pointing at several silver coins and over 100 copper coins on the ground. Yang quickly gathered all the silver and copper coins from the ground into his bag, then activated the gathering skill on the Wild Boar King's corpse. Ding. Gathering successful. Obtained Blackmaned Wild Boar King's tusks X2. Ding. Gathering failed. Ding. Gathering successful. Obtained Blackmaned Wild Boar King's hide X1. After several failed attempts, he finally gathered what he needed. Ding. Gathering successful. Obtained Blackmaned Wild Boar King's heart X1. Where do we go next? Bai Xiao asked as she saw Yang finish gathering. I plan to return to the novice village to turn in a quest. Okay, let's go. Bai Xiao tightly hugged Yang's leg, not wanting to let go. First, let's earn some money. Okay, I won't shortchange you. Bai Xiao glared at Yang and casually transferred 10,000 huaxia coins as payment for helping her level up. Just as the two were about to leave, Yang's keen eyes spotted a hidden cave deep in the valley, obscured by trees and broken branches which had gone unnoticed until now. There's a cave over there, let's go check it out. Yang walked over first, eager to explore. As he approached, he found that this cave was not very large, filled with weeds and dead branches, and an awful stench wafted from within. It seems this should be the lair of the Wild Boar King. What is that? It stinks. Bai Xiao covered her nose, her expression pained. Yang carefully observed the surroundings, then used his long sword to lift the dead branches, revealing 2 stones with silver patterns beneath. Obtained mithril ore X2. He stored the 2 ores in his backpack to study their uses later. Let's go. After thoroughly searching the cave, Yang concluded that there were indeed no other valuable items. Without Yang's reminder, Bai Xiao had already dashed out quickly. Let's head back. This game map is enormous. Returning on foot would waste considerable time. After exiting the cave, Yang and called out to Bai Xiao and dashed toward the novice village. Hey, wait. Bai Xiao's voice suddenly rang out. Yang and halted, turned and asked, what is it? Bai Xiao froze mid-expression, staring at Yang and as if he were utterly clueless. You're actually planning to run all the way back? Well, what else? Then use this. 2 black scrolls appeared in Bai Xiao's hands. She handed one to Yang and Novice Village Recall Scroll instantly teleports the user to the Novice Village Resurrection Point. Casting time 5 seconds. A recall scroll. Where did you get it? I bought them from the general store in Novice Village. I figured constantly running back and forth was too tedious, so I stocked up. Yang pressed a hand to his forehead. How careless. He recalled the hours Head spent sprinting across the map, the interminable soul-draining slogs that felt like enduring mortal suffering itself. Fine. Noticing Bai Xiao's teasing glint, Yang and felt a flicker of embarrassment, and activated his recall scroll first. Watching Yang vanish in flustered haste, Bai Xiao let out a soft lilting laugh and followed suit. A flash of white light shimmered, and both reappeared at the Novice Village Resurrection Point. No sooner had they stepped out of the resurrection zone than curious glances swirled around them. Not for Yang but for Bai Xiao, whose presence alone commanded attention. Unwilling to become the center of scrutiny, Yang leaned in and murmured low beside her, let's call it a day for now. Then will you still level me up later? Bai Xiao hurriedly asked, fearing he might vanish without another word. She refused to let go of such an invaluable mentor. We'll see if I have time. I'm off. And with that, Yang vanished into the distance. Why rush off so fast? We haven't even added each other as friends yet. Mid-sprint, Yang received Bai Xiao's friend request. After a brief hesitation, he accepted. After all, earning 10,000 Chinese yuan per hour made it unwise to quarrel with fortune. Today alone had effortlessly pocketed tens of thousands. And most importantly, Bai Xiao's voice truly was angelic. Ridiculously overpriced. One scroll costs 100 copper coins, equivalent to 3,000 yuan at current exchange rates. Fortunately, his coin pouch was full. Gritting his teeth, he purchased 2 scrolls. Saving several hours of arduous travel was worth far more than mere copper. Next, Yang returned to the blacksmith's forge, intent on acquiring some identification talismans. Upon arrival, he found Master Wang, the blacksmith, bare-chested and glistening with sweat, having just finished forging a longsword. Master Wang carefully inspected the freshly tempered blade, then sighed deeply and tossed it carelessly into a corner. Brother Wang, this sword doesn't look shoddy. Why discard it? Yang approached, intrigued. Brother Xuan has arrived. Master Wang greeted him warmly before continuing, brother, you must understand. This is the finest blade I can currently produce. From Master Wang's dismissive gesture and fragmented words, Yang swiftly deduced the issue. The blacksmith scorned even his own best work, proof that he had long outgrown his current skill ceiling. Brother Wang, are you striving to ascend further? Truly perceptive, Brother Xuan. Indeed, I've been stalled at this threshold for years. Alas, superior forging materials remain scarce here, blocking my breakthrough. Ding. You have triggered the quest. Master Wang de Hammer's ascension. Aid Master Wang de Hammer in attaining the rank of senior artisan. It appears gathering rare forging materials is required. Forging materials? Yang mused, recalling the assortment in his inventory, mostly mundane items. Precisely. High-grade materials are exceedingly rare. The wilderness beyond Novice Village teems with ferocious beasts. I've ventured out repeatedly in search, nearly failing to return more than once. Brother, I have something. Perhaps it may serve your purpose. Yang reached into his pack and withdrew a pair of colossal wild boar tusks, each nearly a meter long. This is the tusks of the wild boar sovereign. Master Wang's face lit with astonishment as he stared incredulously at Yang. Correct, the tusks of the black-maned wild boar sovereign. Ha ha ha. Magnificent. Truly magnificent. Master Wang seized the tusks, cradling them reverently in his calloused hands. Do these meet your standards, brother? More than sufficient. Absolutely perfect. Brother Xuan, might I ask to craft with these tusks myself? Master Wang offered a hopeful, almost pleading smile. Of course, you're welcome to them. It would be my honor to assist you. The tusks held little value for Yang. He felt no regret parting with them. In fact, this gesture might strengthen their rapport, perhaps securing future discounts on identification talismans or appraisal services. Hearing this, Master Wang grew visibly elated. Excellent. Excellent. Many thanks, Brother Xuan. But I won't let you sacrifice in vain. I shall forge you a custom weapon from these tusks. What type would you prefer? A sword? Yang replied without hesitation, had cherished swords since childhood. Perfect. This would advance Master Wang's craft and yield Yang a new blade, surely surpassing his current crude iron sword. The sword, the progenitor of short arms, sovereign among all weapons. Splendid. I shall forge a sword. and fortify it with this piece of dark iron or dramatically enhancing its resilience. As he spoke, Master Wang produced a palm-sized slab of obsidian black metal, true dark iron. Yet dark iron is brittle by nature. Were we to alloy it with mithril or for flexibility, the result would be unparalleled. Mithril, or Yang An's eyes gleamed. Those very two silver-hued chunks had scavenged from the wild boar sovereign's lair. Fortune smiled effortlessly. He withdrew the two silvery ingots and displayed them before Master Wang. I happen to have two. Will they suffice? One is ample. To possess mithril, or at this stage, truly a prodigy walks among us. Master Wang knew mithril deposits lay far beyond Novice Village, guarded by elite monsters. That Yang had acquired it so early signaled extraordinary prowess. Yang rubbed his nose, faintly embarrassed by the praise. Pure luck. Am hardly deserving of such a claim, brother. Any other materials required? None. We have everything needed. Return in 3 hours to claim your blade. Then may fortune favor your ascent, brother. Yang bowed respectfully before departing the forge. Emerging from the blacksmith's, Yang felt invigorated. His luck, it seemed, was far better than had imagined. Beyond Novice Village lies the warren of bucktooth rabbits. A group surrounded an unusually large bucktooth rabbit, clearly an elite variant. A man with a flawlessly slick-back pompadour directed the assault with sharp commands. Frontliners, rotate, tanking its attacks. DPS, press harder. Others are already hunting bosses, yet we struggle against a single elite. What are you all doing? Backline, hurry up. Frontline can't hold much longer. If an elite is this tough, how did others slay bosses, eh? Chief, its damage output is overwhelming, and without a healer our tanks can barely survive a single hit. A blonde-haired youth interjected. Under the elites punishing offense and defense, frontline members dropped to near death with every blow, forcing constant rotation to absorb damage. Meanwhile, backline damage remained pitiful, single digits rarely exceeding 15. They ground down the creature slowly, sustained only by sheer numbers, though its health bar did dwindle steadily. Chief, news from Frostwind Pavilion, they've located a level 3 boss and are assembling a strike force. Long Fei's eye sharpened. How many do we have now? 200 counting recent recruits. Good. Bosses aren't slain easily. Keep watch on Frostwind. Finish this elite now, then rally every available member. Understood. Emerging from the blacksmith's shop, Yang hastened eastward toward the newbie village's eastern gate. Next, he would report to Elder Shouju. The boar-slaying quest completed, and the prospect of rich rewards lifted his spirits. Beyond the village walls, he pressed forward without pause, sprinting swiftly toward Elder Shouju's dwelling. Mid-stride, Yang sensed several players trailing him furtively from behind. Tunglong again, truly relentless. Yang glanced sideways over his shoulder. He halted abruptly, turned fully around, and fixed the group with a cold, unblinking stare. Seeing his stillness and gaze, the pursuers realized they'd been discovered, and abandoned pretense altogether, swaggering forward in a loose encirclement. Tunglong, Yang asked coolly, utterly unperturbed. Boy, now you know. Cross Tunglong Guild, and you'll face endless pursuit. A gaunt man glared at Yang with venomous contempt. With so many allies at his side, he saw no threat, no possibility that Yang could mount any resistance. Had he known Yang had slain several of their members in a single stroke, he'd never have dared stand so boldly. He'd merely received orders wait by the village gate for the designated target. A faint, icy smile curled at Yang's lips. He clearly hadn't grasped the gravity of the situation. With so few men daring to confront him was sheer folly. Having confirmed their affiliation, Yang saw no point in further words. In an instant, a black iron sword materialized in his hand, blade flashing a sweeping arc of razor-edged chi cleaving the air before him. 314, 309, 323, 298, 311, 273. In one stroke, 5 Tunglong Guild members collapsed, slain outright. Only one remained. A full rootbone tank, his health bar reduced to a sliver. No, impossible. His eyes bulged wide with terror as he stared at Yang. Sword in hand, Yang advanced step by deliberate step, each footfall resonating like a hammer blow upon the survivor's psyche, crushing his will beneath unbearable pressure. The man swung his novice shortsword wildly at Yang. Clang. Yang deflected the blow with effortless precision. Though he knew the man's attack couldn't pierce his defense, the game's realistic pain feedback was active, and he had no intention of enduring even a single strike. Return and tell Long Fei, do not provoke me again, or the consequences will be dire. With those words, he swept his blade aside and drove it deep into the man's chest, piercing straight through to emerge bloodied from his back. The scene unfolded with chilling realism, yet Yang stood unmoved, accustomed to such violence. 240. The tank's pupils constricted, his gaze went blank, his face draining of all color until it turned deathly pale. In that instant, he regretted everything. His full root bone billed his decision to stay, even his choice to play this game. For the blade had pierced not just pixels, but his heart real and raw. After this encounter, the tank would likely suffer lasting psychological trauma, requiring professional counseling. With a final flash of white light, Tunglong Guild's last survivor vanished, sent back to the newbie village by Yong'an's hand. Above his head, his name burned crimson, proof of his deliberate killings granting him slaughter points. 6 kills in succession had earned him 350 points. In Mingjia, malicious attacks against other players mark 1 as gray named, rendering them fair game for all, yet yielding no slaughter points. Malicious killing, however, brands 1 red named, and awards 10 slaughter points. Each subsequent kill increases the reward by 20 points, capping at 100. Thus, the first kill grants 10 points, the second 30, the third 50, and so on up to the maximum of 100. Having slain 6 players, Yong and had reached the cap, earning 100 points for the 6th kill, totaling 350. From now on, every kill would yield the full 100 points. Outdoors slaughter points decay by 1 per minute, or by 1 per 10 wild beasts slain. If Yong'an simply idled in the wilderness, clearing these 350 points would take nearly 6 hours. Renaming brought grave complications: death risked losing coin gear and inventory items, and all players could freely attack him. Entering safe zones while red-named would also draw aggression from guards. Fortunately, the newbie village had none. Still, red-naming lowered NPC affinity, reducing quest availability. I'll have to grind monsters then. With no alternative, he sheathed his black iron sword and resumed his swift journey toward Elder Shouju. Under full speed, he arrived at the Elder's location over an hour later. Elder, I've returned. Yong'an called out loudly as he found Elder Shouju quietly roasting meat. I hear you, why shout so? Elder Shouju sighed, exasperated. The youth stood right before him, yet bellowed as if miles away. He cast a glance at Yong'an and then asked, what is this aura of slaughter clinging to you? I dealt with a few fools who lacked foresight along the way. I hadn't expected the slaughter points to accumulate so heavily. Clearing them won't be easy. A crimson name impaired NPC rapport, and Yong'an worried deeply. What if Elder Shouju withheld both reward and the next quest? The loss would be substantial. His concern proved unfounded. Elder Shouju showed no sign of being affected by the red name. That is no great difficulty. The Elder's tone shifted smoothly. Have you completed the task I assigned you? Of course. Yong'an presented the heart of the Blackman Boar King. At the sight of the heart, Elder Shouju's eyes lit with unmistakable delight, though he quickly masked it with calm composure. Excellent, excellent. A hero truly rises young. I did not expect you to complete this so swiftly. Merely luck. I received unexpected aid enabling my success. I have one final task. Should you accept it, and fulfill it within 3 days, I shall combine the rewards of both quests and teach you a skill to purge your slaughter aura. 2 quest rewards for a single skill. Elder, what tier is this skill? Yong'an felt genuine intrigue. Given the richness of the first reward, the combined bounty promised by 2 high-difficulty quests would be extraordinary. It bears no tier, but you will not regret learning it. Elder Shouju smiled, faintly, a sly, almost shamanic expression. Let me state plainly, failure within 3 days means not only forfeiture of the skill, but severe punishment. Then, Elder, what is this final task? After brief contemplation, Yong'an resolved to accept. Skills endured a lifetime. Gear and items were fleeting. Journey to the Howling Moon Plains. Slay 100 Grey Wolves and their boss, the Grey Wolf King. Retrieve his heart and deliver it to me. Ding. Will you accept the unique hidden quest, Elder Shouju's Commission 3? To slay 100 Grey Wolves and the Grey Wolf King, then deliver his heart to Elder Shouju. Acceptance grants instruction in Elder Shouju's skill. Time limit complete within 3 days. Failure penalty, skill revoked and level reduced by 3. Accepted. Fortune favors the bold. The greater the challenge, the stronger the promised skill must be. Yong'an's anticipation swelled. Very well. Since you have accepted, I shall impart the skill. As Yong'an confirmed the quest, a subtle smile flickered across Elder Shouju's face. Ding. Elder Shouju teaches you the skill Heart of Slaughter. Learn it. Learn. Ding. You have acquired the new skill Heart of Slaughter. Yong'an immediately opened his skill panel to inspect it. Heart of Slaughter. Passive effect: the Heart of Slaughter accumulates and stores slaughter points. Killing other players will no longer brand you red-named. Active effect activates Bloodthirsty Slaughter. Consumes 100 slaughter points per second, increases damage by 200, and grants 20 life steal on all attacks. Current slaughter points, 350. This skill cannot be upgraded. A divine technique, truly divine. This was the ultimate skill for PvP open-world combat and ruthless domination. Well, is this skill to your satisfaction? Elder Shouju's voice broke Yong'an's reverie. More than satisfied. Haha, many thanks, Elder. Receiving such a skill left Yong'an elated. Do not thank me yet. Complete the quest promptly. Fail, and I shall reclaim the skill. Elder Shouju spoke calmly. I swear I'll give it my all. I depart at once. Yang surged forward, electrified with purpose, ready to conquer the plains. He would see the quest through, no matter what, to keep this skill forever. Then go. Elder Shouju waved dismissively. Yang wasted no time, striding resolutely toward the Howling Moon Plains. Only after his figure vanished did Elder Shouju's face twist into a strange, unsettling smile. Ha ha ha, kill more. The more you kill, the better. Moments after departing, Yang received a friend message alert. Shui Ran, save me. Shui Ran, save me. Yang frowned slightly. His friend list contained only one person by Xiao, and her avatar flickered urgently, and her message was terse and fraught with anxiety. Yang, what's happened? In by Xiao, I've been cornered by that group. And she also sent a coordinate, located in the low-level monster zone just beyond the novice village not far from the spawn point. Though their relationship was purely contractual, having met once was enough to stir Yang's innate sense of justice, compelling him to act. Yang immediately shattered a recall scroll. A flash of white light enveloped him, and he reappeared at the novice village resurrection point. Without hesitation, he sprinted toward Bai Xiao's location. He activated Phantom Dragon Step, instantly reappearing 10 meters away, then vanished into the crowd at terrifying speed, startling everyone nearby. What the hell was that? I think I saw someone dash past. Damn, that was fast. Must be an NPC. Could be a quest. Where'd he go? Quick, follow him. It's definitely a quest. Follow what? He's already gone. Sunset Slope outside the novice village. Level 2 monster zone teeming with docile snow hares. Harmless unless provoked, yet prized by many players as the ideal leveling ground. On Sunset Slope, a circle of figures surrounded a young woman. Little sister, said the lean leader, voice smooth but edged with condescension, join us willingly, and you'll have dedicated mentors, protective seniors, and swift advancement every day. His name was Long Xing, the field commander of this squad and the most trusted lieutenant of Long Fei. Exactly. Join Tunglong Guild and you'll want for nothing. No one will dare harm you. And soon, we'll be the first guild to slay the level 3 boss, the mutated hyena. Our name will echo across the entire realm. A lackey beside Long Xing stood with smug arrogance, tail wagging figuratively. I've already said, I'm not interested. Do you not understand human speech? Then get out of my sight, now. Entrapped by Xiao's fair face flushed with alarm and indignation, her slender fingers gripped her staff tightly. Suddenly, a subordinate broke from the crowd, hurried to Long Xing's side, and whispered something urgently. Long Xing listened, then fixed his gaze on Bai Xiao, his eyes turning colder, sharper. Surrounding players dared not intervene, intimidated by Tunglong Guild's sheer numbers and notorious ruthlessness. My friend is coming now. Leave or regret it. Bai Xiao forced calm into her voice, striving to project unshakable authority. Yet inwardly she felt utterly adrift. She'd barely met Shui Ran, and their bond was strictly professional. He owed her no loyalty, no debt, no reason to risk himself. The boy you mentioned, we've been waiting for him. If he dares show his face, he won't leave alive. Huh? Do you think he'll come play the hero? How thrilling. And the leader spoke with brazen contempt, just informed by his subordinate that this girl and the man known as Shui Ran were now high-priority targets of the guild. Especially Shui Ran. Moments ago he'd slaughtered an entire squad. One of their tank players had yet to log back in, possibly traumatized, possibly broken. They numbered over 30, fully equipped, battle-ready, and unafraid of any challenger. Bai Xiao grasped the truth instantly. She was bait. As more figures converged, unease tightened like a vice around her chest. She messaged Yang and at once, Shui Ran, don't come. They're after you. Give up that hope. Even if I die, I'll only lose 1 level. She steeled herself. Death penalties meant little. Reaching this level had taken less than a day, admittedly riding on Yang's coattails. So, the coward won't even show his face. Leaves his woman surrounded by 30 men, we're just friends. A faint blush warmed Bai Xiao's cheeks as she protested. Yet beneath the defiance churned quiet panic. Why am I even explaining myself to these thugs? Friendship or not, I give him 10 minutes. If he fails to appear, I'll kill you. Don't worry, I won't end you quickly. I possess a healing skill, one that prolongs agony endlessly. You'll beg me to finish you before the torment ends. Long Xing's words sent a shiver down Bai Xiao's spine. Who gave you the audacity to defy Tunglong Guild? He smirked coldly, then gestured to a subordinate who raised his staff and loosed a bolt of spiritual energy straight at Bai Xiao. They stood barely 5 meters apart. The attack struck true. N26, her spirit energy defense is surprisingly high, but irrelevant. Then kill me outright, or prepare to bleed. Enraged, Bai Xiao swung her staff and unleashed a searing surge of spiritual energy. The blow stung, but her high defense dulled the pain. Still, the sting was enough to burn away fear, igniting pure defiant fury. 44 Na's staggering damage number erupted above Longxing, startling him backward. And her offensive power is this high. She must be wearing rare gear. Kill her now. 1/3 of his health bar vanished in an instant. Pain twisted his features into a snarl, but instinct drove him retreating behind his subordinates' shields. Over a dozen men surged forward, weapons raised, ready to strike. And then Bai Xiao produced a scroll from nowhere and crushed it. A massive wild boar materialized before her. The summon scroll dropped earlier, after slaying the wild boar king. And where did that pig come from? And doesn't matter, attack. Snort, snort. And the wild boar king bellowed, a furious, earth-shaking roar, then charged its colossal body, plowing headlong into the mob. 65, 46, 33, and 3 men flew backward. One low-level player crumpled. His health bar emptied instantly. And Bai Xiao followed up with a precise spirit energy blast, finishing him off. Longxing's fury spiked. How could she, outnumbered and cornered, turn the tide and claim a kill? And kill the boar first. Dozens of strikes rained down, and the boar dissolved in a flash of light. Nit was no true king, merely a summoned construct tied to Bai Xiao's stats, fragile, fleeting. What tricks remain? Attack, all of you. And swords and staves rose again as the mob closed in. And stop. At that critical moment, a thunderous shout split the air. All movement froze. Every head turned toward the source. A lone figure hurtled toward them, blurring across the slope with impossible speed. In Boss Long Fei, that's the one who killed our brothers. Longxing's subordinate pointed urgently. In Longxing watched Yang Yan's approach, eyes narrowed, voice a venomous whisper. Humph. So you finally dared show your face. No matter who you are, you challenged Tinglong Guild. Then you shall not leave this place alive. Yang Yan reached Bai Xiao's side in seconds. Seeing she was unharmed, he stepped forward, placing his body squarely between her and the encroaching threat. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have messaged you. They wanted you. Why did you come? In Bai Xiao whispered, her gaze locked onto Yang Yan's profile, wide-eyed, breathless. Her heart swelled, torn between gratitude and dread. And Yang Yan glanced sideways and smiled, because I need money, and you're my employer. You can't die. Puffed. And her gloom shattered, replaced by a startled laugh. She nudged him playfully, greedy ghost. You're on the brink of death, and still flirting. Boy, are you ready to die. Longxing's untimely voice cut through their moment. Yang Yan glanced at Longxing and his men, a dangerous curve lifting the corner of his mouth. Do you truly believe these lackeys stand a chance against me? Ha ha, you're quite the showman. Do you really think our 30-odd brothers are soft targets? Longxing watched Yang Yan dismiss him utterly. Fury flared in his eyes. Don't say I didn't offer you a choice. Here are two. First, kneel now and beg forgiveness from the Tinglong brothers. They'll grant you a swift, painless death. Enough talk. Yang Yan refused to waste another breath on his bluster. Activating his killing mode, he unleashed phantom dragon steps. His figure vanished and reappeared instantly before Longxing. His black sword pierced Longxing's abdomen in a flash. 302 desperate strike. Instant kill. How could this be? Longxing's eyes widened in terror as he clutched his stomach with trembling hands. He had never imagined being obliterated in an instant, nor how his foe had crossed the distance without a trace. It was simply too fast. He hadn't even registered the movement. Yang Yan slowly withdrew his black blade. Longxing collapsed, dissolving into a streak of white light. You killed brother Longxing. Only then did the Tinglong members grasp the horror of what had just occurred, the sheer terrifying speed of his assault. Charge together. Avenge brother Longxing. One of Longxing's lieutenants seized command. The moment Longxing fell, authority passed to him by default. Tanks forward. Spirit mages focus fire. Physical attackers strike opportunistically. There's no way he can one-shot a tank. Several heavily built constitution-focused tanks stepped forward, encircling Yang Yan. Behind them, over a dozen spirit mages raised their staves and launched coordinated attacks. Seeing Yang Yan surrounded by Xiao, swept her staff forward and activated her innate skill, Celestial Melody. Ding. Player Bai Xiao has used Celestial Melody on you. Your skill blade sweep is now off cooldown, and for the next 10 minutes its cooldown is reduced by 80, while its effect is amplified by 30. Heaven itself conspires for your demise. Bestowing Celestial Melody upon blade sweep, the most devastating area-clearing technique, was perfect for this very moment. Without hesitation, Yang Yan unleashed blade sweep, a single sweeping arc of lethal force. 380, 386, 379, 368, 720 critical hit. A storm of devastation erupted across the crowd. The frontline tanks crumpled instantly, unable to withstand even a fraction of his power. 1111. Simultaneously, faint numbers flickered above Yang En's head, the futile strikes of distant spirit mages failing entirely to pierce his defenses. He made no effort to evade. His spiritual defense stood at 75, a threshold no ordinary player lacking Blackarnier weapons or higher could hope to breach at this stage. Only then did they fully comprehend the abyssal gulf between themselves and the man before them. He's not human. We can't even scratch him. Run. Someone screamed. Panic rippled through the ranks. Hold your ground. Focus fire. Take down that girl first. Long Xing's lieutenant suppressed his own dread to steady the crumbling formation, only to meet a razor-sharp arc of blade energy vanishing into white light mid-scream. With their de facto leader gone, the remaining dozen Tunglong members lost all cohesion and scattered in blind, frantic flight. Think you can run? A cold smile flickered across Yang An's lips. In an instant, he closed the gap on a straggler. 310 desperate strike, then unleashed another blade sweep, cutting down several fleeing figures in succession. Yang An moved with terrifying velocity. Phantom dragon steps had elevated his speed beyond mortal reckoning. Seconds later, the last Tunglong member fell. As he respawned in the village, Yang An sheathed his black blade with quiet satisfaction. A slaughter, complete and absolute. Not a single survivor remained. 34 souls extinguished, granting Yang An 340 points of slaughter resolve. At the newbie village respawn point, a cluster of players sat slumped in dejection. Long Xing stared blankly into space, stunned. Who was this person? How could anyone possess such overwhelming power so early in the game? Could this possibly be legitimate? No cheating involved. Could he be that kind of protagonist from novels? Are we merely stepping stones? Sigh. He'll have to report this to Brother Long Fei. Better not provoke him further. Gazing up at the sky, Long Xing felt a pang of melancholy. He was after all a devoted reader of cultivation novels, and scenes like this were all too familiar. Having witnessed Yang An's terrifying might, 30-some seasoned players cut down in moments. They understood his strength was undeniable. At least for now, provoking him would cripple their guild's leveling progress. Soon Long Fei received Long Xing's message. The stout man's face darkened, his expression so grim it seemed moisture might drip from his brow. After a long silence, he roared, "Worthless. 30 men couldn't defeat one. All of you worthless." Each had lost a level, a heavy blow to their advancement. Shuiran, is that your name? You'll regret this deeply. Once I claim the Frostwind Pavilion boss and secure its gear, we'll see how long you dance. Done. Yang An returned to Bai Xiao's side, smiling gently, as though the recent massacre bore no weight upon him whatsoever. Bai Xiao had regained her composure, yet her large, beautiful eyes remained fixed on him, awash with quiet wonder. She longed to know who he truly was beyond the avatar. Don't daydream. Let's go. Hearing his voice, she snapped back to awareness, only to find Yang An already walking steadily ahead. Shuiran, wait for me. She hurried after him, catching up at his side. Shuiran, how did you do it? There were over 30 of them, yet none could stand against you. Why are you so powerful? Why did you even come to save me? Shuiran, say something. Yang An, since when did you turn into a chatterbox? Bai Xiao, let's go. Our destination lies far, and this detour cost me precious time. With that, he quickened his pace. Bai Xiao murmured an obedient NM, then brightened, hastening her steps to keep up. How did you end up here? Yang An asked as they walked. I accepted a quest to gather hemostatic herbs here. Never expected to run into those wretched fellows. At the mention of the Tunglong group, her expression tightened with indignation. From now on, try not to venture out alone. He glanced at her. Truth be told, even he found her captivating, lithe and graceful skin like polished moonlight, though veiled, her delicate brows and refined features hinted unmistakably at peerless beauty beneath. Such breathtaking grace, wandering unguarded in the wilds. Today, it was Tunglong, tomorrow perhaps Tunghu, and the day after Tingsha. A quiet sigh escaped Yang, and truly beauty is both blessing and calamity. Bai Xiao smiled warmly at him. Are you worried about me? I'm merely concerned you'll lose a level if you die. Leveling is tedious after all. After traversing several monster-infested territories, the two finally arrived at Xiaya Plain. No sooner had they stepped onto the plain than they spotted a pack of wolf-like beasts gathered ahead. Grey Wolf. Level 9, HB, 1800 physical attack, 273 defense, 82. Skill. Bite lunges with bared fangs to tear into the enemy, dealing 120 damage. A common level 9 Grey Wolf, indistinguishable in appearance from its real-world counterpart. Yet its formidable attack and defense values, 273 and 82 respectively, inspired dread. Ordinary players could only sigh in resignation upon encountering it. Yang An advanced cautiously, positioning himself to draw the aggro of a single Grey Wolf. The beast, enraged by this audacious provocation, bared its teeth and charged forward with murderous intent blazing in its eyes. Incredible speed. Yang's heart tightened inwardly. The wolf's velocity nearly matched his own. His ability to defeat monsters unscathed had long relied heavily on his superior agility. Without sufficient speed, even lightning-fast reflexes would prove futile if his body failed to keep pace. Yang now keenly grasped the critical importance of agility. After leveling up, I'll need to invest points here without delay. In an instant, the gray wolf closed the distance, jaws wide open, poised to deliver a devastating bite. With its overwhelming offensive power, even a single strike would cost Yang dearly in health. Unfazed, Yang flicked his wrist. His longsword struck the wolf's maw with surgical precision, interrupting the bite mid-launch. At that moment, Bai Xiao unleashed her celestial melody, imbuing Yang's desperate strike with a potent buff. Leveraging the sword's recoil, Yang channeled his black iron sword into a furious blow, crashing squarely onto the wolf's skull. 298. The wolf roared in pain and lunged again, so close that evasion was instinctively recognized, yet physically impossible. With no alternative, Yang activated Phantom Dragon Step. He vanished, reappearing behind the beast, and drove his blade straight forward. Roar. 372. Critical strike. Yang murmured, "My apologies, Brother Wolf." That thrust was nothing short of ruthless. Never in its life had the gray wolf suffered such humiliation. It howled in fury, vowing to rend the insolent human youth limb from limb. Empowered by Phantom Dragon Step, Yang speed surged dramatically. No matter how fiercely the wolf attacked, it could not land a single effective blow. Within 10 seconds, the wolf collapsed in disgrace, granting Yang and Bai Xiao a generous bounty of experience. While the acceleration effect still lingered, Yang immediately drew the aggro of 5 nearby gray wolves preparing for area clearing. Under normal circumstances, he would never dare attempt such a feat, but now, brimming with confidence from his enhanced velocity, he watched the 5 wolves sprint toward him, then swept his blade sideways in a burst of rippling sword energy. 242, 242, 242, evaded 242. Exploiting his extraordinary mobility, Yang maintained perfect distance from the pack, delivering sweeping sword energy strikes every 5 seconds. Within a minute, all 5 wolves lay slain. His experience bar surged visibly upward. Before the buff faded, he cleared another wave. Once the buff expired, he reverted to cautious, single-target combat, still maximizing distance and relying on ranged skills to whittle down enemies. When evasion proved impossible and he took a direct hit, his current HP of 540 held firm, and beside him stood Bai Xiao, a dependable healer. Yang made no haste to seek out the Azure Wolf. Instead, he remained here, grinding gray wolves to level up first. He reasoned that the Azure Wolf's stats would be significantly higher, while gray wolves offered optimal challenge-to efficiency ratio for rapid progression. Thus, they slaughtered freely within the gray wolf's territory, pausing only briefly to log out and replenish stamina until midnight. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 8 and gained 5 free attribute points. Finally leveled up. After grinding gray wolves for 4 or 5 hours, Yang felt utterly drained. Drop rates were abysmally low. After countless kills, only a handful of white-tier items had dropped. Useless to Yang and insufficient even to justify dismantling his wild boar set. So he handed them all to Bai Xiao. Bai Xiao accepted them without hesitation, keeping what she could use, storing the rest for Yang. Their rapport deepened steadily. After Yang politely but firmly declined her repeated offers to transfer equipment funds, she ceased insisting and grew ever more diligent in battle, casting skills without reservation, never shirking duty. Yang allocated all 5 newly acquired attribute points to agility. He desperately needed it, not only for increased movement speed, but also for improved accuracy. Now at level 8, he could finally equip the Critical Necklace, a drop from the Wild Boar King. Critical Necklace Black Iron Artifact. Required level 8 class restriction, physical damage dealer. 5 critical hit rate, 10 critical damage, 15 agility. Description: bear the weight of my wrath. Yang opened his character panel. Name: Shui Ran. Class: none, physical damage. Level 8 EXP 8925000. Constitution 38, Strength 73, Spirit 20, Agility 44, Endurance 22. Insight Hidden, Luck Hidden. HP 5, 50 MP 230. Physical ATK 270, Spirit ATK 30, Physical DF 103, Spirit DF 76. Speed 14, Stamina 67. Equipment: Black Iron Sword, Black Iron Artifact, Rabbit King Ring, Black Iron Artifact, Black Mountain Goat, Leather Armor, Black Iron Artifact, Black Mountain Goat, Horn Bracelet, Black Iron Artifact, Critical Necklace, Black Iron Artifact, Wild Boar Set, 3-piece Toad Gauntlet. Skills: Fierce, Strike, Mortal Tier, Sword Energy, Sweep, Human Tier, Phantom Dragon Step, Divine Tier, Self-Invented, Slaughter, Heart Unknown. With 5 Black Iron Artifacts already equipped, Yang had become far more coveted than any boss. Should word spread, accusations of cheating would surely follow. Let's call it a day. We'll continue tomorrow. After agreeing on a time to log back in, Yang and exited the game. It was already 1:00 m. Without a nutrient pod, prolonged immersion was impossible. He needed to log out, eat, and rest. Before sleeping, he habitually opened the game forum. Immediately upon loading, a pinned post caught his eye, authored once again by Xiaoxing. Shocking. A lucky player has awakened an innate skill. According to Xiaoxing, a friend of his had entered the game and received an innate skill upon arrival. Though its effect was modest, merely boosting attacks slightly, it was still infinitely preferable to having none at all. Xiaoxing speculated that such individuals might not be rare, that many could awaken diverse innate skills. Thus, those who had already defeated bosses were likely among the possessors of powerful innate abilities. Lacking further data, Xiaoxing could only offer conjecture. Scrolling idly through the rest yielded little of value, so Yang set aside his phone and drifted peacefully into sleep. Ants also wished to compete with the sun and the moon. A disdainful and cold voice came from the front. At this moment, Yang stood amidst a pile of ruins surrounded by corpses stacked like mountains, with dying soldiers beside him standing in despair, yet resolutely. Yang raised his head and looked ahead, only to see a terrifying figure, tall and clad in black armor with horns protruding from its head, floating in midair, exuding overwhelming pressure while looking down at Yang with disdain. To be precise, it was looking in Yang's direction. Its eyes were filled with brutality, darkness, and a thirst for blood. It slowly raised its blood-red long knife, lightly slicing through the void before it. A terrifying energy was drawn forth, and a gigantic blood-colored crescent moon appeared before it, seemingly capable of rending space apart. The blood-colored crescent sliced through the sky, heading straight for Yang. No. Yang awoke from his dream, beads of sweat unconsciously forming on his forehead. Did I have a nightmare? Yang took a deep breath, slowly calming down, raising his left hand to look at the black ring on his finger. Is it because I've been playing too much, or am I just too tired? How could I have such a dream? That slash felt different from the game. It seemed I could sense that terrifying momentum and the feeling of death. Since joining the army, he had seen far too many scenes and was accustomed to life and death. It had been a long time since he had a nightmare. This dream felt incredibly real, making him feel that death was so close. Fortunately, he possessed an iron will and quickly returned to normal. Looking at the time, it was exactly 6 in the morning. After washing up, he casually ate some breakfast and began his routine morning practice. At 7 in the morning, Yang re-entered the game. You're here. As soon as he entered the game, a familiar voice rang in his ears. It was by Siyun. She had been waiting for a long time. MHM, Yang replied briefly. Let's go find a new target and continue leveling up. All right. Bai Siyun smiled brightly, following behind Yang. Yang led Bai Siyun onward, ignoring the gray wolf. After walking for over 10 minutes, the wild monsters ahead finally changed. Song Wolf. Introduction. Owl. Level 10 health, 3000 of physical attack, 320 defense, 95. Skills. 1. Bite opens its bloody mouth to bite all enemies, causing 120 damage, cooldown 1 minute. 2. Swift movement increases movement speed by 30, lasts for 30 seconds, cooldown 10 minutes. The attributes of the level 10 Song Wolf were significantly enhanced, and it had one more skill than the Grey Wolf. This is a bit tricky. Yang frowned as he looked at the Song Wolf's attribute panel. Considering the movement speed of ordinary Grey Wolves, that Song Wolf speed would only be faster under the effect of swift movement. Unless Yang activated Phantom Dragon, it would be difficult to dodge its attacks. He was currently too reliant on Phantom Dragon. If he were in a cooldown period facing the high mobility of its Song Wolf, he would probably have to endure it heated. Fortunately, he had by soon. Her do technique allowed Yang to feel a bit more at ease. It's starting. The tedious monster grinding began again, with Yang charging out first, sending a sword chi towards a nearby Song Wolf. 228. That Song Wolf, wandering aimlessly, turned readied upon being attacked by the intruder, roaring as it charged towards Yang. As it ran, a green light enveloped it, and its speed suddenly surged, clearly faster than Yang in his normal state. Using skills so quickly, Yang did not panic, directly retreating to an open area. A ball of green light entered his body, but unfortunately this time by Science Talent skill buff was placed on his single target skill, Forceful Strike. In just 4 seconds, that Song Wolf caught up to Yang and opened its massive mouth to bite. I wanted to wait for the 5-second cooldown of the sword chi sweep, but it seems that won't work. Yang directly activated Phantom Dragon, teleporting behind the Song Wolf. Just as he was about to thrust his sword, Yang suddenly changed his sword move and slashed down towards the Song Wolf's rear. 448 Forceful Strike, critical hit. I actually triggered a critical hit. It seems the critical hit necklace is quite good, although the added critical hit rate isn't much. It's far better than not triggering a critical hit for 1,000 years. With the 30-point movement speed boost from Phantom Dragon, the fate of the Tsang Wolf was already sealed. Soon this Tsang Wolf was slain by Yang An's sword, transforming into essence to nourish the two of them. Taking advantage of the acceleration state, Yang and began to grind monsters again, but due to the high health and defense of the Tsang Wolf, he could only manage a wave before time ran out. Looks like I can only grind them one by one slowly. Until the acceleration buff disappeared, Yang and faced the high mobility of the Tsang Wolf and was no longer so at ease. Fortunately, his reactions were extremely quick, and he could occasionally evade or block in advance. Many times he could only endure the Tsang Wolf's attacks, but with Bai Xian's healing and the support of red potions, he managed to get through without too much danger. Thus, the two ground monsters from morning until noon. Yang An's experience increased significantly, and he was not far from level 9. After killing a Tsang Wolf, Yang An noticed a different Tsang Wolf ahead, which was clearly larger than the ordinary Tsang Wolf. Could it be the Tsang Wolf King? Yang An began to check the attributes of the Tsang Wolf before him. Tsang Wolf Leader, Elite Monster. Introduction. If I had been born 10 years earlier, the position of Tsang Wolf King would definitely have been mine. Level 10 health, 20,000, physical attack, 437, a defense 110. Skills. 1. Bite opens its bloody mouth to bite all enemies, causing 120 damage, cooldown 1 minute. 2. Swift movement increases movement speed by 30, lasts for 30 seconds, cooldown 10 minutes. 3. Summon wolves, protect me. When health drops to 10, summon 5 Tsang Wolves to assist. It's just an elite monster, let's take a break and wait for my skills to cool down. Yang An casually tossed a piece of roasted meat to Bai Xian, then sat down to rest and recover his stamina while waiting for his skills to cool down. A few minutes later, Yang An stood up and walked towards the Tsang Wolf leader. Come on, let me offer you my sword. Bai Xian directly activated her skill, adding a buff to Yang An. Ding! Your skill Phantom Dragon has gained the Celestial Melody buff. This is just in time. Yang An was overjoyed. Due to the high quality of the Phantom Dragon skill, it was almost impossible to receive the Celestial Melody buff. At this critical moment, facing the pressure from the Tsang Wolf leader became much lighter. After releasing her skill, Bai Xian hid to the side. Given her current attack power, she couldn't break through the Tsang Wolf leader's defenses, so she simply cheered Yang An on from the sidelines. Swift battle, swift resolution. Yang An had to finish the fight before the Celestial Melody buff ended to avoid unexpected changes. He charged forward, swinging his sword, the sword chi slashing towards the Tsang Wolf leader. 208. Yang An gripped the black long sword tightly, many thoughts flashing through his mind. Can I control this sword chi? Each time he used the sword chi sweep, he felt a flow of energy within him surging towards the long sword in his hand. This isn't an illusion. Since the forceful strike can be upgraded by changing the exertion method, perhaps the sword chi sweep can too. Thoughts surged in his mind, and he could hardly wait to experiment. The Tsang Wolf leader, enraged from the attack, howled repeatedly, its eyes filled with ferocity, directly activating swift movement to charge at Yang An. Yang An also did not hold back, directly activating Phantom Dragon, teleporting behind the Tsang Wolf leader. With the Celestial Melody buff, the cooldown of Phantom Dragon was shorter than its duration, so he had nothing to worry about. 208 forceful strike, 160, 160, 256 critical hit, evade. Under a series of attacks, the Tsang Wolf leader's health continued to drop, while it could only spin around madly. Yang An maintained a high movement speed, always staying behind it. With the long sword in hand, Yang An activated the sword chi sweep. He carefully experienced the flow of energy within him during skill activation. Just as I thought. This is not an illusion, Yang An truly felt it this time. He tried to mobilize it to control it. However, controlling the sword chi was more difficult than he had imagined. During his battle with the Tsang Wolf leader, he used sword chi sweep time and time again. The Tsang Wolf leader's health continued to drop, and it could only helplessly chase after this enemy it could never catch up to. Under Yang An's frenzied attacks, its health soon dropped to around 10. Sword chi sweep. This time he no longer simply swung his sword. With the long sword in hand, he quickly waved it, forming 2 sword chies in the air, flying out continuously, slashing forward. 208, 208. 2 damage numbers floated up from the Tsang Wolf leader's head. Ding. Congratulations, the sword chi sweep skill has successfully advanced to sword chi slash. Ding. Congratulations. Your Jianqi Hangsaw sword chi sweep has successfully advanced into Jianqi Lianzhan. Jianqi Lianzhan Human Tier. Current rank novice. Proficiency 01000. Cost 40 points of spiritual energy. Cooldown 5 seconds. Effect releases 2 sword key blades in a forward fan. Each blade deals 130 damage to all targets within the area. After the upgrade, Jianqi Lianzhan remains a human tier skill, yet it can now unleash 2 sword keys simultaneously, greatly increasing its damage. Success. Yang An felt his heart surge with excitement. This skill advancement opened vistas of possibility. With further practice and insight, he might one day master his sword key perfectly. Wow, your skill can fire 2 sword key now. Bai Xiao's surprised voice came from behind. Yes, Jinchi Hangsaw has advanced. Advanced. Skills can advance. A lone long wolf howl cut their conversation short. Yang turned and saw that Songlong Alpha throwing its head back to howl. Its health had dropped below 10% as it called the pack for aid. 5 Songlong answered from afar, each returning the howl. Yang grinned and taunted Little Wolf, stop your needless struggle. Be obedient and meet your end. You dream of being king again in another life. The Alpha howled. Ding. That Songlong Alpha, unable to bear your provocation, entered a berserk state. All attributes increased by 20. Yang paused a moment, amused. It has quite the temper. As long as the Alpha lacked area attacks, Yang and with his absolute speed advantage felt no fear. In martial skill, speed often decides victory. Swiftness cannot make one invincible, but in certain circumstances, it can make up for gaps in raw attributes. Yang immediately drew the hatred of the 5 Songlong to himself to spare Bai Xiao. The buff lasts 3 more minutes. That should be enough. With a wave of his hand, 2 sword key shot forth racing toward the Songlong Alpha and 2 of the converging ordinary Songlong. Damage numbers popped up: 208, 208, 228, 228, 228, 228. 2 hits appearing above the Alpha and the 2 wolves. Yang nimbly repositioned to keep his distance, unleashing a Jinchi Lianzhan every 5 seconds. After 20 seconds of his sly tactics, all that Songlong lay dead. The 2 of them gained a hefty surge of experience. Yang glanced at his bar and saw level 9 was not far off. Come see what dropped. Yang beckoned to Bai Xiao. Oh, by custom, she decided who inspected the loot. He coming. Bai Xiao chimed, trotting over to the Songlong Alpha with a delighted smile. Lucky, 2 pieces of equipment dropped. Bai Xiao picked up the items and handed them to Yang. Songlong Claw. Quality white. Level requirement 9. Class requirement physical damage classes. Physical attack 25, strength 9. Description: a claw weapon crafted from the talons of its Songlong, razor sharp enough to tear flesh with ease. A claw weapon is niche, only a few can use it. It won't fetch much, and it's only white grade. Yang felt a twinge of disappointment as he eyed the next item, hoping an elite might still yield something better. Gale boots. Quality black iron. Level requirement 9. Class requirement universal. Physical defense 20, spiritual defense 18, movement speed 6, agility 15. Description: sit like a bell, stand like a pine, move like the wind. Put these on and feel the rush of speed. Wear them and taste speed and passion. Seeing the boots, Yang's joy overflowed. With these, perhaps I can rival that Songlong Alpha's speed without using Huanying Yulong. Yang didn't hesitate to stuff the Gale boots into his pack. The white Songlong Claw he tossed to Bai Xiao. Bai Xiao was unbothered and put the claw into her bag. She already owned many white-grade pieces and had nearly assembled a full set herself. They had farmed so many monsters, although the drop rate was low, it was enough for Bai Xiao to piece together a set. Too bad the Jixing skill book didn't drop, then I wouldn't have to rely so much on Huanying Yulong. Yang lamented. Against faster wild monsters, Yang leaned on both Huanying Yulong Phantom Wandering Dragon and Bai Xiao's Tian Lai Jin Heavenly Melody. Without those 2, he feared he'd have to tank fights Heaton. Don't lose heart, keep farming. Maybe it will drop. Bai Xiao smiled encouragingly. Yang nodded, then shifted to a teasing tone with a bright smile. Boss, pay up first. You. Bai Xiao raised her staff as if to bonk him, but reconsidered when she recalled his absurd power. She relented and prepared to hand over the coin. Ha, I was only joking. We're a team. Your contribution matters too. Teasing wealthy Bai Xiao now and then amused Yang. You do have a conscience. Bai Xiao shot Yang a mock glare, then put the staff down satisfied. Let's go keep farming. I'm close to level 9. Yang pressed onward. He needed to level quickly. A hard fight awaited him soon. He had not forgotten the old woodcutter's task, 3 days only. If the task expired unfinished, not only would the nearly divine Killing Heart be revoked, but he would suffer a penalty of level drop. Bai Xiao answered softly and kept pace. They ground through the dull levels until 3 in the afternoon, when Yang finally reached level 9. He allocated all free attribute points to agility and donned the Gale boots, removing the Boar War boots. Losing the Boar 3-piece set cost him some attack, but his agility and movement speed soared. They continued killing monsters to reach level 10 quickly and travel to the main city for a class change. Have you noticed there are fewer Songlong here? Bai Xiao asked, puzzled. Because we're about to meet a big one. Yang replied. They had drawn near the Songlong king's territory. As a proud sovereign, he would not tolerate other Songlong within his domain. Hence the ordinary Songlong thinned out. After clearing that area, they walked some distance and found no wild monsters. They came upon a small hill. Below lay a cave, and in the open before it reclined a gargantuan Songlong. Twice the size of an alpha, it was no smaller than a cow. It's the Songlong King. Yong'an cried, and the king's attribute panel materialized before him. Songlong King, bronze tier boss. Description: there are always insolent fools coveting my throne. Even 10 years would not elevate them to my stature. Level 10. Health 150000. Physical attack 671. Defense 150. Skills: Juzhua Paiji Giant Claw Slam. Strikes with massive claws dealing 150 damage. Cooldown 10 seconds. Jixing Swift March. Movement speed 30 for 3 minutes. Cooldown 10 minutes. Langwang de Zhaohuan Wolf King's Summon. For every 10 health lost, a leader class Songlong is summoned to assist, initially summons 1, and gains 1 additional summon each subsequent 10 health lost. Langwang's Roar, a sonic skill. That Songlong King's furious howl deals 80 damage per second to targets within a 10-meter radius for 10 seconds. Cooldown 15 minutes. This is terrifying. Bai Xiao's face paled as she read the king's stats. Yong'an inhaled deeply. Only one of the 3 days had passed, and time was scarce. He chose not to engage the Songlong King in a prolonged duel. They could not win. Let's go back to the village first, he said. Huh, why return to the novice village? Bai Xiao frowned in confusion. Even if they weren't planning to hunt the Grey Wolf King, they should still grind experience. Reaching level 10 would allow them to teleport to the main city for class advancement, to retrieve equipment, and then come back to face this Wolf King. Yong'an smiled faintly. He hadn't forgotten the quest awaiting him at Old Master Wang's forge. You're actually serious about fighting the Wolf King? Its skills look terrifying. Bai Xiao voiced her concern. Leveling was arduous, and she had no idea Yong'an harbored a compelling personal reason to slay that beast. One must at least try. Unwavering Yong'an tossed a village recall scroll to Bai Xiao, then shattered his own, vanishing in a shimmer of light back to the novice village. A flash of white light, and the two reappeared one after another at the village's resurrection point. Without pause, Yong'an led Bai Xiao straight toward the blacksmith shop. They arrived swiftly at the forge's entrance, its heavy wooden door firmly shut. Yong'an stepped forward and rapped sharply on the brass knocker. Old brother Wang, it's me. Coming right up, little brother. A cheerful voice boomed from within. Creak. The door swung open, revealing a broad-shouldered young man whose face radiated unrestrained excitement. Ha ha ha, brother Shui Ran. I've been waiting for you. You've finally arrived. Judging by your expression, you must have succeeded in your promotion. Congratulations, congratulations indeed. Yong'an clasped his hands in formal salutation. It's all thanks to you, brother. I couldn't have advanced so swiftly without the materials you provided. Ding. Quest completed. Wang Dahuai's advancement. You have successfully aided Wang Dahuai in becoming a senior blacksmith. Reward 500 experience points, 50 reputation, 30 favor with Wang the blacksmith. In his hands, the blacksmith held out a long sword toward Yong'an. Only with your mithril or in the wild boar king's tusk could I forge this blade, and thus secure my promotion. As agreed, it now belongs to you. Ding. You have acquired the bronze tier longsword unnamed. This blade remains unnamed. I believe its master should bestow its title. Thoughtfully, Master Wang entrusted the naming right to Yong'an. Yong'an accepted the sword. It measured 3 qi in length, its surface a deep, lustrous black, veined with silver filigree. He examined its attributes. Longsword unnamed in description, a masterpiece forged upon Master Wang's promotion in the novice village. 3 qi long, crafted from black iron as its base, refined with mithril and infused with the wild boar king's tusk, peerlessly sharp. Rarity bronze. Level requirement 10. Class restriction physical damage dealers. In-base stats: physical attack 200, strength 30, constitution 15, armor penetration 15. In special skill savage charge. Charges forward in a straight line up to 10 meters, dealing 200 damage to all enemies along the path and stunning them for 2 seconds. Movement speed during charge equals 200 of the user's base speed. Cooldown 5 minutes. An extraordinary weapon. Yong'an's heart soared. He nearly wanted to equip it instantly. This is utterly absurd. Bai Xiao stared dumbfounded. The weapon's damage output rivaled her own HP. Even more crucially, it bore an innate skill, the wild boar king's signature technique. Let's call it Fang Shatter. Yong'an casually named his first bronze tier weapon. Ding. Naming confirmed. Ending. You have acquired the server's first bronze tier equipment. The equipment rankings have activated, and a server-wide announcement is imminent. Hide your player ID. Hide it. Ending. Server-wide announcement: player XXX has obtained the server's first bronze tier weapon. The equipment rankings are now live. Ding. Server-wide announcement. Ending. Server-wide announcement. Ending. Server-wide announcement. In 3 consecutive announcements ignited a wildfire of excitement across the server. Whoa, what's going on? I don't even own a few common grade items, yet someone already wields bronze gear. And what insane luck is this? And I refuse to accept it. Don't rush. Gear will come in time. In, Yang opened the equipment rankings. Only the weapon tier was active, all other categories remained empty. And within the weapon tier, only one entry appeared. His Fangshatter sword standing alone at the summit. In weapon rankings in 1, in Fangshatter, sword level 10, rarity bronze, owner hidden. Yang stowed the Fangshatter sword into his inventory, thanked Master Wang, and departed with by Xiao. He still carried the wild boar king's hide, a potential material for further equipment. Soon they reached the tailor's shop, run by Aunt Sue, the sole seamstress in the novice village. Auntie, can you craft garments here? Yang approached and addressed her. Of course, but do you have the required materials? Aunt Sue replied calm and unhurried. Yang produced the wild boar king's hide. Auntie, could you fashion this into armor for me? And oh, the wild boar king's hide. My, young sir, never judge a book by its cover. This hide can be made into sturdy leather armor, but the craftsmanship fee is 1,000 copper coins. That expensive. Yang recoiled at Aunt Sue's price. Checking his inventory, he found only 5 silver coins and just over 1,000 copper coins. He had enough, but parting with it felt like a grievous wound. Not enough coin. Bai Xiao assumed he was short and spoke up. Hee, I've got plenty. Just say the word, big bro. She playfully patted her waist, hinting at the plump purse tucked beneath her sash. Plenty. Yang waved his hand dismissively. He'd rather not accept her money. He handed Aunt Sue the wild boar king's hide and 1 silver coin. Auntie, please make it swiftly. I'd be most grateful. Young sir, rest assured. It'll be ready in 3 hours. Aunt Sue thumped her chest in solemn promise. Thank you, Auntie. In 3 hours, that left ample time. Let's go. We'll grind monsters and aim for level 10 before tomorrow. With that, he dashed toward the village gate, by Xiao trailing close behind. That won't be easy, huh? Anyway, I'm just tagging along for experience. You push ahead. Bai Xiao teased, quickening her pace to match his stride. Side by side, they drew curious glances from players nearby. Yang wondered whether he ought to buy a mask. Standing beside Bai Xiao made him far too conspicuous, inevitably drawing unwanted attention. Do you think those irritating fellows will bother us again? Let them come, if they're unafraid of level loss. Yang shrugged indifferently. They were mere novices, no threat whatsoever to him. You're right. With you around, their arrival would only mean certain death. And they chatted lightly, mostly Bai Xiao speaking, Yang replying with brief, thoughtful words. Before long, they exited the novice village and entered the level 3 monster zone. Suddenly, fierce cries of battle erupted ahead, snaring their attention. Brothers, let's go all out. Better to die fighting than suffocate in disgrace. Follow me and strike. A familiar voice rang out from the battlefield ahead, where 2 factions clashed fiercely. Yang recognized the voice. It belonged to Fengshui Scholar, the player who had purchased his Rabbit King's staff. At that moment, Fengshui Scholar led over 30 players, now besieged by a massive force, 200 to 300 strong by rough estimate. They're about to break. Shall we intervene? Bai Xiao noticed Yang's recognition of the voice's owner and asked. Yang nodded silently and rushed toward the battlefield with Bai Xiao closely following in his wake. Though their prior interactions had been brief, Yang still remembered how Fengshui Scholar had once extricated him from danger. More crucially, Yang had spotted several familiar figures lurking behind the enemy ranks, prompting his decisive action. This world truly is small. We meet again. Time to settle old scores and new grudges alike. A wry smile curled at Yang's lips as he stepped onto the battlefield. Tunglong Guild conducts official business. Bystanders withdraw immediately. Someone in the crowd barked upon spotting Yang and Bai Xiao. Ignoring the warning, Yang activated his slaughter mode. His longsword slashed forward, releasing 2 razor-sharp sword energies. Ahead, over a dozen players were locked in fierce assault, utterly unprepared for Yang and sudden strike. The twin sword energies swept across the front line, instantly annihilating every Tunglong Guild member in their path. Not a single survivor remained. Yang's terrifying output plunged the battlefield into stunned silence. All present stood frozen in disbelief. Tunglong members stared breathlessly at the fallen comrades strewn before them. It's you. From behind the enemy ranks, Long Fei's voice rang out. Ha! I was just searching for you, and here you are walking straight into my grasp. Long Fei Guild Master seems remarkably confident, Yang remarked coolly, casting a disdainful glance his way. 300 men. 1 spit apiece could drown you. Who do you think you are swaggering like this? Long Fei retorted, emboldened by overwhelming numbers. Even as Yang's devastating power left him shaken, retreat was unthinkable. Fengshui Scholar, after a brief moment of stunned hesitation, also recognized Yang. Brother Shuran, flee now. You needn't get involved. Your willingness to aid us is deeply appreciated. I'll remember this debt forever. But Tunglong Guild now holds superior numbers, so I'll hold them off. Both of you must leave at once. Yang waved dismissively, grinning. Rescuing you is mere child's play. I'm actually here to catch up with Guild Master Long Fei. How dare you? Do you truly believe yourself invincible? Have we granted you such arrogance? Shouted Huang Mao, Long Fei's henchman. Yang An pointed his sword forward, eyes locked coldly on Long Fei. Then let us fight. Provoked beyond endurance, Long Fei roared, die. Brothers, attack. Dozens of tank-class players surged forward, encircling Yang An. Meanwhile, the enemy's ranged damage dealers took position, preparing to snipe him from afar. Protect her for me, Yang An said to Fengshui Scholar before dashing headlong into battle. Brother, rest assured. I'll let them cross my corpse before they lay a finger on your wife. Fengshui Scholar thumped his chest in solemn vow. Hearing those words, Yang An stumbled mid-stride, nearly toppling, before swiftly regaining his balance with practiced agility. I'm not. Bai Xiao's cheeks flushed crimson, her voice dropping to a whisper. No need to explain, sister-in-law. Come quickly. Brothers, form ranks. Protect sister-in-law at all costs. Whether through obliviousness or deliberate mischief, Fengshui Scholar's remark left Bai Xiao no choice but to hurry, blushing, to the safety of Fengshui Pavilion's formation. She even cast her skill Celestial Melody upon him. Ding. Your skill, Sword Energy Chain Slash, has gained the Celestial Melody buff, duration 10 minutes. A sly grin flickered across Yang An's lips. Your luck runs thin today. Facing the charging Tunglong host, he swept his blade. Tank players bore the brunt. One sword energy could be blocked, but two struck with lethal certainty. Tunglong players failed utterly to surround him. Behind the lines, Long Fei watched the carnage unfold, his face ashen with fury. He withdrew a scroll and handed it to Huang Mao. Huang Mao understood instantly and sprinted toward Yang An. Simultaneously, Tunglong's ranged assault descended. Yang An evaded most with preternatural speed, yet the barrage was too dense to avoid entirely. Over 100 attackers unleashed saturation fire. Spiritual energy orbs screamed through the air, slamming into Yang An and erupting in rapid-fire damage ticks. 1111. In that onslaught, Yang An lost over 50 health points. Then, a flash of emerald light streaked from behind, sinking into his body. 182. Bai Xiao's dew of nectar spell restored his health fully. Wretched scum, you'll pay dearly for this. Long Fei's face contorted with rage. Just as Yang An prepared to counterattack, an anomalous hue entered his field of vision. A streak of yellow hurtled toward him. Foolish death wish. Yang An sneered, and unleashed Sword Energy Chain Slash upon Huang Mao. At the very last instant, Huang Mao shattered the scroll. Black mist erupted forth, coiling around Yang An's body in an instant. Ding. You have been afflicted by the weakening scroll, damage reduced by 80, a defense reduced by 50, duration 3 minutes. A weakening scroll. Yang An's mind recoiled in surprise. He hadn't expected Tunglong Guild to possess such a rare artifact nor to deploy it against him. 68 is 68. The damage numbers floated above Huang Mao's head. Ha ha, just try being arrogant now. Huang Mao chugged a red potion, swelling with smug triumph. What do we do? Bai Xiao grew anxious, yet powerless. She possessed no purifying skill to dispel the debuff. It's over. I've doomed you both. Fengshui Scholar lamented bitterly, regretting having drawn them into this fray. Brothers, no retreat remains. Follow me. With that, he charged first. Wielding a black iron tier staff, his damage output was exceptional, though it still required 3 or 4 strikes to fell a single foe. Several tank players formed a living shield before him, constantly consuming health potions while absorbing Tunglong's barrage, safeguarding the rear-line damage dealers. With Yang An drawing aggro on the front line, Fengshui Pavilion's pressure eased considerably. They held firm. Yang An frowned, faintly surveying his own crippled damage output. His offensive power had plummeted. He could no longer execute enemies, instantly risking slow attrition and eventual defeat. At that moment, Long Fei himself strode onto the battlefield, gripping a jade green staff. Young man, you still have time to repent. Join Tunglong Guild, and all past grievances vanish. What say you? Guild Master Long Fei, so certain of victory already. Yang An's expression turned glacial. Nothing enraged him more than threats against those close to him. On the battlefield, all who had dared threaten him were already dead. Ha ha ha. Do you truly imagine escape? Since you refuse submission, you leave me no choice. Long Fei seethed with hatred. Yang An had repeatedly humiliated him, slain over 40 of his subordinates, and caused grievous level setbacks that severely hampered their cultivation progress. With a furious sweep of his arm, he bellowed, "Kill him." Ranged attackers unleashed another storm of spiritual energy projectiles. Very well, let's test this skill. Yang An murmured, softly activating a technique he'd never once used since learning it. Heart of Slaughter. Activate Bloodthirsty Slaughter State. A terrifying aura radiated from Yang An's frame. Crimson mist erupted around him, blazing like infernal flame across his entire being. Bloodthirsty Slaughter State consumes 100 slaughter points per second to damage increased by 200 attacks, grant 20 lifesteal. Yang currently held 4700 slaughter points, enough to sustain the state for 47 seconds. This state is pure madness. His eyes bled crimson. Something primal stirred within his consciousness, stoking an insatiable hunger for slaughter. His gaze locked icily upon Long Fei. Even his black longsword shimmered with a blood-hued mist. What unholy abomination is this? A tremor of fear flickered in Long Fei's heart. Yang flashed a ghastly feral grin. Then as the torrent of spiritual energy projectiles struck his body, his figure blurred, leaving behind only ghostly afterimages. In the next breath, he materialized deep within Tunglong's ranged formation and launched 2 sword energies. Fragile spellcasters fell instantly obliterated without resistance. Amplified by Bloodthirsty Slaughter's monstrous damage bonus, the weakening scroll's effect became negligible. Yang carved through the ranks with savage abandon, lifesteal fueling his relentless rampage. Tunglong Guild's formation collapsed into chaos. None could withstand him. Where his blade passed, armor shattered, flesh parted, and lives ended in an instant. Attack! All of you attack now! Long Fei shrieked in panic. I refuse to believe he can maintain this state forever. Yet his hope was dashed. Yang slaughtered faster than his slaughter points drained. His slaughter points didn't deplete, they surged. Under the celestial melody buff, sword energy chain slash cooled in merely 1 second. Within seconds, corpses littered the ground around him. Tunglong Guild members scattered in terror. None dared stand against Yang any longer. Gluttons! All of you gluttons! What are you running for? Kill him! He's just one man. Long Fei roared in fury, watching his men scatter in panic, desperately evading Yang's assault. He then raised his arcane staff. A viridian light coalesced at its tip before lancing forth like a spear of emerald lightning aimed straight at Yang. Amidst the carnage, Yang, whether intoxicated by battle's ecstasy or corrupted by the aura of slaughter, did not flinch. The green orb struck him full in the chest and detonated. Ding! You have been poisoned. Effect lasts 10 seconds. 28. Yang's health plummeted by 28 points per second. He lifted his gaze toward Long Fei, a faint chilling smirk curling his lips, and then he surged forward, a streak of lethal velocity aimed directly at his foe. Stop him! Now stop him! Long Fei's bodyguards rushed forward, forming a tight phalanx to shield him completely. Yet it availed them nothing. 2 razor-sharp sword auras sliced through the air, and the players blocking Yang fell slain instantly. Yang's speed now exceeded that of ordinary players by 4 to 5 times, blinding, thunderous, inhuman. His longsword thrust forward, aimed unerringly at Long Fei's face. Terror contorted Long Fei's features. Death loomed so close he could taste its metallic chill, the crimson eyes boring into him, cold, merciless, ravenous. Just as he believed all was lost, Yang froze, his blade halting a mere millimeter from Long Fei's brow. He could feel the needle-sharp tip trembling against his skin, poised to pierce his skull at any instant. Under that suffocating aura of dread, Long Fei's limbs betrayed him. His knees buckled. He collapsed backward onto the ground with a thud. Don't kill me. Oh, but that's impossible, Yang replied, voice laced with mocking amusement. Savor the taste of death first. With those words, he drove the blade home, straight through Long Fei's forehead. 681. Critical strike. Instant kill. This was merely a standard attack. Even while weakened, yet amplified by Bloodthirsty Slaughter's 200 damage bonus, it delivered staggering devastation. Whether by sheer fortune or cruel misfortune, the strike also landed a critical hit, leaving onlookers stunned into silence. Thighs is utterly terrifying. Feng Shuixing's jaw dropped in disbelief. Even Bai Xiao blinked in surprise. She had no idea Yang possessed such a terrifying state capable of such output even under an 80 damage reduction. One could scarcely imagine its lethality without suppression. He killed Brother Long Fei. Brothers, attack. Avenge our leader. Huang Mao shouted, rallying his comrades forward, only to be met with 2 more sword auras. Dozens fell in an instant. Huang Mao bellowed bravely, but retreated swiftly, muttering frantically, "He can't see me. He can't see me." Crouched low like a thief, he scurried backward, head bowed, fleeing for his life. Thud! Who dares block Huang Ye's path? Don't you know who I am? Huang Mao snarled, then froze, midrant eyes widening in abject horror. Big brother, it's got nothing to do with me. Please spare me. Tears welled in his eyes. He'd only just died. His level lagged far behind the elite. Another death would cripple his progress irreparably. In reply came Yang's icy blade, sliding cleanly across Huang Mao's throat. Like Long Fei before him, he vanished, reborn in the novice village. With their leader fallen, Tunglong Guild's morale shattered. Their ranks dissolved into disarray, they fled en masse. Yang could only hunt down the slowest among them. In this single battle, Yang stood alone against 300 and cut down over 100. When the clash ended, he deactivated Bloodthirsty Slaughter. Huh. He exhaled deeply. With bloodthirsty slaughter silenced, the oppressive weight within him lifted, leaving only calm clarity and quiet relief. His slaughter tally had not diminished. It had surged, now standing at 9600. Brother Shui ran, thank you for your timely aid. Feng Shui Shuxing approached, accompanied by the remnants of Feng Shui Pavilion. Yang nodded with a faint smile, though truth be told he'd intervened primarily for himself. Tunglong Guild had assailed him repeatedly. Such provocation could not go unanswered. This rare opportunity, too perfect to pass up. Had you not intervened, my 30-odd brothers would surely have perished. Now that combat had ceased, Feng Shui Shuxing resumed his scholarly poise, speaking with measured elegance. Of their original 80 members, fewer than 40 remained, a devastating loss. He truly needn't dwell on it. As I said, I already bore them a grudge. Yang spoke, casually glancing briefly at Bai Xiao, before turning back to Feng Shui Shuxing. Brother Shuxing, I have some gear. Might you be interested? Yes, absolutely. He knew precisely what gear meant. His own black iron staff, crafted by Yang, had dramatically increased his monster-slaying efficiency. Nothing but Waitire equipment, ideal for bridging the gap until better gear arrives. Yang shot Bai Xiao a subtle glance. She rolled her eyes, feeling less like a peer and more like his personal assistant. She withdrew 24 Waitire items from her inventory and shared their stats with Feng Shui Shuxing. How about 3,000 coins per piece? Yang proposed. Feng Shui Shuxing's eyes lit up. Waitire gear now fetched over 5,000 coins, if one could find it at all. Yang's price was remarkably fair. True, these were merely Waitire, but in this era, every extra piece of gear conferred a decisive edge. Blackarong grade and above remained exceedingly rare. Then many thanks, brother. Feng Shui Shuxing promptly completed the trade with Bai Xiao. She dashed over to Yang and flashing a thumbs up. 66,000 coins earned. Yang smiled faintly, another substantial windfall. Let's go. Then turning to Feng Shui Shuxing, Brother Shuxing, until we meet again. Brother Shui ran. Add me as a friend. Next time you've gear to sell, just message me. Feng Shui Shuxing sent a friend request on the spot. Agreed. After a moment's pause, Yang accepted. Brother, you must stay vigilant. Here in the novice village, Tunglong numbers only 300. But once you reach the capital city, they command over 10,000 members. Feng Shui Shuxing warned gravely. Feng Shui Pavilion and Tunglong Guild had clashed for years. They knew each other's strength well. No matter. Let soldiers meet generals, waters meet earth. Here in the novice village, they hold no sway. Yang smiled confidently, utterly dismissive. He would reach level 10 and depart this village soon enough. Here, take this, brother. Feng Shui Shuxing retrieved a palm-sized straw effigy from his personal space and offered it to Yang. What is this? Yang accepted it. Its description shimmered into view. Substitute effigy carried on person, absorbs 1 fatal blow, reviving the owner with 60 health restored. I obtained it completing a hidden quest. You saved dozens of my brothers. This is but a token of gratitude. Feng Shui Shuxing spoke warmly, his expression serene and sincere. Then I thank you, Brother Shuxing. Yang accepted without hesitation, tucking the effigy into his pack. Brother Shui ran. Farewell. Feng Shui Shuxing bowed respectfully. Yang returned the gesture. Bai Xiao waved cheerfully. Then the two turned and strode resolutely toward Xiaoyu Plain, to train to rise to ascend. After they departed, Feng Shui Shuxing remained rooted in place. How did he do it? The gap is simply incomprehensible. Brother Shuxing, wasn't that substitute effigy your hard-won reward? Giving it away so easily? One of his subordinates voiced quiet dismay. The artifact's worth weighed heavily upon his conscience. The lives of 30 brothers outweigh a single effigy, by far. Feng Shui Shuxing shook his head, gently adding, besides, I sense something extraordinary about this man. Cultivating goodwill early is not generosity. It is foresight. ACI nodded slowly, deep in thought. Novice village respawn point. Brother leader, I've been killed again. You must avenge me. Huang Mao wailed, kneeling before Long Fei. Avenge you? I was slain too. What do you expect me to use? Long Fei snapped, barely restraining himself from kicking the whining youth out of sight. Then what do we do? Lie low for now. Grind levels. Reach the capital city swiftly. With 10,000 brothers at our backs, will one man still frighten us? But it still feels unbearable. Get out. Yes, sir. Yang and Bai Xiao returned to the Xiaoyu Plain, once more resuming their monotonous leveling. With the new gale boots, his speed had significantly increased, allowing him to outpace the Canglong even without using the Phantom Dragon technique. This greatly improved his efficiency in monster farming, but to farm in groups, he still needed to activate a speed buff, though otherwise it could be quite dangerous. Previously, they had returned to the village and engaged in a fierce battle with players from the Tunglong Guild, which consumed quite a bit of time. Now it was already 6 p.m. The two of them continued farming until dawn, during which they defeated 2 Canglong leaders, but their luck was not as good as the first time as they did not drop anything valuable. The probability of leaders dropping good items was already low last time was an incredible stroke of luck for them. However, their experience bar had significantly increased, getting them closer to level 10, while Baixiu had already reached level 9. I need to log off and rest, Baixiu said. Although her skills were easy and she wasn't tired at all, she always maintained a good routine and needed to log off for some beauty sleep. Alright, go ahead, Yang nodded. He also needed to return to the novice village to check the time. Aunt Sue at the tailor shop should have finished making his clothes. Then I'm logging off. Baixiu's figure transformed into a white light and disappeared before Yang. He noted the coordinates here and then shattered the novice village's teleportation scroll. Back in the novice village, he quickly received the long-awaited equipment from Aunt Sue. Wild Boar King leather armor introduction, made from the skin of the black main Wild Boar King by Aunt Sue of the novice village. Quality black iron level requirement level 10 class requirement universal. Base attributes physical defense 82, spiritual defense 66, health 265, root 21, stamina 10. Not bad. It seems that equipment must reach at least bronze tier to have skills appear. Yang was very envious of the passive skill of the black main Wild Boar King, which increased damage the lower the health. However, he did not force it. What he gained was fortune, what he lost was fate. It's all level 10 equipment, but I can't wear it yet. Yang looked at his experience bar, which was just over a third of level 9. At the rate he was farming monsters, it took a full 6 hours to gain this little. This shows how difficult it is to level up from level 9 to level 10. At this speed, I should reach level 10 by tomorrow night. There is still time. With over a day left until the deadline for the Old Tree Guardian's quest, he needed to reach level 10 first before he could challenge the Songlong King. Before logging off, he replenished some potions. The red potions were fine, but the blue ones were consumed quite quickly. Fortunately, he wasn't short on money now. After restocking Yang returned to the spot where Baixiu had logged off before deciding to log off and rest. The next morning, the two entered the game again, continuing to farm monsters. Now equipped, Baixiu with all points in spiritual power could deal damage to ordinary Songlong, though her damage was quite low. With Yang present, there was basically no need for her to attack when facing ordinary Songlong. Occasionally she would join in the attacks, but most of the time she was just along for the ride, enjoying the scenery. With Yang's current skills, he hardly needed her to heal. Occasionally, drinking a red potion was sufficient. They farmed until around 7 p.m. when Yang's experience bar was finally nearly full, only a step away from level 10. Yang struck down that Songlong in front of him with a sword, and the system's delightful notification finally rang out. Ding! Congratulations, your level has risen to level 10, and you gained 5 free attribute points. Ding! You are the first player in the entire server to reach level 10, receiving a reward of 10 to all attributes 1 luck, and a random hidden job transfer scroll X1. A server-wide announcement is about to be made. Do you wish to hide your ID? Hide. Ding! Server-wide announcement. The cage of fate will eventually be broken, and the shackles binding the body will be torn apart. Congratulations to player for becoming the first player in the entire server to reach level 10, receiving a reward of 10 to all attributes 1 luck, and a random hidden job transfer scroll X1. Ding! Server-wide announcement. Ding! Server-wide announcement. The 3 consecutive server-wide announcements once again ignited excitement among all players. What? Did I hear that wrong? Is someone already at level 10 after just a few days? Have I been farming monsters for days only to hit a wall? Upstairs, you are indeed farming dogs. This is ridiculous. I'm only level 3. The highest level I've seen in our village is only 5. How is that possible? Is there another way to level up quickly in this game? Haven't you guys noticed the random hidden job scrolls awarded by the system? That's the key. Ding! Server-wide announcement. The level leaderboard has been opened. Ding! Ding! The level leaderboard is up. Hurry and see which big shots are on the list. Maybe I can make it onto the list. You can forget it. Look at your pathetic level 3, and you still want to make the list. Ding! You are currently ranked first on the level leaderboard. Do you wish to hide your ID? Hide. Yang chose to keep a low profile. Level leaderboard first place. Hidden no job level 10 second place. Tianzuan no job level 9 third place. War God Chio no job level 9 fourth place. Against Heaven and Change Fate no job level 9 fifth place. Hidden no job level 9 sixth place. Water Clear Dream Blue no job level 9 7th place. Shake Light Saint Child no job level 9 8th place. Twilight of the Gods no job level 9 9th place. Hidden no job level 9 10th place. Aeon no job level 8. After looking at the leaderboard, Yang found that he had not opened up a significant gap, or it seemed there were still many capable players, and he could not underestimate the world. One must know that there are always those better than oneself, and skies beyond skies. His lead was merely temporary and not something to be overly proud of. While you are the first to reach level 10 in the entire server. Haha, thanks to you am now on the leaderboard too. Yu happily extended her fair little hand, making a peace sign. It's just luck. Yang smiled, not feeling proud. He had never regarded leveling up as a goal. Now there were many quests he needed to tackle, including the Old Tree Guardian's quest and the Old Villager's quest to find his son's whereabouts, all related to the upcoming battle with the Songlong King. First, let's check the rewards given by the system. Yang held a black and gold ancient scroll in his hand. Random hidden job scroll. Using it may randomly grant a hidden job transfer scroll. He used it directly, and the black and gold scroll burst forth with a brilliant light, surrounding him with countless points of light that floated in the air. After a brief pause, they all transformed into flowing light and converged in Yang's hand. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the hidden job diamonds to pay transfer scroll job positioning Guardian heavy armor. What a pity. Yang frowned slightly, feeling a bit disappointed. What's wrong? Is it not the job you needed? Yu asked upon seeing his expression. It's a defensive job diamond stupa. A defensive job. Yang felt it was not suitable for himself, though it seemed he wouldn't be able to change jobs before fighting the Wolf King. Perhaps there was someone suitable, and a figure floated in Yang's mind, unwittingly bringing a smile to his face. Alright, looks like this fat guy will benefit from it. After stowing away the transfer scroll, Yang replaced the broken tooth long sword and Wild Boar King leather armor with the black iron sword and black goat leather armor, resulting in an explosive increase in attributes. He gave the replaced leather armor to Yu, enhancing her defense, ensuring she would be safer in the upcoming battles. This is the armor you wore. Yu took the black goat leather armor with a hint of disdain. This is a game, and it lacks my scent. You won't get it back if you don't want it. Yang shot her a glance and pretended to take it back. I want it. Seeing Yang reach for it, Yu swiftly tucked the black goat leather armor into her backpack. It's still much better than the plain equipment I'm wearing. It would be such a waste to let it go. Yu hurriedly stashed it away, fearing it would be taken back. Yang ignored her and checked his current attributes. Health 1075, physical attack 440, physical defense 184, spiritual defense 150. He felt satisfied, even a bit inflated. Yang and Yu returned once more to the Wolf King's territory. Beneath a small hill on the open ground before the cave, the massive Azure Wolf King, nearly the size of a water buffalo, lay resting as before. Let's rest a moment before facing this giant, Yang said, sitting cross-legged on the ground to eat roasted meat and restore his stamina, then logging out briefly to have a proper meal. Returning to the game refreshed and fully nourished, all fatigue had vanished. Yang glanced at the slumbering Wolf King and drew his 3-foot, sword-broken fawn. Step back, don't get caught in the crossfire. With that, Yang charged forward toward the Azure Wolf King. Xiao raised her staff, a shimmering light flowed into him as he sprinted. Ding! Your skill Fervent Strike has been enhanced by the Heavenly Melody buff. This time fortune did not favor him. Fervent Strike remained his weakest defensive skill, whereas Sword Chi Sweep, having undergone refinement since their last battle, now dealt twice the damage. The moment Yang entered the Wolf King's aggro radius, its eyes snapped open and it rose from the ground. 2 crimson orbs locking onto him with unblinking intensity. Ayo! A thunderous roar erupted, radiating an aura of primal dominance. Undaunted, Yang swept his blade. A pair of razor-sharp sword chi lanced forth. 406, 406. Enraged, the Wolf King seethed. How dare this insignificant insect not flee upon sight, but instead strike back? Utter audacity. It bared its fangs and unleashed another deafening howl. Not mere intimidation this time, but its ranged sonic assault. Wolf King's roar inflicts 80 of target's maximum HP as damage per second to all enemies within a 10-meter radius for 10 seconds. Yang had already entered that zone. The piercing shriek assaulted his senses, nearly unbearable. 390. Fall back. I can't hold out much longer. At 390 damage per second, Yang would fall after just 2 hits. Fortunately, he hadn't advanced too deeply. Otherwise, had have been forced to deploy his ultimate survival technique, Phantom Dragon Glide. He refused to waste such a trump card prematurely. It must be saved for the decisive moment. He retreated backward at full speed, fleeing beyond the effective range of Wolf King's roar. 246, 390, 100. Xiao activated Dew of Grace, restoring a modest amount of health to Yang, and who simultaneously downed a vial of crimson healing elixir. Yang endured only 2 strikes before escaping the Wolf King's attack radius. Hardly an auspicious start to the battle. At least this ability carried a 15-minute cooldown. Without it, the Wolf King would become far more manageable. 27, 27. Dew of Grace continued its gentle, persistent healing, though the increments were meager indeed. After 10 seconds, Yang's vitality was fully restored. Again, he flicked his wrist. Sword Chi Barrage surged forth. then dashed forward once more. The Wolf King absorbed 2 more sword chi impacts and lunged furiously toward Yong'an. Only then did Yong'an realize despite its mountainous frame the beast moved with startling swiftness, faster even than himself. He had recently equipped the Gale Step boots, upgraded his stats, and invested system-awarded attribute points, all dramatically increasing his speed, yet still fell short of the Azure Wolf King. That colossal leonine form hurtled toward him at breakneck speed. As distance collapsed between them, the Wolf King launched itself skyward, raising its enormous razor-clawed forelimb to crush Yong'an with devastating force. You may outpace me, but agility, you're woefully outmatched. Using his forward momentum, Yong'an arched his body backward at an uncanny angle, slipping beneath the Wolf King's strike and evading it entirely. Seizing the opening, Yong'an thrust his blade deep into the Wolf King's abdomen. 499 fervent strike. The beast landed heavily and spun around. Yong'an steadied himself, meeting the Wolf King's gaze heated. Among its abilities, Mighty Claw Smash bore a 10-second cooldown. Wolf King's roar required 15 minutes, and it possessed one final active skill, Swift Stride. Phantom Dragon Glide must be reserved for countering Swift Stride, otherwise he'd be hopelessly outmaneuvered. After a brief standoff, Yong'an surged forward again, using nimbleness to entangle the beast in close-quarters combat. 499, 312, 406, 406, evade 499. Yong'an struck rapidly, landing occasional blows while enduring counterattacks. His current HP stood at 1075. Sustained by Xiao's healing and repeated doses of Crimson Elixir, he barely clung to life. Dodging, weaving, and seizing fleeting openings, this style of combat drastically reduced his attack frequency. Yet the Wolf King's health dwindled steadily, promising a grueling endurance trial. AOL. Frustrated beyond endurance by this diminutive human's relentless mockery, the Wolf King threw back its head and unleashed its final active ability, Swift Stride. Azure wind coiled around its limbs, accelerating it to terrifying velocity. Against this new speed, Yong'an's agility alone could no longer suffice. Phantom Dragon Glide. Without hesitation, Yong'an vanished, reappearing behind the Wolf King, and delivered a treacherous precision strike to its most vulnerable region. 799 weak point strike. Ayo! The Wolf King whirled violently, jaws wide and dripping crimson, snapping wildly at Yong'an. My apologies, I truly didn't mean to. Yong'an laughed aloud, dancing effortlessly beyond its snapping maw. Empowered by Phantom Dragon Glide, his speed now exceeded the Wolf King's by half. He could strike freely unimpeded. Yet the acceleration buff lasted only 3 minutes. His focus had never been sharper. Any 2 consecutive missteps could spell death. He could withstand at most 2 of the Wolf King's blows. 5 minutes, 10 minutes. The Wolf King's health dropped to 90. AOL. A summons, resonant and commanding. A silver-furred alpha wolf emerged onto the battlefield, answering its sovereign's call with a fierce, echoing howl. This was the true source of the Wolf King's invincibility. Each time the Wolf King lost 10 of its health, it summoned an alpha wolf, and the number increased cumulatively. 10 minutes elapsed, and by Xiao's heavenly melody cooldown ended, she immediately reapplied the buff. Ding! Your skill fervent strike has been enhanced by the heavenly melody buff. Unlucky timing, Yong'an muttered, undaunted. Abandoning the Wolf King, he charged toward the newly summoned alpha. Even without Phantom Dragon Glide, his speed now far surpassed the alpha's, rendering its own Swift Stride useless. Facing both the Wolf King and its alpha, Lieutenant simultaneously multiplied his pressure, yet he had already devised his countermeasure. He closed in on the alpha, engaging it at point-blank range, using its body as a living shield to block the Wolf King's attacks. Weaving deftly, he pressed relentless assaults against the alpha while his sword Chi Barrage, triggering every 5 seconds, struck both beasts simultaneously. With his vastly enhanced damage output, he dispatched the alpha within 4 or 5 minutes. Alas, summon alphas yielded no loot nor experience. Returning to face the Wolf King alone, Yong'an grew increasingly familiar with its patterns. The battle escalated into pure white-hot intensity. Minute by minute, the Wolf King summoned another alpha, each time its health dipped by 10. 90, 80, 70, 30, 20. The number of summoned alphas swelled, from 1 at the outset to 8 now. Fortunately, Yong'an carefully regulated the Wolf King's health, ensuring Bai Xiao applied buffs just before each summon, especially stacking Heavenly Melody until it amplified Sword Chi Barrage. This strategy significantly extended the duration of the confrontation, prioritizing safety over speed, enabling him to eliminate summoned alphas more reliably. Confronting 8 alphas alongside the Wolf King, Yong'an felt unprecedented strain. Darting through the pack, he unleashed Sword Chi Barrage without pause. One alpha after another crumpled, until only the Wolf King remained. Just you and I again. Perhaps it's time you stepped down from your throne, Your Majesty. Pup. Face your end. 19, 18, 15, 14, 12, 11. With grim humor, Yang and Noted Head fought continuously for 5 hours, only now grinding the Wolf King's health to this critical threshold. Victory loomed, within reach. He had to endure just a little longer. This would be the final summoning. Bai Xiao, meanwhile, was utterly spent, never before so exhausted. Yet she dared not slacken her vigilance, maintaining dew of grace and heavenly melody without interruption. Aol. The Wolf King howled skyward, its body blazing with crimson radiance. What's happening? It shouldn't summon yet. It still has one left. Ding. Due to sustained verbal provocation, the Wolf King has transcended in fury, ascending to silver tier boss status. All attributes increased by 200. Yang exclaimed, "What the hell? Why is this wolf so aggressive? Can it even advance?" He thought, "I can't let it complete its advancement smoothly." A silver-grade boss was beyond his capabilities. A single slap could flatten him. Heart of Slaughter. Yang activated his bloodthirsty killing state, surrounded by a blood-red mist, his eyes glowing crimson. He launched the most ferocious attack on the still advancing Wolf King. 624, 812, 1001, 1001, 1299 critical hit, 1248 charge skill. Yang unleashed all his skills, inflicting over 6,000 damage in just 1 second, directly reducing the Wolf King's health to below 10. Whoa! The Wolf King roared in anger. The damage caused by Yang was significantly reduced with each attack, only dealing a few dozen points of damage. Not good. It has successfully advanced. Yang's expression turned serious. What should we do? A worried voice came from behind it. Was by CU. Can we only give up? Having fought this far, would it be in vain? Yang felt very reluctant. Giving up meant mission failure, a devastating loss for him. Woo! The newly advanced silver-grade Wolf King had significantly increased health, but it was still below 10 proportionally. At this moment, it was using a skill to summon wolf leaders for assistance. This time it will summon 9 wolf leaders. What should we do? Should we give up? Bai Xiu looked at Yang, her eyes filled with concern. Give up, eh? Yang gripped his sword tightly, staring at the Wolf King. Wolf King's silver-grade boss, level 10. Level 10. It is still level 10. Yang recalled an item he had never used since acquiring it, which he had almost forgotten about. He pulled out a black wooden stake from his inventory, a gift from the old man by the tree, the black stake. Black stake, a magical wooden stake with a very special ability. When placed on the ground, it can force the target monster to ram its head against the black stake, dealing 10 true damage of its maximum health and stunning it for 4 seconds. Usable once only, effective on monsters below level 10. It should work on the boss too, right? Yang placed his hopes on the black stake. The Wolf King had finished summoning with 9 wolf leaders appearing around him, their eyes hungrily fixed on Yang. It howled to the sky, issuing the command to attack. The 9 wolf leaders howled in unison and charged at Yang. We only have one chance. Yang held the black stake in one hand and rushed forward. Phantom Dragon. Several phantoms appeared, and Yang's real body appeared behind the Wolf King, targeting it with the black stake. As the black stake struck the ground, it emitted a burst of light. The Wolf King seemed to be affected by an invisible force, uncontrollably ramming its head towards the stake. It howled in madness, trying to break free from the strange power, but its body was completely beyond its control. Bang! The Wolf King's massive body slammed into the black stake. 15,000. The true damage of 10 of its maximum health caused its health to be completely depleted. The Wolf King let out a mournful howl, collapsing to the ground, dropping a pile of items. The summoned wolf leaders also dissipated due to the Wolf King's death. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully killed the level 10 silver-grade boss, the Wolf King. Gained 200 experience points, 100 reputation points. Ding! Due to your team achieving the first kill of the Wolf King and becoming the first team in the server to kill a silver-grade boss, you received additional rewards. Level 1A reputation 50, silver coins 100. An announcement will be made server-wide. Do you wish to hide your ID? Ding! You cannot level up as you have not completed your job transition. Such a waste. Yang pouted. He still chose to hide his ID. Ding! Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player and their team for completing the first kill of the Wolf King, becoming the first player in the server to defeat a silver-grade boss, receiving additional rewards. Level 1A reputation 50, silver coins 100. Ding! Server-wide announcement. Ding! Server-wide announcement. Who finally? It's over. Yang plopped down on the ground, feeling mentally and physically exhausted after hours of intense focus. Bai Xiu also sat down on the ground without regard for her image, too tired to move, ignoring the pile of items that had dropped. I'm so tired. I don't want to move at all, she said weakly. I haven't even said I'm tired yet, you already shouted it out. Yang teased, aren't you going to see what dropped? I'm not as freakish as you. Bai Xiu rolled her eyes at him, and when she saw the pile of items, her eyes lit up, and she stood up. Yang also stepped forward, activating his gathering skill on the massive body of the Wolf King. The failure rate of gathering from a silver-grade Wolf King was extremely high. Fortunately, the corpse would not disappear immediately. After his relentless efforts, he successfully gathered the Wolf King's fangs X2, Wolf King's hide X1. In the task item, he had longed for the heart of the Wolf King. Ding! Congratulations, your gathering skill has leveled up to advanced. To his surprise, the gathering skill actually upgraded with the help of the Wolf King. Did you get any good equipment? Yang asked Bai Siyu, who was still counting the spoils. Here, Bai Siyu traded the sorted equipment to Yang. 1 piece of silver-grade equipment, 2 pieces of bronze-grade equipment, and 3 pieces of black iron-grade equipment. The silver-grade item was a staff, Silver Moon Staff, silver-grade unidentified. 2 pieces of bronze-grade Gear Wolf, Fong Dagger bronze-grade, Howling Moon Bracelet bronze-grade. 3 pieces of black iron equipment, a ring, a robe, and a hat. All of them were unidentified. Yang only had 2 identification symbols and could only identify black iron-grade equipment, so he decided to wait until they returned to identify them. The silver-grade staff, black iron-grade robe, and hat were all for magic attack, so Yang directly handed them to Bai Siyu for her to identify herself. Bai Siyu didn't feel the need to be overly polite and happily accepted this undoubtedly the best silver-grade weapon in the server. She stuffed all the other whiteboard equipment into her bag for unified processing. There was also a silver scroll, a blue-covered book, a jade-like token, and some coins on the ground. Wolf King Summoning Scroll summoned the Wolf King to fight together for 10 minutes with the Wolf King's level matching that of the summoner. Similar to the last Wild Boar King Summoning Scroll, but limited to level, meaning its stats might still be similar to the Wolf King's. The blue book was a human-level skill book, Swift Movement. Swift Movement human-level effect releases a skill to increase movement speed by 30 for 3 minutes, cooldown 10 minutes. Job requirement general. It really dropped the signature skill of the Wolf Clan. Yang was overjoyed as this was exactly what he needed. He then picked up the jade token and information appeared before his eyes. Mysterious jade symbol seems to be used to open a certain portal. Nothing. How can there be nothing? Yang frowned. The Wolf King did not drop any clues about the old village chief's son. This meant the clues were cut off here. How would he complete the task? If it remains unfinished, there would be a penalty of level loss. Suddenly Yang noticed a cave at the bottom of the small hill. The Wolf King had always guarded this spot, so there must be something inside. Yang gave the Wolf King Summoning Scroll to Bai Siyu. This item was of no use to him, but would be suitable for her self-defense. He learned the Swift Movement skill, which would allow him to rely less on Phantom Dragon. Of course, using both together could unleash even more terrifying speed. Let's check out that cave. Yang pointed to the cave that was tall enough for a person to enter, dark and bottomless inside. He stepped into the cave first with Bai Siyu closely following him, afraid of being left alone. After all, she was a girl, and entering such a dark and eerie cave could be a bit frightening. Upon entering, it wasn't as dark as he had imagined, and there was another world inside the cave. There are signs of artificial work. It doesn't look like a natural cave. Yang observed the surroundings of the cave, noticing traces of man-made excavation. They walked deeper into the cave, where the light grew dimmer. Bai Siyu kept closely behind Yang and extending a small hand to tightly grip his clothing, her small face filled with tension. Yang took out a fire starter for roasting and lit a torch hanging on the wall. The firelight illuminated the surroundings, dispersing the chilling aura. The two continued through the cave for over 10 minutes, finally reaching the end. There is no way forward. Yang held up the torch to illuminate the front, where a massive stone door stood. Its surface was covered with ancient, mysterious patterns, as though it had endured countless eons. He extended his palm and pushed the stone gate with all his strength, yet it remained utterly unmoved. Shuiran, look there. Bai Siyu suddenly exclaimed, pointing beside the stone gate. Following her gesture, he gazed toward a recessed groove embedded in the wall. He stepped forward and examined it closely, eyes lighting up with sudden recognition. From his satchel, he withdrew a jade token, and upon comparison found its shape perfectly matched the groove. So this jade token is the key to opening the gate. Could something terrifying lie within it? The unknown always breeds deepest dread. Bai Siyu clearly trembled. What if a mummified corpse leapt forth the moment the gate opened? Coward, Yang teased lightly. Bai Siyu huffed, refusing to loosen her grip. Her fingers remained firmly clenched in the hem of his robe, never straying an inch from his side. A faint smile curled at Yang's lips. He ceased his teasing and carefully slotted the jade token into the groove. Click. As the token settled into place, a mechanism engaged with a sharp resonant snap. Instantly, the jade flared with radiant light, and arcane sigils ignited along the groove's rim, spreading like wildfire across the entire stone gate. Rumble, rumble. The massive stone gate began to grind open inch by slow, thunderous inch. Yang drew his fong-like sword, bracing for battle, yet nothing emerged. When the gate finally swung fully wide, no horror awaited them. Let's go in and see. Yang strode ahead, without hesitation crossing the threshold into the chamber beyond. Before him unfolded a vast circular space, strikingly empty, its floor inscribed with enigmatic spiraling patterns. It bore the unmistakable grandeur of a colossal ceremonial altar. At its very center floated a golden lotus blossom suspended midair. Upon its petals rested a slender golden sword, both rotating slowly in perfect unison. Yang stood transfixed before the golden lotus. Its petals shimmered with unfathomable Tao patterns, beyond his comprehension. Yet he felt with visceral certainty that this bloom was a marvel of heaven and earth, the most exquisite thing ever wrought. Golden characters flickered before his eyes. Only question marks, no meaning revealed. Then laughter. A low, chilling chuckle shattered the silence. Off. Bai Xiao recoiled with a startled cry. Who's there? In one fluid motion, Yang spun around, pulling her behind him and raising his blade in guarded defense. Young friend, no need for alarm. Before them stood an aged man, silver-haired and clad in tattered robes, the old man of the stump. Elder, how did you come here? Yang kept his guard raised as he spoke. I thought your task's deadline approached, so I ventured into the Wolf King's domain to scout, only to find he'd already been slain. The old man of the stump spoke with gentle, unhurried warmth, a benevolent smile softening his weathered features. I suspect it was you who struck him down. Did you claim the Wolf King's heart? His words eased half of Yang and suspicion. From his pack he withdrew the Wolf King's heart, but held it back, asking instead, May I ask, Elder, what purpose does the Wolf King's heart serve for you? Beyond the Wolf King's heart, Yang had previously delivered the Giant Rabbit King's heart and the Blackman Boar King's heart. According to the old man, the first task avenged the Giant Rabbit King's atrocities, the second ended the boar's raids upon the village. If so, why demand their hearts? Why not simply slay them and be done? I possess a secret art, one that transmutes these hearts into potent elixirs capable of subduing the three clans and freeing the villagers from perpetual fear. Still smiling, the old man continued, Since the task is complete, hand me the Wolf King's heart, and the skill Heart of Slaughter shall become yours permanently. Yang hesitated. The old man spoke truth, only full completion granted permanent mastery of the skill. Failure would strip it from him and cost him levels. I have one more question, Yang said. Speak on. Who exactly are you? His gaze locked onto the old man, searching for any flicker of deceit. The old man did not answer directly. Instead, he asked why Yang doubted him at all. I spoke with the village elder. He knows you not. So your talk of protecting the villagers. All lies. You pursue another end. If my deduction holds true, you are Li Dabiao, the elder's long-lost son. Yet your age defies reason. Or rather, you've usurped his body, haven't you? At that moment, Yang's eyes seemed to blaze, not with light, but with revelation, as every thread of evidence wove itself into clarity. The old man's smile froze, then twisted into something far more grotesque, accompanied by a bone-chilling laugh. Coo. Clever boy. Who are you? And what do you truly seek? Yang's instinct had been right. The old man was no mere mortal. The more you know, the sooner you die. Little one, are you certain you wish to learn the truth? Do not mistake yourselves for invincible descendants. Death remains very real. Those words struck Yang like a physical blow. Could players truly perish within this world? Impossible, surely mere intimidation. Yet doubt, cold and insidious, coiled deep within him. Since you've uncovered my guy's concealment is no longer necessary. The old man's eyes blazed crimson, black talon-like nails erupted from his desiccated fingers, and thick roiling shadows bled from his form. Li Dabiao, corrupted, level 10, silver tier boss. Attributes, skills, silver tier. Yang had just slain the Wolf King, and knew with grim certainty that he stood no chance against such power. He could not fathom the old man's design. Why disguise himself as a dying elder? Why assign tasks, grant rewards, when he possessed the strength to slay the three beast kings himself? Cuckoo, hand over the Wolf King's heart. A guttural rasping voice issued from Li Dabiao's throat. With a withered hand outstretched, he summoned a churning vortex of black mist and seized the air before Yang. From Yang's own satchel, still sealed, pulsed a crimson heart, the Wolf King's heart, now violently torn free. How could items stored in one's inventory truly be stolen by force? Shock paralyzed Yang's thoughts, even as an overwhelming pressure pinned him motionless, breathless. This vessel crumbles. I have little time. You'll wait your turn. The Wolf King's heart vanished into the old man's mouth with a single ravenous swallow. He licked his ashen lips, savoring the taste like ambrosia, while waves of black mist thickened around him. To Yang's eye, his tear surged from silver to gold. So this is where it ends. Forgive me, I've dragged you into this. Yang sighed, glancing back at Bai Xiao. She shook her head and smiled softly. Didn't you say it's only a level lost? Why grow so solemn now? Fine, my worry was wasted. Yang shot her a mock glare. He'd meant to comfort her, only to be met with gentle ridicule. Rumble, rumble. As the old man completed his ascension, the earth beneath them convulsed violently, as if some unspeakable entity stirred, clawing upward from the abyss. The golden lotus at the chamber's heart blazed with incandescent light, radiating concentric golden ripples outward. Coo-coo-coo-coo. With a cruel grin, the old man lunged toward the lotus. His palms slashed downward. A torrent of black mist coalesced into a roaring obsidian dragon, which hurled itself at the golden bloom. VRR. The golden sword atop the lotus trembled fiercely, singing a high piercing note. It pivoted instantly, blade aimed straight at the dragon's maw. For over 100,000 years you were sundered into 9 fragments, and in this land starved of spiritual energy your strength has withered to a fraction of what it once was. You cannot withstand me. The golden sword erupted in blinding light, and pierced the black dragon clean through. The beast dissolved into wisps of smoke, its destruction a silent, searing retort. So what? The seal fractures even now. When it breaks, will you still stand against me? We share the same origin. Surrender, and servitude shall be your highest grace. VRR. The golden sword shrieked anew. Oomph, your will is irrelevant. Cloaked in writhing shadow, the old man charged, clashing with the sword in a storm of light and void. Their collision unleashed cataclysmic force, but the golden sword reigned supreme, driving the old man backward step after desperate step. Boom, 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 boom. The subterranean pounding intensified, relentless, furious. Forced back, the old man shrieked, and his black aura erupted, staining crimson. The bloodthirsty slaughter state of the heart of slaughter. Yang recognized it instantly, yet even as he spoke, crimson mist bloomed around his own body, and his eyes burned scarlet. What in the world? As Yang's mind reeled, something else happened. The blood-colored mist from Yang and continuously surged toward the old man by the tree. So this is the purpose behind your teaching me this skill, eh? Yang felt a mix of anger and frustration, yet he found himself powerless. His body was under control, unable to move as the blood-colored mist was relentlessly drawn away, emptying his nearly 9,000 slaughter points. This aura is truly delightful. You haven't disappointed me after all. The old man by the tree licked his lips, casting a sidelong glance at Yang and revealing a strange smile. He then swung his claws in succession, with his left hand conjuring a blood-colored giant dragon that roared and lunged toward the golden small sword. In his right hand, a blood-colored phoenix appeared, glaring down at all living beings, its cry echoing, heading straight for the golden lotus. Boom. The sound of intense collisions echoed repeatedly. The golden small sword spun wildly, unleashing sword energy that clashed violently with the blood-colored giant dragon in midair. Faced with the terrifying blow from the blood-colored phoenix, the golden lotus surged with brilliant golden light, conjuring a golden shield in front of it to firmly block the phoenix's attack. Your true form requires a massive amount of spiritual power to maintain the formation, and you must withstand attacks from within and without. Can you really hold this seal? The old man by the tree looked at the golden small sword with a smug smile. Boom. A terrifying force erupted from beneath the ground. Crack, crack. Yang seemed to hear the sound of a mirror shattering. The seal is broken. The true body has finally emerged. A chilling and terrifying aura emanated from the ground. A gigantic claw burst forth, slamming down upon the golden lotus. Clang! The golden shield formed by the golden lotus shattered. Under this strike, the golden light dimmed. Clang! Another strike. The golden lotus was sent flying, landing not far from Yang, and its golden light dissipating, revealing its true form. It was a petal golden in color, covered in runes, lying quietly on the ground. The golden small sword, still battling the blood-colored giant dragon in the air, also faded away as the energy sustaining it vanished. The terrifying giant claw slowly rose from the ground, a severed arm of an unknown beast. The arm was as dark as ink, muscles coiled, surrounded by swirling black and blood-colored mist like a demonic hand from the underworld. The entire arm was so large that it almost filled the entire underground space, with a tightly shut eye at the center of the palm. Beneath the forbidden ground, what was sealed was merely an arm. Yang and his companion were stunned by the scene before them. He could not imagine what kind of existence the owner of such a terrifying arm could be. Ding. Emergency system mission. Please stop the ancient beast abyss chaos right arm from taking the petal of the chaos golden lotus. Otherwise, the novice village will face apocalyptic calamity. Both Yang and Bai Siyuan received the system's mission. What should we do? Bai Siyuan's face turned pale. Before such a being, they felt so insignificant. With their small frames, how could they possibly stop it? I can finally return to my true form. I have no desire to linger in this broken body for even a moment. The old man by the tree muttered, his eyes suddenly losing focus, and his body collapsed straight down. The blood-colored mist around him floated up, heading toward the terrifying giant claw. The tightly shut eye on the giant claw suddenly opened its blood-colored pupil, emitting an imposing aura, looking in the direction of Yang, or more precisely, toward the golden lotus petal in front of him. The blood-colored pupil narrowed, and the golden lotus petal slowly rose from the ground. It must be stopped. Yang had no time to think. With the old man returning to his true form, he too was freed from his restraints and could act. Illusory dragon. Yang swiftly moved to the location of the golden lotus petal, extending his hand to grab it. However, the petal was still under the control of the giant claw, slowly lifting into the air. "Ain't you dare to touch my treasure?" A cold and indifferent voice emanated from the giant claw as a mysterious rune appeared within the blood-colored eye. "Ding! You have been cursed by the abyss. Upon death your level will drop to 0. Yang, is it really that severe for me?" The terrifying giant claw's fingertips suddenly shot out a blood-colored beam of light, so fast that Yang could not react before being struck. 34948-389. Bloodied. Seeing the terrifying damage appearing above Yang's head by Siyuan was anxious and restless, yet felt utterly powerless. "Ding! The fake death substitute has activated. You have been revived." Yang, revived, was drenched in cold sweat. He felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness, yet his hand still firmly grasped the golden lotus petal. What should I do? Yang frantically thought of a strategy. Even if he stored it in his bag, the opponent could still take it directly. Forget it. Yang shouted in his heart, and opened his mouth, biting the golden petal and swallowing it whole. Ignorant and foolish. The chaos golden lotus is a primordial sacred object birthed from the depths of chaos. How could your mortal body endure it? Polluting the sacred object. You shall perish. The giant claw extended a finger, and a thicker blood-colored energy shot forth. In an instant it descended upon Yang. Buzz! A golden shield enveloped Yang's body, protecting him within. Boom! The blood-colored energy collided with the golden shield, resulting in a terrifying explosion. 564,349. The golden shield absorbed most of the damage for Yang, and yet it still couldn't protect him completely. Ding! You have died. Due to the effects of the abyss curse, your level has dropped to level 0. The terrifying explosion affected by Siyuan in the distance. Before she could react, she transformed into a beam of white light, disappearing from the spot. After death, Yang did not return to the novice village like by Siyuan. He lay quietly on the ground, clearly having lost consciousness, with a faint golden glow flickering on his body. What of the descended one? I have said I can make you disappear forever from this world. The giant claw gently pressed down in the air, and a giant claw formed from blood-colored mist fell. Rip! Just as the blood mist giant claw was less than 3 meters away from Yang, and the space in front of him suddenly tore apart. A slender jade hand reached out from the space rift, gently striking the blood mist giant claw, causing it to explode and dissipate in the air. Following this, a graceful figure stepped out from the space rift, clad in flowing white garments, skin whiter than snow, with slender willow-like brows and deep starry eyes. Her long hair danced with the wind, resembling a celestial fairy descending to the mortal realm, yet her face was veiled, concealing her visage. As she walked step by step, petals of peach blossoms floated down around her. "Chaos, I never expected your arm could break the seal." Her voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. "Xin, knew you were late. You cannot stop me. Perhaps your master could have a chance." Oomph. Without hesitation, Xin Nu moved into action, a long sword appearing before her, floating forward, pointing directly at the giant claw. Xin Nu formed hand seals, and the long sword surged in size to become a 3-meter giant sword, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that shot toward the giant claw's blood-colored eye. Fighting demon sword. Useless, your strength cannot contend with me. The giant claw of chaos clenched in the air and punched toward the incoming giant sword. Clang! The giant sword was knocked back, and Xin Nu's delicate jade hand gently summoned it, accurately grasping the hilt. Drip! A drop of black blood fell. The giant claw was wounded. "It seems I have been sealed for too long. Even a little girl like you can hurt me. Once my other parts are reunited, who in this world can stop me?" You speak boldly." Xian Nu remained icy, sending the giant sword flying again. Xian Tian, slaying demon. The enormous fighting demon sword emitted a fierce purple sword light, shooting forth as if tearing the very fabric of space. Oomph! With a cold snort, the giant claw in the air stretched forward, surrounded by rich blood and black mist blocking the sky, with one hand aiming directly at the fighting demon sword. Boom! The two collided, erupting in a terrifying explosion, creating chaotic currents in the surrounding space. Above, the underground soil and stones were overturned, beams of sunlight streaming down. Hee, little girl, next time I will settle this with you." The giant claw soared into the sky, transforming into mist and disappearing from sight. Xiannu did not pursue further, for she knew that even if she acted again it would be futile. A pool of black blood remained on the ground. That last strike had cost the chaos severed arm dearly just to gain a slim chance of escape. Xiannu extended her hand, summoning back the flying fighting demon sword, which returned to its normal size and directly entered Xiannu's dantian. I told you to stop it from taking the petal of the chaos golden lotus, not to swallow it directly. Even if its power has diminished somewhat, it is not something your mortal body can bear. Xiannu looked at Yang and lying on the ground, frowning. After a long time, sigh. Xiannu extended her hand, gently waving toward Yang In's body, moving him back to the original position of the golden lotus. She formed hand seals, and the energy of the surrounding space was stirred, gathering from all directions, flowing toward Yang In. As the energy surged in golden light erupted from Yang In's body, and a massive golden lotus appeared, enveloping him and slowly revolving. Then the space where Xiannu stood rippled, and her figure vanished, leaving behind a cold voice echoing in the space. Perhaps this is your destiny. I can only help you this far. Everything else depends on your fortune. If you succeed, you will soar to the heavens. If you fail, you will be reduced to ashes. The resurrection point in the novice village. Bai Xiao had been waiting there for a long time, yet Yang In still failed to appear. What's going on? Didn't we just die together? Why hasn't he emerged yet? She opened her friend list to contact Yang In, only to find his avatar grayed out and his level reset to 0. How could he have dropped to level 0? Bai Xiao could hardly believe it. After all, they had only died once. How could that erase his entire cultivation? Shui Ran, unable to contain herself any longer, Bai Xiao sent him a message, but it vanished into silence unanswered. Are you alright? How did you drop to level 0? What happened? And did you log out? And it's alright. You're incredibly talented. Even at level 0, you'll rise again in no time. Don't be sad. Log back in quickly. Big Sister will guide you through leveling up. Look, we just looted that silver mage's staff. Ill-equip it and grind monsters effortlessly. Don't worry, with Big Sister by your side, you'll soar back to strength in no time. Shui Ran. Bai Xiao sat motionless in place for an immeasurable length of time, receiving no reply. His avatar remained stubbornly gray. When players log out, their avatars turn gray, and a distinct offline icon appears. Yang In's displayed neither. Her eyes, unbidden, blurred with tears. What's wrong with you? Why won't you answer me? Suddenly she recalled an old saying from Shouju Laoren. Do not assume you are immortal descendants, and therefore immune to death. No, impossible. This is just a game. It can't be real. She shook her head violently, desperate to expel the dreadful thought. You will be fine. She sprang to her feet and sprinted wildly toward the howling moon plains. Shui Ran, you must be fine, right? Just as she burst out of the novice village, a system chime rang out. Ding. Congratulations. You have completed the system quest, preventing the ancient ferocious beast Abyss Chaos right arm from seizing a petal of the chaotic golden lotus. Reward 1 level 20 to all attributes. The quest succeeded. You must be safe. Hearing the notification, hope flared in Bai Xiao's heart, and her pace quickened. After over 3 hours of relentless travel, she finally reached the territory of the Grey Wolf King, only to find the cave where Yang In had fallen utterly collapsed, reduced to rubble. Shui Ran. She cried out desperately, yet silence answered. High above, the serene Xiannu in white robes gazed down upon her. Remarkable aptitude, a rare gem indeed. Yet alas, I cannot teach her. However, Yang In's level had plummeted to 0. The top-ranked sovereign of the leaderboard had tumbled from his celestial throne, sparking fervent speculation across the realm. Did you see that? The mysterious sovereign atop the leaderboard has vanished. And really? What happened? If he merely died and lost levels, he should still be at level 9 and remain on the board. So why has he disappeared entirely? Could he have been ambushed and slain repeatedly by enemies? That possibility can't be ruled out. Perhaps the sovereign discovered a method to conceal his ranking. Where am I? Yang In opened his eyes, only to behold boundless chaos. He sensed nothing, felt nothing. Then, suddenly, a blinding golden light erupted beneath his feet. A colossal phantom of a golden lotus rose from the ground beneath him. Mysterious Tao patterns shimmered across its petals, which slowly unfurled in sacred splendor. This is the chaotic golden lotus. Where is this place? I'm dead. So why haven't I respawned at the novice village? A torrent of questions flooded Yang In's mind, but no voice answered. The golden lotus rotated slowly beneath him. Around it, a golden radiance coalesced, darting freely through the air. That golden dagger. He recognized it instantly, the very blade that had clashed with Shouju Laoren. After whirling wildly for a moment, the dagger halted midair, its tip locked unwaveringly upon Yang In. VRR. Na resonant sword chime pierced the void. Then, Explosive motion, the dagger shot forward at terrifying speed, cleaving the air with such force that space itself seemed to tear off. Na single thrust, piercing straight through his heart. The golden dagger burst forth from his back. Yang screamed in agony, powerless to evade, incapable of resistance. The golden lotus continued its slow rotation, binding him within its luminous embrace. And why? He clutched his chest where a crimson wound gaped open, blood streaming endlessly. This pain, raw, absolute, real death agony. He had never imagined that merely playing a game would subject him to such torment. He tried to log out, no response. And so this is what death feels like, and poo. And the golden dagger struck again, this time from behind, piercing his body anew, carving another bloody wound. Blood spurted from Yang's mouth as his knees buckled, half collapsing to the ground. Just as consciousness began to fade, on the brink of final oblivion, a mysterious power surged from the rotating golden lotus and flooded into his body. His awareness snapped back into razor-sharp clarity. He felt with crystalline precision the enigmatic energy knitting flesh and bone, his 2 chest wounds sealing rapidly, restoring him whole. I'm not dead. But before joy could bloom, the golden dagger's spatial rupture shrieked again, his chest pierced once more. Agony, searing soul deep. And again the mysterious energy rushed in, mending his ruin. Yang rose, standing firm before the hovering golden dagger, his gaze unbroken, resolute. Countless thoughts churned within him. Why did the golden dagger attack him? Was it not one with the chaotic golden lotus? And why did this arcane force heal him rather than consume him? No answers came. Only fog, thick, impenetrable. The chaotic golden lotus. Shou Zhu Laoren, the ancient ferocious beast. One enigma after another swirled in his mind. Suddenly the golden dagger split into 2. Then 2 more blades streaked toward him. And again, how many more are there? Pooh, pooh. And 2 fresh wounds bloomed on his body, immediately sealed once more by the healing energy. The golden dagger kept splitting, 4, 8, 16, until the sky bristled with countless golden phantoms, each descending upon him in relentless assault. His body became a tapestry of wounds, no inch left unscathed. 1,000 blades rained from the heavens, 10,000 pierced his heart. Amidst unbearable suffering, he held fast, jaw clenched, eyes burning with defiance. A blade shattered his teeth. Another pierced his eye. A third cleaved through his skull. His limbs were severed. His heart dissolved under searing sword energy. An infinite torment. Pain that seared the soul itself. Each piercing blow was followed by swift, merciless restoration, again and again and again. He sensed something shifting within his body, subtle, profound, agonizingly slow. Gazing up at the endless storm of golden blades, Yang bared a wild, feverish smile. Pain only makes me stronger. And come on, show me what you can do to me. And here, every second stretched like an eon. Yet Yang endured unbroken in the crucible of eternal suffering. 1 hour, 2 hours, none day, 2 days. In the mysterious space, this is the 9th day that Yang has endured the piercing of 10,000 swords. For a full 9 days, Yang faced the relentless assault of golden small swords, transitioning from excruciating pain to a gradual numbness. Fortunately, he held on to a shred of clarity and endured the most agonizing moments. Every inch of his body, every muscle, every bone had been shattered by the golden small swords, only to be reborn under the mysterious power of the chaos golden lotus. A special transformation was taking place. Now the damage from the golden small swords was diminishing and the sensation of pain was becoming weaker. Ha ha ha, bring it on. Yang shouted as countless beams of golden light rushed toward him as if he were bathed in sunlight. His body resembled a lake, and the golden small swords were like raindrops. They no longer pierced through, but instead fell into the lake, merging into his body. 1 sword, 2 swords, 1,000 swords, 10,000 swords. 10,000 golden small swords merged into Yang's body, and at this moment his body was radiating light, the golden glow illuminating the entire mysterious space. As he slowly closed his eyes, the phantom of the chaos golden lotus beneath his feet began to spin faster and faster as energy was continuously absorbed and refined by the golden lotus, subsequently being sent into his body. He felt his body undergoing a metamorphosis. This state lasted for an unknown amount of time. The golden light gathered completely into his body, and Yang slowly opened his eyes. A fleeting glimmer of gold flashed within. Ding! 10,000 swords piercing the heart, soul, immortal chaos, refining body, forging golden form. Congratulations, you have completed the test of the chaos golden lotus and successfully awakened the chaos sword body. Ding! Awakening the chaos sword body grants 200 to all attributes, 25 critical hit, 50 critical damage, 10 comprehension, and unlocks exclusive skills Chaos, Sword Heart Chaos, Chaos, Sword Domain, and Chaos Lotus Destruction not yet activated. Yang extended his hands, feeling a sensation unlike any before. A sense of power. He summoned his attribute panel. Character name Bloodstained Profession, None Physical Attack Level 0, Experience 0, 300 Root Bone, 223, Strength 225, Spiritual Power 222, Agility 225, Stamina 224, Comprehension, Hidden Luck, Hidden Health Points 2230, Spiritual Power 2220, Physical Attack 338, Spiritual Attack 333, Physical Defense 269, Spiritual Defense 268, Speed 27, Critical Hit 25, Critical Damage 200, Stamina Points 100, Equipment None, Physique Chaos Sword Body. First stage, understanding chaos through the sword, evolving all paths, annihilating all things. The Chaos Sword Body is inherently harmonious, with the Great Tao embodying myriad paths and refining through the sword. Seek more Chaos Golden Lotus Petals to complete the trials which can elevate your rank and grant a more perfected Chaos Sword Body and additional traits. Base attributes 200 to all attributes, 25 critical hit, 50 critical damage, 10 comprehension. Refining all paths, killing special physiques can plunder their essence to enhance oneself. Skills Chaos Sword Heart exclusive passive Pure Sword Heart, Clear Sword Heart. All sword type skills deal an additional 200 in final damage and reduce damage taken from sword type skills by 30. Chaos Eye exclusive Chaos begets all things return to chaos. With the opening of the Chaos Heavenly Eye, all can be shattered. Effect 1. Open the Chaos Eye to fire a beam of chaos light at a single target, inflicting 500 damage. Cooldown 15 minutes. Effect 2. Can identify equipment with a level not exceeding 20 levels above oneself. Effect 3. See through all invisibility illusions and delusions not exceeding oneself by 10 levels. Can probe the attributes of targets not exceeding 20 levels above oneself with no cooldown. Chaos Sword Domain exclusive transforming chaos into myriad paths. All paths submit. Activate the Chaos Sword Domain, granting oneself domain enhancement 100 to all attributes, and suppressing all hostile targets within the domain, reducing their attributes by 50. The domain lasts for 10 minutes with a cooldown of 24 hours. Killing targets within the domain has a 0.00001 chance to acquire a passive skill from the target. Chaos Lotus Destruction insufficient conditions, a powerful strike, common level sword, chi, / human level phantom dragon roam, divine, level self-creation, heart of slaughter, unknown swift movement, human level barbaric charge weapon affinity. This is too strong. The Chaos Sword Body is simply invincible. At this moment Yang felt immensely powerful. It was all worth the prolonged agony of enduring 10,000 swords piercing his heart. Even if his level dropped to 0, he felt no sorrow. Obtaining the Chaos Sword Body made any level seem trivial. Gurgle. Suddenly he felt a strong hunger, a desperate craving for food from his physical body. How long has it been? Yang had lost all sense of time in the mysterious space. The feeling of hunger grew increasingly intense, and he hurriedly issued the command to log off and return to reality. Ugh. As soon as he returned to reality, he was met with a foul stench. It nearly made him vomit his stomach acid due to his hunger. What is that smell? Why is it so foul? As he moved, he discovered his body was sticky, covered in a thick layer of black slime. Ugh. What is this thing? The stench emanated from the black slime. He held back, quickly got up, and rushed to the bathroom. After just a few steps, he suddenly stopped, looking incredulously at his left foot. He gently lifted his left foot, then gently pressed it down on the ground, gradually increasing the force, twisting his ankle and rubbing it against the floor. Wait, it's healed. His eyes widened. His foot injury had been diagnosed by the best doctors in the country as irreparable unless a miracle occurred. Could it be because... Yang thought of an unbelievable reason and glanced again at the black, foul-smelling slime on his body. No, how is this possible? This is too unscientific. Yang still couldn't believe it, yet the reality left him without explanation. Forget it. Regardless of the reason, it's a good thing that my leg injury has healed. Yang stopped overthinking, quickly grabbed a bag of bread from the table, wolfed it down to temporarily alleviate his unbearable hunger, and then dashed into the bathroom. After over an hour, he finally emerged from the bathroom, having scrubbed himself several times, nearly exhausting a whole bottle of shower gel before he was clean. Pulling out his phone, Yang looked incredulously at the time displayed. What? Has it really been a full 9 days? How is that possible? Is my phone broken? After repeatedly verifying, he finally confirmed that the time was correct, yet he still found it hard to believe. How could his physical body have survived without food or water for 9 days? Is the life tribulation really a game? Yang was now certain that it was absolutely not an ordinary game. The events that had transpired were beyond the realm of scientific explanation. Absolute rationality held him back from slapping himself to confirm whether he was dreaming. Having just eaten a piece of bread, his body again emitted a strong desire for food. Ordering takeout won't be fast enough. Yang quickly got dressed and ran downstairs searching for the nearest restaurant. Hello, what would you like to eat? As soon as he entered, the boss warmly inquired. Boss, just serve me anything, hurry up. Whatever you can serve right now, bring me some. Alright, you must be starving, huh? He'll get you a bun first. The boss clearly noticed that Yang was famished and immediately called the kitchen to prepare dishes while bringing him 2 buns and some appetizers. Yang thanked him and shoved the buns into his mouth, finishing them in just a few bites, yet the hunger still lingered. He could only bear it for now as the kitchen was quick and soon a bowl of noodles was brought out. Yang grabbed his chopsticks and devoured the noodles in less than 10 seconds, while leaving the bowl empty. This astonished the boss watching nearby. After finishing the noodles, Yang glanced at the boss, then at the empty bowl. Kitchen, another bowl. The boss understood and immediately called for another bowl to be prepared. Soon the second bowl of noodles was placed in front of Yang. Still under 10 seconds. Boss. Oh, okay, kitchen, keep them coming. After eating 10 bowls in a row, Yang finally felt a slight alleviation, but it was still not enough. He looked towards the cooked food area and directly asked the boss to bring him a roasted duck. 1 duck isn't enough, 2, 3, until he had devoured all the roasted ducks, geese, and various braised meats in the cooked food area. Only then did Yang pat his belly with satisfaction. So this is how you make up for 9 days of meals, huh? Fortunately, aside from the boss and the kitchen staff, there were no other customers in the restaurant. Boss, let's settle the bill. The boss had long since become numb. He had never seen someone eat so much. Is he really human? The boss' mind began to wander. Boss. Seeing him unresponsive, Yang called out again. Oh, okay. That'll be 3,116, but I'll give you a discount. Just pay 3,100. Yang paid swiftly and hurriedly left. Staying any longer would lead to an awkward staring contest. Upon returning home, Yang took out his phone again. He had not noticed it before, but there were over 10 missed calls and several text messages. Upon opening the messages, they were all from Lin Xuan. 3 days ago, he had already leveled up to level 10 and entered the second-tier main city. Anzi, brother, I am already level 10. How about you? What level are you at? What? Are you afraid that your brother will mock you for being too low of a level? Haha. On the first day of reaching level 10, Yang did not reply. He wasn't too concerned as he understood some of Yang's past, including his frequent unexplained disappearances. However, he had already retired and returned to an ordinary life. The next day, he still left a message for Yang. Anzi, why aren't you answering my calls? Are you at home? If you don't reply, I will come to your house tomorrow. Yang looked at the dozen or so messages Lin Xuan had sent him and felt somewhat moved. He immediately replied, Fatty, I'm fine. I lost my phone and just want to get a new card. Lin Xuan. Damn, you finally replied. I was about to go out. Yang haha, it was just an accident. You've reached level 10. Oh, I've had some matters to deal with these past few days and haven't leveled up much, but I'll soon reach level 10 as well. They'll give you something good then. What good thing? You're being mysterious. You'll know when the time comes. For now, let's leave it at that. They'll contact you later. Okay, he. Finally managing to brush off Lin Xuan, Yang opened the game forum to check for any updates from the past few days. After quickly browsing through the content, Yang summarized the information. The highest level had already reached level 16, with the first-tier players generally around level 13. After leaving the novice village, players could head to the 8 second-tier main cities to change jobs. We have now entered the phase where everyone can change jobs. All players can go to the job change hall to choose their preferred profession. After changing jobs, the free attributes from leveling up will be reset and can be redistributed. There are 7 main professions for players to choose from: warrior, spirit, mage, shield, guardian, archer, healer, summoner, and assassin. Among them, warriors are divided into swordsman, blade master, gunner, and brawler based on their specialized weapons with different training directions and skills. Spirit mages follow the same principle, being classified into 4 major elemental attributes: fire, ice, wind, and lightning. In addition to these 7 main professions, there are many powerful hidden professions in the game waiting for players to discover. Yang read through with great interest and began to consider his job change direction. It seemed he had no other choices. Only the swordsman profession fit the chaotic sword body he had just obtained. After browsing a bit, he found no other useful information and closed the forum. With a flash of white light, Yang returned to the game. The familiar scene reappeared. Everything around him was chaotic with no light in sight. You have arrived. A cold voice suddenly echoed, sounding distant yet as if it was right beside him. Yang's heart tightened, but he did not show much reaction and quietly waited. Unfazed in the face of danger, your temperament is commendable. From the chaos before Yang, a colorful light emerged, cutting through the space, and a stunning woman in a white robe stepped out. She wore a veil over her face, her long hair flowing, her garments fluttering, and she walked gracefully towards Yang. Unlike by Siyu's beauty, Yang felt an unusual charm emanating from her, a very comfortable sensation. The woman before him, though breathtakingly beautiful, gave off an icy aura, as if there were an iceberg within her. Yang wished to activate the Eye of Chaos to observe the woman before him, but he held back. Such an existence that could directly tear through space was not something he could comprehend at this moment. Revealing his intentions would only provoke her. "May I ask who you are?" Yang respectfully inquired. "I am the heavenly decree of the 9 heavens, the mystic maiden." The woman spoke calmly, as if not introducing herself, but making a proclamation to the world. The mystic maiden of the 9 heavens. Yang was taken aback. He had some knowledge of ancient Chinese mythology. It was said that the mystic maiden of the 9 heavens was a goddess of justice, one of the supreme goddesses, and was also regarded as a protector of China. "I have seen the mystic maiden." Yang clasped his hands in a salute. Regardless of whether she was the legendary mystic maiden or not, she was not someone he could offend. Upon hearing Yang's address, a slight smile appeared beneath the veil of the mystic maiden before she spoke in her cold voice. "You are quite impressive, but still quite weak. To break the shackles of fate, you must possess greater power." She extended her jade hand, pointed, and a rainbow-colored light shone brightly, instantly merging into Yang's body. The Chaos Golden Lotus contains the essence of chaos originating from the same source as the ancient ferocious beast. It will not easily give up. You have already been marked by it. I will temporarily help you conceal the aura of the Chaos Golden Lotus, but this mark I cannot remove, I can only cover it. As long as you do not appear near it, you will not be discovered. Yang directly swallowed a petal of the Chaos Golden Lotus. He was aware of the ancient ferocious beast's right arm, although he did not believe he would survive if it were to sense the aura of the Golden Lotus in the future. Yang would still be in great danger. "Thank you, Mystic Maiden." Yang expressed his gratitude. He was just a level 0 little Karamai now. If that giant claw came looking for him, he would surely be dead. "Mystic Maiden, what exactly is the origin of that giant claw, and why is it sealed here?" Yang took this opportunity to ask about the claw's background. The Mystic Maiden glanced at Yang and said indifferently, "Its true form is one of the 4 ancient ferocious beasts. It fell into the abyss, gaining even more power. During the battle of ancient times, it was defeated by the combined forces of the gods. Its body was split into 5, sealed in different places. And this place of exile seals its right arm, which has now escaped back to the abyss." Place of exile. Yang's heart was filled with questions. Could it be that the entire novice village was a place of exile? You do not need to know too much. Power is fundamental. Once you reach a certain level, you will naturally know. After speaking, the Mystic Maiden raised her hand and gently waved it, causing the surrounding space to shatter like a broken mirror. Yang's body appeared in the territory of the Wolf King, while the Mystic Maiden had already vanished. As soon as he appeared, Yang saw dozens of messages from friends. His friend list currently only had 2 names, by Siyu and Feng Shuixing. Feng Shuixing had sent him a message asking if he had any equipment to sell, but seeing that Yang did not reply, he did not say more. The rest were all from Bai Siyu. Yang opened them and immediately felt a headache. The 9 days of disappearance had caused Bai Siyu to think the worst. He immediately sent her a message. Nanming City, one of the 8 second-tier main cities. More than 10 players were leveling up in the area of level 15 monsters. A veiled girl sat far away on a stone, cradling her face in her hands, staring blankly into the distance, a hint of sadness evident on her face. "Miss, why are you daydreaming again?" A woman's voice came from behind the girl. "Qing Jie, do you think we can really revive infinitely here?" She did not turn around, still staring blankly into the distance. "Miss, this is a game world, of course we can revive infinitely, we just lose a level. I died several times while in the novice village." Qing Jie looked at the girl with a doting expression and patiently said, "Is that so?" The girl murmured, speaking in a voice only she could hear, "Then why has he disappeared?" "Shui Ran, I have already changed to a healer with stronger healing skills and resurrection abilities to help you better." She opened her friend list, gazing at the still gray avatar that showed no response. "But where are you?" She stared for a long time, and just as she was about to close the friend list, suddenly that gray avatar lit up. "I'm fine, I'm back." Upon reading Yang's message, Bai Xiao froze for a fleeting moment before abruptly rising to her feet, a spontaneous smile blooming at the corners of her lips. Then her eyes instantly glistened, tears spilling forth unbidden. She murmured softly, "It's all right. So long as you're safe, it's all right." Behind her, Qingjia, her maid, rushed over upon seeing her young mistress alternately smile and weep. "Young mistress, what's wrong? Are you unwell?" "No, I'm perfectly fine, Qingjia." Bai Xiao hastily wiped away a tear. Her heart swelled with conflicting emotions, joy yet also a quiet, aching sense of grievance. Joy, because Shui Ran still lived, grievance, pure, wordless, and deeply personal. "You were right, Qingjia. It's just a game. Death here is only temporary resurrection. The young woman's smile blossomed radiant and tender days of sorrow lifted like mist, and light returned to her face at last. Qingjie, young mistress, your reaction time is rather delayed. Yang En and Bai Xiao exchanged a few gentle words, easing her lingering anxiety. As for why he had vanished for so long, Yang En struggled to explain, offering only that an urgent real-world matter had demanded his full attention, keeping him offline for several days. The immense weight in Bai Xiao's heart finally lifted. She asked no further questions. Her only wish was that Yang En remained unharmed. Through their conversation, Yang En learned that Bai Xiao had recently undergone vocation training to become a physician and now resided in Nanming City alongside several members of his guild. She had already reached level 13, the first player to enter a Tier 2 metropolis, yet showed little interest in leveling up. Having completed her vocation, she lingered idly within the city walls. The true reason remained known only to her, and she kept it carefully unspoken. Though the 8 Tier 2 metropolises were interconnected within the Fate Tribulation realm, teleportation fees were exorbitant, beyond the means of ordinary players. Each metropolis was ringed by hunting grounds suited to various levels. Absent special quests, most players rarely traversed between them. Yang En remained at level 0, undecided on which metropolis to head toward, though Nanming City, where Bai Xiao resided, was certainly worth considering. Nanming City lay in the southern region of the Huaxia server, coinciding closely with his real-world location. That geographical alignment, not any personal connection, was his primary reason for favoring it. Rapid leveling was imperative. That glaring level 0 beside his name unsettled him deeply. He had fallen dangerously far behind. He opened the level leaderboard. First, Zhan Shenqiu, profession demon god, level 17. Second, Ni Tian Gai Ming, profession spear cultivator, level 16. Third, Tian Zun, profession spirit artisan, level 16. Fourth, Shui Qing Ming Lan, profession physician, level 15. Fifth, A Tian, profession blade master, level 15. Sixth, Yao Guang Shengzi, profession spirit artisan, level 15. Seventh, Zhu Shun Huang Han, profession swordsman, level 15. Eighth, Hidden, profession divine archer, level 15. Ninth, Yu Yi, profession assassin, level 15. 10th, Qing Tian, profession shield guardian, level 14. The current top-tier player had already attained level 17, the sole bearer of a hidden profession on the board. Yang En felt the urgency of leveling intensify. His gap from the vanguard was staggering, and he could not afford to fall further behind. Just as he prepared to hunt monsters for experience, he suddenly recalled an unfinished quest. The cave once guarded by the Grey Wolf King had collapsed. Without hesitation, he scaled the ridge and descended toward the site of the earlier battle. The subterranean clash had triggered massive collapse, carving out a vast crater. Yet thanks to the Xian Maiden's deliberate protection, the ground where they'd stood remained clear of rubble. Using the scattered boulders as footholds, Yang En leapt into the crater's depths, and there, lying motionless upon the earth, he found his quest objective, the lifeless body of Li Dabiao. As an inanimate object, it could be stored in his inventory, though the thought unsettled him. Having secured the body, Yang En shattered a teleportation scroll and reappeared in the novice village, then strode directly to the elder village chief's cottage. Grandfather village chief. He entered the courtyard and called out to the silver-haired elder. Hearing his voice, the elder village chief looked up and rose abruptly, trembling slightly as he exclaimed, "Young hero Shui Ran. At last you've come." Hurrying forward, the elder clasped Yang En's hands and asked urgently, "Young hero Shui Ran, do you have news of Dabiao?" Seeing the elder's anxious expression, Yang En hesitated, words caught in his throat. "Young hero, speak freely. Whatever the truth may be, I can bear it." The elder's voice quavered as if already sensing the grim answer. Yang En sighed, a heavy, resigned breath. What had happened could not be undone. From his inventory, he gently placed Li Dabiao's body upon the ground before the elder. "Dabiao." The elder crumpled to his knees beside his son's remains, overcome by sobs. To bury one's child is tragedy enough, but to bury both grandson and son in succession is a sorrow beyond measure. "Grandfather village chief, please accept my deepest condolences." At a loss for words to comfort this aged man, Yang En offered only the solemn traditional phrase. After weeping bitterly beside his son's body, the elder gradually steadied himself and asked, "Young hero Shui Ran, might you tell me how my son met his end?" Brother Dabiao, driven by desperate longing for his lost child, trespassed into the forbidden zone and was stripped of his physical form by the terrifying entity sealed within. Yang En recounted all he knew, omitting only his acquisition of the chaotic golden lotus. Dabiao, your father warned you since childhood never to approach the sealed lands. How could you?" Gazing upon his son's lifeless form, the elder's already weathered face deepened with new lines of grief. Young hero Shui ran. Thank you for bringing my son home, so he may rest beneath his native soil. His gratitude rang with profound sincerity. Then he withdrew an ancient black token, its front engraved with a sword, its reverse inscribed with the characters Yusu. Ding. Quest completed. Unique hidden quest. The Elder Village Chief's Commission. Awarded item, Yusu token. This token has been passed down through my family for generations. My ancestors declared it should be entrusted to a fated soul. I now bestow it upon you, young hero. Thank you, Grandfather Village Chief. Yang examined the item description, rewarded exclusively from this unique hidden quest. Yusu token activates the Yusu Secret Realm Teleportation Array. Activation requirement must be anointed with the blood of a silver tier boss. Entry requirement level 10 or higher, vocation not yet undertaken. Such stringent conditions? A silver tier boss. Where would one even find such a foe, let alone slay it? For now, Yang tucked the Yusu token safely into his inventory. Grandfather Village Chief, unless there's anything else, I shall take my leave. As Yang turned to depart, the elder hurriedly called out, Young hero Shui ran. Please wait. I have one final humble request. Grandfather Village Chief, please speak. Should you one day attain sufficient strength and should fate grant you the chance, I beg you avenge my son Dabiao. I know this plea is unreasonable. The being beneath that seal must be unspeakably terrible. Yet I have no other path left. His eyes held Yang An's, filled not with command, but with raw, unbearable supplication. Ding. Quest offered, the Elder Village Chief's final wish. Slay the ancient fiend Abyss Chaos. No reward. No penalty. Accepted. He could not bring himself to refuse the last wish of a dying man. When the time came, and when he stood strong enough, he would go. Grandfather Village Chief, I swear should opportunity arise I shall attempt it. Hearing those words, the elder's countenance softened, just slightly, as he gave a slow, grateful nod. Yang bowed deeply in formal respect, then departed the courtyard. Emerging into the open air, he lifted his gaze to the horizon and released a long, quiet breath. Composing himself, he resolved to reach level 10 without delay and fulfill the condition to unlock the Yusu secret realm. With Yang An's current speed, he was significantly faster than before, even in a normal state. After more than an hour, he arrived at the Howling Moon Plain, planning to hunt the Tsang Wolf to level up. The level 10 Tsang Wolf was already the highest level monster in the novice village, making this location the most efficient for leveling up. He quickly found a gathering place for the wolf pack. Little wolf, I'll use you to test my sword. Yang drew the aggro of a Tsang Wolf wielding the meager novice short sword with only 3 points of attack. The Tsang Wolf howled and charged at Yang, unwilling to tolerate any provocation. Yang smirked, unleashing a series of sword chi slashes. 640 E1280 critical hit. Yang was stunned by this damage. The Chaos Sword body provided a 200 damage boost to sword skills, and under a critical hit the damage reached an astonishing 1280 points. Compared to before, it was like he had entered a permanent state of slaughter. With this in mind, Yang glanced at the still existing Heart of Slaughter. This skill was now a double-edged sword. It was indeed useful. Not only did he not have to worry about becoming notorious, but once activated the damage was tremendous, and there was sustainability. However, after being forcibly stripped of all his slaughter power by the old man guarding the tree, last time Yang couldn't help but worry that if he encountered it again, he would be very passive. But soon Yang let it go. It seemed he had no real choice. Since he was here, he might as well make the best of it. After all, this skill couldn't be forgotten. He would use any slaughter power he gained as soon as possible. The Tsang Wolf, still charging forward, took 2 heavy blows, howling in pain as it opened its bloody maw to bite. Yang lightly stepped aside, easily dodging. With his greatly increased speed, even though the Tsang Wolf activated its sprint, it couldn't outpace him, especially since he had that skill as well. 320. Without the Chaos Sword bonus boost, the damage from his full strike was significantly lower. Yang followed up with another normal attack. 243. The Tsang Wolf's health instantly dropped to 1/6. With a few more normal attacks, Yang easily killed it. Ding. Congratulations, you leveled up to level 1 and gained 5 attribute points. Distribute the free attributes at a ratio of 4 strength to 1 agility. With a clear understanding of his own strength, Yang swung his short sword with great confidence, ready to farm monsters. Come at me, little wolf cubs. Yang excitedly dashed into the wolf pack, dancing with the wolves. The Howling Moon Plain was now busy with many player teams leveling up. Seeing Yang easily solo the Tsang Wolf, many teams came to invite him to join, but Yang politely declined. Some even became furious and wanted to teach him a lesson after being rejected. But after Yang sent one of them back to the novice village with a single strike, the others who had thoughts retreated with their tails between their legs. A day later, Yang's efficiency in farming monsters was terrifying. He had already leveled up to level 9, just 1 level away from leaving the novice village. Yang was becoming increasingly excited. The outside world was always full of temptation, and he could hardly wait. A friend from Nanming City had bombarded him with messages several times. Shuiran, hurry up. I found a level 15 boss here, just waiting for you. Yang'an smiled and shook his head. He was already grinding desperately. I want to get out soon too. After grinding for more than 2 hours, a commotion appeared ahead where hundreds of players were gathered and more players were flocking to the scene. There must be a boss. Yang'an looked at the crowd ahead and slowly approached. This boss is ours, Tung Long, and any bystanders better leave quickly. A voice shouted sternly from the crowd. Oh, it's an old friend. Yang'an recognized the familiar voice and chuckled. In the crowd, a particularly conspicuous figure with yellow hair was none other than Huang Mao. Long Fei was not present. He must have leveled up to 10 and gone to the second-tier main city. Huang Mao and his group, having been repeatedly defeated by Yang and lagged behind others in levels, and had not left the novice village. At this moment, there were already over 200 members of the Tung Long Guild gathered, starting to clear the area. The surrounding independent players dared not speak out. Previously, there were people from the Wind and Snow Pavilion, but they had all gone to the second-tier main city. Yang'an did not approach. He glanced at the boss ahead, Song Wolf King, bronze level boss level 10. Introduction: I never expected I would one day become the Song Wolf King, but I've heard this position brings misfortune. Attributes: another newly spawned Song Wolf King. Yang'an knew the terror of the Song Wolf King and stepped back. After all, the Tung Long Guild wouldn't be able to defeat the Song Wolf King in a short time. He was not far from leveling up to 10 and did not want to wait idly. He threw himself back into the frenzy of farming monsters. An hour later, ding. Congratulations, you have successfully leveled up to level 10 and gained 5 attribute points. Finally reached level 10. Leveling up is exhausting. Yang An's complaints would likely make other players want to find a piece of tofu to crash into. He took out the shattered tooth long sword from his bag, equipping it, and his attack power peaked. Oh right, I still have equipment to identify. Yang'an took out a bracelet and a ring. Eye of Chaos. Yang'an used the Eye of Chaos for the first time to identify equipment. A golden light shone from between his eyebrows, mysterious runes appeared, and a golden eye slowly opened. Ding. Identification successful. Howling Moon Bracelet Bronze Introduction, a bracelet made from the skull of the Song Wolf King. Level requirement level 10 class requirement physical attack. Basic attributes: physical attack 123, strength 25, agility 10, critical hit 10. Wolf Claw Ring Bronze Introduction, a ring made from sharp wolf claws possessing decent attack power. Level requirement level 10 class requirement physical attack. Basic attributes: physical attack 86, a strength 16. The bronze Howling Moon bracelet didn't have any additional skills, which left Yang'an feeling a bit disappointed. Equipping both items, Yang An's attributes skyrocketed. Health 3075, physical attack 1018, physical defense 433, spiritual defense 390, speed 41. 6. Penetration 15, critical hit 40. I should check on that Song Wolf King. I wonder how far Ting Long has gotten with the boss. Yang'an quickly ran toward the boss. There the crowd was still gathering. Members of the Tung Long Guild were orderly engaging with the Song Wolf King. Yang'an took a look. The Song Wolf King's health had only dropped to over 80. Many people's damage couldn't even penetrate defenses, and most could only deal around 10 or 20 damage. This is too slow. Yang'an couldn't wait any longer and walked directly into the battlefield. Hey, that kid, get out of the way. As he approached, someone shouted to stop him. Yang'an ignored them, walking straight ahead. Hey, you think you're tough? Brothers, get him. A few Tung Long players charged at Yang and initiating ranged attacks. 111. What the hell? How can his defense be so high? Yang'an smirked with disdain, lifting the shattered tooth long sword ready to strike. Stop. Everyone stop. Suddenly a figure dashed out from the crowd, shouting loudly. It was Huang Mao, who for some reason had fallen behind in levels, and was now the spokesperson for the Tung Long Guild in this novice village. Who told you to act? This is Shuiran, the boss. Can you afford to offend him? Huang Mao pointed at a group of subordinates, scolding them, then turned to Yang'an. Boss Shuiran, I'm sorry. I didn't manage my subordinates properly. Please don't take offense. You guys come over and apologize to Boss Shuiran. Huang Mao waved his hand, and several subordinates came forward, lined up, bowing at 90 degrees, saying in unison, I'm sorry. Yang'an. Hee Boss Shuiran, why haven't you left the novice village yet? Is there something you need here? Huang Mao had a smile on his face, rubbing his hands together, being as flattering as possible. Yang'an found it hard to adapt to Huang Mao's attitude for a moment. Originally, he was thinking of sending them back to the novice village for free. After all, one shouldn't strike a smiling face. It wasn't a deep-seated grudge that required vengeance. In this situation, Yang'an tried not to be too ruthless. This boss. No problem. This boss is yours. I'll have them disband immediately. After Huang Mao finished speaking, he ordered the players of the guild to retreat. The members of Tung Long were very confused. and some began to discuss loudly. Everyone shut up. Follow orders. Now Huang Mao was the sole authority in this group, and others could only hold their thoughts inside. After sacrificing a few frontline lives, the rest quickly retreated, disengaging from battle. Boss Shui ran. Are you satisfied? Well, leave right away. Huang Mao smiled at Yong'an. Yong'an waved his hand and accelerated, charging in front of the Tsang Wolf King to establish aggro, preventing it from losing its hate and rapidly recovering health. Seeing that Yong'an had no intention of attacking them, Huang Mao let out a long sigh of relief. Huang Ge, who is he? Are we really just giving the boss to him? How will others see us, Ting Long? With so many of us, why should we fear him? A nearby subordinate spoke up, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Hee, are we many? Shally, you joined Ting Long not long ago. You don't know his might. Numbers mean nothing. Let's go, stay away from him if you don't want to die. Huang Mao sighed. After Long Fei left, he took on the responsibility of leading the guild members to level up. With level 10 just around the corner, he didn't want to let his efforts go to waste. Yong'an had already entered combat, launching 2 sword chi towards the Wolf King. 4862, 4862. Fortunately, both sword chi triggered critical hits, causing the damage to skyrocket under the boost of the Chaos Sword Heart. The remaining members of the Tung Long Guild stared in shock. The previously defiant members of the Tung Long gang trembled, uncontrollably relieved they had not rashly provoked Yong'an. Even more terrifying, Huang Mao stared in stunned silence, inwardly grateful for his own restraint. The Bronze-tier Wolf King no longer posed any meaningful threat to Yong'an. His attacks, defenses, and speed were all utterly overwhelmed from every angle. The sole attribute in which the Wolf King still surpassed Yong'an was raw health. Even summoning an entire pack of elite wolf lieutenants proved futile. Within mere minutes, the Wolf King collapsed with a mournful howl, his eyes burning with bitter resentment. I knew it. The Wolf King's throne is cursed. As this was not the first kill, and the boss was merely bronze-tier, only 2 items dropped: a bronze belt and a black iron bracer. Yong'an immediately activated his chaos eye to appraise them. Wolf King Belt. Quality bronze, level requirement 10, class universal, HP 100, Chi 300, Constitution 33. Description: crafted from the hide of the Wolf King. 100, authentic wolf pelt, non-refundable, no returns or exchanges. Wolf Bracer. Quality black iron, level requirement 10, class universal, physical defense 35, Chi defense 29, HP 364, strength 11. Description: forged upon the sinews and bones of wolves, wrapped in supple wolf hide. Designed for both comfort and resilience. The new gear perfectly replaced his old toad bracer and wild boar belt, dramatically boosting Yong'an's vitality. Gathering the silver coins scattered on the ground, Yong'an ignored the stunned onlookers, frozen in mute disbelief, and promptly shattered his village recall scroll. Back in the novice village, he headed straight to the elder village chief's residence. Upon reaching level 10, all players could travel to one of the major cities via the elder chief's teleportation service. Young hero Shui ran. Have you come to depart the novice village? The elder chief, seeing Yong'an approach, instantly divined his intent. Elder chief, I have reached level 10, and it is time I left. Yong'an replied courteously. The elder chief nodded, visibly moved by his composure. There are 8 tier 2 metropolises: Nanming, Jilishima, Biyuan, Hanyuan, Donghuang, Luais, and Kangwu. Which shall you choose? Nanming City, Yong'an declared without hesitation, the destination he had long resolved upon. Very well. The elder chief raised his hand, and a luminous teleportation array shimmered into existence beneath Yong'an's feet. Enveloped by radiant light, Yong'an vanished from the novice village. Young hero Shui ran. May this humble elder live long enough to hear your glorious deeds. The elder chief murmured softly as Yong'an faded away. In the heart of Nanming City, atop a vast central plaza, Yong'an materialized within its ancient teleportation circle. He surveyed his surroundings, a venerable city whose architecture exuded antiquity and weathered grandeur. The Tier 2 metropolises were already bustling. Players from countless novice villages converged across the 8 great cities, their density palpable. Alas, Yong'an was not the first to arrive. From past gaming experience, he knew the pioneer gained immense advantage, claiming prime real estate shops and dwellings before others could act. Yet he paused. Currency exchange had not yet been unlocked. Even if he had arrived first, he lacked the means to afford such luxuries. He commanded no large guild, no army of contributors pooling wealth. Such possessions held little allure. He sought only self-mastery, unyielding strength. He bypassed the class advancement hall entirely. A prerequisite for activating the Jade Void Decree was reaching level 10 while remaining unaffiliated with any class. He must activate it now, or forfeit its power forever. Opening his contact list, he entered Happy Little Frog in the Add Friend field and sent the request. The response came swiftly, accompanied by a query: who is this? Luo Yuan, it's me. Which metropolis are you in? And Z, you finally added me. I'm in Kangwu City. Where are you? Come to Nanming City. I have something extraordinary for you. Intercity teleportation was possible, but prohibitively expensive for most. Intermetropolis transit costs a fortune. Don't toy with me. If this isn't worth it, you'll reimburse my fare. No more chatter. Refuse and you'll regret it. Fine, I'm on my way. After dismissing Luo Yuan Yang and reopened his contact list. Where are you? Shui Ran. You've hit level 10. Have you reached Nanming City? My friends and I have been grinding monsters, but leveling feels painfully slow. Yes, I'm in Nanming City. What level and rarity was that boss you mentioned? You're really there. It's a level 15 silver tier boss. We dare not approach. Contact me when ready. We'll take it down together. Agreed. He closed the chat. While waiting for Luo Yuan Yang and found himself idle, unable to grind with no active quests, so he began wandering the city streets. Dozens of players had set up makeshift stalls across the central plaza hawking surplus gear and trinkets, mostly common white-tire equipment with the occasional black iron piece, none of which interested Yang'an. His current weapon, the Fang-Tooth Sword, had long since vanished from the equipment rankings. Atop the list stood a silver-tier longsword by Xiao's silver-tier staff ranked 5th, while the rest were level 15 bronze gear. After a brief stroll, Yang abandoned hope of finding bargains. True treasures rarely appeared on open markets, and with current prices his modest coin purse would barely cover a single meal. "NZ, where are you? I've arrived." A message from Luo Yuan flashed in his friend list. Yang sent coordinates, and soon spotted a stout figure approaching, trailed by a petite, charming young woman. Luo Yuan. Yang smiled warmly and extended his palm. Luo Yuan burst into laughter, meeting his hand with a firm, joyful slap. "NZ, does moving freely in-game feel amazing?" "Not bad. Plenty of running and jumping." "Hey fatty, introduce her." Yang chuckled, clapping him lightly on the shoulder. "Haha, this is my girlfriend, dull little Swan. Just call her Meng Meng, or Swan." Yang thought wryly, "So you're the toad. Pleasure to meet you. I go by Shui Ran." He offered a courteous greeting to dull little Swan. "Hello." She stood shyly behind Luo Yuan, her delicate frame bowed slightly, as she gave Yang a quiet, respectful nod. "Ha ha ha. And Z, what's this extraordinary thing you promised? Show me already. I can't wait." Yang withdrew a scroll from his inventory and tossed it to him. "Take a look, it should suit you perfectly." Luo Yuan examined it closely and gasped, "Holy. A hidden class advancement scroll. Where did you get this?" "A system gift. Remember how you always chased hidden classes in past games? This fits you perfectly." No, I can't accept this. The leaderboards show only one hidden class so far, and I heard rumors of outsiders offering 5 million for it." The scroll suddenly felt impossibly heavy in Luo Yuan's hands. 5 million was an unimaginable sum to him. "Take it. No hesitation. Use it now. I'll need you to tank that boss for me." "But..." Luo Yuan hesitated. The weight of its value paralyzed him. "Fatty, since when do we stand on ceremony? True worth lies in use, and only you can wield this to its fullest potential." Luo Yuan gazed at Yang, then resolve crystallizing in his eyes, he nodded firmly. "All right." With a sharp crack, he shattered the scroll. Golden radiance erupted, engulfing him as sacred sutras spiraled forth, orbiting his form like celestial halos. The golden light faded after a brief moment, and Luo Yuan's body vanished from sight. So the class transformation scroll doesn't grant a profession outright. It requires completing a specific quest or trial first. Yang formed a tentative hypothesis in his mind. Sure enough, the vanished plump man sent him a message. Only by passing the trial could the class transformation be completed, and he might not emerge for quite some time. He entrusted Yang with looking after his young girlfriend. Yang hesitated. Truth be told, he was rather awkward around girls. Mo. Swan." He scratched his head and called out gently to the timid little Swan. The timid little Swan responded softly, quietly, awaiting Yang's instructions. "Let's go. We'll level up for a while first. Luo Yuan has no idea when he'll return." "All right." Yang led her toward the city gate to grind experience, yet unsure where to go, he simply opened his contact list. Yang coordinates. "In by Xiao, hey, your tone is so cold. Do you always speak like that to girls?" Yang in by Xiao, haha, just teasing. And she then sent him a set of coordinates. He checked them east of Nanming City, not far at all. Yang set off with the timid little Swan toward their destination. "Brother Shui Ran." A voice called from behind. Soft, hesitant, unmistakably hers. "What is it?" Yang turned puzzled. "Actually, we can teleport directly to the city gate via an NPC," she murmured shyly, barely above a whisper. "Ahaha, so that's how it is. Well, I've only just arrived in the capital. I'm still getting my bearings." Yang chuckled, embarrassed. No worries, you'll get used to it. Let me guide you." A faint, gentle smile touched the timid little Swan's lips. Soon under her guidance, they teleported to the east gate via an NPC, saving precious time. Half an hour later, they reached the designated coordinates. Ahead, more than a dozen players were battling monsters to level up. Shui ran. Bai Xiao's melodious voice rang out from afar as she waved her hand cheerfully in Yang An's direction. Yet the moment her gaze fell upon the timid girl beside Yang An, her hand froze midair, then waved again stiffly awkwardly. Yang An, oblivious to the shift, strode forward eagerly. Meeting her eyes, he smiled warmly. Long time no see. Bai Xiao's cheeks flushed faintly. She recalled sending him countless messages earlier and felt a quiet, flustered embarrassment. Long time no see. Her voice was barely audible, like a mosquito's hum. Speak up. I can hardly hear you, Yang An said. Bai Xiao. Her staff trembled in her hand, poised to strike him. Yet she restrained herself with a soft humph, consoling herself. I won't stoop to argue with a steel-clad, blunt-minded man. And who might this be? Bai Xiao tilted her head toward the girl beside Yang An. Hello, elder sister. I'm Brother Shui Ran's friend's girlfriend. He's temporarily away on a quest, so he asked me to accompany Brother Shui Ran for now. Though shy and reserved, the timid little swan possessed keen perceptiveness. She offered no self-introduction, instead immediately clarifying her connection to Shui Ran. A subtle wave of relief washed over Bai Xiao. She found herself strangely baffled by her own reaction. Hee, little sister, what fun can you possibly have tagging along with him? Come with elder sister instead. Bai Xiao beamed, her beautiful eyes crinkling into crescent moons. Taking the little swan's hand, the two chatted animatedly about makeup gossip as if reunited after years apart, leaving Yang An utterly adrift in the wind. He felt utterly excluded. In the world of two women he had no place. So he stood silently aside, gazing up at the sky. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? Bai Xiao glanced back, spotting his dazed expression, and called out. Yang An rubbed his nose, then gestured toward the battling crowd ahead. Are those all your friends? A few are employees from my company. No. And why don't you join the grinding? With you fighting, our pace would speed up considerably. I haven't undergone class transformation yet. No experience, no motivation. Yang An explained his purpose for coming, but omitted any mention of the Yusu token. So, the boss I mentioned is your target. Nice. I need your help. Yang An looked at her steadily. Bai Xiao's innate talent skill promised him tremendous advantage. No problem. Hearing his earnest affirmation, Bai Xiao's heart fluttered with quiet delight. Then thank you. I truly appreciate it, Yang An said sincerely. Don't be so formal. We couldn't even attempt it without you. A delicate smile flickered across Bai Xiao's lips. She turned, took the timid little swan's hand, and strode forward briskly. Yang An followed closely behind. From the battling group, ahead, a man and a woman stepped forward to greet them. The woman appeared 30-something, poised and elegant, every gesture exuding the refined confidence of a modern professional. The man was strikingly handsome, even delicately effeminate, a quintessential fresh-faced idol. Miss, the woman said respectfully, bowing slightly toward Bai Xiao. Her deference startled Yang An. Clearly, Bai Xiao's real-world status was extraordinary. Let me introduce, this is Qing Jia, Mingyue Qingxin, my company's manager. Bai Xiao introduced Mingyue Qingxin to Yang An and the timid little swan. Yang An nodded politely as she returned the gesture with a warm, graceful smile. Yao Yao. Before Bai Xiao could introduce him, the effeminate man spoke first, affectionate, familiar. Please call me by my full name, she replied, her eyes tinged with mild disdain and resignation. Hee. Yao Yao, no need to stand on ceremony. So who's this? His gaze slid dismissively toward Yang and standing beside Bai Xiao, laced with quiet hostility. He's a friend of mine, Bai Xiao replied coolly. Hello, I'm Tian Sheng Bu Fan, level 14 divine archer. He smirked condescendingly and extended his right hand. Shui Ran, level 10 unclassified. Yang An stated flatly, grasping the effeminate man's hand. Level 10. Yao Yao, this is the person you claimed would help you slay a level 15 silver tier boss. His eyes brimmed with contempt, and his grip suddenly tightened. A surge of force shot through his palm. He sought to exploit his level advantage and deliver an immediate humiliating rebuke. He was a pure strength attribute stationary marksman, fully geared in level 10+ equipment, including a black iron weapon. By any measure, he vastly outclassed Yang and a raw novice fresh from the starter village, still unclassified. Yet as he increased pressure, Yang and remained unmoved, watching him with a faint, inscrutable smile. Sensing the malice, Yang and refused to yield, instead clenching his own hand hard. Tian Sheng Bu Fan's delicate, effeminate face flushed crimson. Gritting his teeth, he strained to pull free, summoning every ounce of strength, yet failed utterly. Let go. Tian Sheng Bu Fan snarled at Yang An. He refused to believe a mere level 10 rookie possessed such raw power. Surely Yang An had secretly activated a strength-boosting item. Just as Tian Sheng Bu Fan wrenched backward with desperate force, Yang An released his grip, sending the man staggering sideways, nearly toppling to the ground. You. And before Tian Sheng Bu Fan could erupt, Bai Xiao stepped forward, one step decisive, and frowned slightly. Enough, will you, Fan? Seeing Bai Xiao's rising ire, Tian Sheng Bofan hastily chuckled and appeased her. Alright. I'll let it slide just for your sake Yao Yao. Who was he? After debuting in Country H, he skyrocketed to fame. Upon returning to the domestic entertainment industry, he became the undisputed top-tier idol, boasting tens of millions of devoted fans. No one had dared defy him since his rise to stardom. With a dark, venomous glance at Yang, and Tian Sheng Bofan snorted contemptuously and strode back into battle to vent his fury upon monsters. Bai Xiao rolled her eyes inwardly, then turned to Yang and with an inquiring gaze. He responded with a gentle smile, reassuring her that all was well. Tian Sheng Bofan's outburst cast an awkward pall over the group. Yet Yang remained utterly unperturbed. He lived by a simple creed: I strike not unless struck first, but if provoked I pursue retribution however distant the foe. Should Tian Sheng Bofan seek trouble later, Yang would show no mercy. At that very moment a communication alert chimed on his device. Enzi, where are you? I'm out. It was Lin Xuan, emerged from his class transcendence trial. Yang instantly transmitted their coordinates and asked, did your class transcendence succeed? Of course. Do you forget who the mighty fat master is? Hear more when I arrive. Lin Xuan would still take some time to reach them, so Yang refrained from hunting monsters. He welcomed the respite, chatting idly and effortlessly with Bai Xiao and the others. Meanwhile, Mingyu Qingxin rejoined the main party, directing the team's coordinated monster slaying. Seeing Yang's calm ease, Tian Sheng Bofan seethed with even greater rage, yet could only unleash it upon wild beasts. Over half an hour later, Lin Xuan finally arrived. Upon sight of him, everyone turned, eyes wide, expressions oddly bewildered. What happened to your face? Yang asked, noting the deep bruises marring Lin Xuan's cheeks. Blame that class transcendence trial. You've no idea. I entered and 5 bald giants descended upon me, pummeling me relentlessly for 30 full minutes. Lin Xuan wailed, voice thick with grievance. Suppressing a grin, Yang offered feigned sympathy, and then they grew exhausted. When they saw I refused to yield, they declared me worthy of passage. I'm tough as oxhide and thick as rhino hide. How could I ever surrender? Proud of having unlocked a hidden class, Lin Xuan beamed. Take a look. Just how extraordinary is this hidden class? Yang, deeply curious, leaned in. Lin Xuan shared his attribute panel. Joyful Little Frog, level 13 class, Vajra Pagoda, HP 1799 Chi, 350 physical attack, 152 Chi attack, 38 physical defense, 12 Chi defense, 600. Vajra Pagoda wields the sacred power of protection, sheltering all sentient beings. Vajra Wrath pierces demons and subdues malevolence. Passive skill: Vajra Indestructible Body, exclusive proficiency novice. Effect: 300 to base physical and Chi defense, final damage taken reduced by 20. Active skills: Vajra Demon Subduing, exclusive proficiency novice. Effect: deals 150 of physical attack damage to target, damage doubled against dark type and Deathlord type entities. Cooldown 5 seconds. Cost none. Vajra Bastion, exclusive proficiency novice. Effect: erects a golden bastion, grants self 20 damage reduction, and bestows 15 damage reduction to all allied units within a 15-meter radius for 1 minute. Cooldown 5 minutes. Cost 200 Chi. Vajra Roar, exclusive proficiency novice. Effect: draws 80 of aggro from all monsters within a 3-meter radius. Cooldown 10 seconds. Incredible. With this class, dying would be nearly impossible. Both Bai Xiao and the endearingly naive Little Xuan gasped in astonishment. After reviewing Lin Xuan's attributes and class traits, Yang concurred. The Vajra Pagoda was undeniably formidable, a true frontline tank, its staggering damage mitigation making him exceptionally difficult to fell. Pair him with a healer, and sustaining boss-level damage would pose little challenge. Ordinary shield bearers granted only 100 to dual defenses and 10 damage reduction, half of what the Vajra Pagoda delivered. Its taunt skill also drew significantly higher aggro, and crucially, it possessed the unique active ability Vajra Bastion, not only boosting its own damage resistance by 20 but shielding allies, a capability no standard shield bearer possessed. With you on our side, the upcoming boss will be far easier to overcome, Yang said, with a warm clap on Lin Xuan's shoulder. Lin Xuan thumped his chest confidently. Leave it to me. I'll hold aggro rock solid. Then, brimming with newfound assurance, he asked, so, what boss are we tackling next? Though self-assured, he still sought confirmation. Yang glanced toward Bai Xiao, who replied, a level 15 silver tier boss, hidden in an obscure location. We stumbled upon it by chance, and it remains unaware of our presence. Silver tier. Just the 4 of us. Lin Xuan recoiled in shock. Back in his starter village, he'd faced a mere bronze tier boss, and been utterly overwhelmed. Their entire village, tens of thousands strong, had needed hours to wear it down. Just moments ago you feared nothing, now you tremble. Yang scoffed. Brother, this is a silver tier boss, level 15. You've now attained a hidden class. Have a little faith. Luo Yuan clenched his teeth fine. If you're determined, then I'll go Alan. Only Bai Xiao and Yang and remained unruffled, both having slain silver tier bosses before, albeit through clever stratagem. Yang An's confidence stemmed from his chaos sword body, Bai Xiao's from her unwavering trust in him. Then let's depart. He invited Bai Xiao, Luo Yuan, and the timid little swan into his party. Shuiran, please bring Qing Jie and Tian Sheng Bofen along. After all, they helped discover the boss, Bai Xiao urged Yang An. Agreed. One more ally strengthens our odds. Yang An consented readily. Though he held no fondness for Tian Sheng Bofen, fairness demanded inclusion, since they'd jointly uncovered the boss. Qing Jie is an ice elemental chi artisan capable of imposing debilitating debuffs upon the boss. Tian Sheng Bofen possesses a skill that interrupts boss abilities, but functions only once per boss encounter. Bai Xiao introduced their strengths to the group. Yang An nodded. Any effect against the boss was invaluable. Ming Yu Qingxin and Tian Sheng Bofen detached from the main force and joined Yang An's party. Everyone, guard me closely. I'll deliver the primary damage. Tian Sheng Bofen spoke with arrogant disdain regarding Yang An and the others with open contempt, his confidence in his own damage output absolute. Especially you. You haven't even chosen a class yet. Don't drag us down. Yang An ignored him entirely. Luo Yuan, however, openly scrutinized Tian Sheng Bofen from head to toe, then leaned close to Yang An and whispered, Anzi, who is this guy? Why does he sound so effeminate? His whisper carried just enough to be faintly audible. Fat fool, what muttering nonsense is that? Tian Sheng Bofen exploded, humiliated and furious. He, I said you're handsome. Luo Yuan grinned, innocently raising his right thumb high. Humph, at least you know your place. To defuse the tension, Bai Xiao stepped forward at precisely the right moment, rallying the group. All right. Let's prepare to move out. Let's go. Yang An addressed Luo Yuan, then fell into step behind Bai Xiao. The portly man grunted acknowledgement, and taking the shy little swan's hand followed closely. Led by Bai Xiao, the group entered a secluded forest winding along a hidden path until they finally reached their destination. Ahead, nestled in a small mountain hollow beneath a colossal ancient tree, lay a ferocious beast, jet black in color and resembling a panther. It was their quarry, the Yoming Shadow Panther. Yang An silently activated his chaos eye, and the beast's attributes shimmered into view. Yoming Shadow Panther, boss silver tier. Description: a fallen predator drawn to the abyss, willingly enslaved by its depths. It lurks in remote ancient woods, gathering intelligence on the fate calamity world. Level 15. Vitality 52000. Physical attack 1788. Physical defense 542. Spiritual defense 465. Skills: Shadow Clone. The Yoming Shadow Panther conjures 2 illusory clones to fight alongside it. Each clone inherits 10 of its vitality and 50 of its attack and defense capabilities. Yoming Claw Strike. Its razor-sharp claws lash out twice in rapid succession, inflicting 110 damage per strike. Dark Flame Burst. Whenever its vitality drops below a threshold, it randomly unleashes this explosive technique upon one attacker, dealing 100 blast damage within a 5-meter radius. Damage increases by 50 for each additional player inside the radius. Dark Summoning. Upon death, it triggers a final invocation, randomly summoning an abyssal fiend to strike one of its assailants. Another abyss-linked monster. Yang An thought, startled, and immediately shared the beast's attributes with the party. What's there left to fight? Tian Sheng Bofen was the first to falter. His hesitation was understandable. The Yoming Shadow Panther's stats were staggering, and its abilities grew ever more terrifying. Bai Xiao and Luo Yuan turned to Yang An, awaiting his decision. I need to know your healing output, he said, looking at Bai Xiao, who had recently taken up the physician vocation, gaining new abilities. Out of respect for her privacy, Yang An refrained from using his chaos eye to probe further. Bai Xiao raised her hand, and a soft emerald light streamed from her staff, sinking into Yang An's body. 929. The physician's passive skill is medical arts, boosting healing output by 20. Active skills include vital blood technique and resurrection art. She shared these details in the party channel. Medical arts, proficiency novice. Effect increases healing output by 20. Vital blood technique, proficiency novice. Effect restores vitality equal to 125 of the caster's spiritual attack. Consumes 100 spiritual energy, cooldown 3 seconds. Resurrection art. Instantly revives a fallen ally and restores 50 of their status. The revived target loses only 10 of the experience required to level up. Cost 300 spiritual energy, cooldown 10 minutes. Yang An was mildly astonished by Bai Xiao's current healing capacity, likely enhanced by the high spiritual attack bonus of her silver tier staff. She possessed another healing ability, Fall Art, allowing dual channel healing and significantly amplifying her restorative power. I didn't expect you'd grown so formidable. Yang gave her an approving glance. Of course, I'm no ordinary sister. Flattered by Xiao beamed with quiet pride and delight. Here, this is for you. She retrieved a white-bound manual from her personal inventory and handed it to Yang. Emblazoned across its cover were 4 bold characters, Breaking Cloud Sword Art. Yang accepted it eagerly. Breaking Cloud Sword Art Mundane Tier. Swift as wind, sharp as lightning, a blade that cleaves through clouds. Executed with blinding speed, striking before the foe can react. Effect delivers a swift strike, inflicting 105 damage. Cost 150 spiritual energy. Cooldown 5 seconds. Prerequisites, swordsman or physical class novice. If reclassing into a non-swordsman vocation, this skill will be forgotten. Requires wielding a sword-type weapon. This manual contained a sword art. Exactly what Yang needed most. His repertoire was painfully sparse, only one technique, sword chi chain slash. Far too wasteful for his immensely powerful passive, the Chaos Sword Heart. Though its base damage stood at merely 105, is slightly above a standard strike, Yang and was no ordinary swordsman. He bore the Chaos Sword Heart, granting him a staggering 200 damage amplification. He accepted the manual and offered by Xiao a sincere word of thanks. No need for formalities, she replied with a gentle smile, her gaze lingering on him. A faint smile touched Yang's lips. Without hesitation, he learned the Breaking Cloud Sword Art on the spot. What good are skills if you can't even land a hit on the boss? Tian Shengbu Fan remarked, dripping with sarcasm. Only one way to find out, Yang replied coolly. Just so we're clear, if things go awry, I won't throw my life away recklessly. Tian Shengbu Fan bristled with impatience. Facing such overwhelming odds, he saw no hope, and while others seemed eager to die, he had no intention of losing levels over their bravado. Yang ignored him and turned to Luo Yuan. The boss hits too hard. Fat brother, you wear these first. They'll boost your vitality and defense. He handed over his Wild Boar King Scale armor and Grey Wolf King belt. Luo Yuan accepted without protest, donning them instantly. His vitality and defenses rose accordingly. Whether the boss was truly invincible mattered little to him. If Yang wished to try, he would stand beside him. No questions asked. None of the boss's abilities list cooldown durations. We'll verify those in combat. Yang then outlined a tactical plan based on the beast's skill set. Once preparations concluded, Luo Yuan stepped forward, shield in hand, advancing deliberately toward the Yoming Shadow Panther. The moment he crossed into its aggro range, the slumbering beast snapped open blood-red eyes. Roar! Rising to its full height, it bellowed in fury and charged. Only when it stood upright did the group grasp its true scale. It towered nearly as tall as Yang, and its obsidian black frame coiled with dense, sinewy muscle radiating raw, explosive power. Huh, little kitty, let Uncle Fat test your mettle. Luo Yuan raised his great shield and met the charge heat-in. The Yoming Shadow Panther moved with uncanny speed, vanishing and reappearing before him in an instant, launching itself skyward in a lethal pounce. Its claws struck twice midair, its signature Yoming Claw Strike. Luo Yuan braced his massive shield just in time, absorbing both blows, 2 crimson numbers flashing above his head. 1035, 1035. Over 70 of his health bar vanished, leaving barely 700 points remaining. 929, 1114. 2 verdant numerals bloomed above him. Perfectly timed healing. Bai Xiao had simultaneously cast both Vital Blood Technique and Dufall Art. The latter's soothing aura granted Luo Yuan continuous regeneration, 124 vitality per second. Yang admired her instinctive sense of timing. She truly possessed innate gaming talent. He held back, waiting for Luo Yuan to fully secure aggro. Little kitty, you're not all that impressive. Luo Yuan taunted. Fat brother, save the trash talk for after you land a hit. Yang called out. Nearly forgot. Luo Yuan laughed heartily, unleashing his taunt skill Vajra Roar, then clenched his right fist. Golden light flared, sacred Sanskrit glyphs blazing across his knuckles. Vajra Subduing Demon. 2. Luo Yuan flushed with embarrassment. His offensive gear was pitifully scarce, his attack power abysmal. Even with double damage against dark-aligned foes, Vajra Subduing Demon failed utterly to pierce the beast's defenses. Might as well be a living sandbag, he muttered resignedly. With aggro firmly secured, Yang and the others could now unleash their attacks. A flaming arrow shot forth first. Tian Shengbu Fan's explosive arrow. 93. Damage is far too low. With 500,000 health, even if our tank holds, will never deplete it. Facing such overwhelming power, Tian Shengbu Fan's confidence had already crumbled. 1492, 3134 critical hit. 2 searing sword beams lanced forward, slicing into the Yoming Shadow Panther. Monstrous damage values leapt from its head, leaving every onlooker stunned, speechless. Tian Shengbu Fan. What the hell, Anzi, what kind of attack is this? Draw the aggro. Yang said casually, his figure moving swiftly as he charged forward. Impossible. Tiansheng Bu Fan stood frozen, unable to believe that this was damage dealt by someone who had yet to change classes. Only Bai Si Yao was unfazed in her eyes. Yang and could never be explained by common sense. He had merely become even more abnormal. With a slight lift of her small hand, she activated her talent skill, Celestial Melody, on Yang. Ding. Your skill Broken Cloud Sword has received the Celestial Melody buff. Hearing the system prompt, Yang was overjoyed. He truly loved Bai Si Yao's talent skill. With the buff's enhancement, Broken Cloud Sword's damage increased to 135, and its cooldown was only 1 second. Arriving in front of the boss, Yang swung his long sword rapidly, unleashing a fierce sword chi stabbing forth in a flash. Broken Cloud Sword. 1386 Roar. The underworld shadow leopard suffered continuous damage. Enraged, it opened its massive maw to bite at Luo Yuan. 941 Luo Yuan's diamond roar had a strong control over aggro. Even under Yang's immense damage, he still did not lose aggro. As soon as the cooldown was up, he would immediately unleash his skill, firmly maintaining the boss aggro. Meanwhile, Bai Si Yao continued using skills to restore Luo Yuan's health. Ming Yuqing Xin also released her skill Frost spell, but her damage couldn't break defenses. However, the skill's freezing effect, while unable to freeze the BOSS, could slightly reduce its attack speed. This alleviated some pressure on Luo Yuan and Bai Si Yao. Within the team, the only one who was completely ineffective was the cute little swan. She was a summoner, but her equipment was average. The black rabbit she summoned could only deal a string of ones, almost stuffing the carrot in the underworld shadow leopard's mouth. 574, 2,911 crit, 746, 3,134 crit, 1492, 574, 1386. With a tank holding aggro, Yang could unleash his attacks without restraint. Roar. The underworld shadow leopard seemed unwilling to endure Yang's humiliation. It raised its sharp claws and was about to strike. Yang reacted swiftly, quickly retreating to avoid the underworld shadow leopard's attack. Your opponent is me. Luo Yuan shifted his body to block the underworld shadow leopard and activated his taunt skill again. Anzi, your damage is too high. I'll control your attack frequency. Otherwise, it will easily transfer aggro. Yang nodded helplessly, thinking he could attack freely. Under his intentional control, he finally did not steal aggro again. The battle proceeded in an orderly manner, with the underworld shadow leopard's health continuously declining. Every minute, the underworld shadow leopard would unleash Underworld Claw Strike, a skill that Bai Si Yao could handle with Luo Yuan's support. By the 5th minute of battle, the underworld shadow leopard activated its clone skill, summoning 2 clones. Both clones had only 520 health, and their attack and defense were half that of the underworld shadow leopard, posing no pressure on the hefty Luo Yuan. He firmly held the aggro of the clones while Yang quickly attacked, prioritizing their elimination. By the 10th minute, the underworld shadow leopard's health had dropped to 90. Roar. The underworld shadow leopard, originally entangled with Luo Yuan, let out an angry roar. It erupted with a dense dark energy, with black and fiery red energy converging above its head, forming a slowly condensing dark energy ball engulfed in flames. Be careful, it's about to unleash Dark Flame Burst. Everyone exit the aggro range. Leave the little swan summoned beast behind. Si Yao, cast Celestial Melody on yourself and prepare to heal. Fatty, activate Diamond Barrier. Yang rapidly issued a series of commands. The few people in the back row were already far enough from the boss and easily ran out of the aggro range. Only Yang and Luo Yuan and the cute little swan summoned rabbit remained. The distance among the three exceeded 3 meters, avoiding high damage caused by too many targets. The underworld shadow leopard's Dark Flame Burst was ready, and with an angry roar, the energy ball shot forth. Everyone grew tense, wondering who the unlucky one would be to take this attack. Damn, why is it me? Tiansheng Bu Fan wailed, clearly having exited the aggro range, yet still becoming the target. Boom. 15-17 instant kill. Tiansheng Bu Fan fell directly to the ground. Bai Si Yao cast a revival spell on him, bringing him back to life. This is the benefit of having a healer in the team. Death can be reversed at the cost of only 10 experience. Regardless of Tiansheng Bu Fan's output, Bai Si Yao had to revive him. Having one more person meant greater safety for everyone else. Bai Si Yao did not heal him or restore his status, instead allowing him to use items. Her healing skill had to be reserved for Luo Yuan. Only with him alive could Yang output steadily. Yang furrowed his brow as he saw the boss target Tiansheng Bu Fan. This meant that his plan to evade the skill by exiting the aggro range was futile. If the boss' next target was Bai Si Yao, the consequences would be dire. What to do? He couldn't rely on luck, could he? Should he pray that the boss wouldn't choose Bai Si Yao? Her revival spell had a 10-minute cooldown, and before that they needed to control the boss's health, if otherwise when the boss released its skill next time without a revival spell, it would be very troublesome. However, he quickly realized he was overthinking it. As the number of clones summoned by the boss increased, the boss's health was decreasing more slowly. There was no need for deliberate control. The battle entered a feverish stage. Yang and continued to output, and after Bai Xiao used Celestial Melody on herself, the healing amount of the Sweet Dew technique surged by 30, with the cooldown reduced to only 1 second. With such a high healing output, Luo Yuan felt no pressure. The underworld Shadow Leopard's health dropped to 80, and it began to unleash the second Dark Flame burst. Why is it me again? Tian Sheng Bufan once again became the unlucky one. Although he could be revived, he still had to endure the pain of death. 70, impossible. This can't be happening. Tian Sheng Bufan fell again, and everyone looked at each other oddly. Yang and almost burst into laughter. 60, phew, finally not me. Tian Sheng Bufan breathed a sigh of relief. The feeling of death was indeed unpleasant. The boss couldn't just focus on one person. This time it targeted Ming Yuqing Xian, and with Bai Xiao present, it was not a problem. 50, 40, 30, 20. Next, Yang and Luo Yuan and the cute little swan each took an attack from the Dark Flame burst, while Tian Sheng Bufan became the unlucky one again. His current experience was already below 10, and dying again would mean a level drop. Luo Yuan bore the attack directly, while Yang, and despite having given his equipment to Luo Yuan, still had over 2,500 health and could withstand the underworld Shadow Leopard's attacks. However, Bai Xiao did not have time to heal him, and he could only rely on himself to consume potions for gradual recovery. 19, 18, 14, 11, last chance. It absolutely couldn't be Bai Xiao. Yang felt a bit nervous. This attack would determine victory or defeat. If Bai Xiao were targeted, everything might go to waste. Roar. The underworld Shadow Leopard let out an angry roar, and the black energy ball surrounded by flames shot forth. Not good. Yang shouted. The dark flame burst was aimed at Bai Xiao. Everyone's expressions changed. They all understood that anyone in the team could die, but Bai Xiao absolutely could not. Miss. Ming Yuqing Xian anxiously didn't know what to do. Diamond Barrier. Luo Yuan directly activated the group damage reduction skill to lower the damage Bai Xiao would take. Tian Sheng Bufan knocked an arrow, then sighed. His skill could only interrupt a skill in the process of being cast, and Dark Flame Burst was already formed. There was no time. Yang activated Sprint, increasing his speed by 30, wanting to rush over to block the attack for her. However, the distance between them was too great, and he couldn't catch up to the flying Dark Flame Burst. Don't come over. Bai Xiao stopped Yang, and who was running towards her. His arrival would only put both of them in danger. Boom. Ding. Your teammate, Bai Xiao, has died. What do we do? Fatty won't hold on much longer. Are we going to fail? Yang's eyes bulged with fury. He never expected the Yuming Ingbao to strike at Bai Xiao at the last moment. Victory seemed so near, yet the heavens played such a cruel prank. A shaft of prismatic light burst from the explosion and sank into Yang's body. It was Bai Xiao's Tianlai Jiyin. Her final ability unleashed in death a desperate hope to give Yang and even a sliver of power. Ding. You have received the Tianlai Jiyin buff. Your skill Hundun Jinyu Chaos Sword Domain is enhanced by 30. I'm alright. Shui Ren, you must create a miracle. Yang received the message from Bai Xiao at the Nanming City respawn point. Her inexplicable trust warmed him slightly. But the memory of her brutal death at the paws of the Yuming Ingbao stoked his anger. He clenched the broken fong in his hand and pointed his longsword forward. Vile beast. Yang lunged forward with ferocious speed, his movement amplified by his hasty stride state. He swung his sword. 2 torrents of sword chi screamed forth. 3134 crit, 3134 crit. The Yuming Ingbao, already at the last 10% of its HP, with 5100 remaining, lost over 600 in an instant under Yang's consecutive critical strikes. Yang had closed to the beast's flank and launched a frenzied assault. With Luo Yuan holding aggro, the Yuming Ingbao paid no heed to Luo Yuan's plight. It slashed its razor claws at Luo Yuan and struck him twice in succession. 828, 828. Under the protection of Jingang Bele Vajra Bulwark, Luo Yuan's damage was reduced by 40%, yet the beast's savage double strike still carved away nearly 2/3 of his life. Enzi, I can't hold on. Luo Yuan cried, staring at his dwindling HP of barely 1100. Without Bai Xiao's steady healing, he would not last long. Chaos Sword Domain, activate. Yang roared, both hands gripping the hilt, the sword tip driven toward the earth. A flood of golden light erupted from the Fang's hard longsword, and a terrifying pressure descended. The longsword plunged into the ground with brutal force. Boom. The instant the blade touched earth, concentric golden ripples radiated outward from its tip. A razor intent poured from the Fang's hard longsword, as if capable of severing all things. Die? Cloud-cleaving sword. 5,908 crit. A monstrous blow erupted atop the Yuming Yingba's head. The might of Hundun Jinyu stunned everyone present. 1340 normal 3,657 crit mighty strike. A roar filled the air. Under Yang An's terrifying onslaught, the Yuming Yingbao abandoned its attacks on Luo Yuan, eyes blazing with murderous light. It opened a maw lined with fangs and lunged at Yang An. 850. With Hundun Jinyu active, Yang An's HP had risen above 5,000 and his defense reached 788, bolstered by Luo Yuan's Jingang Ballet, which granted an additional 15% damage reduction. Pursuing maximal offense, he forsook evasion and attacked relentlessly. A torrent of savage strikes poured forth. 1340 3,483, 7,314 crit, 1340 2,814 crit, 5,908 crit, 1340. The Yuming Yingba's HP plummeted within 5 seconds to just over 11,000. Yang An withstood 6 of its attacks and was left with a sliver of life. One more hit would mean death. A bestial roar filled the air. The Yuming Yingbao howled and leaped, pouncing toward Yang An. Anzi! Luo Yuan shouted in panic. Mingyue Qingxin and the naive Little Xuan gripped their staves tightly, watching anxiously. At that final instant, a mysterious rune shimmered upon Yang An's brow, erupting in resplendent gold as the faint outline of a closed golden eye appeared. Eye of Chaos. The golden chaos eye snapped open. Boom. A dreadful energy detonated from the golden eye, lancing outward and piercing the Yuming Yingba's head. While it still hung midair, its body was hurled by the terrible inertia more than 10 meters away. 14,066 crit. Instant kill. Everyone gaped in disbelief. Is that the damage a human could deal? Such thoughts raced through the crowd. Finally, it's over. Luo Yuan exhaled and flopped to the ground in exhausted relief. No, it's not over yet. Yang An murmured. He had not forgotten the Yuming Yingba's final ability. Dark Summon. At death, the Yuming Yingbao will trigger a Dark Summon, randomly calling forth one abyssal creature to strike its attacker. Sure enough, the corpse lying some distance away began to exude dense black vapor that spread instantly. From that fog came a chilling, sinister laughter. Ha ha ha. I never thought I would return to this world. A worthless wretch was slain by cruel humans. Let me see who dared harm my abyssal children. A monstrous silhouette stepped from the darkness, each footfall carrying oppressive dread. Yang An peered through his chaos eye. It was a colossal beast, 2 stories tall, bovine in form, crowned with 4 horns and deep crimson eyes like copper bells. Its body was shrouded in long, shaggy hair like a raincoat. Shenyu into you Shizhuaohan level. Tier. Beyond its name, Yang An could glean no useful information. HM. The aura of chaotic origin. You carry the mark of Lord Hundun. Those words sent a chill through Yang An. He had not expected that fresh from the novice village his Chaos Lotus would be so swiftly revealed. Ha ha ha. A mere ant bears the mark of Lord Hundun. You must hold chaotic origin within you. I have but one chance to strike. You should be doomed. Kill you and return the chaos origin to my lord. Ha ha ha. Sweat beaded on Yang An's brow as he faced the terrifying colossus. He gripped his long sword with white-knuckled resolve, as if the weapon itself could grant safety. Enough talk. If you can kill me. Yang An thrust his sword forward toward the monstrous envoy. Pathetic ant. Seek death. A hum of power. The enraged Aohen's 4 great horns glowed as surrounding energies coalesced, forming a dark orb of power above its head. Break his cast. Mingyue Qingxin urged Tianxing Bufan from afar. Tianxing Bufan glanced at Yang An and said, My skill probably won't work on such a being. Your skill is forcible, isn't it? You must try regardless. Mingyue Qingxin insisted. She knew his ability could forcefully interrupt a creature's casting at least once, even on a boss. Tianxing Bufan, who begrudgingly could not refuse because Yang An was a friend of the lady, drew an arrow and not without reluctance nocked it. Looking at Yang An standing in the field, his jealousy and resentment flared. Die then. They'll take your spoils. Whoosh. The flaming arrow sped from Tianxing Bufan's bow, but its trajectory skewed wildly. Sorry, my hand shook and I misfired. I'm sorry, I trembled and missed. Tianxing Bufan feigned nervousness. Yang An observed Tianxing Bufan's actions, but paid them no mind. A mere passerby. He would never entrust his life to someone he did not trust. Don't panic. I've got you. Luo Yuan raised his massive shield and stepped squarely before Yang An. Yang An gazed at Luo Yuan's broad back, a faint smile tugging at his lips. He gently patted his shoulder, then calmly stepped past him, taking the front line himself. It's fine, fall back. Let me handle this. Luo Yuan opened his mouth to protest, yet he knew Yang An's nature, while never reckless, never needlessly sacrificing himself. With one last glance at Yang and's unwavering silhouette, he swiftly retreated. Since you seek death, this sovereign shall grant it. Ao Hen completed his charge. The colossal orb of abyssal energy surged forth, radiating crushing pressure as it hurtled toward Yang'an. Yang'an's gaze remained unblinking, locked onto the oncoming sphere, larger than a wash basin, screaming through the air with terrifying velocity. Phantom Dragon Step. At that razor-thin moment, when annihilation hung by a thread, Yang'an activated his divine tier, self-crafted movement technique. Phantom Dragon Step erupted with staggering speed, leaving behind layered afterimages to deceive the enemy, while allowing instantaneous repositioning within a 10-meter radius. 1 second upon activation, he gained invincibility, and a surge of 30 points in movement speed lasting 3 minutes. Boom! The dark energy sphere detonated violently, carving a 5-meter-wide crater where Yang'an had stood. Is he dead? Tian Shengbu Fan stared fixedly at the epicenter of the blast. He must be. No one at this stage could survive a strike from such a terror. HM. Ao Hen's mocking cackle died mid-breath. He sensed it unmistakably. The presence remained. Unbroken. Unfallen. At the instant the darkness touched him, Yang'an exploited his fleeting 0.1 second invincibility to nullify all damage, then vanished, reappearing 10 meters away just as the blast consumed his former position. It seems you cannot kill me. Yang'an stood 10 meters distant, calm and unshaken, his eyes meeting Ao Hen's. Roar! Wretched insect! Furious, Ao Hen raised its claws to strike again. Yet behind it a colossal rift tore open in space itself, its gravitational maw pulling the beast inward with irresistible force. Cursed laws of reality. Insect, you cannot escape. Lord Hundun will not let this pass. Ao Hen's enraged voice echoed from the collapsing void, fading, thinning, vanishing. The spatial rift sealed seamlessly, as if it had never existed. With Ao Hen gone, a shimmering radiance pulsed across the corpse of the Yoming Shadow Panther, and loot spilled forth. Ding! Congratulations! Your party has successfully slain level 15 silver boss Yoming Shadow Panther, earning 300 experience points. The system notification arrived belatedly, but the kill was undeniably complete. Ha 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 ha, exhilarating. Never imagined old fat Luo could slay a silver tier boss. This XP is absurdly generous. Luo Yuan's joy was unrestrained. In the past, he couldn't even defeat an ordinary bronze tier foe, let alone a silver tier one. He had never felt such unbridled triumph. But hey Anzi, aren't you hurt? What on earth was that giant babbling about? He turned to Yang'an, puzzled. No idea either. Probably just plot exposition. Yang'an replied vaguely, then gestured toward the corpse. Let's see what dropped. He approached the Yoming Shadow Panther's body, eyes alight. Not with curiosity, but with quiet, focused anticipation. There lay several items: a black longbow, a bronze-hued shield, and a silver pendant. The bow and shield gleamed with silvery luminescence, clearly silver-tier gear, while the pendant bore the duller sheen of bronze-tier craftsmanship. Tian Shengbu Fan's eyes flared with naked greed at the sight of the silver-tier longbow. He strode forward, reaching out to claim it. Clang! A blade materialized like a specter against his throat, its razor edge glinting coldly, hovering less than half a finger's breadth from his jugular. Tian Shengbu Fan paled instantly, knees trembling uncontrollably. But rage soon overrode fear. What is the meaning of this? He barked at Yang'an. Step aside. Yang'an's voice was glacial, his gaze unyielding. You. Tian Shengbu Fan's fury exploded. No one had ever dared speak to him thus. Who do you think you are? I discovered the boss. I have first right to the spoils. Yang'an didn't flinch. His expression remained icy. For one who schemed mid-battle, attempting betrayal, he'd already shown mercy, sparing him only for by Xiao's sake. Get lost, or I'll send you back to town myself. Luo Yuan could contain himself no longer. Pretty boy, did we just hand you a face? You want to fight? Seeing the two men bristle, Tian Shengbu Fan faltered, then backed down, jaw clenched, face flushing purple with humiliation. His gaze flickered over their dwindling health bars, especially Yang'an's barely clinging to life. Rage, resentment, and avarice boiled over unchecked. As he retreated, his expression twisted into venomous cruelty. Seizing the moment when Yang'an and Luo Yuan weren't looking, he drew his bow and loosed an arrow, explosive shot. A blazing projectile streaked toward Yang'an. If he fell, the fat man posed no threat. Whoosh, boom. The arrow struck and detonated inches before him. 1-1. How is this possible? Tian Shengbu Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. Only now did he grasp the terrifying truth: this untranscended level 10 novice was far more formidable than any legend foretold. He'd assumed one shot would end him, yet Yang'an's offense was monstrous and his own attack couldn't even pierce his defense. How could such a level 10 player exist? What he didn't know was that the moment he drew his bow, he had entered Yang'an's sword domain. his attributes severely suppressed. You chose death. Yang no longer held back. His blade flashed. Two razor-sharp sword energies screamed forth, cleaving the air toward Tian Shengbu Fan. A pure strength-build marksman stood no chance against such precision. 3,744. Instant annihilation. Under Yang N's devastating assault, Tian Shengbu Fan's frail frame crumbled, obliterated before the second sword energy even reached him. Not only did he fail to evade the first strike, he still owed over 3,000 health points to its impact. Pah! Fat Luo despises sneaky trash like you most of all. Luo Yuan spat contemptuously. Ming Yu Qingxin watched silently and felt a quiet, vindictive satisfaction. She too had long resented this persistent suitor who clung to her young mistress. Enough distractions. Let's appraise the gear. With the nuisance finally gone, Yang and exhaled, his mood markedly lighter. He moved forward, gathering the fallen items, and activated his Chaos Eye for identification. Ding. Identification successful. Yu Ying Bao. Description: darkness is my domain. Rarity: silver. Level requirement: 15. Class requirement: marksman. Base stats: physical attack 463, strength 66, critical hit rate 10. Trait: inflicts 15 damage in nighttime or dark environments. Special skills: Yu Ying rapid volley. Brief charge followed by 2 consecutive arrows, each dealing 125 physical damage plus 20 dark element damage. Cooldown 1 minute. Bronze ancient shield. Description: let strength rage, still as mountain wind. Rarity: silver. Level requirement: 15. Class requirement: shield guardian. Base stats: max HP 800, physical defense 281, spiritual defense 243, constitution 36, stamina 48, block rate 5, movement speed 10. Trait: reduces final damage taken by 100 points. Special skill: ancient shield ward. Grants an ally a barrier equal to 15 of the caster's maximum HP. Cooldown 1 minute. Night Shadow necklace. Description: light. I require none. Darkness is my true home. Rarity: bronze. Level requirement: 15. Class requirement: physical damage class. Base stats: physical defense 156, spiritual defense 162, agility 38, critical hit rate 13. Trait: increases critical hit rate by 10 and critical damage by 20 in nighttime or dark environments. A level 15 silver tier longbow, a pure damage high output weapon, was identified, and the system immediately notified Yang and that it had claimed the top spot on the equipment rankings. Meanwhile, the bronze ancient shield ranked second. Luo Yuan stared spellbound at the silver tier shield before him, his mouth agape and saliva dripping unchecked. Stop gawking. We'll distribute loot after returning. The team still has one more member. Yang chided with a wry smile, watching Luo Yuan's undignified display. Luo Yuan scratched his head, sheepishly chuckling in embarrassment. We'll divide all drops collectively upon return. No objections, right? Yang turned to Mingyue Qingxin and the adorable little swan. No objections from me. Mingyue Qingxin replied calmly. Having contributed little to the boss's defeat, she only cared that her mistress suffered no loss. The little swan nodded silently. She'd merely tagged along to gain experience, so naturally held no opinion. Beyond the 2 silver tier and 1 bronze tier items, they also obtained 3 iron tier and several commoner pieces of equipment. Ignoring the commoner gear entirely, they spotted a single blue tier skill manual, a black orb, a jade conch shell, and over 10 silver coins scattered on the ground. No wonder. This monster bore ties to the abyss, and its spoils reflected that depth. Without glancing twice, Yang stowed everything into his pack. Bai Xiao had already messaged awaiting them in the city. Before departing, he used harvest technique on the boss, collecting blood and other rare materials. Let's go, back to the city. Yang opened his pack, then glanced awkwardly at Luo Yuan. Why stare at me? You dragged me here straight off. What do I even have? Both turned their eyes toward Mingyue Qingxin. Mingyue Qingxin burst into soft laughter, withdrew 3 return scrolls from her pack, and handed one to each. With a collective snap, the scrolls shattered, and in flashes of white light, they reappeared in Nanming City. High above the heavens, within the 9 heavens realm, celestial chi coiled like mist around a colossal lotus platform. Upon the platform sat a veiled woman clad in white robes. Behind her, a 100-jong spectral divine bird shimmered into view, its feathers deep sapphire radiating auspicious serenity. Xin Nu, you have overstepped. A hoary voice resonated suddenly from the void. The veiled woman slowly opened her eyes to a flash of icy wrath, flickered and vanished. Then her voice rang forth, cold, unyielding. Di Hong, I govern this realm by sovereign mandate. You possess neither authority nor standing to question my will. You merely administer, do not presume dominion. Should you persist in reckless defiance, I shall report you directly to the celestial sovereign. Xian Nu remained impassive. With a graceful sweep of her jade hand, she gestured into the void. whereupon the Hunderjong sapphire bird's eyes blazed with ethereal blue light and pierced the heavens with a piercing reverberant cry. A muffled grunt echoed through the void. Xiannu lowered her hand and spoke, voice glacial. My conduct falls solely under my master's judgment, not yours to command or condemn. Hidden within the void, Di Hong seethed. Xiannu, mark my words. Annoying. Her gaze sharpened. She raised her hand to strike again, only to find Di Hong had already fled into the unseen. Nanming City, Central Plaza respawn point. Flashes of white light shimmered as Yang An's party materialized upon the stone platform. Bloodstain. A familiar voice rang out. Bai Xiao had been waiting there for some time. A faint, genuine smile lifted the corners of Yang An's lips. Let's find somewhere to sit and divide the spoils. Agreed. Bai Xiao stepped beside Mingyue Qingxin and gently linked arms with her. Shall we, Qingjia? Mingyue Qingxin gazed at her affectionately, allowing herself to be led forward. The group made their way to a nearby tavern named Drunken Moon over the river, eager to savor the culinary delights of this immersive world. Situated beside Central Plaza, the city's busiest thoroughfare, the tavern drew crowds daily despite its steep prices, and today was no exception. They passed beneath its antique wooden archway into the main hall, where patrons bustled about, and nearly all 30 tea tables were occupied. At the hall center stood a performance stage, hosting rotating acts, storytelling, martial duels, classical opera, and dance, each day bringing fresh spectacle. Many players entered the game purely for leisure, to absorb its culture, customs, and atmosphere. Even those drawn to combat could request sanctioned sparring matches from the tavern's innkeeper. The moment Yang An's party entered, every eye in the hall turned their way. 3 striking women walking side by side created a vision both harmonious and arresting. Especially Bai Xiao. Her figure, features, and aura remained captivating even behind her veil, drawing countless admiring glances. The little swan, petite and endearing, evoked instinctive tenderness and delight. Mingyue Qingxin, though slightly older than the others, exuded the poised elegance of a seasoned professional, earning lingering appreciative looks from those around her. Suddenly Yang An paused, his gaze locking onto a pair seated at the hall's periphery. It's them. Even with altered appearances, he recognized them instantly. What uncanny coincidence, to meet them so soon in game. Yet his own avatar had undergone subtle refinements. Theoretically, he should remain unrecognizable. Now unbound by past constraints, he wished no further entanglement, and guided the group onward without pause. The woman beside the man was alluring and voluptuous, possessing undeniable charm, as she nestled against his broad chest. She glanced first at Yang and then at Luo Yuan beside him, whispering repeatedly into the man's ear. The man looked up, his brows furrowing then hardening with unmistakable resentment. Rising, he strode toward Yang and the woman trailing close behind. Well, if it isn't Coach Yang. Yang An's expression tightened. He turned, eyes sharp and unwavering. This was Su Sanyuan, star coach of the Xingyue Club, and the woman clinging to him was his recent ex-girlfriend. His gaze flicked to Luo Yuan. Ah yes. The fool hadn't altered his appearance at all. No wonder Jiang Li recognized him instantly, and traced the connection back to Yang and without difficulty. TSK, how ironic. Rejected in reality, yet thriving in game. Su Sanyuan's gaze raked unabashedly over the 3 women, lingering longest on Bai Xiao, his eyes blazing with raw, unmasked desire. What vulgar filth is this spewing nonsense? Bai Xiao's brow furrowed in distaste. Ugh, pervert. The little swan spat indignantly, and her ever-present summoned rabbit, sensing her outrage, mimicked the gesture perfectly, then dropped its carrot in sudden disgust. Thud. The insult was slight in harm, yet devastating in humiliation. Su Sanyuan flared with fury and raised his fists to strike. Yang An stepped forward, shielding the 3 women behind him, his gaze icy and unyielding as it locked onto Su Sanyuan. Jiang Li, how could you possibly bring this along? Luo Yuan turned toward the alluring woman and sneered with a twisted grin. Su Sanyuan felt his pride wounded before the assembled beauties and glared furiously at Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan merely grinned back, unflinching, unafraid. Yang An, is this your new girlfriend? Why does she wear a veil? Too ashamed to show her face. Jiang Li ignored Luo Yuan's barb. Noticing the 3 women's extraordinary beauty, a flicker of jealousy flashed in her eyes as she tightened her grip on Su Sanyuan's arm. Senior Sister Qing, do you smell that sour rancid tea scent? Before Yang An could reply, Bai Xiao's voice cut through the air, crisp, detached, and glacial. Revolting. Mingyue Qingxin and Bai Xiao shared a bond forged over years, silent, instinctive, profound. You. Realizing she'd just been insulted, Jiang Li flushed crimson with rage. Enough, Jiang Li. I have no desire to reminisce with you. Take your man and leave, now. Yang An's voice dropped like frostlace steel. Ha ha ha. Coach Yang, why so fierce? Does she even know you're a crippled, jobless man in real life? Su Sanyuan sneered viciously, exposing Yang En's leg injury without mercy. But he was sorely disappointed. Yang En's expression remained utterly still, unchanged. Since enduring 10,000 sword piercings and undergoing transformation by primordial chaos energy, even his physical lameness had mysteriously healed. He no longer bore that burden. He was no longer the limping wretch who staggered with every step. Yet upon hearing Su Sanyuan's words, Bai Xiao's heart clenched, and sorrow flickered across her eyes. How had such a proud, formidable man endured their venomous whispers? How? Coach Su seems to have forgotten. You couldn't even best this cripple in real life. Humph. Dare you face me in an arena match, Coach Yang? Rage surged in Su Sanyuan. Being knocked flat by Yang En's fist in reality remained his deepest shame, and today he would erase it forever. San Yuan, he's only a level 10 novice. Is it really fair to bully him like this? Jiang Li, still clinging to Su Sanyuan's arm, added cold mockery. Yang En gazed at her, disgust coiling deep in his gut. How blind I once was, to mistake her hollow tenderness for true moonlight. A cruel gleam sharpened Su Sanyuan's features as he patted Jiang Li's hand. You're absolutely right, Lily. Here's my concession. I'll fight him with one hand tied behind my back. Ha ha ha. A faint knowing smile curved Yang En's lips as he watched Su Sanyuan laugh with reckless abandon. Behind him, the onlookers exchanged grim, pitying glances, quietly mourning Su Sanyuan's impending ruin. Truly shameless. Picking on Anzi before he's even chosen a class. And no stakes. How dull. Anzi, honestly, it's not worth playing along. Luo Yuan feigned indignation, channeling his shallow acting prowess. Not impossible. I've got a bronze tier bracelet here. Win, and it's yours. So, dare you step into the ring? Su Sanyuan withdrew a weathered bronze bracelet from his pack, twirling it idly in his palm, all the while fixing Yang and with a look of utter disdain. Jiang Li frowned as she watched him produce the bracelet and whispered urgently in his ear, Sanyin, this was meant for Master Jiang. It cost us nearly half our savings. Is wagering it truly wise? He patted her hand reassuringly. Relax. He won't take it. Reassured, Jiang Li exhaled softly. After all, a mere level 10 A1 transcended player stood no chance against Su Sanyuan, a seasoned level 14 blade master. Yang En's eyes gleamed with greedy hunger as he stared at the bronze bracelet, his posture resolute, almost sacrificial. Don't think your higher level guarantees victory. Su Sanyuan narrowed his eyes. A chilling memory surfaced, the day Yang En's fist sent him reeling, his gaze freezing with terrifying calm. A tremor of unease stirred in his chest. But he quickly steadied himself. This is the game world. He held a 4-level advantage, and had already transcended. Yang En stood no chance. Confidence swelled within him, resentment curdled into venom. Arrogant fool. Without another word, he strode to the tavern master to register the arena duel, and set the bronze bracelet as its prize. The arena match commenced swiftly. Su Sanyuan leapt onto the platform first, gripping a black longsword, his presence radiating raw, intimidating power. Spectators nearby instantly turned their attention to the spectacle. Slowly, Su Sanyuan raised his blade, pointing it downward at Yang En below. His voice boomed thick with fury. Get up here. What a masterclass in pretension. Luo Yuan barely suppressed a snort, cheeks twitching with suppressed laughter. Yang En bent his knees slightly, then sprang upward, landing on the platform with the grace of a dragonfly skimming water. He settled into stillness, watching Su Sanyuan in serene silence. Draw your weapon. Today I'll show you the chasm between us. How dare a cripple dream of rising here in the game? Su Sanyuan's pent-up fury surged toward release. He was certain of victory, utterly invincible. Fine. I won't need a weapon to fight you. Yang En regarded him coolly, making no move to draw his sword, then casually crooked a finger in invitation. Ha ha ha. Your performance is exquisite. Since you're so eager to die, I'll oblige you. Stung by Yang En's contempt, Su Sanyuan roared and charged, swinging his longsword in a thunderous overhead cleave, blazing with lethal intent. It carried the full force of a man determined to split Yang En in two, proof that Su Sanyuan, elite coach or not, possessed ironclad fundamentals and ruthless precision. Yang En pivoted lightly on his toes, sidestepping effortlessly, evading Su Sanyuan's decisive strike. Even without activating Swift Step, his movement speed surpassed ordinary humans by several fold. Su Sanyuan's blade whistled through empty air. He pressed the assault, swinging from every angle, but each time Yang En slipped away, always just beyond reach, always just out of harm's way. Are you nothing but a coward who hides? Be a man, fight me, heathen. Frustration frayed Su Sanyuan's composure with every missed blow. Utterly shameless. Luo Yuan spat from the crowd. The three women observed the duel with quiet certainty. They placed absolute faith in Yang En. Ducking another swing, Yang En said calmly, Is this all you can do? You asked for death. Su Sanyuan leapt back 2 paces, hoisting his blade high. Crimson flames erupted along its edge, the signature skill of the blade master blazing slash. The sword descended like a mountain collapsing, fused with roaring fire. Yang stood motionless, ready to gauge the true potency of other classes' abilities and their damage output. Boom. The flaming blade struck Yang squarely, knocking him back half a step. 162, 36 burn, 36, 36. True to form, Blade Masters prioritized explosive melee damage. Blazing Slash delivered high base impact, brief knockback, and 3 seconds of searing burn damage. Impossible. Su Sunyuan's mind reeled. He knew his stats, his skills, his damage curves intimately. Yet Yang's health bar barely dipped, and the numbers were absurdly low. A level 10, the untranscended player. Even a shield guardian wouldn't withstand this. Show me your true strength, or you'll never get another chance. A mocking curl lifted Yang's lip. Crippled trash. You dare speak to me like this? Enraged, Su Sanyuan ignited his blade anew with scarlet light, activating his second core skill, Flame Edge. It amplified his damage by 20%, infused every strike with 1-second bursts of flame, inflicting 20 of his attack power per second for 3 seconds, and extended his reach by 1 meter. Let's see you dodge this. Su Sanyuan extended a blazing blade aura from his long sword. The radiant weapon slashed through the air with imposing force. Clang. 120, 24 burn, 24, 24. What good is high HP and defense? You'll die sooner or later. Su Sanyuan shrieked, hysterically launching frenzied attacks. Yang's health dwindled slowly, boring him. He clenched his fist during a gap in Su Sanyuan's assault. A single punch, swift, precise, ruthless. Thud. His fist struck Su Sanyuan square in the face, identical to the last time. 1665 critical hit. Desperate strike. A terrifying crimson critical damage number erupted above Su Sanyuan's head as he collapsed limply to the ground. An instant kill. Impossible. Su Sanyuan's pupils trembled violently. He could not accept this outcome. A flash of white light, and he revived upon the ground. The arena duel concluded. Fallen players suffered no penalties, but pre-agreed wagers were automatically deposited into the victor's inventory. Zhongli stood below the platform, mouth slightly agape, eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at Yang atop the stage, her emotions turbulent and complex. Arena duel concluded. Player Shui ran victorious. The system's announcement echoed throughout the tavern, drawing glances from numerous players. What? A level 10 untranscended player defeated a level 14 swordsman. How utterly incompetent is this swordsman? Can't even beat a level 10 novice. Damn it, what trash is this? He's shaming our entire swordsman faction. Let me see. Overwhelming sovereignty. Huh. You dare bear such a name. Exactly. I hereby unilaterally expel this man from the swordsman faction. On the stage, Su Sanyuan's face flushed alternately crimson and ashen, his expression grotesque. Rage, resentment, humiliation, suffocating shame, all coalesced within him. Yang retrieved the bronze bracelet from his inventory and idly turned it over in his palm, gazing at Su Sanyuan with a faint, enigmatic smile. Coach Su's generosity is overwhelming. I shall accept it without further hesitation. Just you wait. My gear isn't so easily claimed. Utterly humiliated, Su Sanyuan spat out a hollow threat before descending the stage, his countenance dark and stormy. Sanyuan, what do we do about that bracelet? Zhongli rushed forward, desperate to soothe him. Ali, do you know his home address? Su Sanyuan's voice dropped low and guttural, like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Zhongli cast one last conflicted glance toward Yang on the stage, then nodded silently. She then departed the tavern alongside Su Sanyuan. Yang also descended the stage and requested a private second-floor chamber from the tavern's innkeeper, crowded as it was, and with all eyes still fixed upon him after the duel. Guided by an NPC waiter, the group ascended to a secluded chamber on the second floor. Shui ran, quickly unveiled the boss-dropped gear and items. No sooner had they entered than Bai Xiao could no longer contain her excitement. Yang looked at Bai Xiao and began, that friend of yours. But she cut him off. I've already heard everything from Sister Qing. You did exactly right, and truth be told, I barely knew him. We simply crossed paths in the wild. Hearing her words, Yang gave a quiet nod, and withdrew each boss loot item from his inventory, laying them out one by one. This boss drop yielded 2 silver tier, 1 bronze tier, and 3 iron tier items, plus 1 skill manual, 1 azure bead, and 1 conch shell. Distribution will follow need-based principles. Whoever benefits most receives it. Any objections? All present nodded in agreement. Yang tossed the silver tier ancient bronze shield to Luo Yuan, who had been watching with ravenous anticipation. This shield would dramatically bolster his combat prowess. The bronze tier moonshadow necklace suited for physical classes went to Yang. Of the remaining 3 iron tier pieces, 1 each went to Bai Xiao, the adorable swan, and Mingyue Qingxin. This silver tier longbow, Xiao, please handle its sale. Proceeds will be split evenly among us. Yang handed the phantom shadow bow to Bai Xiao for disposition. Had he not squandered his innate talent through reckless choices, Yang's equitable distribution model might well have awarded him the bow outright. Agreed. As the current top-ranked item on the leaderboard auctioning, it should fetch an astronomical price, after which we'll divide the earnings. Bai Xiao gleefully stowed the silver-tier longbow into her inventory, the others' faces lit up with delight. Yang picked up the Azure skill manual. Poison Needle Piercing Mortal Rank launches a venom-laced needle that deals 100 spiritual energy damage and inflicts poison, a debuff causing 3 of the target's maximum HP as toxic damage per second for 5 seconds. Against bosses, poison damage is reduced by 90 capped at 500 per second. Cooldown 15 seconds. Class requirement: Poison Master Physician, Dark Affinity, Death Affinity class. A poison-based skill, yet accessible even to physicians. After all, medicine and toxin craft share fundamental principles, thus this accessibility is neither surprising nor unwarranted. Unquestionably, this skill was entrusted to Bai Xiao, granting her a potent offensive capability, transforming her from a mere supportive healer into a true dual-role combatant. Let's test its damage output. Seeing that Bai Xiao had already learned the skill, Yang grew curious about her newfound offensive potential and immediately sent her a sparring request. Upon entering sparring mode, both could freely attack one another. Go ahead. Bai Xiao raised her hand. A viridian-tinted poison needle shimmered into existence, then shot forth with a delicate flick of her wrist. Thwip! The needle pierced Yang's skin and vanished deep within his flesh. 229, 92 poison, 92, 92, 92, 92. 1 skill, 689 total damage. Nearly 20 of Yang's full health. Consider she was a healer, yet dealt such staggering damage. Were Su Sanyuan to witness it, he'd likely seek a tofu block to dash his skull against. Even more terrifying was its application against bosses, though poison damage was reduced to 10 effectiveness and capped. Even that sliver proved devastating in early game scenarios. Take the Netherfang Leopard for example, a boss boasting 500 HP. Its poison damage would reach 1560 per second, nearly 800 damage per full skill duration. Haha, I shall become the first Doombringer poison healer. Bai Xiao bubbled with exhilaration. Others watched in envy. Within Doombringer, a single skill could revolutionize a player's capabilities. After exiting sparring mode, Yang shared the attributes of the Azure Bead and Conch Shell in the party channel. Heart of Ice Pearl increases water and ice affinity skill damage by 10. Passive effect. Activates merely by being carried in inventory. No equipment slot required. Though only a 10 damage boost, its slotless nature effectively granted an extra piece of gear, an exceptionally rare and coveted treasure. The Heart of Ice Pearl was assigned to Mingyue Qingxin, the party's sole water affinity spirit artisan. Mingyue Qingxin cherished the Heart of Ice Pearl deeply, yet repeatedly declined, feeling she'd contributed little to the boss fight, yet received both an iron tier item and a legendary artifact. Sister Qing, please accept it. Your debuff skills significantly hindered the boss, and remember, loot is distributed by need. Only you can fully harness this pearl's power. Bai Xiao placed the Heart of Ice Pearl gently into Mingyue Qingxin's hands with a warm smile. The others voiced enthusiastic assent. Very well then. Mingyue Qingxin accepted the Heart of Ice Pearl, cheeks faintly flushed with modesty. Yang lifted the final item, the Jade Conch. Strangely, the system offered no description whatsoever. Even the Chaos Eye revealed nothing. Could it be purely ornamental? Everyone remained baffled. No anomaly, no hint of uniqueness apparent. Only Bai Xiao sensed something unusual about the conch. She took it carefully into her hands and examined it closely. I believe I understand its function. Bai Xiao's words caught everyone's attention, and they looked at her with curiosity. This conch might be a musical instrument. She had a natural sensitivity to certain things. The tip of this jade conch was very smooth, with a break resembling the characteristics of a musical instrument. A musical instrument. Does anyone here understand music theory? Yang said somewhat disappointedly. If it couldn't enhance his abilities and was just a musical instrument, it was less valuable than a bottle of red potion to him. The chubby one and the adorable little swan shook their heads, while only Mingyue Qingxin looked at Bai Xiao with a smile. Bai Xiao picked up the conch, lifted a bit of her veil, and her glossy red lips curved into a captivating arc. A haunting and ethereal sound emerged from the jade conch. Everyone felt as if a sea breeze was brushing against their faces, and they could almost hear the waves rolling, bringing a refreshing aura that cleansed their souls. As the melody ended, the lingering sound filled the air, and everyone was lost in the beautiful tune, entranced. Yang came back to his senses looking at Bai Siyu, in surprise not expecting her to be skilled in music. I have received a quest, Bai Siyu said, her face lit up with joy. What quest? Yang was astonished, thinking that blowing a conch could lead to a quest. Bai Siyu shared the quest with everyone. The Mermaid's Lament, Part 1, Unique Hidden Quest. Go to Lin Xuan Town and help the fishermen resolve their crisis. Level requirement 20 solo quest. It's actually a unique hidden quest. Everyone was surprised. In the game, hidden quests represented generous rewards, and unique hidden quests could yield not only substantial rewards, but also potentially unique bonuses. You need to reach level 20 to undertake this quest. Although Bai Siyu had received a unique hidden quest, her current level was too far behind to complete it. It's just a matter of time until we'll reach that level. Others would dream of having a unique hidden quest, Yang said with a smile. Yes, I would rather not have this shield. The unique hidden quest at level 20 offers rewards that far exceed this shield. Envy doesn't help. Unique hidden quests are hard to come by. Let's train up quickly. I'm eager to start. Bai Siyu smiled lightly, addressing everyone. After the loot distribution was complete, Yang left the party, first parting ways with the others, as he had important tasks to attend to. The others agreed to continue teaming up to level up, especially the chubby one Luo Yuan, who was eager to equip the silver level shield. Yang first bought some supplies in the city. The previous red and blue potions were too low level, and the health and mana they provided were barely sufficient for him. Health recovery pill low grade restores 300 health points upon use, with a cooldown of 3 seconds, a level requirement 10. Mana recovery pill low grade restores 300 mana points upon use, with a cooldown of 3 seconds, a level requirement 10. This is outrageous. A level 10 low grade pill actually sells for 1 silver coin. When will I be able to freely obtain pills? Faced with the exorbitant prices, he hesitated to buy unless he had some savings left. However, for the upcoming quest, he decided to spend almost all his savings purchasing 10 health recovery pills and 5 mana recovery pills, along with some low-level red and blue potions. By the way, there's also a piece of equipment. Yang took out the bronze bracelet he won from Su Sanyuan. Vampiric bracelet. Description: blood. Give me blood. Quality: bronze level requirement 10. A class requirement: physical class. Base attributes: physical attack 103, strength 19, agility 9, critical hit 8. Vampiric adds a 10 lifesteal effect to all attacks. The base attributes of the vampiric bracelet are not as high compared to the Howling Moon bracelet he currently wore, but its feature of adding a 10 lifesteal effect truly excited Yang. With his attributes, this 10 lifesteal, although seemingly minor, could keep his health at a healthy state. You guys are really good people. Ooh, I didn't expect you to specially deliver equipment to me. Yang logged off happily, replenished his energy, and returned to the game fully prepared. He took out the ancient black jade talisman from his backpack and poured the blood collected from the ghost shadow leopard onto it. Once the blood touched the talisman, it was absorbed and vanished, followed by a burst of colorful light emanating from the black talisman. Ding! The conditions to enter the Jade Void Realm have been met. Do you wish to enter? The system's voice sounded in his ear. Without hesitation, Yang chose to enter. The colorful light on the black talisman surged instantly, enveloping his entire body, and then his figure vanished. Yang appeared in an unknown space, standing on a giant training ground. The space outside the training ground was illusory and indistinct. Just as Yang felt somewhat bewildered, the system's voice finally came through. Ding! You have entered the Jade Void trial space. The trial has begun. As the system's voice faded, a figure of a man abruptly appeared 20 meters in front of Yang. The man carried a long bow with a tall and well-proportioned physique, starry brows, and sword-like eyes, his gaze resolute. My! Yang was astonished as the man looked exactly like him. He opened his chaotic eye, and the man's information appeared. Jade Void Trial Clone Archer, level 10, base attributes: health 4, 3190, physical attack 1123, physical defense 466, magic defense 411, speed 42, skills: explosive arrows carry flames, dealing 180 explosion damage to the target and inflicting 20 burn damage per second for 5 seconds, cooldown 10 seconds. Triple shot rapidly fires 3 arrows at the target each, dealing 130 damage, cooldown 10 seconds. Push away manipulates spiritual energy to generate a massive repulsive force around the body, pushing targets within 10 meters away, cooldown 10 seconds. This trial clone, apart from having 10 times Yang's health, had identical base attributes to Yang, no difference in attack, defense, or speed. The same attributes, but different classes, yet its skills were more powerful than an ordinary archer. If an ordinary player faced this, they would stand no chance. The archer's long-range attacks combined with the pushback effect of push away could keep them invincible. Yang frowned slightly. This guy's speed matched his own, making it difficult to close the gap. The trial clone would not wait passively. It drew its bow, and an arrow shot straight towards Yang's face. Yang focused intently, his body reacting quickly. He tilted his head to the side, narrowly avoiding the arrow. So fast. The archer's speed was beyond Yang's expectations, far outpacing that naturally gifted opponent. Before Yang could catch his breath, another arrow flew toward him. No, I must close in, otherwise I'll keep being kite. His only ranged skill sword Chi Slash had a range of only 10 meters, and against a trial clone with equal speed to Yang, and it wouldn't just stand there and take damage. The effective attack range for an ordinary archer is typically 15 meters, but the trial clone's attack clearly exceeded this range. Yang's thoughts raced as he dodged the incoming arrows, his body suddenly speeding up as he charged toward the archer. The trial clone noticed Yang closing in and also moved quickly, maintaining its distance. Oomph! Yang let out a cold snort, confirming his suspicion. The archer's most cunning tactic was to maintain attack distance, using its reach to eliminate enemies. The trial clone's speed was like his own, and normally it would be impossible to close in, but Yang was not an ordinary person. He had an acceleration skill. Dash! Yang activated the skill he obtained from the Tsang Wolf King, boosting his speed by 30. In that moment, the distance between them closed considerably. Yang smiled, relishing the feeling of having a speed advantage. Although the training ground was vast, it still had limits. The archer couldn't keep retreating indefinitely. In no time, Yang closed within 10 meters. Sword Chi Slash. Yang unleashed his soul range skill, sending out 2 waves of sword energy towards the trial clone. Facing Yang's sword energy attack, the trial avatar quickly moved sideways, escaping the attack range before the sword energy could reach him. During the avatar's evasion, Yang had already closed in to within 5 meters. Buzz! Suddenly, the spiritual energy around the trial avatar trembled, and a visible aura of spiritual power expanded outward from it. Under the immense force of this aura, Yang was forced to retreat repeatedly. Whoosh! A flaming arrow streaked through the air, striking Yang, who was in the process of being pushed back. 1183, 131 burning, 131. Yang suffered over 1800 damage from this series of attacks. Next, it's my turn. Activating swift movement, he used sword Chi Slash to force his movement, closing the distance, and baiting the trial avatar into using its crucial survival skill Repel. A confident smile appeared on Yang's face. Oh, everything was under his control. He charged forward again, covering 10 meters in the blink of an eye. Without Repel, the trial avatar could no longer prevent Yang from closing in, and could only keep firing arrows in an attempt to stop him. Yang was not only fast, he could always evade the trial avatar's relentless arrow attacks in an uncanny manner. Breaking Cloud Sword. 1526. 153 lifesteal. Only 7 seconds left. The trial avatar's Repel has a cooldown of 10 seconds, and Yang had to output everything within this time. For a close-range marksman, Yang felt no threat. The long sword danced quickly in his hands, forcing the trial avatar to retreat continuously. 730, 945 powerful strike, 1526 critical hit, 3969 sword energy critical, 3969. In just 10 seconds of Yang's frenzied attacks, he dealt over 30,000 damage to the trial avatar. The cooldown for the trial avatar's Repel ended, and it released the skill again, but Yang had already prepared and retreated early. However, under the effect of this forced recoil, he still took a hit from the trial avatar's 3-star convergence. 854, 854, 854. Luckily, with the lifesteal bracelet, Yang had fully recovered his health, otherwise he would have been severely injured by this attack. You have no chance. Yang activated the skill Brute Charge from the Shattered Tooth sword, charging towards the trial avatar at 200 speed. With the outcome already determined, the trial avatar, lacking any survival skills, was soon struck down by Yang. As Yang's sword fell, the trial avatar's body transformed into countless starlight particles and exploded. After a brief pause, the starlight in the sky coalesced once more into a trial avatar. Another one. It seems passing the Yusu trial won't be so easy. Yang activated the Eye of Chaos and looked over. Trial Avatar Spiritual Sorcerer Ice. Level 10. Base attributes Health 43190, Spiritual Attack 1123, a Physical Defense 466, Spiritual Defense 411, Speed 42. Skills. Ice Needle Barrage launches 3 Ice Needle attacks against the target. Each Ice Needle deals 80 damage and slows the target by 30, cooldown 5 seconds. Frost Binding summons a frost area in a designated region, dealing 120 damage to targets within a 3-meter radius, and freezing them for 2 seconds, cooldown 5 seconds. Frost Assault unleashes the frost power within, dealing 60 damage per second to targets within a 5-meter radius, and applying a 50 slow effect lasting 5 seconds, cooldown 30 seconds. The trial avatar's attributes were still the same as Yang's. The Ice-type spiritual sorcerer's focus is control, but this trial avatar's skills were clearly much stronger than those of ordinary spiritual sorcerers. Normal players after reaching level 10 and making their first job transfer can learn 2 job skills. For example, Mingwei can only learn the basic freezing technique and ice needle. Faced with the trial avatar possessing strong control abilities, Yang and felt a bit of a headache pondering how to respond. In a certain unknown area of the Fate Tribulation continent, here the peaks towered into the clouds enveloped in mist. Ancient buildings stood at the foot and midsections of the mountains. From time to time, powerful cultivators could be seen soaring through the air capable of flight. It seemed this place was a powerful secret sect. Among those countless peaks, there was one that resembled a giant sword piercing through the clouds and radiating a sharp sword aura. On the cliff at the summit, a seemingly young man sat cross-legged, eyes closed in meditation, with not a trace of aura leaking, appearing no different from an ordinary person. The man wore white garments, his brows elegant, long hair partially tied flowing freely in the wind, exuding a lazy and casual demeanor. However, that strand of silver hair did not seem as youthful as it appeared. Behind him stood a young woman in green attire with an ethereal beauty, gentle and charming, resembling a fairy. Upon closer inspection, her lively eyes revealed a hint of mischief, and she carried a massive sword case on her back. The man slowly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as he looked into the void before him. "Brother Yusu, it's been a long time since we last met." "Huh?" In the void ahead, a ripple stirred, and an elderly man with white hair and a youthful face appeared floating in midair. "Pure Yang, you are indeed the foremost sword immortal of our time. Nothing escapes your eyes." Pure Yang slowly stood up, revealing a smile, and gestured with his hand. Yusu stepped through the void and landed beside Pure Yang. "Brother Yusu, you haven't come this time to try and take my Jiuxiao Stardust Brew again, have you?" Pure Yang feigned a defensive posture and joked. Misunderstanding. Yusu chuckled, clearly having considerable thoughts about the Jiuxiao Stardust Brew. "Brother Pure Yang, take a look at this." Yusu waved his hand in the void, and an image appeared, showing Yang and battling the trial avatar. The three watched quietly as Yang fought. Clever, calm, and resolute with decent talent. "Congratulations, Brother Yusu, on gaining an excellent disciple," Pure Yang commented. "Brother Pure Yang, this child excels in swordsmanship and possesses extraordinary aptitude. After much thought, I realized our sect has no one suitable to teach him, so why not take him under your wing?" Brother Yusu's eyes sparkled as he looked at Pure Yang, seemingly confident he would take him in. "Brother Yusu, I have no intention of accepting disciples. One Siener is already enough to trouble me," Pure Yang said with a smile. The enchanting figure behind him rolled her eyes secretly upon hearing her master's words, but did not dare interrupt the elder's conversation. "Brother Pure Yang, won't you first consider this child's aptitude before making a decision?" Yusu stroked his graying beard and chuckled. "What is so special about him?" Upon hearing this, Pure Yang's interest was piqued. A rare talent, the #1 physique of this generation, the Chaos Body. However, it seems somewhat different from the recorded Chaos Body. It appears to be born for the way of the sword. Hearing this, Pure Yang stood up, taking a step forward, looking at the image in front of him. In a moment, a flash of surprise crossed his eyes. Seeing Pure Yang's expression, Yusu timely added fuel to the fire. "So what do you think? If you don't accept him, it might be difficult to let him in. With the Chaos Body as a foundation, learning my Zixiao Divine Thunder shouldn't be too difficult." "Absurd. With such aptitude, how could he learn those random things from you?" Pure Yang quickly interrupted Yusu's ridiculous thoughts. "What a Chaos Body. What a being born for the way of the sword." After saying this, Pure Yang transformed into a beam of sword light, directly breaking through space and vanishing. "Just now you were reluctant to accept a disciple. Now you're running faster than a rabbit. I said it was okay to take him as a disciple, but he must join my sect. And don't forget my wine." Yusu shouted at the already vanished Pure Yang, not caring whether he heard or not. "Little Siener, prepare to welcome your little junior brother." Then his figure vanished into thin air as if he had never appeared. A new little junior brother. Meanwhile, Bai Xiao and her 3 companions, left without Yang and's formidable offensive power, decided to return to their previous leveling spot to regroup with the others. After the prior conflict, Tian Shengbu Fan had withdrawn all his subordinates, leaving only 6 employees from Bai Xiao's company. All were women, graceful, lively, and brimming with cheerful chatter. This left Luo Yuan as the sole male in the party, who flustered amid such gentle charm. He grew visibly uneasy, while Shout effortlessly mingled with the women. Bai Xiao had grown increasingly adept at deploying her skills, restoring allies' vitality while simultaneously hurling venomous needles at monsters. Someone's approaching." Mingwei Qingxin noticed a group of players advancing from the distance. Bai Xiao turned and beheld over 100 figures closing in 3 silhouettes at their vanguard, striking her as oddly familiar. "At last, we've found you." The burly youth at the front spoke with chilling malice. He was Su Sanyuan, overwhelming heaven and earth, who had clashed with Yang and in Nanming City. Standing beside him was Zhang Li, Yang and's former girlfriend. When Bai Xiao's gaze fell upon the third figure, her brows subtly furrowed. You Wu Yu fan. Ignoring Su San Yuan, Bai Xiao fixed her eyes on Tian Shengbu fan and demanded, why are you here? Xiao Yao, hand me that bao. I'll guarantee your safe departure. Tian Shengbu fan smiled faintly, gazing at her with rapt adoration. Dream on. That bao would have been yours, if only you hadn't resorted to underhanded tricks. Now you dare come back to seize it. Bai Xiao's delicate brows nodded in icy disdain. Then don't blame me, he retorted, his face flushing with humiliation and fury. Where's that brat? Su Sanyuan had no patience for idle talk. His purpose was simple: kill Yang and reclaim the blood-sucking bracelet. If one attempt failed, he'd strike again and again, until it dropped. Hey, fair is fair. You lost the wager and forfeited the gear to Anzi. Your skill simply fell short. What's this sudden aggression? Can't bear defeat. Luo Yuan stepped forward, shielding the women behind him. As the party's only man, he bore the solemn duty of protecting them. Shut your fat mouth. You've no right to speak here. Su Sanyuan snarled, his expression darkening with contempt. Oh, Zhang Li, Yang entreated you so well, yet you've thrown yourself into the arms of scum like him. Truly revolting. Luo Yuan glanced sideways at Zhang Li, his face twisted in disgust. Hearing his words, Bai Xiao felt a flicker of surprise. So that woman was Yang and's ex-girlfriend. How terribly poor Shui Ran's judgment must be. You. Zhang Li recoiled, stung by his venomous barb. Enough prattle, fatso. Produce that boy now, or I'll slaughter every last one of you. Su Sanyuan roared. His underlings surged forward, restless and eager. Brother Ba Ju, remember our agreement. Xiao Yao is off limits. Rest assured, Brother Bu Fan, I'll honor my word. Once this is done, we'll both enter the Yaoguang Holy Land to serve young Master Jiang. We'll be kin after all. Su Sanyuan regained composure, offering a practiced smile. Tian Shengbu Fan nodded approvingly, yet inwardly sneered. You dare call yourself fit to stand near young Master Jiang? Seeing the overwhelming numbers arrayed against them, Bai Xiao acted decisively, issuing orders to her companions. Shui Ran isn't here. We can't win this fight. Luo Yuan and I will hold the line. With my healing, he can endure. Everyone else, retreat to the city at the first opportunity. Miss, we leave together, or not at all. Mingyue Qingxin cried out anxiously, refusing to abandon her mistress. Exactly, we're teammates. Live or die, we do it as one. Xiao Tang stepped boldly forward, unflinching, her gaze locked defiantly ahead, while beside her a small black-furred rabbit nodded emphatically, bearing two gleaming white fangs. The other women voiced unanimous assent. Death held no terror, only a single-level loss awaited them. All chose to stay, to share fate side by side. Moved by their loyalty, Bai Xiao's voice softened. Very well. Then we advance and retreat as one. Yushu Trial Realm. Yang cleaved his trial avatar down with a single stroke, the 13th such foe he had slain. He had already faced avatars embodying all four warrior and spirit art branches: summoners, sharpshooters, assassins, physicians, and shield bearers. Surely this ends now. No sooner had the words left Yang and's lips than 13 figures coalesced before him. No chivalry. Yang leapt backward, instantly widening the gap, and stared hard at the 13 enhanced avatars, each representing a distinct profession, now poised for battle. A chime rang out. Eliminate all trial avatars to proceed to the next trial. The system's cold announcement doused Yang with sobering reality. This was merely the first trial. More lay ahead. Bring it on. Undaunted, Yang welcomed challenge, not as burden, but as crucible to test his utmost limits. Confronting 13 elite avatars at once pressed him to the brink. His mind raced, calculating tactics, weighing contingencies, balancing countless variables. The physician must fall first, otherwise no sustained damage is possible against the rest. Battle erupted in an instant. Swift stride. Yang activated swift stride first. He could not afford stillness. Against sharpshooters, arrows, and elemental spirit artists, ranged assault's passivity meant annihilation. Amplified by swift stride, he closed the distance rapidly, while the avatars unleashed volley after volley of long-range techniques. A streak of violet lightning crackled overhead, then struck downward in a searing bolt, the thunder element spirit artists falling thunder, devastating in damage and paralyzing in effect. One hit would seal his fate. Anticipating it, Yang lunged sideways with savage charge, the innate skill of his fangtooth longsword propelling him forward at double speed. As his body surged ahead, explosive arrow, ice, spike, barrage, blazing fireball, and razor wind blade all missed their mark. Darting forward, Yang evaded arrow after arrow and spirit artist's standard chi projectiles, until abruptly he halted. Before him stretched a 3-meter diameter azure circle on the ground. It was the ice element spirit artist's frost binding, One step closer, and he'd be frozen solid for 2 seconds. That would mean immediate trial failure. His reflexes saved him. He braked just in time. With the path ahead blocked, he veered sharply, sprinting straight toward the physician avatar stationed at the rear. The melee avatars refused to stand idle. From 10 meters away, a shield-wielding avatar launched himself, body coiled like a cannonball, hurtling directly at Yong'an. That was the shield guard's advanced skill, Lin Xuan, enabling rapid approach to the target and inflicting brief disorientation upon landing. Yong'an had anticipated this move. The moment the shield guard clone activated the skill, he swiftly sidestepped, barely evading it. The shield guard clone that landed before Yong'an raised its great shield which flared with radiant light. The second skill, Huagan Go. Yong'an's attack power dropped by 15%. In unknown combat, Yong'an had faced the shield guard clone with effortless ease. Only now did he truly grasp the shield guard's irreplaceable role within a formidable defense coupled with debilitating debuffs. Should he become entangled, the other clones would surge forward in unison, leaving Yong'an no choice but to fall where he stood. I must not engage him. Yong'an's tactic was clear. Ignoring the shield guard clone entirely, he darted past its blockade at blinding speed. Clad in heavy armor and burdened by his shield, the clone's movement speed was inherently sluggish. Without Lin Xuan, it stood no chance of intercepting him. And no sooner had Yong'an broken free from the shield guard than a piercing sword hum split the air. A long blade streaked straight for his face. It was the swordsman clone. Among all warriors, the swordsman excelled in swiftness, agility, and razor-sharp reflexes. Facing this incisive thrust, Yong'an remained unperturbed. The swordsman was the one class he feared least. Thanks to his passive ability Chaos Sword Heart, all sword-based skills dealt 30% less damage to him. Yet he was no fool to stand still and take the blow. Slightly tilting his head, he narrowly avoided the lethal strike. Ding! With a flick of his wrist, he deflected the swordsman clone's blade with his jagged sword. Shuya then surged forward in the same fluid motion. Sliding past the swordsman clone shoulder to shoulder, he gripped Shuya's hilt tightly and slammed its pommel hard into the clone's back. 726, the swordsman clone staggered forward, stumbling to its knees. Yong'an did not linger. He had no time. Before him loomed a blazing greatsword, cleaving downward. The swordsman clone's assault had barely subsided when the blade master clone struck. Right behind him came the spear cultivator, spear poised, while the fist master watched like a crouching tiger, ready to pounce. Two hands could not fend off four. Yong'an dared not sink into such a quagmire. Clang! He raised his sword to parry. The blade met the flaming greatsword in a thunderous collision. 1182, 236 burn, 236, 236 Nalas. The system did not register it as a successful block. Yong'an sustained damage, yet well within his tolerance threshold. Harnessing the recoil force from the blazing greatsword, Yong'an withdrew instantly, putting wide distance between himself and the four frontline warriors, and charged straight toward the physician clone who stood alongside the archers and spirit artisans. As Yong'an closed in, the ranged clones scattered, desperate to widen the gap. The physician and the archer retreated in the same direction. Yong'an exhaled faintly in relief. His greatest fear had been the physician standing beside the Ice Element Spirit Artisan. The Ice Element Spirit Artisan's terrifying crowd control prowess had haunted him relentlessly. In unknown, he stood confident, but facing 13 foes. Should his speed plummet drastically, death would be inevitable. Distance collapsed rapidly. Yong'an's figure weaved and danced, dodging a relentless barrage of ranged attacks. This path won't work. If I close in, the archer will unleash Zhu, Jimin, Y and hurl me straight into the melee fighters. Yong'an now found himself besieged on all sides, archers and physician ahead, spirit artisans flanking left and right, and a phalanx of melee warriors pressing in from behind. After swift deliberation, he pivoted sharply, charging toward the fire element spirit artisan on his left. Once relieved of immediate threat, the archer and physician halted their retreat and opened fire. Meanwhile, the ice and lightning element spirit artisans joined the pursuit. With nothing more than subtle directional shifts, Yong'an manipulated the battlefield, rearranging the clones' positions like pieces on a celestial board. Halfway toward the fire element spirit artisan, he abandoned the course, veering upward, instead forming a triangular formation with the melee warriors, the physician, and the archer. Opportunity. In an instant, Yong'an lunged toward the archer, swiftly closing within 5 meters. Sensing mortal peril, the archer's aura erupted with spiritual energy, preparing to unleash Zhu, Jimin, Y and repel Yong'an outward. This time, Yong'an reacted instantly, retreating diagonally upward. And even if hurled away, only the fire element spirit artisan and the archer would remain within striking range. Boom. New Jimin Y's ejection speed far exceeded Yong'an's reflexes, launching him 10 meters beyond the archer's reach. As he steadied himself, a colossal fireball hurtled toward his face, followed closely by 3 arrows. Phantom Dragon Step. In multiple afterimages shimmered into existence. The Fire Element Spirit Artisan's explosive fireball and the Archer's triple star volley both struck empty air. Yang and materialized before the Physician clone. With both Swift Stride and Phantom Dragon Step amplifying his velocity, he moved faster than lightning itself. Basic Strike. 726 in Parting Cloud Sword. 3203 in Desperate Blow. 944 in Sword Chi Barrage. 1889, 3966 using the Physician as his pivot point. Yang and assaulted with inhuman speed, striking then vanishing then reappearing elsewhere, evading every incoming ranged attack with uncanny precision. Within 5 seconds the Physician's health plummeted over 10,000 points. Even healing arts proved futile, like scooping water with a sieve. In mid-assault Yang and suddenly reversed his sword, stabbing backward without hesitation. Ding! Ni's blade met a dagger with perfect precision, and the assassin clone vanished since the battle's onset. And thanks to his chaos, the assassin's invisibility held no mystery for Yang. Having deflected the assassin's strike, Yang blurred forward once more, relentlessly harrying the Physician clone with furious stabs. And under this unceasing onslaught the Physician's health bar crumbled with dizzying speed. By then the melee warriors had closed in, launching coordinated skills at Yang. But with his unmatched velocity, he effortlessly widened the gap, dodging every blow. Using the Physician as his axis, Yang orchestrated the melee clone's movements, forcing them into a single file line perpetually aligned with himself and the Physician. Once their positioning was locked, Yang attacked freely, his sole concern now the Archer's volleys and the Spirit Artisan's spells. As for the Summoner, its presence was nearly imperceptible. Even its enhanced clone summoned beasts fit only for stationary monster slaying, not true battlefield contention. In under half a minute Yang felled the Physician clone. Next, the Archer. The battle reached fever pitch. Yang wielded his speed advantage with flawless mastery. One trial clone after another fell. 3 minutes later both buffs expired. Yang lost his velocity edge. Fortunately, the 4 Spirit Artisans, the Archer and the Physician, were already slain, removing all ranged threats. He breathed easier, regaining composure. My repertoire remains too narrow. I rely excessively on acceleration skills. In relying on innate agility and extraordinary reflexes, Yang continued to maneuver and feint, prolonging the engagement. Only the swordsman and assassin blessed with exceptional mobility occasionally breached his defenses to land strikes. Ni's current strategy was pure endurance, to survive until cooldowns reset, preserving life above all else. With 10% lifesteal, Yang sustainability posed little issue, especially with healing pills readily available. 10 minutes later both Swift Stride and Phantom Dragon Step recharged fully. Victory was assured. Soon every trial clone lay vanquished, shattering into countless shimmering motes that dissolved into the air. Ending. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the first trial of the Jade Emptiness trial. Reward, all attributes 20. Huff, finally done. Yang released a long, slow breath. Facing 13 trial clones, each matching his own stats, possessing tenfold health and wielding skills 1 tier superior, had demanded his absolute peak performance, every trick, every instinct honed to perfection. Ding. The second trial has commenced. Yang's expression hardened, stance firm, senses sharpened. The shimmering motes that had just faded now reappeared, converging toward the center of the martial arena. A man's silhouette slowly coalesced, form shifting from translucent mist to solid flesh. He appeared to be in his early 30s, robed in pristine white, brows lifted with quiet elegance, long hair half-bound flowing with ethereal grace. At last, not another copy of myself. Slaying over 20 versions of my own face grows rather unsettling. Yang muttered inwardly, even as he activated his chaos eye to scan the figure. Level. Attributes. Skills. Yang's expression grew grave as he gazed upon the white-robed man before him, a figure whose aura and identity remained utterly inscrutable even to his chaos eye. If even the chaos eye could perceive nothing, then this man's cultivation level must be at least 30 realms above him. The chaos eye. The white-robed man spoke softly, a faint knowing smile curling at the corner of his lips. Yang's brow furrowed, tension coiling in his chest. How could this man so effortlessly discern that he had activated the chaos eye? Before Yang could react, the white-robed man vanished, then reappeared instantly before him, offering a sly, enigmatic smile. Thud. Without pause the man struck, his fist slamming into Yang's abdomen with brutal precision, sending searing agony rippling through his body. It was too fast. He hadn't even formed the thought to evade before impact. Thud. Another blow. Swift step. Phantom Dragon Illusion. gritting his teeth against the pain. Yang and unleashed 2 acceleration techniques in rapid succession, his form flickering into existence 10 meters away. Thud. Yet it was futile, utterly ineffective. Thud, thud, thud. Blow after blow rained down, crisp, unrelenting, each landing squarely upon Yang's body. Though they inflicted no actual damage, they racked him with unbearable torment, leaving him no choice but to endure helpless and humiliated. More than 10 minutes passed before the white-robed man finally relented, perhaps deeming Yang too weak or simply growing weary of the beating. At last he released Yang, and who lay sprawled on the ground, bruised and swollen beyond recognition. Truly worthy of legend, the chaos body possesses remarkable resilience. Yang, no need to tense up. Now the true trial begins. Defeat me, and you shall pass the final test. Seeing Yang's apprehension, the white-robed man spoke lightly. Yang, realizing he'd just endured a merciless thrashing for nothing, his face darkened with quiet fury. Internally he seethed, but dared not voice a word. After all, he couldn't possibly win a fight against this man. His expression hardened further. Based on what the white-robed man had just demonstrated, Yang stood utterly defenseless, let alone capable of victory. And it was glaringly evident the man hadn't even begun to exert his full power. Soon, however, Yang's gaze sharpened, resolute, unwavering. His nature refused surrender. This was a quest designed by the system to be completed. There had to be an opening. Not a single chance could be impossible. Fixing his eyes upon the white-robed man, Yang made his decision. Then I'll try. He launched the first strike. 2 razor-sharp sword energies lancing forward, aimed directly at his opponent. The white-robed man remained perfectly composed, making no attempt to dodge. A perfect opening. Yang exulted inwardly at such apparent arrogance. Uft. The lethal sword energies struck the man's body, yet vanished without trace like stones sinking into a boundless sea. Not a single point of damage registered. What in the world? His sword energy had failed, utterly inert. Yang's mind raced, rapidly reviewing every technique he possessed. He charged forward, sword flashing in a furious whirlwind of strikes. It's useless. Could he be in an immunity state? He refused to believe it. Chaos sword domain. Chaos eye. A mystic sigil flared across Yang's forehead, transforming into a golden radiant eye. The chaos eye snapped open, unleashing torrents of terrifying energy. Facing Yang's most potent assault, yet the white-robed man remained utterly indifferent. Even amplified by the chaos sword domain, the chaos eye wrought no effect upon him whatsoever. Calm, serene, and faintly amused, the white-robed man watched Yang, his demeanor making Yang feel absurdly like a clown before a master. Even one as steadfast in will as Yang felt the first tremors of self-doubt. Satisfied with the psychological effect achieved, the white-robed man smiled slyly. There is only one way to defeat me. Outside Nanming City. Let this stout fellow test your so-called prowess, you stray cats and dogs. Luo Yuan brandished his great shield, planting it firmly before him as he boomed his challenge, exuding the bearing of a seasoned general. Arrogant fool. Since that brat isn't here, we'll start by sacrificing you. Su Sanyuan gripped his long blade and charged Luo Yuan, its edge erupting in roaring flames as he unleashed the blazing slash technique. Clang! The blazing blade struck Luo Yuan's shield with thunderous force. 1-1 burn. A cascade of non-penetrating forced damage, each reading 1, floated above Luo Yuan's head. You're truly pathetic, so soft and feeble. Luo Yuan grinned, mocking openly. Su Sanyuan's face flushed crimson. Why within a single day had he suffered such repeated humiliation? This fatso's defense was even more terrifying than Yang's. Against Yang, at least he'd managed to land hits. What are you waiting for? Attack! Kill them all. Except that woman. He roared toward his rear ranks. His followers exchanged uneasy glances. They'd all witnessed Luo Yuan's impenetrable defense. If their own leader couldn't break it, how could they hope to? Yet orders were orders. Reluctantly, they raised their weapons. Spiritual art practitioners and divine archers launching ranged assaults first, while melee players surged forward. Beyond the battlefield, deep within a nearby thicket, a party of over 30 people approached. Young master, something's happening ahead. A middle-aged man in his 40s spoke respectfully to the youth beside him. The boy appeared only 16 or 17, his face still holding traces of youthful innocence, yet his eyes burned with unshakable resolve. Let's go see, the youth declared, clear-voiced and decisive. Young master instructed us to avoid trouble whenever possible. Frowning slightly, the youth glanced back. Uncle Yin, if you don't tell her, she won't know. Yes. Uncle Yin nodded, somewhat abashed. Let's go. The youth strode forward without hesitation. Everyone stand behind me. Luo Yuan commanded the women behind him. His profession, Vajra Pagoda, was formidable, yet at this stage he had mastered only 3 active skills and only 1, group damage reduction, proved effective in team combat. Strictly speaking, in open-field group battles, he served merely as a living shield, passively absorbing blows. Beams of elemental spiritual arts and volleys of divine arrows descended upon him like a storm. Bai Xiao activated Celestial Melody, preparing to heal her allies at a moment's notice. Vajra Barrier. Luo Yuan activated his group damage reduction skill, raising his great shield to intercept the overwhelming majority of incoming attacks. Still, several techniques slipped past, striking the women behind him. One fell instantly. Only thanks to his damage mitigation did the rest survive, otherwise death would have been certain. To withstand a full barrage from 100 opponents, even for a single round, was already a feat worth pride. Bai Xiao cast Resurrection on her fallen comrade, then began healing the group. Even under Celestial Melody's enhancement, allowing her to cast Do Incantation once per second, the burden weighed heavily upon her lone healer's shoulders. Are you all just tickling me? Luo Yuan shoved his great shield forward with tremendous force, sending Su Sanyuan staggering backward. You're nothing but a hard-shelled turtle. Once we finish off the others, we'll deal with you, slowly. Su Sanyuan gnashed his teeth, seething with hatred. Miss, we won't hold out much longer. When their melee forces close and it'll all be over. Mingyue Qingxin voiced her concern. Bai Xiao, drawing unexpected courage from her comrades, standing beside her, steeled herself completely. Don't dwell on survival. We never expected to live through this. Every enemy we take down is a victory. Let them know, we are not to be trifled with. Qingji, you lead. Yes. Mingyue Qingxin nodded, her gaze turning icy sharp and unyielding. This was her true self, calm, confident, commanding. All units, follow orders. Execute focused elimination tactics. Mingyue Qingxin swiftly issued orders, her decisions clear, gather everyone's strength to jointly eliminate a single target. She fixed her gaze on Su Sanyuan, waved her staff, and unleashed a freezing spell, immobilizing him in place. The three spiritual practitioners in the team reacted immediately, unleashing their skills as two fireballs and an ice spear shot forth, all striking the frozen Su Sanyuan. 240, a 123, 116, 121. Su Sanyuan's health instantly plummeted, leaving him with barely a sliver. Thank goodness. As long as I'm not dead, my health will recover quickly. Su Sanyuan, frozen in place, was drenched in cold sweat. In front of so many witnesses, being the first to be killed would be utterly humiliating. Just when he thought he was safe, a black rabbit suddenly appeared before him, holding a massive carrot. What is this dead rabbit doing here? Su Sanyuan's eyes widened as the black rabbit raised the giant carrot high and swung it down at him with force. Bang. 188. Ugh. With his health bar emptied, Su Sanyuan fell to the ground in frustration, while several healing spells arrived late, entering his body, but achieving no effect. A green light shot forth again as a healer behind him cast a resurrection spell, allowing Su Sanyuan to stand up once more. Kill. His face contorted in rage, he shouted in an attempt to ease his embarrassment. Standing at a distance, Tian Shengdu Fan had a fierce look in his eyes as he drew his bow. The explosive arrow shot forth, heading straight for Mingyue Qingxin. 608. Her health instantly dropped to 0. The power of a single arrow, even with Luowan's damage reduction, could inflict such harm. Had it not been for Mingyue Qingxin obtaining a black iron belt, previously greatly enhancing her health, she might have perished instantly. Qingjiet. Bai Xiao exclaimed, hastily casting a healing spell to restore her health. Mingyue Qingxin paid no mind to the underhanded Tian Shengdu Fan, waving her staff as blue light surged forth, sending another ice spear flying. The target remained the invincible Su Sanyuan. With the combined efforts of the crowd, Su Sanyuan fell again, only to be resurrected by the healer shortly thereafter. Bai Xiao seized the opportunity to unleash a poison needle, piercing Su Sanyuan, who had just stood up. 510-28. With his health already at only 50 upon resurrection, Su Sanyuan collapsed once again. With Bai Xiao's silver-grade staff in hand, she dealt extraordinarily high damage against players with generally low spiritual defenses. The healer at the back cast another resurrection spell on him. Having died repeatedly, his experience points were insufficient to sustain his level, causing him to drop a tear. Everyone charge. Killed him. Su Sanyuan, revived once more, roared in anger, feeling humiliated and utterly disgraced. 50 to 60 warrior players had already charged forward, while ranged attacks from the back came again. The disparity in numbers is too great. Mingyue Qingxin felt somewhat helpless, yet her gaze remained resolute. Bai Xiao coldly stared ahead, silently wishing if only blood could be shed. Miss, I can't hold on any longer. I must take my leave first. Under the relentless attacks of numerous players, Mingyue Qingxin ultimately transformed into white light and returned to the city to respawn, with Lin Xuan following suit. As the women fell one after another, only the untouched Bai Xiao and the defensively formidable Luo Yuan remained alive in their team. With by Cuy's powerful healing, even under the assault of over 100 players, Luan's health remained remarkably robust. Lin Xuan was killed, and Luoyuan felt somewhat helpless. Although he had offensive skills, his attack power was too low to inflict significant damage. Keep that woman restrained, don't let her heal. Let's see how long this dead turtle can last. Meanwhile, in the trial space, Yang once again rose from the ground. Have you understood? Understood? Understood what? This was the 9th time he had died at the hands of the man in white. Though the duel with him was a no-cost death, the pain felt all too real. Could it be? Yang fell into deep thought. The man in white had killed him 9 times before, seemingly using the same sword technique each time. According to what he had said earlier, there was only one way to defeat him. Could it be the very sword technique he employed? Thus, to pass this trial, he must learn this sword technique. I understand now. Yang immediately closed his eyes, replaying the scenes in his mind, as if watching a movie frame by frame. No, this is too little. Yang opened his eyes and looked at the man in white. Please grant me the sword again. Seeing Yang's demeanor, the man in white nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. Finally, you are awakening. He then raised his right hand, pointing his sword towards Yang. In Yang's eyes, the man in white seemed to transform into a sword with sword energy erupting fiercely, incredibly sharp. Yang felt his soul tremble. This piercing sword energy seemed capable of slicing through souls. He stared intently at the man in white, not missing a single detail. Slash. The man in white softly uttered a word. Without time to think, Yang felt himself cleaved in two by this fierce sword energy. He died once more and then revived, continuously recalling that sword. Again. 9 consecutive sword strikes. Yang also died 9 more times. To see the actions of the man in white more clearly, he even opened his chaotic eye for assistance. This time he did not speak. After reviving, he sat cross-legged, eyes tightly shut. With the heart as the seed, the soul as the spirit, the heart and soul coalesce into a sword capable of slaying gods and extinguishing souls. The voice of the man in white echoed in Yang's ears, his words like a stone dropped into a still lake. Sitting cross-legged, he emanated a golden light as a phantom of a golden lotus blossomed beneath him, slowly rotating. Yang entered a wondrous state, as if some mysterious energy was being guided by the chaotic golden lotus continuously gathering. So this is it. Watching Yang enveloped by the golden lotus, the man in white seemed to see through everything. After a long while, the phantom petals of the golden lotus retracted, merging into Yang's body. He slowly opened his eyes, the golden light flashing before vanishing. Ding! Congratulations, you have comprehended the skill Sword of the Heart. Sword of the Heart, exclusive to Sword Immortals, created by the pure Yang Master, a fundamental skill of the Sword Immortal. Passive effect: when wielding a sword, attack increases by 15. Active effect: infuse all attacks with 20 true damage, ignoring defense, ignoring shields for 3 minutes. Cost 500 spiritual energy. Cooldown 10 minutes. Proficiency: beginner. In the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, you have proven faster than I expected. This trial tests your insight. An affinity with all paths, truly befitting the chaotic sword body. A look of appreciation appeared on the man in white's face. Before the man in white, Yang felt he had no secrets to hide. He cupped his hands. Thank you, senior. What about this trial? Naturally, you must first defeat me. The man in white chuckled lightly. Come, inflict damage, and you will have defeated me. I'm sorry. Yang immediately activated the Sword of the Heart state. He then raised his longsword and unleashed 2 sword energies. 231 true damage, 231 true damage. Finally, he dealt damage, albeit quite low. Ding! Congratulations on completing all trials of the Yushu trial, receiving a reward of 30 to all attributes. The man in white patted his clothes and looked at Yang and, not bad, not bad. You have many secrets: the chaotic golden lotus, ancient fierce beast mark, Xian all significant causes. Senior, your causes need to be resolved by yourself. Oh, I cannot help you remove the mark, and Xian has already concealed your aura. As long as you do not enter the abyss, you generally won't be sensed. After all, they dare not recklessly enter the fate calamity continent now. The words of the man in white slightly reassured Yang. The ancient fierce beast chaos hung over him like a sword of Damocles, constantly threatening him. The man in white continued. You must strengthen yourself to have the ability to change your fate. Since you have comprehended the Sword Immortal's introductory skill, would you like to become my disciple? Ding! Do you wish to become a disciple of the current #1 Sword Immortal Pure Yang Master and change your profession to Sword Immortal? Becoming a Sword Immortal, who wouldn't yearn for the freedom of soaring through the skies upon a blade? Unfettered, untethered, transcendent. And his chaotic sword physique resonated perfectly with this exalted path. Master, please accept this disciple's deepest bow. Yang knelt without hesitation. Pure Yang Sovereign merely raised a hand, and an invisible force gently lifted Yang and preventing him from touching the ground. This is but one of my avatars. Your bow counts for nothing now. Come with me. Before he could even process the words, Yang's vision blurred, dizziness seized him as if the heavens themselves were spinning. Moments later, Yang steadied himself, only to find he stood atop a colossal sword. The world around him dissolved into streaks of motion, receding in a blur as the blade tore through the void at terrifying speed. Near the tip of the blade, pure Yang Sovereign stood with back, turned hands clasped behind him. "A master, is this flying on a sword? What is that?" In the depths of the forest, a youth stared at two figures besieged by over 100 players, his gaze locking onto the woman, brows drawing tight. "Young master, such scenes unfold daily within this realm. We need not intervene," cautioned the middle-aged man beside him, well aware of the youth's impulsive nature and fearing he'd charge headlong into danger. The youth remained transfixed on the woman under siege, so lost in thought, he didn't hear his elder's warning. "Uncle Yin, she's Sister Yao Yao. We cannot abandon her." Without waiting for a reply, he activated the Virtuan Vice mode, and in an instant surged forward like a storm, twin long blades materializing in his hands. "Young master!" Uncle Yin cried out, but the youth was already gone, vanishing into the crowd in mere heartbeats. "Don't stand idle, follow him now." He barked the order to his men, then sprinted after the youth. Like a ravenous beast breaking into formation, the youth crashed into the ranks of healers and spirit artists, twin blades flashing in blinding arcs, cleaving through players who barely registered the strike before collapsing. "Ambush!" Someone shrieked in panic. Su Sanyuan whirled around, only to see a lone youth slaughtering his forces with ruthless precision, while 30 more surged forward in the distance. "Immobilize him. Shield bearers and melee. Divert half your numbers to aid. Reform the line. The rear is under attack." Several frontliners dashed toward the youth, while others pivoted to meet Uncle Yan's advancing squad. Tian Sheng Bufan drew his longbow, explosive arrow loosed with a sharp shoe. The youth's expression hardened, instinctively sensing the lethal trajectory. He spun sharply, twin blades whirling before him, blades weaving shimmering arcs that coalesced into a radiant barrier. His unique technique, Blade Light Aegis, capable of deflecting ranged assaults. Ding! The arrow shattered against the luminous barrier, leaving the youth unscathed. Tian Sheng Bufan's brow furrowed. Why did fate so often pit him against prodigies? His innate sense of superiority trembled under the weight of repeated disbelief. He drew again and again, arrows flying like vengeful comets. Yet the youth accelerated, suddenly darting across the battlefield with impossible agility, each bolt striking only empty air. "Stop him now!" Several melee players rushed forward, converging upon him in a desperate swarm. Unfazed, the youth spun, twin blades blazing violet, carving frenzied arcs too swift to follow. From their edges, rippling waves of blade energy spilled forth. Meteor slash. 8 crescents of searing blade energy erupted in a fan-shaped arc before him, each impact flaring with damage numerals. Within 3 seconds, every target in the radius endured 8 devastating strikes. The frontline warriors fell instantly. Only shield bearers, armored and resolute, survived the onslaught. The youth pressed forward, blades descending in rapid succession, until even the shield bearers buckled beneath his relentless assault, toppling one after another. At last, the panicked healers snapped awake, beginning resurrection incantations for their fallen comrades. "Protect the young master now." Uncle Yan's squad arrived at last, battle igniting in an instant. No balanced clash unfolded, no stalemate emerged. Uncle Yan's 30-strong retinue bore a single unified calling, blade dancers. Their armor gleamed with masterwork craftsmanship, their discipline was absolute, their coordination flawless. Like a razor-sharp dagger thrust into soft flesh, they pierced Su Senyuan's defensive line, shattering the shield-bearers' formation in a single decisive strike, then carved through the rear ranks of spirit artists and healers, leaving no trace of resistance in their wake. Su Sanyuan watched the collapse unfold, eyes burning with fury. And there, cutting through the chaos like a blade through silk, came the youth bearing down upon him. "Sanyuan, what do we do?" Zhongli cried out, voice edged with desperation. "Retreat, immediately." Su Sanyuan issued the command, knowing all was lost. His forces stood no chance against such mastery. Seizing Zhang Li's hand, he fled backward, his subordinates exhaling in relief, abandoning the field en masse. Uncle Yin raised a hand, halting his men mid-strike, sparing further slaughter. To flee. The youth's face darkened with cold fury as he watched Su Sanyuan's retreat. Like a shadow given form, he lunged. Su Sanyuan, startled, raised his greatsword just in time, flames erupting along its edge as he prepared blazing slash. Meteor slash. Su Sanyuan never completed the swing. Blade energy engulfed him, and Zhongli, before either could react. Their vision swam, wounds bloomed across their bodies, numbers leaping skyward. 458, 463, A691. Their health bars emptied. Both collapsed lifelessly. The youth sheathed his twin blades with effortless grace. Pathetic. A healer raised her staff, preparing resurrection magic. One revival, and I'll kill you both again. He stood blade in hand, eyes sharp with menace. The healers lowered their staves, retreating in silence. Su Sanyuan swallowed his shame, his humiliation, his rage, and dissolved into white light, returning to the city to revive. The youth turned, stepping slowly toward Bai Xiao, a warm smile spreading across his face. Sister Yao Yao. You're Tian. Bai Xiao studied him, uncertain, hesitant. Huh. It's me, Sister Yao Yao. Tian scratched his head, beaming with unrestrained joy. It really is you. But how did you recognize me? Bai Xiao touched the veil still covering her face, confirming it hadn't slipped. Perhaps intuition. Before Bai Xiao, Tian flushed, shy, gentle, utterly unlike the fearsome warrior moments before. Little brat, you've got sharp instincts, I'll grant you that. Bai Xiao laughed softly. Sister Yao Yao, I'm 17 now. Not a child. 17 is still a child. Even if you shot up nearly to 8 feet tall. By the way, where's your elder sister? Does she play this game too? Bai Xiao gazed at Tian, the boy she'd last seen years ago, now a towering young man nearing 8 feet in height. She was good friends with a Tian's sister, having known each other since childhood, and a Tian used to follow them like a little shadow. Yes, she is in Dongwang City. I happened to be here on a mission, just came out, and unexpectedly ran into you. What a coincidence. A Tian, thank you for today. If it weren't for your timely appearance, we would have been demoted. Bai Cus smiled, lightly, sincerely grateful. Sister Yao Yao, why are you being so polite with me? By the way, who is this big brother? A Tian looked at Luo Yuan beside him and asked. This is my teammate, the happy little frog, a shield guardian by profession. Bai Cus introduced to Tian. Haha, thank you, brother A Tian, for the rescue. Luo Yuan laughed heartily. Brother A Tian is quite strong, heroes emerge in youth. A Tian scratched his head, grinning awkwardly. He felt slightly shy from all the praise from Luo Yuan. Haha, frog brother, you flatter me. I just saw a bunch of them unable to touch you, so it seems you are no ordinary shield guardian. A Tian, go to the city with sister, I will treat you to a feast. Bai Cus interrupted their mutual flattery and invited a Tian. Sister Yao Yao, I want go, my sister is still waiting for me. A Tian hesitated a bit before rejecting her. What is so urgent? Bai Cus asked, puzzled. I saw someone drop a silver level bow earlier, and my sister was quite envious. She wanted to buy it, but couldn't contact the owner. Now that she just found a silver level boss, she insisted on going to farm equipment and urged me to help her. Mentioning his sister made a Tian feel a buzz in his head. Your sister plays as a sharpshooter. Bai Cus recalled that a Tian's sister seemed to have always liked shooting and couldn't help but ask. Yes, a Tian nodded in response. Bai Cus extended her hands, revealing a pitch-black longbow. Is this the bow you mean? Looking at the black longbow in Bai Cus's hands, a Tian couldn't believe it. Sister Yao Yao, how did it end up in your hands? Because it was dropped by our team after defeating a silver-level boss. Bai Cus chuckled lightly. A Tian. Seeing a Tian's shocked expression, Bai Cus smiled. Of course, it's not just the two of us. Let's go back and discuss it in detail. After saying this, Bai Cus handed a Tian a return scroll, then returned to Nanming City. Brother A Tian, I will leave first. Luo Yuan also crushed his return scroll, disappearing in a flash of white light. Young master. Uncle Yin, who had been standing at a distance, came forward. Uncle Yin, take the brothers back first. I have urgent matters to attend to. But miss. A Tian waved his hand and smiled. I will speak with her. Even if I wanted to go back now, she would probably insist on me staying. Master, may I learn this skill? On the flying sword, Yang N's eyes shone brightly as he flew on the sword, something he had never even dared to dream of before. For the first time flying in this way, Yang An's body stiffened, afraid to move, fearing that he would fall if he lost his balance. Just a little trick. It's not bad for carrying people. The pure Yang elder said casually. Flying on a sword is just a little trick. This is the skill I long for the most. Yang An felt a strong yearning and secretly vowed to learn this skill. With his feet on the flying sword, soaring through the sky, wandering the void freely isn't that delightful. Your strength is still low, do not aim too high and establish a solid foundation first. The pure Yang elder's earnest teachings poured cold water on Yang An. Understood, master. As he spoke, the flying sword suddenly stopped, and Yang An was propelled forward by the immense inertia. Off. Bang. Yang An made intimate contact with the ground. Cough, cough. He felt his body, which was about to fall apart, aching all over. Are you all right? A clear female voice entered his ears. Yang An raised his head and saw a graceful figure in front of him, dressed in green, tall and slender, with a fair oval face and beautiful eyes. She crouched down, looking at Yang An lying on the ground, her movements gentle and graceful, her soft hair lightly swaying in the breeze, emanating a refreshing fragrance. No, I'm fine. Yang struggled to push himself up with great effort, feeling utterly embarrassed. The girl quickly reached out to support his arm, helping him to stand up. Thank you. You're welcome. She smiled warmly, speaking gently. I haven't carried anyone for a long time. I forgot that you are still immortal. A figure in white appeared beside Yang and he waved his hand, and a light entered Yang N's body. Yang suddenly felt as if bathed in sunlight, the discomfort in his body quickly fading away, feeling completely refreshed. Master, the girl in green respectfully bowed to the pure Yang elder. Xianer, this is my new disciple. From now on he will be your junior brother. The pure Yang elder smiled and introduced to Luo Xianer. You are the junior brother. Luo Xianer's eyes brightened as she curiously looked at Yang. Hello sister. Yang was somewhat awkward meeting in this manner for the first time. Not bad, not bad. The way my junior brother made his entrance is truly unique. Luo Xianer covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. Yang was so embarrassed that he could dig a hole in the ground to hide in. Let's chat more later, come with me first. The pure Yang elder said to Yang and led him to a nearby courtyard. It was a very ordinary courtyard with several wooden houses around filled with a faint fragrance of wood and ink. Yang could even see the central room with open windows where the 4 treasures of the study were neatly arranged. As the two arrived in the courtyard, the scent of ink became even more pronounced. Yang understood it seemed that the master must have a fondness for calligraphy and ink. The pure Yang elder turned around looking at Yang with a solemn expression. Blood Dai, are you willing to enter my sect and become my disciple? Upon hearing this, Yang knelt down to pay his respects. Disciple Blood Dai wishes to pay you as my master. Good. From now on you are a disciple of pure Yang. Ding. Congratulations on becoming a disciple of the pure Yang elder. Ding. You have successfully become an outer disciple of the Yushu sect. Ding. Riding the wind on a sword carefree through the world. Sword energy spans 30,000 miles. One sword's light chills 19 continents. Congratulations on successfully switching to the only hidden profession, Sword Immortal. All attributes increased by 100 points. As soon as the server-wide announcement was made, the world erupted in an uproar. Another person has changed to a hidden class. How many is that now? How can they be so lucky? When will it be my turn? This is yet another unique hidden class following the demon god. The Sword Immortal has emerged. That's my favorite class. Don't panic if there's no Sword Immortal. There are still Sword Gods, Sword Saints, and Sword Demons waiting for me to change classes. What a beautiful thought. A series of system notification sounds left Yang feeling overwhelmed. He eagerly opened his attribute panel to check the changes brought by the Sword Immortal class. Character name Bloodstained class, Sword Immortal first transition, sect Yushu sect level 10, root bone, 419, strength, 545, spiritual power, 382, agility, 451, stamina, 394, comprehension, hidden luck, hidden health, 5819, spiritual power, 4120, physical attack, 1584, spiritual attack, 573, physical defense, 650, spiritual defense, 591, speed, 58, defense break, 45, critical rate, 48, critical damage, 240, stamina, 100, equipment, none, physique, chaotic sword body, first stage. Exclusive skills of chaotic body, chaotic sword, heart, chaotic eye, chaotic sword domain, golden lotus, extinction, conditions, insufficient. Exclusive skills of Sword Immortal, sword of heart, exclusive to Sword Immortal, passive effect. When the equipped weapon is a sword, attack increases by 15. Active effect with mental power, all attacks deal an additional 20 true damage, ignoring defense and shields for 3 minutes. Cost 500 spiritual power, cooldown 10 minutes, proficiency beginner. Sword control technique exclusive to Sword Immortal, control the sword with chi, wield the sword with intent. Releasing skills allows for free manipulation of flying swords to attack enemies from a distance. All damage 10, attack range 15 meters, cost 300 spiritual power per second, proficiency beginner. You can freely choose to activate or deactivate the sword control technique. Offensive technique, passive exclusive to Sword Immortal, primarily offensive. With one sword drawn, the heavens lose color and all things can be shattered. Passive effect, defense break, 30, critical damage, 30. Destined flying sword, exclusive to Sword Immortal, conditions insufficient. Other skills to be determined. The Sword Immortal has 2 passive skills. Sword of Heart was previously comprehended, while offensive technique adds significant defense break and critical damage, both enhancing attack. No wonder the Sword Immortal is the master of offense. After reading the skill introduction of the Sword Immortal, Yang was very satisfied. The passive skills were powerful, but there wasn't a single offensive skill. He had forgotten Forceful Strike due to the class change. The Destined Flying Sword also indicated insufficient conditions, and he couldn't see the information. If it weren't for having learned Breaking Cloud Sword and Sword Chi Slash previously, could it be that as a dignified Sword Immortal, he could only rely on normal attacks for damage? Fortunately, he had long yearned for the sword control technique. This skill could change his attacking style, allowing him to become a ranged attacker with an attack range that could rival that of a sharpshooter. After reviewing the skills and attributes of the newly transitioned sword Immortal, Yang and finally had time to check the friend notifications that had been flashing for quite some time. Luo Yuan and Bai Xiao both messaged him recounting the incident where they were surrounded and attacked by Su Sanyuan and Tian Shengbufen. This made Yang In's heart sink, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of anger which only subsided slightly upon seeing that they were unharmed. However, the little swan, Mingyue Qingxin, and her 6 girlfriends had all lost a level because of this. Yang felt a bit guilty as it was clear that Su Sanyuan and the others were targeting him. Wait for me to return. Yang suppressed his anger and replied to them. Alright, you've stepped into the threshold of the sword immortal, but you still need to train diligently to become a true sword immortal soon. The pure Yang patriarch looked at his newly accepted disciple with satisfaction, then waved his hand producing a long sword that was entirely blue. This sword is named Lin Xuan, and it was a gift from your ancestor when I first joined him. Today I bestow it upon you. Though it may not be a divine weapon, it has low equipment requirements, and it's the only piece of equipment here that you can use. According to the pure Yang patriarch, he simply does not have equipment of lower tier, and other items are too high tier for Yang to use. Of course, Yang did not mind. He was never a greedy person. Moreover, even if they gave him a divine artifact, he couldn't equip it. It seemed that this sword held more sentimental value for the pure Yang patriarch. Yang examined the properties of the entirely blue long sword. Lin Xuan Sword Seal 33, description as cold and bright as frost. Originally a powerful spiritual sword, it has been sealed by the pure Yang patriarch using divine powers. Quality silver level requirement 10, class requirement swordsman attack 362, strength 43, agility 16, defense break 10, critical rate 10A, unsealing conditions level 20, sacrifice 0, 10 silver equipment. Additional skill Lin Xuan Sword Chi passive, each time an attack hits it applies an ice state to the target, stackable up to 10 layers. Each layer reduces the target's movement speed by 2. When reaching 10 layers, it consumes all layers to freeze the target for 2 seconds. A silver grade long sword, just right for him to equip at level 10. Judging by the description, it should indeed be sealed by the pure Yang patriarch for him. Compared to the Toothbreaker sword he was currently equipped with, it had a 5 lower defense break, but the base attributes were significantly improved. Once he reached the required level, he could unseal it, which meant he wouldn't have to worry about weapons for quite some time. As soon as he acquired the equipment, a system notification arrived: the Lin Xuan sword at level 10, ranked 10th on the equipment leaderboard. Nowadays, silver grade equipment is becoming more common, and Bai Xiao's staff had already fallen off the leaderboard. Thank you, Master. Yang sincerely thanked the pure Yang patriarch. The pure Yang patriarch nodded with satisfaction and continued, when you are ready for your second class transition, come back to find me. After saying this, he took out a jade pendant and handed it to Yang. Keep this jade pendant with you. It has a certain effect of concealing your aura, and you can also use it to return here. Pure Yang jade pendant stored in the inventory, it can conceal one's aura, preventing others from peering, and effective up to level 100. After use, it can teleport to the top of the Divine Sword Peak in Yushu sect. A good item. Targets below level 100, even with special skills, cannot check his attributes. Yes, Master. Yang happily received the jade pendant and nodded obediently. The pure Yang patriarch looked at Luo Xianer, who was standing nearby. Xianer, your junior brother is entrusted to you. I have urgent matters to attend to. Off. Luo Xianer was taken aback, somewhat stunned. Master, this is your disciple. Why entrust him to me? There was a disturbance at Tianlu Mountain just now. I need to check it out. The pure Yang patriarch's expression grew slightly serious. Then he transformed into a beam of sword light and vanished from the spot. Again at Tianlu Mountain. The disturbances there are becoming more frequent. Luo Xianer murmured, watching the hurriedly departing pure Yang patriarch. Senior sister, what kind of place is Tianlu Mountain? Yang asked curiously. It's a place of sealing sealed with unimaginable terror. Recently, there have been disturbances occurring every few days. Luo Xianer frowned slightly, although she didn't know what was sealed there. The existence that even the master couldn't kill and could only seal must be incredibly terrifying. A place of sealing. Yang couldn't help but recall the terrifying beasts sealed in the novice village. Don't dwell on it too much. Master is here. Everything will be perfectly fine, Luo Xianer said, brimming with unwavering confidence in pure Yang sovereign. Yang nodded, then asked the question he'd most wanted to ask. By the way, senior sister, why do I have no offensive skill at all? Junior brother. Luo Xianer gazed at Yang and spoke in the solemn, instructive tone of pure Yang sovereign. The sword riding art is the quintessential offensive technique of sword immortals. With diligent cultivation, it alone suffices. And once you advance it to a certain level, its deeper truths will reveal themselves naturally. Then what conditions must one fulfill to learn sword-riding flight? Yang remained fixated on this coveted ability. Seeing his earnest expression, Luo Xian'er burst into soft laughter. Junior brother, no need to learn it separately. You'll master sword-riding flight automatically once your sword-riding art reaches Grandmaster level. Grandmaster level. After all this time, among all his upgradable skills, only Desperate Strike had advanced to intermediate, while Sword Chi Sweep had evolved into Sword Chi Chain Cuts, remaining at novice proficiency. The sheer difficulty of skill advancement was evident. Elevating sword-riding art to Grandmaster level seemed nearly impossible. Could it be, senior sister, that you've already attained Grandmaster level in sword-riding art? Yang looked curiously at Luo Xian'er, who appeared scarcely older than himself. No, she replied firmly, then added, I have achieved perfect mastery. Yang, perfect mastery, the highest proficiency tier he knew. Oh, by the way, Luo Xian'er smiled faintly. You're now an outer sect disciple of the Jade Void sect, aren't you? Ah, yes, it seems so. Yang recalled the system notification after his class transition. He was now an outer sect disciple of the Jade Void sect. The Jade Void sect is an ancient sect whose lineage stretches back countless eons across the Fate Tribulation continent. Legend says it was founded by an ancient sage, its foundations unfathomably deep. Luo Xian'er introduced the sect calmly. Yet though you are a Jade Void sect disciple, you remain unbound by its regulations. Why is that? Yang couldn't help but wonder. Because you are Master's own disciple. Luo Xian'er's face glowed with quiet pride. Master isn't affiliated with the Jade Void sect. He resides here solely to guard the ancient seal. He and Yusu Zuns, the sect's supreme patriarch, have been close friends for ages, which is why he accepted the invitation to dwell atop Divine Sword Peak. Yang pondered this, yet still harbored doubt. Then why, having sworn fealty to Master, did I become a Jade Void sect disciple? Because you were chosen by the Jade Void decree, and it was Yusu Zuns himself who recommended you to Master. They made a pact you must join the Jade Void sect. Still, it's no hardship. Within the Jade Void sect lie boundless cultivation manuals, treasures, spirit beasts, and elixirs. All may be acquired with sufficient contribution points. Yang's mouth watered at Luo Xian'er's words. How does one earn contribution points? The sect maintains a quest pavilion where missions are regularly posted. Completing them yields corresponding contribution points. His anticipation swelled. He could almost see endless techniques, divine pills, and sacred beasts beckoning him. Watching his rapt expression, Luo Xian'er's lips curved into a gentle smile. Come, I'll show you around the Jade Void sect. With a graceful flick of her slender hand, a cerulean longsword materialized out of thin air. She formed a mystic seal, whereupon the blade surged skyward, swelling into a 3-meter-long colossal sword that settled smoothly beside her feet. Luo Xian'er sprang lightly onto the great blade and turned to Yang and climbed aboard. He boarded nervously, still vividly recalling his earlier bone-jarring tumble from Master Pure Yang Sovereign's flying sword. Are all flying swords like this? Could we add a railing or handrail for safety? Yang shook off the absurd notion. Surely that would seem utterly bizarre. Don't worry, junior brother. I won't falter as Master did. Noticing his tension, Luo Xian'er offered reassurance. Then many thanks, senior sis. Before he could finish, she cried out, launch. Whoosh. The sword erupted upward with terrifying velocity. Yang staggered, nearly flung off, yet reacted swiftly, grabbing Luo Xian'er's arm to steady himself. Phew. His face paled as he clung tightly to her. Junior brother, stand firm. At her command, the sword executed a full 360-degree aerial, turn, a Thomas spin, and drifting maneuvers, all in rapid succession. Senior sister, where's your ladylike composure? Haha, junior brother, we've arrived. At Luo Xian'er's breakneck speed, they reached a vast platform mid-slope of a mountain within the Jade Void sect. Many disciples practiced there, engaging in discourse, exchanging insights, or sparring fiercely. Ugh. Yang stumbled off the sword, pale and dizzy, utterly unprepared for such aerial vehemence. You'll grow accustomed to it soon enough. Luo Xian'er extended her small hand and gently patted his back. Senior sister, of everyone I've met, besides Master, you possess the finest sword-riding technique I've ever seen. Having witnessed only 2 practitioners thus far, his praise was both sincere and technically accurate. A secret between us, Master only surpasses me in raw speed. As for technique, I'm supremely confident. I've claimed the championship in the Jade Void sect's sword-riding flight tournament for 3 consecutive years. Luo Xian'er whispered proudly into his ear. Yang, haha, come, the quest pavilion lies just ahead. She pointed toward a pavilion beside the martial training ground and led him there. Inside the pavilion's first-floor hall, a cavernous space teeming with disciples. Some chatted idly, others debated Tao principles, some exchanged tales, while many studied the central mission board or handed in completed quests. As Yang and Luo Xian'er entered, heads turned. Brief silence gave way to a sudden swell of murmurs. It's senior sister Luo. Who's that young man? Never seen him before. An outer sect novice. How dare he stand so close to senior sister Luo? Doesn't he know senior brother has long pursued her? That boy is doomed. Senior brother will never tolerate anyone drawing near her like this. There lies the mission board. Every task listed may be completed for contribution points. Luo Xiener ignored the surrounding disciples entirely, pointing instead to the central board. A beauty truly stirs calamity. Yong'an had long grown accustomed to such curious probing glances. He paid them no mind, refusing to justify himself to mere NPCs, yet found himself intrigued by this senior brother. Senior sister, who exactly is this senior brother? He regarded her with a faint knowing smile. Within the inner sect, the strongest disciple earns the title senior brother. Luo Xiener replied casually, his name escapes me. I find him dreadfully tedious. Every time I see him he sticks like gum, impossible to shake off. Yong'an strongest in the inner sect. Then what's his cultivation realm? His strength. Luo Xiener raised 2 fingers, glanced at Yong, and then retracted one, her slender jade finger hovering before him. Roughly the strength needed to crush you beneath a single fingertip. Yong'an. Low damage, but devastatingly humiliating. Were it not for Master's decree forbidding me from acting freely, I'd teach those pests a lesson. Luo Xiener's voice bristled with irritation. Then she appraised Yong'an from head to toe, a mischievous glint dancing in her eyes. Junior brother, how about you teach them a lesson for me? Junior brother, would you mind teaching them a lesson for me? Yong'an, you are also a disciple of the Yushu sect. Challenging them would be perfectly justified. Senior sister, with my current strength, are you certain I wouldn't be walking straight to my death? I never said you should go challenge them right now, Luo Xiener replied, her expression one of genuine admiration as she patted Yong'an's shoulder. Junior brother, you are the direct disciple of the first sword Immortal himself. Diligence will surely see you surpass them in time. From now on, you'll be my personal protector. I think I'll go check what tasks are available, Yong'an muttered, rubbing his temples. Facing such an unreliable senior sister was giving him quite the headache. He approached the task bulletin board. Tasks were categorized by difficulty into 4 tiers: simple, ordinary, difficult, and hell tier. Scanning the tasks within his reach, Yong'an found mostly menial duties: serving tea, delivering letters, cleaning sect premises, tending medicinal gardens, and feeding spirit beasts. The most basic assignments imaginable. Numerous ordinary tier monster slaying tasks were listed alongside a handful of difficult tier boss challenges. As for hell tier tasks, none were accessible at his level. The minimum requirement began at level 20. Next, Luo Xiener guided Yong'an through the Pill Pavilion, Treasure Vault, Scripture Repository, Spirit Beast Garden, and more. The sheer variety of items redeemable with contribution points was staggering, especially the breakthrough pill in the Pill Pavilion, capable of elevating skill proficiency levels, which stirred an intense longing within him. He longed to instantly master sword flying art, but alas, this pill could only be used once per cultivator and only proved effective for skills below Grandmaster rank. Moreover, each breakthrough pill cost a staggering 5,000 contribution points and was exclusively available to inner sect disciples. Inside the Scripture Repository, Yong'an browsed the open skill scrolls. Most were spirit arts, all classified as mortal or human rank techniques, none suited to his cultivation path. At the Task Pavilion, completing a simple task earned only 5 contribution points. Ordinary tasks yielded 10. Higher rewards awaited difficult tier missions, but slaying bosses was no trivial feat. Yong'an's immediate goals were twofold: amassing sufficient contribution points and ascending to inner sect status. Senior sister, how does one become an inner sect disciple? Becoming an inner sect disciple requires fulfilling 3 conditions, Luo Xiener explained. First, accumulate 10,000 contribution points. Second, achieve second awakening. Third, successfully challenge 3 existing inner sect disciples. None of these 3 conditions were within Yong'an's reach, yet he quietly set aside the thought. Senior sister Luo. Just then a voice rang out from behind. Luo Xiener and Yong'an both turned. 6 figures approached in unison, their leader a graceful, strikingly handsome young man. Upon reaching them, the 6 bowed respectfully. Luo Xiener waved dismissively, visibly impatient. Enough, enough. Off you go and attend to your own affairs. Senior sister Luo may not recall me. I am Yuan Tian. We met several times before when I served under senior brother. Oh, Luo Xiener rolled her eyes. A familiar, insufferable gnat had returned. What do you want? Nothing urgent. I simply noticed this junior brother looked unfamiliar, and yet arrived here in your company, so I wish to make his acquaintance. Yuan Tian smiled broadly at the two, but his eyes gleamed with a hidden chill. The senior brother had publicly declared his pursuit of senior sister Luo. Now, with another man standing so closely beside her, and the senior brother deep in critical cultivation seclusion, Yuan Tian, his most loyal follower, felt duty-bound to investigate. Oh, you mean him? Luo Xiener's eyes twinkled mischievously. Just an outer sect novice who caught my eye. We happened to chat a little longer than usual. Yong'an. Oh, so he's merely an ordinary outer sect novice. A flicker of cold light flashed across Yuan Tian's gaze as he studied Yang, and with a faint mocking smile. Huh, I sense extraordinary talent in you, junior brother. I can't resist the urge to spar. Might we exchange a few moves? Yuan Tian laughed heartily, his gaze laced with subtle mockery. Realizing this was provocation, Yang's eyes darkened slightly. He secretly activated his chaos eye, but saw nothing. It's just friendly sparring. I trust senior sister Luo won't interfere. Yuan Tian glanced toward her. Luo Xiener stepped back, stating plainly, this is internal sect business. I shall remain neutral. Yang's forehead twitched. Still, I feel it's unfair to overwhelm a mere novice like him. If you persist, I won't stand idly by. Luo Xiener declared with righteous fervor, ready to defend Yong'an. Before Yong'an could even feel touched, she added, very well, let him step forward. Let them spar. She pointed to a slender youth among the six. Yuan Tian glanced back and smiled. Indeed, let the youths test their mettle against one another. That's far more entertaining. Yuan Hai, he called. The youth stepped forward, casting Yong'an a look of utter disdain. Junior brother, he's just a level 20 rookie. Don't fret. Luo Xiener whispered softly into Yong'an's ear. Senior sister, I'm only level 10. Have faith. Win, and I'll reward you. What kind of reward? Yong'an eyed her skeptically, brimming with doubt. Hey, don't dawdle. Afraid are you? Don't worry, we're only sparring. Won't kill you. Yuan Hai shouted, growing impatient at Yong'an's hesitation. Yong'an stepped forward and silently activated his chaos eye to scan Yuan Hai's attributes. Yuan Hai, level 20. Background: an outer sect disciple of the Yushu sect. Mediocre talent reportedly admitted through familial ties to an outer sect elder. Vitality 150, attack 2243, physical defense 683, spiritual defense 536, speed 40. Chain blade strike launches 5 rapid slashes at the target, dealing 80, 90, 100, 110, and 120 damage respectively. Cooldown 15 seconds. Mountain splitting slash delivers a devastating cleave that deals 165 damage and knocks the target backward. Cooldown 5 seconds. Blade Chi ward envelopes the user in protective blade Chi, reducing incoming damage by 30 for 10 seconds. Cooldown 60 seconds. Phantom Pursuit darts toward the target and strikes with 130 damage. Cooldown 20 seconds. So, he'd entered through connections. Yet Yong'an inwardly recoiled. Compared to the Umbral Shadow Panther, Yuan Hai possessed far lower vitality 150, yet his attack power soared to 2243 and his skill cooldowns matched those of ordinary players. After all, Yuan Hai was an NPC. His stats, skill, damage, and tactical intelligence far surpassed Yong'an's own and even eclipsed many boss-level entities. Ready? Yuan Hai sneered, glaring down at Yong'an. Yong'an drew Qing Shuang's sword, his fighting spirit flaring fiercely. Let's fight. His first battle since becoming a sword immortal would be yours. Utterly delusional. Yuan Hai scoffed. Ding. Yuan Hai has issued a sparring request. Accept. Accept. Without hesitation, Yong'an confirmed. In sparring mode, death incurred no level loss, and NPCs could not be permanently slain. They faced each other, blades drawn, tension coiling like a spring about to snap. Spectators hastily retreated, clearing a wide circle. Step right up. I'm taking bets. Yuan Hai wins at 1-1. 3 odds. The fresh-faced newcomer wins at 1-1-0. That voice. None other than the thoroughly unreliable senior sister Luo Xiener. Yong'an. Instantly the area buzzed with excitement. Disciples rushed over to witness the duel. Seizing the moment, Luo Xiener opened her betting pool, and disciples swarmed in. Guaranteed profit. I bet 1000 contribution points on Yuan Hai. Me too, 500 points on Yuan Hai. Due to the special concealment effect of the pure Yang Jade pendant, they could not discern Yong'an's specific attributes, but the dazzling level 10 above his head was unmistakable. Before long, Luo Xiener gathered a large amount of betting capital, among which Yuan Tian placed the largest bet, wagering a full 500 contribution points. That was the price of an entire breaking extreme pill. Yong'an couldn't afford to pay attention to Luo Xiener's flashy maneuvers. He quickly adjusted his state and entered battle, rapidly contemplating his countermeasures. Let's try the sword control technique. Yong'an had long wanted to test this skill, but had never had the opportunity. Now was the perfect time to show what a sword immortal truly was. Sword control technique. Yong'an activated the skill, focusing his mind. He felt a connection with the Qing Shuang sword in his hand, as if he could control it with his thoughts. Haha, this is so easy. Yong'an was overjoyed. He never expected to control the flying sword so effortlessly. Under his control, the Qing Shuang sword slowly lifted off the ground, aiming at Yuan Hai. Go! Yang pointed his sword with his right hand, exuding a powerful aura. Whoosh! Snap! The Qing Shuang sword barely flew half a meter before losing control and falling to the ground. Yang and Yuan Hai. Luo Xiener covered her face. Sorry, I didn't hold it steady. Yang and unfazed deactivated the sword control technique and picked up the Qing Shuang sword from the ground. Ha ha, kid, your performance was quite amusing. Yuan Hai mocked loudly, seeing Yang, and like this his contempt grew even stronger. Then laugh while you might not be able to later. Yang coughed twice and said seriously, I want to see how you can make me stop laughing. Yuan Hai cackled, feeling confident of victory, his chest puffed out. Come, he'll let you attack first. Then I won't hold back. Yang replied, not one to back down from such arrogance. Mind Sword. He activated the Mind Sword, which would add 20 true damage to all his attacks for 3 minutes. He swung the Qing Shuang sword, sending out 2 waves of sword energy. 86-30 crit, 359 true damage, 3,596, 359. With a sword energy, slash Yang and directly took away nearly 1300 hit points from Yuan Hai. Yuan Hai suffered a brutal beating, his expression serious. He realized he had underestimated his opponent. Such terrifying damage was something he couldn't possibly inflict. Underestimating him, it seems I must take this seriously, Yuan Hai thought to himself. He then drew his long knife, his gaze cold as he stared at Yang. Yuan Hai's figure flickered, approaching Yang and at terrifying speed. That was his skill, Shadow Pursuit, allowing him to quickly close in on his target and deal damage. Yuan Hai's instant speed was much faster than Yang, and in the blink of an eye he was in front of Yang and his long knife, slashing at an odd angle. Clang! The clash of blades echoed as Yang, holding the Qing Shuang sword, precisely blocked Yuan Hai's all-out attack. However, achieving a successful block as determined by the system was extremely difficult. 2068. This high damage startled Yang, and his health dropped by nearly half. With one successful strike, Yuan Hai swung his knife again, initiating a chain slash. Faced with Yuan Hai's relentless offensive, Yang chose to evade. The chain slash was stronger with each strike, and he could not afford to take such damage. Moreover, Yang's speed far exceeded Yuan Hai's. Now that Yuan Hai's Shadow Pursuit was on cooldown, he should fully utilize his speed advantage. Swift movement. With a 30 speed boost, Yang's speed now exceeded 75 points, nearly double that of Yuan Hai. He quickly dodged Yuan Hai's first strike, and as Yuan Hai's strength faded, and his new strength had yet to arise, he swiftly thrust out his sword. Breaking Cloud Sword. 2904, 359 true damage. Yuan Hai winced in pain, and his second strike came upward even faster than before. Yang's body retreated strangely, narrowly dodging the attack, and he swung his sword again for a normal attack. 1383, 352 true damage. Yuan Hai was continuously toyed with and unable to hit Yang. He gritted his teeth, his wrist twisting as his long knife sliced horizontally towards Yang's neck. Facing the third strike, which was even faster, Yang smirked confidently, allowing the long knife to whistle past his nose, a chilling aura pervading the air. Using the momentum from leaning back, Yang executed a fish jump, directly creating distance between himself and Yuan Hai, avoiding the next 2 strikes that would be even faster. With no target in front of him, Yuan Hai had to give up on continuing the chain slash and closely pursued Yang. What awaited him, however, were 2 waves of sword energy. 86-30 crit, 359, 8,630 crit, 862 crit. True damage could also crit. Yang was overjoyed. Under the terrifying damage, thanks to a 10 lifesteal, his health was fully restored. Utilizing his speed advantage, Yang prepared to kite Yuan Hai, but it was a pity that his half-baked sword control technique still couldn't control the flying sword to attack. Otherwise, continuous ranged attacks could have resolved this faster. Now he could only wait for a sword energy slash every 5 seconds. Yuan Hai, who had been beaten continuously, was on the verge of collapsing. He activated the blade aura to reduce Yang's damage. However, this was merely a drop in the bucket. Even with a 30 reduction, defeating him was just a matter of time. Shadow Pursuit. The furious Yuan Hai finally awaited the cooldown of this skill. His gaunt figure flashed and appeared before Yang, and the large knife raised high, enveloped in terrifying pressure, slashing down with the intent to split Yang in 2. He actually combined 2 skills: Shadow Pursuit for rapid approach, paired with the powerful skill Mountain Splitter. Yuan Hai's rapid approach made it extremely difficult for Yang to evade the attack, using his speed advantage. Yang quickly reacted, raising the Qing Shuang sword, and the crisp sound of clashing blades rang out. Clang. 2601. Having not successfully blocked, Yang's health dropped nearly by half once again. The system's requirements for determining a block were extremely strict. Firstly, the attack must be successfully blocked, Secondly, the block rate is calculated based on the attribute difference between the two parties. Given the attribute differences between Yang, Un, and Yuan Hai, it was challenging to achieve a successful block. Among all classes, the block rate for shield warriors was relatively higher, but no one had ever tested it. Using the repelling effect of Yuan Hai's mountain splitter, Yang and swiftly withdrew, creating distance between himself and Yuan Hai once more. Yang felt that in single combat for melee classes, after repelling the target, if they did not have a speed advantage or a control effect to follow up, the repelling effect would appear quite useless. Without Shadow Pursuit, Yang's speed advantage was once again vividly displayed. With astonishing speed, he constantly searched for opportunities to attack Yuan Hai. With each successive strike under the influence of the Qing Shuang sword energy, Yuan Hai's speed slowed increasingly. Breaking Cloud Sword. 48-80 crit 181. Under Yuan Hai's blade aura, the damage was only 70, significantly weakening Yang's output ability. With one successful strike, Yuan Hai emitted a chilling aura, his body stiffening. This was the freezing effect of the Qing Shuang sword energy, stacking a layer of mark with each attack. After 10 layers, it would freeze the target for 2 seconds. Seizing the moment while Yuan Hai was frozen, Yang and charged forward, launching a frenzied assault. The frost sword energy would restack marks after 10 layers. If he achieved this during the freezing duration, would it keep the target in the frozen state indefinitely? Yang's mind surged with wild thoughts. If that were true, wouldn't he be invincible? 1383, 259, 2904, 259, 8630, 259, 3596, 259, 3319, 259. This really doesn't give me any bugs. Yang was disappointed. During the frozen state, marks could not stack. They could only restack after the freezing ended. Otherwise, with such a massive bug, what couldn't Yang kill in the future? As long as he froze once, he could keep the enemy frozen permanently. Yuan Hai's health was down to just over 800 under Yang's relentless attacks. Off. As the freezing state ended, Yuan Hai exploded in rage, realizing that he, a level 10 rookie, was utterly powerless before Yang. However, anger served no purpose. What responded to him was Yang's sharp Qing Shuang sword. In just a few seconds under Yang's assault, Yuan Hai fell back into a frozen state. He could only endure Yang's attacks in frustration. Boom. Under Yang's sword energy assault, Yuan Hai crashed to the ground. A sparring match. The player bled out in victory. Wow. The crowd of onlookers gaped in disbelief. Isn't this a fixed match? Isn't Yuan Hai supposed to have been in training for 2 or 3 years? How could he be defeated by a level 10 new disciple? My contribution points. Those are what I painstakingly earned over a month of tasks. That damn Yuan Hai, how could he be so useless? Haha, junior brother, we've struck it rich. Luo Xian'er excitedly ran to Yang's side. Just from this one bet, she earned nearly 700 contribution points. Standing aside, Yuan Tian's expression was extremely grim upon seeing Yuan Hai's defeat. Useless. He scolded Yuan Hai angrily and waved his hand, sending forth a fiery red energy. Bang! Yuan Hai was hit by the fiery red energy, flying backward over 10 meters, blood spewing uncontrollably. I didn't expect you had some skill left. Thinking of having lost 500 contribution points in vain, Yuan Tian couldn't help but explode in anger, glaring fiercely at Yang. I'm curious if you can withstand 1/10 of my strength. Without waiting for Yang's response, he raised his hand, condensing a fiery red spiritual energy sword in front of him, which whistled towards Yang. Faced with this terrifying strike, Yang would surely perish if struck directly. This was no sparring match. Death meant level loss, and should he fall in rank, he would be forced to return to the beginner's village for retraining. Phantom Dragon's step coiled in readiness, the sole technique at his disposal capable of countering such a devastating blow. Oomph! A delicate yet sharp exclamation rang out, and Luo Xian'er raised her jade hand with effortless grace. Instantly, an azure light barrier shimmered into existence around Yang's body. Upon closer inspection, the barrier was composed of countless azure, sword, chi tracing arcane pathways as they surged, so swift that their motion blurred into the illusion of a seamless luminous veil. This was sword chi body protection. In the blink of an eye, the flame's spiritual energy blade descended and crashed violently against the azure barrier. Ding! A crisp crystalline chime echoed forth. The flame's spiritual energy blade shattered like fragile glass, fragmenting inch by inch before dissolving entirely into the void. Do you presume I do not exist? I am curious. Can you withstand even 1/10 of my power? Luo Xian'er's expression darkened with ire as she flicked her jade hand, carelessly unleashing a streak of azure sword chi. Yuan Tian recoiled in sheer terror. Never had he imagined Luo Xian'er would turn her wrath upon him. Instantly, multiple layers of spiritual energy barriers flared across his body, yet still he deemed them insufficient. Hastily, he produced a shell-like artifact resembling a tortoise's carapace. Under his command, the shell swelled violently with the wind, expanding into a massive shield positioned squarely before him. Then came Luo Xianer's azure sword Qi, swift, unerring, inevitable. Boom! The shell exploded into splinters. His spiritual energy barriers were pierced without resistance, and the azure sword Qi slammed full force into his chest. Spurt! Yuan Tian hurtled backward over 10 meters, blood gushing from his mouth. A gaping wound tore through his chest, pulsing crimson with each heartbeat. Next time you dare bully juniors with your seniority, I'll strike you down again. With that fierce rebuke, Luo Xianer spun on her heel, seized Yang Yan's arm, and raised her jade fingers in a precise sword-point gesture, summoning her flying sword. Quick, let's go, or those old masters will come hunting me once more. She grasped Yang Yan and sprang lightly onto the blade. Without waiting for his reaction, the flying sword shot skyward with a sharp shum. Yang Yan, he felt utterly disoriented, whirled like a helpless chick dangling from her grip. Sis, senior sister, pull me up. Yang Yan pleaded, desperate to escape the vertiginous suspension, his sense of security utterly gone. We're here, we've arrived. The flying sword halted abruptly. They now stood atop Divine Sword Peak. Ugh! Riding Luo Xianer's flying sword for the second time was less riding and more being hauled back. Yang Yan retched anew. His senior sister's sword-flying mastery was truly formidable. Even his master had never induced such dizziness during flight. Ha ha ha! Luo Xianer patted his back gently. Brother, you did well. These 3,000 contribution points are your rightful reward. With that, she transferred 3,000 Yushu sect contribution points to him. Ping. You have received 3,000 contribution points from Luo Xianer. Senior sister, you earned so much, yet you give me only 3,000. That's mine, earned by skill and merit. Luo Xianer's eyes twinkled mischievously as she beamed at Yang Yan. You don't need so many right now. There's little of true value you could acquire with them anyway. Yang Yan, all right then, brother. You go enjoy yourself. She dismissed her flying sword and turned away, murmuring softly to herself, hee hee. Heavenly delicacies await now that I've got contribution points to spare. Then with a sudden burst of speed, she vanished, gone in the blink of an eye. Yang Yan gazed helplessly after her retreating figure, truly an unreliable senior sister. Alone at last, he drew forth his frost green sword and prepared to practice sword flight technique. Recalling his awkward confrontation with Yuan Haiyang and longed for a crack in the earth to swallow him whole. Focusing his mind, he activated the sword flight art and re-established his spiritual link with the frost green sword. He imagined his intent taking shape, a gentle hand reaching out, grasping the hilt with tender precision. Under his control, the frost green sword rose slowly, trembling unsteadily, like an octogenarian struggling to stand. Steady, steady. Like an infant taking its first steps, Yang Yan guided the sword through hesitant, wobbling arcs in midair. He couldn't help but wonder, weren't skills in this realm meant to function seamlessly upon mastery? Why must sword flight feel so unervingly real, demanding genuine, grueling practice? Why must sword flight feel so unervingly real, demanding genuine, grueling practice? Lost in thought, he lost focus, and with a dull clatter, the frost green sword dropped heavily to the ground. Again, he practiced diligently for some time, gradually gaining fluency in basic control. Time to head back. Drawing forth his South Ming City recall scroll, Yang and crushed it decisively. Back in South Ming City, he made straight for the Drunken River Moon Pavilion and ascended to a private chamber on the second floor. He knocked politely, then paused respectfully, awaiting response. The door swung open. Upon recognizing Yang, and the man's eyes lit up, and he burst into hearty laughter. Anzi, you've finally returned. Yang Yan smiled warmly and clapped Luo Yuan's shoulder in greeting. Come in. Luo Yuan seized Yang Yan's arm and ushered him inside. Anzi, you wouldn't believe how fiercely I fought. Not a single one among those hundreds, well, perhaps 100 at most, could land a blow on me. Fine, you're impressive, Yang Yan retorted with an exaggerated eye roll, feigning exasperation. Entering the chamber, he exchanged courteous greetings with the assembled group, returning each with equal warmth. Aside from Bai Xiao, Mingyue Qingxin, and Little Swan, 6 other young women from Bai Xiao's company were present, as well as a youth of 16 or 17 observing Yang Yan with quiet curiosity. Xuan, allow me to introduce you. This is a Tian. He's the one who saved us, Bai Xiao said, gesturing toward the youth seated quietly at the side. Yang Yan had already learned of a Tian's connection to Bai Xiao from earlier messages. He nodded courteously and offered a respectful greeting. During Yang Yan's absence, a Tian had heard the name Xuan mentioned repeatedly by Bai Xiao, always with reverence. He appraised Yang Yan from head to toe, his gaze sharp as a blade alight with the thrill of confronting strength edged subtly with warning. Then he spoke, "Greetings, elder brother Xuan. I've long admired your name." Yang touched his own face confirming. Yes, he truly did not look like an elder brother. A wry smile tugged at Yang's lips. This brat. Yet the youth was undeniably formidable. Ranked prominently on the tiered leaderboards, his prowess unmistakable. "I apologize. If not for me, none of you would have drawn the ire of Su Sanyuan and his faction," Yang said, sincerely ignoring Tion's teasing title and addressing the group with humility. "Xuan, we're all comrades. No need for such words," Bai Xiao interjected swiftly. "Exactly, brother Xuan. You should have seen us. We've slain Su Sanyuan multiple times." And finally Tion gave him a thorough thrashing. Little Xuan added, clearly exhilarated. The women's coordinated assassination tactics had relentlessly targeted Su Sanyuan, leaving him humiliated time and again. Hearing Little Xuan's account, the others grew animated, eagerly recounting their own daring feats. "Excellent. I'll train with you all soon." Seeing their spirits genuinely unbroken, Yang breathed inwardly in relief and made his promise. Yet thoughts of Su Sanyuan darkened his gaze. His eyes narrowed, cold and resolute. After listening to Yang's words, everyone was exceptionally excited. They had witnessed her terrifying strength. She could even slay silver bosses, so leveling up against ordinary monsters would be a piece of cake. "By the way, Xuan, I plan to give that bow to my best friend, who happens to be Tion's sister. She plays as a sharpshooter," Bai Xiao said to Yang. "I have no objections, you just handle it as you see fit," Yang said casually. "The price has already been negotiated, so let's sell it to her for 1 million. Bai Xiao said, although it was her best friend, the bow belonged to the team, and she had no right to make the decision without the team's agreement. This bow was currently the top-ranked equipment. If sold, it would fetch around 1.5 million. Bai Xiao planned to forego her share. "Let's do it as you suggested." Yang didn't think much of it, and left everything to Bai Xiao. Bai Xiao handed the longbow to Tion, and then transferred 3 Huaxia coins to Yang and Luo Yuan Xiao Tian, and Ming Yuqing Xian each. "Sister Yao Yao, our team has a total of 5 people. Shouldn't each person get 2.0? Xiao Tian looked at the 3.0 that arrived and asked. "This bow is worth at least 1.5 million at market price, so everyone will receive 3.000. Bai Xiao smiled lightly, holding Xiao Tian's hand to reassure her. Yang couldn't help but glance at Bai Xiao. To ensure that both her teammates and her best friend wouldn't suffer losses, she gave up her share. Indeed, she was quite the wealthy lady, not even blinking at 3.0. "Then thank you all on behalf of my sister. She has been talking about this bow for a long time." Tion stood up to thank everyone, his gaze towards Yang and filled with more curiosity. It was not hard for him to see that although Yang spoke little, the entire team was centered around her. What was it about this level 10 man that was so charming? "There's one more thing. Tion's sister found a level 20 silver boss and wants to ask us for help. Xuan, what do you think?" Bai Xiao continued, "Of course it's not for free. Regardless of whether we can defeat it, the reward will be 1.0 Huaxia coins each. Additionally, if the boss drops more than 2 pieces of silver equipment, our team can choose one first. A level 20 silver BOSS, huh?" Yang pondered for a moment and then said, "It's worth a try. However, I suggest we level up first. The fatty is currently at level 13 and not far from level 15. We should raise his level first and switch to a new shield to better withstand the boss's damage." Bai Xiao nodded. Given the higher level of this BOSS, it was indeed safer to raise Luo Yuan's level. "Alright, let's wait until Frog reaches level 15 before we head to Donghuang City. Yes, let's start the leveling plan tomorrow. We aim to get him to level 15 as soon as possible. We'll meet here at 8 a.m. Yang said to everyone. Everyone agreed, and the discussion concluded. "Sister Yao Yao, I won't take that reward. I'll be happy enough just to go along for the experience." Xiao Tian said weakly. If she went, she would be merely a bystander, and felt embarrassed to accept the money. "The reward is for our team. You are one of us, so there's no need to feel shy. I'll let you in on a secret. My sister is a wealthy lady. Oh, don't refuse what you can get," Bai Xiao said with a crescent-shaped smile. "Alright, I won't be polite then. I'll strive to make my little rabbit work a bit harder." Xiao Tian nodded earnestly. "It's getting late. Oh, everyone should log off and rest early." Bai Xiao smiled lightly, and then logged off, followed closely by Ming Yuqing Xian. Luo Yuan wandered around Nanming City with Xiao Tian, while Tion said goodbye to everyone and returned to Donghuang City. After everyone left, Yang teleported outside the city alone, casually finding a gathering spot for wild monsters to start practicing sword control. Ahead was a group of level 15 rock lizards. Rock lizard level 15, health 13,000, attack 643, physical defense 583, spiritual defense 507, speed 28. With high defense and thick health, their attacks carried toxins. Their only downside was their slow movement, which was why Yang chose them for practicing sword control. The Qing Shuang sword flew in the air, having improved significantly since the first time. However, it was still a bit wobbly and quite unstable. Yang could now control the flying sword to move forward, but it couldn't turn. He felt it was a bit challenging. Controlling the Qing Shuang sword, he shakily aimed it at a rock lizard 5 meters away, but the sword moved slowly like an old man. Slow as it was, fortunately the rock lizard also cooperated, and Yang actually hit it. 3,175. The damage is surprisingly high. Yang was startled by the damage from the sword control technique. Wasn't sword control supposed to only increase damage by 10? How could it be so much more? If it triggered a critical hit, wouldn't the damage be even more terrifying? Yang retracted the Qing Shuang sword, turned off sword control, and charged towards the rock lizard. The attacked rock lizard opened its huge mouth, dripping with drool, trying to attack Yang. However, its speed was simply too slow, and it couldn't even touch the corner of Yang's clothes. Yang swiftly thrust his sword into its head. 1,443. This was the normal damage for a basic attack. Logically, with sword control increasing damage by 10, it should have been 1,587. Yang quickly understood that the damage after activating sword control was benefiting from the 200 boost from Chaos Sword Heart. Rounded off, it was exactly 3,175. Logically, the Chaos Sword Heart should only affect sword-type skills. Sword control merely increases attack range, and the flying sword's attack should count as a normal attack. It seems that after activating sword control, it can still receive a boost. This brought unexpected delight to Yang. No wonder Luo Xianair said that sword control was the core output for Sword Immortals. Realizing this, Yang became highly motivated and activated sword control again to practice. The slow-moving rock lizards became his best practice partners. He was not focused on leveling speed, just practicing leisurely. It wasn't until 1 a.m. that Yang chose to log off. Returning to reality, Yang slowly opened his eyes, his thoughts returning. My body feels different again. Yang clenched his fists, feeling the strength in his muscles, which was noticeably greater than yesterday. Without specific testing, he didn't know how strong he had become. Buzzing. Suddenly, the sound of buzzing insects entered Yang's ears. He focused his gaze and saw a mosquito fluttering outside the window about 5 or 6 meters away. He could even see the patterns on its wings. This feeling, Yang closed his eyes, concentrating to sense. The buzzing of the mosquito grew louder. He could hear the snoring of the neighbor next door sleeping and the unbearable noise from downstairs. Every sound was magnified and then magnified again. His senses had been enhanced to such an extent. The Chaos Golden Lotus not only healed his foot injury, but was also continuously strengthening his body. At this moment, Yang was absolutely certain that the Fate Tribulation was definitely not an ordinary game. The things inside could actually be brought into reality. If he continually enhanced his strength and improved the Chaos Sword body in the game, would it make his real body even stronger? Yang's emotions grew more and more excited. This possibility was quite high, and he couldn't help but start to hope, determined to speed up his leveling and strengthen himself while searching for other petals of the Chaos Golden Lotus. Suddenly, while concentrating, Yang heard an unusual breathing sound. It was in the corridor outside the door, hidden in a dark corner. Yang seemed to be able to see a figure there, intentionally or unintentionally staring at his door. The place where Yang lived was an ordinary residential building. He had just heard the breathing sounds of several neighbors around. So who was hiding in the corner of the corridor? Could they be spies sent by the great clans? Even after being crippled, he was still not spared. Erratic breathing, not the hallmark of a noble family. Had he overthought it? Yang withdrew his focus. The surrounding clamor receded like a tide. He composed himself briefly, then reached for the door, key resting on the table. Unintentionally, his intent settled upon the key. Before his hand even made contact, it levitated and flew straight into his palm. This is telekinetic object manipulation. Is it due to the sword flight art? Even this ability had carried over into reality. Overwhelmed with elation, Yang realized he might yet become a sword immortal in the mortal world. Yet pressing matters awaited. He would investigate further later. Slowly, he opened the door. The interior light spilled outward, yet failed to pierce the dimness of the corridor. Yang distinctly sensed the figure lurking in the corner, tense instantly, holding its breath, eyes locked unwaveringly on his doorway. He stepped out as if nothing were amiss and closed the door behind him. Limping steadily down the corridor, that shadow's gaze never left him. Yang could almost feel its faint, chilling malice. A subtle curve lifted the corner of Yang's lips. He confirmed this person had come for him alone. He made no move to startle them. Instead, he turned at the corridor's bend and vanished from sight, descending the stairs. As his figure disappeared, the figure in the shadows retrieved a phone from its pocket and sent a message. Upon receiving a reply, it rose, then followed Yang with cautious steps, its face twisting into a cruel, predatory smile. This was the suburban outskirts of Wuyang City, sparsely populated where most people were lost in virtual realms. Since the cataclysmic tribulation had begun, countless real-world entertainment venues faced imminent collapse. More terrifying still, those very venues existed within the game world too. Thus at this hour the streets were virtually deserted. Yang descended the building and stepped onto the road. Ahead stretched a dim alleyway. Beyond it stood a late-night stall he frequented, a humble eatery serving pork offal noodles. His expression remained calm as he entered the shadowed alley. 1, 2, 6, 8. Including the watcher earlier, 9 in total. Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. With his heightened senses he clearly perceived 8 concealed figures hidden throughout the alley, each poised waiting. Their gazes had fixed upon him the moment he crossed the alley's threshold. Step by slow step Yang advanced, soon reaching its center. Suddenly 2 towering figures blocked his path, while the rest emerged simultaneously, encircling him tightly in the alley's heart. They brandished iron rods, faces twisted with menace. "Who are you?" He halted, gazing forward with quiet detachment. "Coach Yang, you truly have a memory like mist." A familiar voice echoed from ahead. From the gloom strode a broad-shouldered youth, Su Sanyuan. "So it's you." Seeing Su Sanyuan, Yang felt a measure of relief. Not them. This was far more manageable. "What do you want?" "What do I want? Ha ha ha. Coach Yang, do you think my gear is easy to steal?" Su Sanyuan's gaze turned glacial. He swung his iron rod with venomous force. "Oh, can't take defeat." Yang showed no fear, only biting mockery. "It seems you've yet to grasp your predicament. Either return the blood siphon bracelet today, or I'll shatter your other leg." Su Sanyuan had clearly exhausted his patience. He hadn't staked out Yang for hours just to chat. "Return it. Impossible. I'd rather see how you plan to break my leg." Yang stood utterly unruffled, his lips curling into a dangerous, knowing smile. "If you seek death, then blame yourself. There are no surveillance cameras here. Even if I cripple you, no one will ever know." Su Sanyuan glared at Yang with feral hatred and barked to his men, "Attack." The burly man before Yang struck first, swinging his iron rod downward in a brutal arc, while the others rushed in behind, desperate not to miss their chance before Yang fell. Facing that wildly telegraphed strike, Yang exploded forward with terrifying speed, his left hand snatching the man's wrist mid-swing, his right fist driving forward with crushing force. The heavy blow landed deep in the man's abdomen. Under Yang's monstrous power, the man's eyes bulged wide, his body crumpling inward, feet lifting clean off the ground. He collapsed unconscious on the spot. Yang wrenched the man's wrist backward and hurled him like a battering ram into the 6 closing in behind. Simultaneously, Yang seized the iron rod. Another youth swung toward him, gripping it with unyielding strength. The youth felt as though he'd struck solid granite. No impact, no damage. He tugged desperately, but the rod refused to budge, an impossible chasm of strength between them. Yang yanked hard. The youth stumbled forward, terror contorting his face, only to meet a devastating punch. Another unconscious body dropped. Yang repeated the maneuver, hurling the youth into the group behind, sending all 6 staggering backward, toppling to the ground in disarray. "Your turn." Yang's gaze turned glacial as it locked on Su Sanyuan, who visibly swallowed his fear unmistakable. Su Sanyuan fought to suppress his dread, raising his iron rod high. He was the club's gold medal coach, a 9th-degree black belt in Taekwondo, and Yang, nothing at all, just a cripple. "Die!" Su Sanyuan roared in fury, the rod whistling through air toward Yang's skull. The blow was vicious. Had it landed, Yang would have been killed or permanently maimed. Yet to him, Su Sanyuan moved with agonizing slowness. Yang raised his left hand, catching the rod effortlessly, while his right seized Su Sanyuan's throat. With a single surge of muscle, he lifted the man clean off his feet. Su Sanyuan's face flushed crimson, limbs flailing in panic, but Yang felt no pity. He wrenched the rod free, then brought it down, crushing Su Sanyuan's ankle. "Ah!" A guttural, agonized groan tore from Su Sanyuan's throat. Yang had measured the blow precisely enough to keep Su Sanyuan hospitalized for 10 days or more, and full recovery would take over a year, so he too might savor the agony of a broken leg. Next time it won't be just a broken leg. With that quiet warning, Yang swung his arm, hurling Su Sanyuan bodily into the crowd behind. Thud! The group scattered again, faces pale with terror. None dared so much as twitch. Yang's icy gaze swept across them, sending involuntary shivers down their spines. "Leave." It was as if divine pardon had been granted. The 6 scrambled up, hoisted the 3 unconscious men, including Su Sanyuan, and fled in panicked silence, not daring to draw breath. As the last figure vanished, Yang resumed his steady limping pace down the alley, still bound for a steaming bowl of pork offal noodles. Having eaten and drunk his fill, Yang returned to his residence, performed his evening ablutions, and drifted peacefully into slumber. Less than 3 hours later, he awoke. refreshed, alert, and utterly free of drowsiness. Could it be that following the enhancement by the Chaos Golden Lotus, his body's recuperative capacity had become so extraordinary that mere moments of rest sufficed? Since sleep eluded him, Yang and logged directly into the game. Yang and reappeared within the rock lizard territory. It was now just past 4 in the morning. The in-game time synchronized precisely with reality, cloaked in a windswept pitch-black night. The group's rendezvous was still some 3 hours away. Seizing the interim, Yang and resolved to locate an ideal leveling spot and continue refining his sword-commanding art along the way. Circumventing the rock lizard territory, he pressed steadily forward, passing several monster-infested zones, none of which proved suitable. As he walked, the world before him dimmed further, a chill, whispering wind coiled around him from all sides. Crack! Something brittle crunched beneath his foot. He glanced down. A desiccated bone, ancient beyond reckoning, shattered instantly beneath his tread. He advanced a little farther, but the path grew increasingly treacherous, no longer level, but undulating, wildly strewn with jagged stones. In the near total darkness, he paid them little heed. After traversing this rugged stretch, a sudden gust of icy wind swept across him, sending chills racing down his spine. An instinctive unease prickled at his senses. Drawing Qingfrost's sword, he scanned the gloom, but saw no foe. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The wind stirred the dead leaves and brittle twigs upon the earth. Beneath his feet, the soil swelled faintly, as if something stirred deep below, straining to break through the surface. Whoosh! A skeletal hand erupted from the ground and seized his ankle. Startled by the ambush, Yang leapt skyward in reflex. The bony grip clung stubbornly, but Yang wrenched it free with a sharp twist. Before him stood a skeletal warrior clad in tattered, rust-eaten armor. Damn you! Enraged and humiliated, Yang slashed downward with his blade. 1516, 861. Struck hard, the skeleton released its grip. Yang sprang backward, widening the distance, then activated his chaos vision. Skeletal remnant soldier description: who dares disturb my slumber? Should the general awaken, your crime shall warrant death 1,000-fold. Level 16. Vitality 12000. Attack 1320. Physical defense 461. Spiritual defense 382. A high damage, low defense foe lurching unsteadily toward him, devoid of presence, perhaps fit only to startle a maiden. Yang would never under any circumstance admit to having been startled by such a thing. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The dry leaves whispered incessantly. Yang fixed his gaze and beheld all around him skeletal hands bursting forth from the earth in horrifying profusion. Dozens, no, over 100, clawing upward in grotesque unison. So many. His face twitched involuntarily. Without hesitation, he bolted, dashing clear of the zone while the skeletons were still completing their emergence animations. As he fled, skeletal hands erupted in his wake across the ground. Only then did he realize he stood amid a sprawling, forgotten graveyard. Those uneven mounds he'd passed earlier were not hills, but graves. My apologies, he murmured inwardly. First I must escape this burial ground. Were he to stand still encircled by this legion of skeletal remnants, even he could not hope to survive. He reached the graveyard's edge in moments, only to find a vast host of skeletal soldiers surging behind him, brandishing slender broken sabers as they staggered in pursuit. Assured of safety, Yang whirled and unleashed 2 sweeping Sordoras. 3942, 359, 9461, 861. A cascade of devastating numbers bloomed above dozens of skulls. Over 70% fell instantly, obliterated in a single strike. A single critical hit from either aura was enough to erase a skeleton's vitality entirely. His destructive power had grown terrifyingly immense, and his experience bar visibly surged forward. Alas, he possessed only one area effect skill, leaving the wounded survivors untouched. While awaiting the cooldown of Sword Aura Barrage, he activated Sword Commanding Art, guiding his flying blade in a wobbling arc toward a crippled skeleton. 80-70 critical. One strike, one shattering blow. The skeleton collapsed into scattered dust and brittle bones. With the Chaos Sword core amplifying his art, his damage was nothing short of explosive. After the strike, he steered the blade onward to the next foe. Now he moved like a divine archer whose rate of fire was agonizingly slow, yet each shot struck true. The skeletons lurched forward at a pace slower even than rock lizards, and bizarrely cooperative, made no attempt to evade his erratically weaving blade. No sooner had Sword Aura Barrage recharged than he loosed another pair of auric slashes. Thus he cycled, slashing, commanding, repeating, for over 2 hours. Dawn broke. The first golden rays pierced the gloom. Energy receded, and every skeletal remnant dissolved into mist and silence. This place is viable only by night. Yang committed the location to memory, a flawless leveling ground, efficient, immersive, and perfect for honing sword commanding art. progress in both cultivation and combat achieved in tandem. At present, reaching level 16 was a feat accomplished by fewer than 1 in 10,000 players. Most remained at levels 13 or 14. For at least the next day or two, this zone would remain blissfully unclaimed. With less than an hour remaining until the appointed meeting in the graveyard, now empty, Yang returned to the rock lizard territory to continue practicing sword commanding art. At 8 o'clock sharp, all gathered at the Drunken River Moon Tavern. Yang's party of 11 strode together through the city gates and into the wilds. If Fatso can hold aggro, I suggest we test the higher tier zones, Yang proposed. No objections arose, so long as Luo Yuan could tank their damage output was assured. Let's go. Bai Xiao and Little Xuan sparkled with excitement. The party advanced into the wilderness, passing barren stretches where sparse vegetation gave way to jagged boulders and occasional glints of raw ore. Once players leveled sufficiently, this region would draw miners in droves. And precisely because of its mineral wealth, it harbored a peculiar beast, the gold-devouring rat. Gold-devouring rat description: coward. I devour stone, dare you? Vitality 10000. Physical attack 982. Physical defense 430. Spiritual defense 318. Luo Yuan, brimming with battle fervor, strode forward shield first toward a lone gold-devouring rat. The moment it sensed intrusion, the rat dropped its oar and shrieked shrilly at Luo Yuan. Ignoring its warning, he lunged forward, delivering a thunderous punch, Vajra, subduing Demon Fist. 1. He awkwardly withdrew his fist, resigned for now to playing the immovable sack. Enraged, the rat charged. 282. This damage output suggested he could safely taunt 4 or 5 rats at once, provided Bai Xiao's Celestial Melody skill could amplify healing effects. Otherwise, 3 remained a prudent limit. Fatso, pull 3 over for testing. Got it. Luo Yuan swiftly drew 3 rats, anchoring their hatred firmly with Vajra Roar. Yang launched 2 Sordoras. 4022, 361, 9653 critical. 866 critical. 2 rats perished instantly. The third staggered on its last sliver of life. Truly monstrous. Bai Xiao's lips parted in disbelief. The entire party stood frozen, stunned by the sheer magnitude of his devastation. Holy hell, Anzi. You've gotten even more monstrous. Luo Yuan blurted, unable to contain himself. Bai Xiao studied Yang closely, then gasped, eyes alight. Wait. You're already level 11. Then another far more astonishing realization struck her. Her gaze sharpened. Shui Ran, be honest. Was you the one who yesterday underwent the Sword Immortal vocation quest? A quiet smile touched Yang's lips. He gave a slight approving nod. Yes, it was me. It truly was you. Shock rippled across every face. No wonder his strength defied comprehension. Within their very midst walked the legendary Sword Immortal. Just like you, huh? Luo Yuan, still tanking the last wounded rat, seemed wholly forgotten. Bai Xiao dispatched it with a single poison needle, then turned back to Yang, eyes gleaming. Sword Immortal, can you fly on your sword? Yang fell silent for a moment. No way. Bai Xiao was somewhat astonished, as were the others, who looked on with curiosity, eager to know the answer. Cough, cough. Yang rubbed his nose. You can't become fat in one go. This is something that can only be learned later. Once you learn it, you must take me to experience it. Bai Xiao's heart was even filled with anticipation, and she couldn't help but leap with excitement. All right. If flying swords could carry people in the future, Yang would naturally have no problem. Take me along too. Luo Yuan chimed in at an inopportune moment. That might be difficult. Yang scanned Luo Yuan from head to toe and teased him. Luo Yuan, no love left. Fatty, lure the monsters. It's fine to lure more, but don't exceed 7. Otherwise you might easily get wiped out in one hit. Yang changed the subject, bringing everyone back on track. Okay. Luo Yuan ran over, drawing a group of gold-eating mice together for Yang to take down. With Yang's terrifying damage output, everyone embarked on a relaxed and enjoyable monster hunting journey. After more than 3 hours, Bai Xiao and Luo Yuan leveled up to level 14, having almost enough experience to upgrade. Little Xuan, Mingyue Qingxin, and 6 other girls were also thrilled with their experience bars soaring. After logging off to replenish food, they continued their quest for leveling up. They kept grinding until around 8 p.m., during which they also defeated a bronze-level boss, the Gold-Eating Mouse King. Bai Xiao and her friends finally reached level 15. Yang also leveled up from level 10 to level 12, and level 13 was not far off. With this leveling speed, everyone was confident they could climb the level leaderboard. From the Gold-Eating Mouse King, they obtained a level 15 bronze belt, as well as a black iron robe and a black iron hat. Belt-type equipment primarily increases health, so it was prioritized for Luo Yuan to boost his health. Little Xuan was not yet at the required level, so the level 15 robe was given to Bai Xiao. The black iron hat, also level 15, couldn't be worn by Yang, so he casually handed it to Luo Yuan. Now Luo Yuan's attributes had significantly improved. Happy Little Frog level 15, Profession Diamond Guardian. Health points 43-48, Spiritual Power 770 of Physical Attack 155, Spiritual Attack 41, Physical Defense 866, Spiritual Defense 806. Looking at Luo Yuan's current attributes, everyone felt a strong sense of security. Especially with the skill attached to the silver shield, it could protect oneself or teammates in critical moments. I wonder how powerful this profession will become in the later stages. Yang was also quite looking forward to it. The Diamond Guardian now showcased formidable defensive abilities, and as a guardian profession, one could only imagine its future limits. With such high health and defense coupled with damage reduction, as long as he was equipped with a healer, he could uphold a towering shield. Luo Yuan had already leveled up to 15, allowing Bai Siyuan and sister Yu Tian's agreement to be put into action. She had already contacted the other party, and everyone returned to the city together. Then Yang and Bai Siyuan, Luo Yuan, and Lin Xuan took the teleportation array to arrive at Dongwang City. Mingyue Qingxin had other plans and led the other girls from the company to level up on their own. With a flash of white light, the four of them appeared at the Dongwang City teleportation array. Sister Yao Yao. Outside the teleportation array, two figures had been waiting for quite a while. It was a Tian standing next to a tall woman with fair skin exuding an icy demeanor. Bai Siyuan turned to look, and a joyful expression appeared on her face. She waved at the two and ran over a Tian Yia. The woman named Han Yen, with her frosty countenance, finally revealed a hint of a smile as she opened her arms to embrace Bai Siyuan. Yao Yao, long time no see. As the two embraced, their conversation flowed effortlessly, leaving the others on the sidelines. A Tian timely nudged the icy woman with his elbow, reminding them, "If you two keep chatting like this, I'll be dark soon. Let me introduce you, Yaya, these are my teammates. This one is Shui Ran, a level 12 swordsman, and this one is Frog, a level 15 shield guard, and Little Xuan, a level 14 summoner." Bai Siyuan introduced everyone to the icy woman one by one. "Hello, I'm Ziyue Hanyan, a level 15 sharpshooter. You can call me Ziyue or Hanyan." Hanyan Ziyu nodded at everyone, her cold voice causing the temperature around them to drop slightly. Her gaze drifted over the three of them, especially revealing a look of surprise upon seeing Yang. During her prior exchanges with Bai Siyuan, she noticed Bai Siyuan held Yang in high regard and admiration. This time it was also evident that Bai Siyuan's words subtly positioned Yang as the core of their team, and the shield guard and summoner also centered their every action around him. So what charm did this level 12 swordsman possess to become the core of this team? Yang and the others nodded in response, greeting Ziyue Hanyan. "Miss Ziyue, what boss are we going to fight this time?" Yang asked. Everyone looked curiously at Ziyue Hanyan, as they had come all the way from Nanyuan City for this boss. "It's a level 20 silver boss. Previously our scouts discovered it in a desolate area while exploring the map," Ziyue Hanyan said slowly. "We previously organized a team to attempt it, but we simply could not withstand its attacks, and ended up paying quite a price. If it weren't for Bai Siyuan, I might have temporarily given up on this boss until my level and equipment improved. A level 20 silver BOSS, I wonder how much stronger it is compared to the Nether Shadow Leopard." Yang felt a bit curious. After all, it was only 5 levels away. "Does your guild have any healers? If we can find 4 more healers to join the group, we should be able to give it a try," Yang said. A team can have up to 10 people, and they still had 4 spots left, so they could recruit a few healers for extra safety. "You don't mean to suggest that just our team should take it on, right? This is a level 20 silver boss." Ziyue Hanyan's icy features displayed surprise. Yang smiled slightly and nodded. "Precisely because it is a level 20 BOSS, ordinary people simply cannot break through its defenses. Having more people would be useless and would instead increase the pressure on the healers. Alright, I'll find 4 more healers, but I won't bring any other guild members. However, I've also invited a studio team to go along, and it's already been discussed, so I can't refuse." Ziyue Hanyan agreed with Yang suggestion and then sent a message to find 4 healers. Soon 4 healer girls arrived to join the group. At the same time, a 7-member team also arrived here. Seeing these 7 people, Yang couldn't help but look surprised. Due to their demeanor, Yang found them too familiar. They all came from the 9th team of Longyu, the Blood Red team. Longyu is the highest secret and the most mysterious organization in China. They represent China in battles within the primordial secret land, competing with foreign powers for various mysterious artifacts that appear in the secret land. Those who enter Longyu are all individuals who have undergone hellish trials, true geniuses among thousands. Some are discovered among ordinary people, some are sent by ancient martial families, and others are selected through rigorous vetting from the military. If only one appeared before him, he might not recognize them, but with 7 together, he could not mistake them. These 7 evoked various memories in his heart, and images surfaced. "Captain, are you alright? Don't worry, I'm not dying yet. Hang in there, we have already called for backup from the higher-ups, though other Lone Yu teams nearby will arrive to assist soon. Captain, the fourth brother is dead and the eighth brother is also dead. It's been 5 hours already, where is our reinforcement? What about the other teams? Why hasn't a single one come? Bloodfang, don't expect any support, fight your way out with me. But Captain, your leg. Give me a sedative. Captain, will we meet again? Haha, what nonsense. I'm just retired, not dead. Let's go. Bloodstain, are you alright? Qing Ling's voice came from beside him, waking Yang and from his reverie. I'm fine, sorry I was a bit distracted. Yang looked at the beautiful girl before him, her face inadvertently revealing concern, and smiled. Let's go, it's time to fight the boss. Seeing that Yang showed no unusual behavior, by Xiao's lips revealed a faint smile beneath her veil. Okay. Looking again at the 7 people, Yang contemplated whether to acknowledge them. After thinking for a moment, he decided against it. He still had many plans to execute, and if things were to be exposed, it might affect them. The leader among the 7 seemed to notice Yang's gaze and looked over, furrowing his brows in confusion as he approached Yang. Friend, you look somewhat familiar, may I ask your name? Yang was not worried that the other party would recognize him. Everyone in Lone Yu kept their identities strictly confidential and wore masks or face coverings during missions. Call me Bloodstain. Yang slightly altered his speaking style in response. Bloodstain? That name is quite similar to ours. Though the person seemed puzzled and familiar, he could not recall knowing anyone by that name. I am Bloodfang, not sure if you've heard of me. It's quite a coincidence, but I'm sorry I haven't heard of you, Yang apologetically replied. Bloodfang nodded, falling into a brief silence, pondering something. Yang did not think too much. Even if the names were similar, it would be hard to equate himself with their captain. After casually chatting with Yang for a while, Bloodfang returned to his team. Do you think that person looks somewhat familiar? Indeed, a bit. Bloodstain. The name is quite similar to ours. Perhaps it's just a coincidence. Let's not dwell on it. Hurry up and help the Qin family's juniors finish off the boss so we can level up. The 2 teams totaling 17 people traversed mountains and valleys, passing one monster gathering point after another, arriving at a desolate area. It's right ahead. Ziyuhan, Yin pointed forward where a ruin lay with crumbling walls and broken pillars in a state of disrepair, and occasionally the remains of wild monsters could still be seen. Last time we put in a great effort to clear the wild monsters in the outskirts. It seems they won't respawn before the boss is defeated. Atian was full of vigor. Even though he was about to face that formidable boss again, there was not a trace of fear on his face. As everyone entered the ruins, they saw a gigantic black bull, nearly 3 meters tall, in the center of the ruins. Its body was muscular and powerful, with horns that reached the sky. How could there be a bull in a place like this? Yang also found it unbelievable, feeling somewhat at a loss. He activated the Eye of Chaos to take a look. Wild Bull Guardian, Silver Grade Boss description: a guardian of the Wild Bull Clan's temple. For some unknown reason, it was hunted by the Wild Bull Clan, severely injured, and escaped here. Level 20 health value, 900 physical attack power, 2831 physical defense, 876, magical defense, 788. Stampede: the Wild Bull Guardian rises on 2 legs, attacking the target with its hooves, dealing 165 damage and stunning for 3 seconds. Bull Charge charges at a random target, dealing 180 damage to all targets in its path, with a maximum charge distance of 15 meters. If no targets are hit upon reaching the end of the charge, it will initiate another Bull Charge. Earthquake: Trample harnesses the power of the earth to execute a seismic attack, dealing 130 damage per second to all targets within a 10-meter radius for 10 seconds. The next release will increase the radius by 1 meter. Wild Bull Roar emits an enraged roar, reducing the attack of all targets within 20 meters by 20 for 1 minute. Unyielding Will: for every 5 decrease in health, defense increases by 1. This Wild Bull Guardian, despite being severely injured, is still so terrifying. Its health surprisingly reaches a staggering 9800, with an attack power of 2831 and such terrifying defense. No wonder Ziyuhan Yin couldn't defeat it, even with a team effort. Such attributes are beyond what current players can counter. Yang shared the attribute panel of the Wild Bull Guardian with the team, causing everyone to fall silent. This is undoubtedly a super tank, a super meat shield. How do we fight it? Bai Xiao asked Yang, while Luo Yuan and Xiao Xuan also looked to Yang waiting for his orders. Ziyuhan Yin, whose face was as cold as ice, and Atian also cast their gazes, making Yang, who preferred to keep a low profile, the center of attention. The Wild Bull Guardian's attack is extremely terrifying. I fear that besides the frog, the rest of us cannot withstand its damage. Yang carefully examined the boss's skills and said solemnly. He did not mention himself. In fact, with his current health value of 5689, he could withstand a hit without any problem. He then continued to analyze the skills and arrange tactics. The Bloodred team observed everything closely and their confusion grew as they watched Yang and strategizing and calmly analyzing a sight that felt quite familiar. Let's get started. Yang commanded. Luo Yuan took the lead, stepping forward with a bronze ancient shield, slowly approaching the wild bull guardian. Mu, upon noticing someone approaching, the black bull let out an angry roar, its eyes glowing crimson, fixating on Luo Yuan. As Luo Yuan advanced step by step, it took 2 steps back, its left hoof scraping the ground, signaling the charge. It's going to initiate a bull charge. The frog will activate damage reduction and shield maneuver to guide the boss's charge direction, avoiding affecting the rear. Yang swiftly issued instructions. A Luo Yuan immediately activated Diamond Barrier, then cast the skill Ancient Shield Protection from his bronze ancient shield. Gaining a shield worth 15 of his health, Luo Yuan now had a health value of 4348, giving him a shield value of 652. Mu. The wild bull guardian warmed up, charging directly at Luo Yuan, its massive body resembling a mountain crashing forward, its towering horns instilling fear. Facing the bull charge, Luo Yuan held the shield in front, sinking his body down to firmly brace against the shield. Bang! The shield shattered instantly. It was impossible to stop the boss's charge. Under the impact of the wild bull guardian, Luo Yuan's body was pushed forward by 15 meters, suffering 1370 damage. Fortunately, there was no one else in the charge path, or the consequences would have been unimaginable. Hold on. The frog will draw the aggro, everyone else attack, and the healer should stay back and heal the frog. Luo Yuan activated the King Kong roar to firmly hold the aggro, and Bai Siyuan immediately cast a blood vitality technique to restore his health. Then a poison needle shot out, hitting the boss. 2,940 poison, 2,940, 2,940, 2,940, 2,940. Bai Siyuan's damage made everyone turn their heads, hardly believing this was damage dealt by a healer. However, it was quickly understood that this was percentage-based damage with a relatively long cooldown. Unfortunately, it had a damage cap. Early on it was fine, but in the later stages the damage output would fall short. The ranged attacker Ziyue Henyan also drew her bow, shooting 2 arrows in quick succession, utilizing the Shadow Pearl skill from her silver bow. Each arrow dealt 125 damage plus 20 dark damage. 780 a 156, 780 a 156. The Shadow Bow had a 15 damage bonus at night, making Ziyue Henyan's output quite impressive. Yang also held nothing back, swinging the Qingshuang sword forward, unleashing 2 sword energies directed at the wild bull guardian. 8058 critical, 363 true, 3,358, 363. Such damage caused everyone aside from the original 4 in the party to pause in disbelief. Bai Siyuan was already shocking them, but this lowest strength swordsman in the team had even more exaggerated damage. Seeing this, Tian was unwilling to be outdone. He charged to the front of the BOSS, his body glowing with fiery light, as he activated the damage-boosting skill Flame Blade Aura, increasing his damage by 20 before unleashing his unique skill Meteor Slash. With his dual blades swinging, he dealt 8 blade damage instances to all targets in front of him, each dealing 60 damage. 192, 192, 307 critical, 192, 192. 38 burn, 38. A series of damage numbers appeared, and Tian was not surprised. He had experienced this before. He then followed up with the powerful first-turn skill Flame Slash. 528. The Blood Color team also joined the battle, consisting of 2 swordsmen, 2 assassins, 1 fist master, 1 gunner, and 1 blade master. All were combat-oriented classes, fitting their real-life identities well. Bloodfang took the lead, circling behind the BOSS, his dagger glinting coldly as he stabbed the wild bull guardian's backside. Backstab. 824. The damage was even higher than that dealt by Ziyue Henyan, who wielded the #1 bow in the server. Truly a member of the most mysterious organization in Huaxia. The members of the Blood Color team were nimble and highly skilled in combat, with the other members also striking in turn, their damage surprisingly comparable to Tian's. Due to the high damage output, Yang refrained from attacking recklessly, otherwise if he lost aggro, it could lead to a wipe. He continuously unleashed sword energy slashes from a distance. The freezing effect after stacking 10 layers of marks with the Qingshuang sword was ineffective due to the boss's high resistance, freezing only for a brief moment. Among all present, Little Swan was the least effective. While the little rabbit and radish smashed away, she couldn't even scratch the BOSS, so she simply cheered for her teammates. With its health dropping to 95, the wild bull let out a long roar and everyone's attack power decreased. It was its last active skill, Wild Bull Roar, which reduced attack power by 20. This made things even tougher for those already struggling with low output. Had it not been for Yang and Bai Siyuan, given their output, they would probably still be fighting until tomorrow. Under Yang An's terrifying output, the Wild Bull Guardian's health was not dropping slowly at all, soon approaching 90. The boss's health was about to drop to 90. Based on past experience, it would definitely unleash a skill. Everyone except the frog should retreat. Upon hearing the command, everyone retreated, distancing themselves from the boss. Yang An unleashed two sword energies, bringing the Wild Bull Guardian's health below 90. Suddenly, it let out a thunderous bull roar and stomped its front hooves heavily on the ground. Bang! 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 The earth trembled continuously, marking the activation of its large area group attack skill, War Stamp. However, only Luo Yuan remained on the field, tragically enduring its wrath, with a health drop of 1433 per second. Bai Siyuan immediately cast Celestial Melody on herself, applying a blood vitality technique every second to restore Luo Yuan's health. Along with the other 4 healers taking turns to cast their skills, Luo Yuan finally endured the 10 seconds of War Stamp. The group continued their output for almost 3 minutes. Moo. Not good. The boss is about to unleash its Wild Bull charge again. Yang An quickly issued a command upon seeing the boss's movements quickly spread out. The Wild Bull charge would randomly select a target, making this mechanism very troublesome and filled with uncertainty. The Wild Bull Guardian turned its head directly towards Ziyue Hanyan, its massive body exuding immense pressure. Thud, thud, thud. The ground trembled incessantly. The others had retreated, but Ziyue Hanyan could not, otherwise if the boss missed its target it would charge again. Rabbit! Yang An called to Little Xuan. Little Xuan was already prepared, and the previously idle black rabbit seemed to pause, feeling the carrot in its hand lose its flavor. Under Little Xuan's control, the black rabbit stood on the Wild Bull Guardian's charge path, while Ziyue Hanyan swiftly moved away from the danger zone. Bang! The little rabbit's small body was directly struck by the Wild Bull, instantly killed and disappearing in a flash. Woo, my poor bunny. Don't be sad, just summon it again, and it will spring back to life. Yang An comforted her with a smile. Little Xuan waved her small hand, and the black rabbit was summoned once more, baring its teeth at Yang An. Yang An still holds a grudge. Luo Yuan quickly followed up, pulling aggro, and everyone entered a new round of battle. At the 5th minute, the Wild Bull suddenly rose on its hind legs, making strange noises while stomping its front hooves heavily towards Luo Yuan. 2494, stunned for 3 seconds. With many healers present, Luo Yuan felt no pressure. The lost health would be instantly restored. During the 3 seconds of being stunned, Yang An ceased attacking to avoid losing aggro. The Wild Bull Guardian unleashes Wild Bull Charge every 3 minutes, stomp you in the face every 5 minutes, Wild Bull Roar at every 5 health, and War Stamp at every 10 health. The skill release frequency is extremely high. A normal team would be unable to handle such a terrifying BOSS, especially since it has a passive ability that increases its defense by 1 for every 5 health lost. Indeed, as the fight goes on, its defense increases and the team's damage decreases. The Wild Bull Guardian's health continued to decline: 88, 60, 30, 15, 11, 10, 1, only the last 10 left. It must be said that the Wild Bull Guardian's health recovery speed was impressively fast, otherwise it would have been defeated long ago. After a long battle, they finally brought the Wild Bull Guardian's health down to nearly 10. Everyone spread out. It should unleash War Stamp again. This time the range will be 19 meters, as usual. Frog sacrifice. Every time War Stamp is released, the range increases by 1 meter. It has now reached 18 meters. The healers cannot stand outside the range to heal Luo Yuan. They can only wait until the skill ends to revive him. Fortunately, during the skill release, the boss will not attack. Moo. However, to everyone's surprise, the boss did not unleash War Stamp, but instead was enveloped in a layer of bloody light. With continuous bull roars, it suddenly stood up, its body undergoing a transformation. Moments later, a nearly 5-meter minotaur wielding a giant axe appeared before everyone, leaving them in shock at the sudden transformation skill. Ding! The Wild Bull Guardian, facing a death threat, forcibly activated its battle form, increasing its attack and defense by 50. What should I do? Hearing the system's voice, Tian instinctively turned his gaze towards Yang An. The current defenses of the Wild Bull Guardian were impenetrable. They couldn't break through its defenses. Even with the top-ranked Bao Ziyue Hanyan could only deal a bit over 100 damage. The only one unaffected was Bai Siyu. Her poison needles dealt damage based on percentage, so even the highest defenses were irrelevant. However, the Wild Bull Guardian not only had increased defenses, but also had a 50 boost in attack. Even Luo Yuan found it hard to withstand. Without activating the diamond barrier, any skill could kill him instantly. Despicable humans taking advantage of my weakness. A deep voice boomed from the giant bull-headed figure as it angrily lifted its right foot and stomped down. War Stomp. 2 seconds later, Luo Yuan fell to the ground. Wait for the skill to end. The healer will resurrect the frog first, Yang said solemnly, not expecting such a situation while fighting a boss. As the war stomp skill ended, Luo Yuan was immediately revived. Before he could even generate hate, the wild bull guardian charged at a member of the blood-red squad with its skill rampaging bull charge. Little Bunny was on the other side and couldn't make it in time. It was quickly killed, and the distance between Luo Yuan and the boss widened. With his slow movement speed, catching up to the boss was extremely difficult. Yang immediately unleashed two sword chi. 6418 2674. Mu. After being attacked by Yang and the wild bull guardian, abandoned the pursuit of others and charged straight at Yang. Yang dashed out to prevent others from being affected. Ding. Player by CU used the skill Heavenly Melody on you. The sword chi combo's cooldown has refreshed, increasing its effect by 30, and the cooldown will be reduced by 80 for the next 10 minutes. It's been a long time since I've experienced the beauty of Heavenly Melody, Yang thought joyously. The cooldown for sword chi combo dropped to 1 second, and he unleashed two sword chi directly. 3292, 7900. Swift movement. Yang activated his speed boost, increasing the distance from the boss, unleashing a sword chi combo every second with frenzied strikes. During this time, Bai Siyu also threw poison needles to add damage. Mu. Damn humans. The wild bull guardian could only roar in frustration as its health continued to decrease, launching rampaging bull charge at Yang. Little Bunny. Squeak squeak. Little Bunny reluctantly waved its carrot at Yang, but under the command of its master, the Little Swan, it could only helplessly rush forward using its small body to block the massive bull-headed monster. Yang swiftly dodged to avoid the charge range, continuing to unleash sword chi combos. Although the boss was regenerating health rapidly, it could not withstand Yang's full output. Boom. No. I just managed to escape. I cannot die. The wild bull guardian's health was depleted, its eyes filled with unwillingness as it crashed to the ground, dropping a pile of items. Ding. Congratulations to your team for defeating the level 20 silver boss, the wild bull guardian. The substantial experience allowed Yang to directly level up to level 13. Everyone stared at Yang's performance, unable to regain their senses. Was this really a level 13 swordsman? Seeing everyone still dazed, Yang chuckled. Stop staring, come look at the loot. Wow. Ziyue Hanyan looked at Yang, and her eyes filled with disbelief. Even with the best weapon in hand, her output barely compared to his, making her, usually full of confidence, feel the vast gap between them. Holding dual daggers, Tian had to admit that he was vastly outmatched in output compared to Yang. However, output did not necessarily define a person's overall strength. Tian remained confident in himself, looking at Yang and with a mixture of respect and fighting spirit. You're strong. Let's spar sometime. Yang smiled and replied casually, I'm always up for it. After defeating the boss, the 7 members of the Blood-Red Squad left directly. They had an agreement with Ziyue Hanyan to not participate in the distribution of items. However, before leaving, Bloodfang threw a friend request to Yang expressing interest in him and inviting him to find them if needed. This left Yang feeling troubled, hesitating for a long time about whether to accept. After some contemplation, Yang chose to accept the friend request. Come look at what the boss dropped. Ziyue Hanyan had already counted the loot and called out to Yang and the others. The wild bull guardian was very generous, dropping 2 pieces of silver equipment, a level 20 silver longsword, and a level 20 silver armor. There were 4 pieces of bronze equipment, an 18-level helm, 2 16-level rings, and a pair of 17-level boots. Additionally, there were several black iron items and various scrolls and skill books. Yang looked at the loot with some envy, but restrained himself. After all, he had agreed to take only his fair share in exchange for his services. This time we could defeat the boss entirely, depended on the output from Blood Dye alongside the powerful defense from the frog. Otherwise we wouldn't have stood a chance against the wild bull guardian. So as a form of gratitude, I propose that you all still get to choose 1 item first, then my brother and I will each pick 1, and after that you can select 3 more items. Ziyue Hanyan smiled as she looked at everyone. Really? Yeah, you're so kind. Bai Siyu exclaimed, hugging Ziyue Hanyan excitedly. You all choose first. Yang couldn't help but glance at the cold as ice woman, surprised by her decisiveness. Blood Dye, you choose first. All right, Yang nodded. Then I won't be polite. He stepped forward and looked at the equipment on the ground. The most valuable were undoubtedly the silver-grade items. The longsword didn't suit him, but the armor could be useful. What is this? Yang noticed a round stone the size of a human head quietly lying on the ground. Upon picking it up, the system provided no description, which piqued Yang's interest, and he activated his chaos eye to take a look. Mysterious pet egg, a sacred egg offered to the Wild Bull clan's temple for 10,000 years. Due to the temple guardian being corrupted by the abyss, it was stolen and has lost the temple's power, gradually losing its sentience. It turned out to be a pet egg. However, it was clear that this was not a normal pet egg. It was gradually losing its sentience. He'll choose this. Yang suddenly became very interested in this pet egg. The others were surprised to see Yang choose a stone with no description. Why aren't you choosing equipment? Why see you asked. I like this, and the levels of those equipment are too high, I can't equip them yet. Yang smiled as he stored the pet egg in his backpack. Seeing that Yang had already put the stone away, they didn't say anything further and began to choose their own items. Tian chose the level 20 silver longsword, and Ziyue Hanyan took the silver armor. Although she couldn't equip it, she could give it to Tian. Luo Yuan picked the 18-level bronze helm, while Bai Siyu and Little Xuan each chose a ring. The remaining items were all to belong to Ziyue Hanyan as per their agreement. After the distribution was complete, Yang and his group prepared to return to South Sea City. Everyone, why not join my guild? Ziyue Hanyan sincerely invited Yang and the others. Our Hanyan Pavilion may not be a super guild, but we have nearly 5,000 members, barely placing us among the top tier. Yang was somewhat surprised that Ziyue Hanyan managed such a large guild, which was much stronger than the likes of Tunglong and Fengshua Pavilion. It's just a pity that no guilds had yet obtained a guild creation order, making it difficult to command and manage such a large number of members. Blood Dye joining Hanyan Pavilion could grant you the Vice Guild Master position along with a salary of 5 million a year. Ziyue Hanyan offered an irresistible combination of power and wealth. Sorry, I'm used to freedom and currently have no plans to join a guild. To be honest, 5 million was indeed tempting for the Yang of the past, but for him, now earning money wasn't the most important thing. Joining a guild meant responsibility and certain constraints. He preferred a life of freedom. Luo Yuan naturally followed Yang An's lead. Seeing that everyone politely declined and had no intention to join Ziyue Hanyan, could only give up. He'll come find you. At the moment of parting, Tian approached Yang and with a glint in his eyes. Huh, when did you two become so flirty? Bai Siyu teased the two. Yang Tian. Yang returned to South Sea City first, while Ziyue Hanyan took the two girls to stroll around East Wilderness City. Tian took the lonely fatty into the arena for sparring. After returning to South Sea City, Yang opened the map and found a place called the Spirit Beast Garden. After teleporting to the nearest location, he jogged to the entrance of the Spirit Beast Garden. The Spirit Beast Garden did not sell spirit beasts, but helped players hatch their pets, while the pet eggs needed to be acquired by the players themselves. After such a long time, he still hadn't seen anyone hatching a pet, indicating just how difficult it was to obtain a pet egg. Yang entered the Spirit Beast Garden and approached a building within. In the first floor lobby, several staff members were dozing off. He gently knocked on the open door. Who is it? Can someone let me sleep in peace? A staff member named Li Qizheng replied groggily, clearly still not awake. Hello, I would like to hatch a pet egg. Pet egg? Li Qizheng rubbed his eyes, raised an eyebrow, and tried hard to open them, looking at Yang. Let me see it. Yang took out the unknown pet egg and placed it in front of Li Qizheng. Are you looking for trouble, young man? This is obviously an ordinary stone. Li Qizheng glanced at the pet egg Yang took out and shouted angrily. This is an ordinary stone. It seemed that the spiritual beast cultivators here could not recognize the uniqueness of this pet egg. Disappointed, Yang left and pondered how to deal with this pet egg. Right, let's ask Master, he must know. Yang immediately took out the pure Yang jade pendant and transmitted to the Shunjian peak of the Yushu sect. Master. Upon arriving at the courtyard of the pure Yang Master, Yang shouted loudly. No response came from the pure Yang Master, indicating he was likely not here. Junior brother. A girl in green appeared before Yang smiling at him. Why are you up at this hour looking for Master? Hello, senior sister. Yang politely greeted her. Although his senior sister was unreliable, her strength was incredibly formidable. Master has gone on a long journey and won't be back for a while. If you have something to say, tell me. I might be able to help you. Luo Xianer said, her lips curling into a warm smile. Yang thought for a moment. With Master away and no good ideas, he decided to take out the pet egg. Senior sister, take a look at this. Oh. Luo Xianer looked at the pet egg with curiosity, reaching out to take it. Where did you get this, junior brother? Her eyes sparkled as she examined the egg closely. Yang seemed to see her drooling. I got it from a wild bull guardian. It's said to be something from the Wild Bull Clan's temple. The Wild Bull Clan's temple. Rumor has it that a holy egg is stored there. Could this be it? It doesn't look like it though, and its divinity is fading. Soon it will turn into an ordinary stone. Luo Xianer secretly wiped her mouth and smiled at Yang. Junior brother, while its divinity hasn't completely disappeared, why don't we roast it and eat it? Yang. Senior sister, can you be a bit more reliable? He felt a headache coming on. Is there any way to preserve its divinity or hatch it? You want to hatch it? Luo Xianer looked somewhat disappointed. Then we won't get to eat such a delicious egg. Yang senior sister. I have temporarily sealed it to prevent further loss of divinity, but it is now extremely weak and urgently needs abundant energy to replenish, Luo Xian'er said, her hands glowing as she stroked the pet egg. She then returned the pet egg to Yang and continued, there is a secret place in the Yushu sect called the Tianling Pool, which has abundant spiritual energy. Where is the Tianling Pool? Yang asked happily, who said senior sister was unreliable. Disciples are not allowed to enter the Tianling Pool without permission. Luo Xian'er's words doused Yang and with cold water. However, if you pass the 5th level of the Tongtian Tower, you will receive a token to enter the Tianling Pool. Tongtian Tower. Yang looked puzzled at Luo Xian'er. The Tongtian Tower has a total of 99 levels. Every time you pass a level, there are generous rewards, and on the 5th level, you can obtain a pass to enter the Tianling Pool. The 5th level, huh? He'll go challenge the Tongtian Tower right now. Yang immediately prepared to set off, then suddenly stopped, looking at Luo Xian'er awkwardly. Senior sister, how about you guide me? All right, but junior brother, you mustn't tell anyone that I told you. Luo Xian'er summoned her flying sword, grabbed Yang's arm, and jumped on it. Yang had yet to understand the meaning behind Luo Xian'er's words when he experienced her sword-dragging technique once more. Soon Yang was brought to the front of the Tongtian Tower. She directly dropped Yang and quickly disappeared, fearing to be seen, not knowing how many misdeeds she had done. It was an ancient, towering high tower standing on the mountainside, and as Yang approached, he felt a heavy, archaic aura. In front of the Tongtian Tower, there was a massive stone tablet recording the rankings of those who had challenged it. Yang stepped forward, and at the very top of the stone tablet, the name of his master, the Pure Yang Master, was prominently displayed. First Pure Yang Master, 98 levels. Second Yushu Master, 94 levels. 168 Luo Xian'er, 77 levels. Master truly is impressive. Yang was quite surprised that his senior sister was also on the list. This senior sister, who looked rather young, had unfathomable strength. He hurried towards the Tongtian Tower. At the entrance sat an elderly man with white hair and beard. He was the guardian of the Tongtian Tower, holding the authority to open it. Anyone wishing to enter the tower must gain his consent. Senior, I have come to challenge the Tongtian Tower, Yang said respectfully. The old man did not even open his eyes and spoke faintly. The Tongtian Tower is divided into stages of 5 levels. If you cannot pass the 5th level, you will start from the 1st level again upon failure, and you can only challenge once a day. Are you sure you want to enter the Tongtian Tower? Yang nodded. I've thought it over. The old man raised his hand and waved lightly. A ray of light fell upon Yang, and then Yang felt a flash before his eyes, and his body was already teleported into the tower. Once Yang disappeared, the old man slowly opened his eyes. This child actually has the aura of pure Yang. Could he be a new disciple he accepted? The old man murmured, then shook his head helplessly. I hope he's not another troublemaker. Yang appeared in a vast and low forest with sparse vegetation around him. Ding! The 1st level of the Tongtian Tower challenge begins. Kill all monsters to pass the level. As the system voice sounded, a blood-red wolf-shaped monster suddenly appeared in front of Yang and similar in size to an ordinary wolf. Blood Wolf, Special Monster Level 10. Description: Look, food has come to me. Health 5800, Attack 1233, Physical Defense 322, Spiritual Defense 453, Speed 58. Skills: Bloodthirst. The Blood Wolf inflicts a 30 lifesteal effect with each attack and has a certain chance to cause bleeding effect. Ruthless. The Blood Wolf's attack increases by 5 for every 10 health lost. Before Yang could prepare, the Blood Wolf let out a fierce howl and rushed towards him with deadly intent. So fast. Yang was somewhat surprised. The Blood Wolf was not much slower than him. With the Qing Shuang sword in hand, he swung it forward, sending out 2 waves of sword energy. 10208 Critical Hit 4253. The 2 sword energies triggered a critical hit, taking a quarter of the Blood Wolf's health. It seems not as difficult as I imagined. According to what senior sister said, the difficulty of the Tongtian Tower should be quite high. Yang seemed to forget that he was now known as the foremost sword immortal in offense, born for the sword path with the chaotic sword body. Furthermore, this 1st level was merely a welfare level provided by the Yushu sect to newly promoted disciples. Even as a welfare level, if an ordinary person came to face a Blood Wolf with high lifesteal, increased attack upon losing health and high speed, they might not be able to handle it. After releasing the sword energy, Yang quickly retreated, maintaining his distance from the Blood Wolf, employing a kite strategy. The Blood Wolf was fast, yet still somewhat slower than him, unable to catch up to Yang. Before long, it was slain under Yang's sword. Ding! Congratulations, you have passed the 1st level of the Tongtian Tower, gaining 100 experience and 20 contribution points to the sect. Such high experience and 20 contribution points. Yang felt delighted. 20 contribution points were much easier than serving tea or water. Unfortunately, after clearing each level, there would be no rewards for returning to fight the monsters. The scene before him changed, and it was still a low forest. Ding! The The second level of the Tongtian Tower opens, kill all monsters to pass the level. Another blood wolf. The figure of a blood wolf reappeared before Yang, but this time, there were a full 10 of them. The difficulty increased tenfold. Yang stood with his sword, gazing at the 10 blood wolves ahead, checking his attributes, feeling no fear in his heart. Character name Shui Ran. Profession Sword Immortal. First transition, level 13. Health 5699, physical attack 1829, spiritual attack 578, a physical defense 656, spiritual defense 595, speed 61, crit rate 58, crit damage 240, defense break 40, lifesteal 10. A woo. The wolf pack roared as they charged towards Yang. Sword energy slashed continuously. In Yang eyes, 10 wolves were no different from one. It just took a bit longer. 2 minutes later, as the last blood wolf fell, the system's voice sounded again. Ding. Congratulations on passing the second layer of the Celestial Tower, earning 100 experience and 40 points of sect contribution. In the third layer, 50 blood wolves appeared before Yang and their level raised to 14, with all attributes enhanced. At this pace, how many blood wolves will I face in the fifth layer, and what level will they reach? Facing a full 50 blood wolves at level 15, Yang's expression grew slightly grave. As the howls of wolves echoed, the pack surged forward. So fast. I must activate Swift Walk. The level 15 blood wolves are slightly faster than me. If I don't use an acceleration skill if surrounded by the wolves, even I won't survive. He was a sword immortal known for his offensive prowess with average survival skills and defenses. Yang relied entirely on his attributes and 2 acceleration skills to achieve a no-damage monster kill. After activating Swift Walk, his speed surged, allowing Yang to regain the initiative. With a kite strategy, he managed to kill all the blood wolves without incident. The fourth layer opened with 100 blood wolves. Yang tightened his grip on the Qing Shuang sword, feeling unprecedented pressure. Swift Walk still had 7 minutes of cooldown. He could only rely on Phantom Dragon now. Combat was about to erupt as sword energy slashed out repeatedly with 100 blood wolves viciously surrounding him. Yang decisively used Phantom Dragon, flashing 10 meters away, waiting for the cooldown of sword energy slashes to release again. In 3 minutes, Yang killed over 60 blood wolves. The acceleration state has ended. The acceleration effect of Phantom Dragon only lasted 3 minutes. Swift Walk's cooldown still has 4 minutes. Yang's expression grew serious. Without acceleration skills, how would he deal with the remaining 30 blood wolves? Do I have to use the Chaos Sword domain? Yang was reluctant to use this last resort unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, this was only the 4th layer. It was easy to imagine that the 5th layer would be even more terrifying. Sword control? No way. His proficiency was too low now. If he mishandled the flying sword, he might not be able to retrieve it and would fall into a worse predicament. The pack of wolves surrounded him, baring their sharp fangs and glaring fiercely at Yang. If he couldn't handle these beasts, what would he use to face the upcoming 5th layer? Come on. Yang tightly gripped his longsword, his gaze growing increasingly resolute, while his body quickly retreated, trying to distance himself from the pack, and by time. Owl. Soon the blood wolves caught up. Broken Cloud Sword. 7,964 crit. Yang struck and retreated swiftly, slipping through the gaps in the wolves. 793, 238, 938, 281, 1083, 325. Damage appeared above Yang's head as he was attacked by 3 blood wolves. Fortunately, he did not trigger the tearing effect, but he still lost nearly half of his health. The 3 blood wolves recovered some health under the 30 lifesteal effect. Ignoring the few blood wolves behind him, Yang released 2 waves of sword energy towards the densely packed wolf pack. A wave of high damage floated above their heads, and under the lifesteal effect, Yang's health was fully restored. With all skills on cooldown, Yang could only use normal attacks, struggling to hold on amidst the wolf pack. No normal attacks deal too little damage. A lifesteal won't suffice. Only sword energy slashes dealing mass area damage can maintain my health. I must hold on for 5 seconds until sword energy slashes cool down. But what other options are there? Sword control. Yang suddenly had a flash of insight, thinking of a possibility. A dead horse as a live horse doctor. This was already the last resort. Yang immediately activated sword control, re-establishing a mysterious connection with his Qing Shuang sword. However, this time he did not use his mind to control the Qing Shuang sword to fly out, but instead held it tightly in his hand. Part of the sword activated. He swiftly slashed at a blood wolf. 8343 crit, 834, 972 crit. It really works. After activating sword control directly, using his hand to control allowed him to achieve a 200 damage bonus from the Chaos Sword Heart. This significantly increased the damage of his normal attacks, and the lifesteal could barely sustain him. However, the situation remained dire. Yang took out a health recovery pill, and a low-grade red potion from his bag, and swallowed them to restore some health. At this moment he missed by Siyuan's talent skill Heavenly Sound dearly. If only he had this skill support, he could easily slay these blood wolves. Temporarily stabilizing his health, Yang and did his utmost to dodge and maneuver through the wolf pack, avoiding the blood wolves' attacks, while occasionally striking back at them. Finally able to stabilize, he held on for 5 seconds, and just as his health was about to empty, he released sword energy slashes resulting in a series of high damage, and with 10 lifesteal his health was fully restored. A heart-stopping 5 seconds. I was almost finished. Yang felt a slight relief in his heart, his heartbeat noticeably quickening just now. However, now was not the time to let his guard down. There was still the next 5 seconds, a more 5 seconds, all of which were crucial, and he could not afford to be careless. If he took too much damage and couldn't recover his health, he could very well die on the spot. Next, Yang continuously maneuvered around the blood wolves, and finally one by one, they fell, relieving his pressure. With the last blood wolf falling, he finally completed the 4th layer's clearance task. Ding! Congratulations on passing the 4th layer of the Celestial Tower, earning 500 experience and 100 points of sect contribution. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up to level 15, earning 5 points of free attributes. He finally reached level 15, and the Night Shadow Necklace obtained from killing the Underworld Shadow Leopard was almost rotting in his bag. Night Shadow Necklace description: light, I do not need, darkness is my home. Quality bronze level requirement level 15, Oi profession requirement physical profession. Basic attributes: physical defense 156, spiritual defense 162, agility 38, crit rate 13. Special feature: in nighttime or dark environments, crit rate 10, crit damage 20. Equipped, directly replacing the previous critical necklace. Unfortunately, there is no time differentiation in the Celestial Tower, so he couldn't gain the nighttime bonus of increased crit rate and crit damage from the Night Shadow Necklace. Phew. Yang let out a long breath, then said self-deprecatingly, as a dignified sword immortal, I actually had to use sword control like this. I must not let Master see this. But at least it's over. Next is the 5th challenge. Swift Walk has cooled down completely, and Phantom Dragon still has about 4 minutes left. The scene shifted, and Yang found himself in an open plaza. Ding! The 5th challenge of the Celestial Tower begins. Kill the Guardian to pass the stage. Guardian. Finally not a blood wolf. Yang secretly breathed a sigh of relief, as he was far less eager to face a multitude of blood wolves. Before him slowly materialized a creature slightly larger than a blood wolf, resembling a fox with silvery white fur, a long snout, pointed ears, and 3 fluffy tails. 3-tailed silver moon fox, silver tier BOSS description: I am a little monster, carefree and at ease. Level 20 health points, 830 magic attack, 2253, physical defense 752, magic defense 984, speed 75. Spiritual energy explosion throws a spiritual energy bomb at the target area, dealing 180 magic damage and stunning for 3 seconds. Silver moon mirage pulls the target into an illusion, dealing 30 magic damage per second. The duration of the illusion depends on the difference in both parties' magic power. Silver Moon Shield releases a shield protecting itself equivalent to 5 of its health, lasting for 1 minute. If the shield is not broken, it will restore 500 of the remaining shield value of the 3-tailed Silver Moon Fox. Silver Moon Clone: when health drops to 10, the 3-tailed Silver Moon Fox sacrifices 20 defense to create 3 clones, which inherit the current health and attack defense of the main body. Each clone's death will restore 30 of the maximum health of the 3-tailed Silver Moon Fox and other clones, while increasing magic attack by 10. This was Yang's first encounter with a magic attack type boss. Although its health was not as much as the Wild Bull Guardian, its magic attack reached a staggering 2253, and its skills were impressively formidable. Illusion. Yang looked at the skills of the 3-tailed Silver Moon Fox, filled with curiosity about how the illusion effect would manifest in the game. He'll find out by trying. Yang held his sword and unleashed 2 sword energies, striking the 3-tailed Silver Moon Fox. 8133, 8133. The attacked 3-tailed Silver Moon Fox let out a strange cry, its sharp ears continuously emitting white mist showcasing its anger. Yang stood ready, not underestimating it just because it was cute. Suddenly, the white mist spewing from the 3-tailed Silver Moon Fox's ears coalesced into a milky white spiritual energy bomb, hurtling straight towards Yang. It was its skill spiritual energy explosion. Yang did not dare to be careless. He quickly moved away from his original position. Boom. Just as Yang escaped the explosion radius, he heard a violent roar from behind. Fortunately, I ran fast. Otherwise, being hit would cause a 3-second stun, which would be enough to lead to my demise. Luckily, this skill had a longer casting time, allowing Yang to react swiftly. Seeing that Yang was not blown to bits, the 3-tailed Silver Moon Fox's body flashed, and charged towards him with incredible speed. After calculations, even with the sprint activated, he was only slightly faster than it. Deciding to hold on to his skills, he would unleash them together with the illusory dragon to achieve peak speed. No longer able to use the sneaky kite strategy, Yang chose to face it head-on. He had never feared close combat, though sometimes ranged attacks were simply safer. Activating sword control, Yang still held the Lin Xuan sword and unleashed the breaking cloud sword. 2992. Yang landed a hit, but also received a claw swipe from the three-tailed silver moon fox, losing 1494 health points. I can still endure. Watching its health drop by a quarter, Yang felt somewhat relieved and engaged in a fierce battle with the three-tailed silver moon fox. The three-tailed silver moon fox was extremely agile and quick, causing Yang's attacks to frequently miss, resulting in numerous dodges. Ever since his agility attribute increased, Yang had rarely encountered dodges, but he never expected to struggle against this little fox. After a fierce exchange, the three-tailed silver moon fox suddenly retreated, its eyes glowing with purple light. Yang felt a blur in his vision, his thoughts becoming chaotic. The scene before him was dreamlike, and he found himself in a mysterious place. Before him lay a spiritual spring, its rich spiritual energy visible, curling like smoke. Is this the celestial spirit pool? How did I end up here? Yang shook his somewhat dazed head, but could not recall how he had entered the celestial spirit pool. Now that I'm here, I might as well just put it in. Yang took out the pet egg from his backpack and placed it in the spirit pool. As the pet egg was placed in, a powerful suction drew the spiritual energy from the pool into the egg. The pet egg erupted with dazzling golden light. Crack, crack, the shell shattered. It was about to be born. Yang's gaze was fixated on the pet egg, filled with anticipation. Bing, bing. What is that? A fox with three fluffy tails, silvery white, for a long snout, and pointed ears broke out of the shell. Its mouth curled slightly, seemingly mocking Yang. It's an illusion. Yang finally realized that it was the three-tailed silver moon fox's skill, Silver Moon Mirage. He never expected to unknowingly fall into its trap. This skill could even disturb one's memory. Inside the illusion, he would lose health each second with no knowledge of how much time had passed. Facing such an attack for the first time, Yang felt a sense of wonder. Was it really impossible to escape, even when aware of being in an illusion? If this continued, he would surely die here. Suddenly, he closed his eyes, a golden light flickering between his brows, mysterious runes appearing, and then an eye tightly closed emerged. Buzz. Eye of Chaos. Capable of seeing through illusions, invisibility, and delusions, not exceeding his own level by 10. The mysterious eye suddenly opened, scattering golden light, and the surrounding scenery instantly faded away. As if the clouds parted, revealing the sun. Each. A piercing scream echoed in Yang's ears. The three-tailed silver moon fox seemed to have suffered tremendous damage. He opened his eyes to find his health bar barely hanging on. If he had been any later, he would have failed the challenge. Meanwhile, the three-tailed silver moon fox had almost fully restored its health during this time. Hastily consuming a health recovery pill, he then unleashed two sword energies, slicing towards the howling three-tailed silver moon fox, finally regaining some health. Taking advantage of your weakness. Without hesitation, Yang activated the Sword of the Heart and unleashed a flurry of attacks, fully restoring his health. The three-tailed silver moon fox finally recovered, emitting white spiritual energy from its ears. Yang immediately understood that it was about to unleash spiritual energy bomb again. He quickly dodged back, creating distance from the three-tailed silver moon fox, easily avoiding the attack. The two engaged in battle once more. The health of the three-tailed silver moon fox gradually dropped to 90, when it suddenly became enveloped in a layer of silver light. That was the silver moon shield, with a shield value reaching 41500. If the shield is not broken within a minute, the remaining shield value will restore its health by 5 times. 1 minute is plenty of time. With sword control activated, Yang's normal attack damage was explosively high, so he was not worried about output. The shield quickly shattered under his attacks, and the health of the three-tailed silver moon fox continued to decline. 90, 80, 50, 20, 11, 10. The three-tailed silver moon fox let out a sharp cry, dense mist surrounding its body, obscuring visibility. Its 3 tails emitted light simultaneously, then detached from its body, transforming into 3 identical clones. A total of 4 three-tailed silver moon foxes appeared before Yang, identical in appearance with matching health and identical attack and defense. If I mistakenly kill a clone, it will restore 30 of the main body and remaining clones' health and increase their attack. Yang closed his eyes once more. The mysterious sigil on his forehead reappeared, golden light flared, and the chaos eye opened again. Before his gaze, the 3 illusory clones of the three-tailed silver moon fox dissolved from substance into transparency. Only its true form retained corporeal reality. The chaos eye is truly formidable. A profound admiration welled within Yang En's heart. Without it, he would have stood no chance against this beast, not even surviving the earlier illusionary realm. Even now, having discerned the fox's true form through the chaos, Yang En dared not relax for a single moment. Each clone possessed identical offensive and defensive capabilities as the original. One three-tailed silver moon fox had already driven him to the brink. How much more perilous were four? He launched two sword chi blasts straight toward the fox's true body. The twin strikes struck all four forms simultaneously. Realizing their futility, Yang En abandoned the attack and charged forward without hesitation. Swift step. Phantasmal dragon weave. Activating both acceleration techniques, at once Yang En vanished and reappeared behind the true form. Cloud-piercing sword. 7381. Bolstered by his dramatically enhanced speed, Yang En maneuvered effortlessly amid the encircling illusions, seizing every opportunity to strike the fox's true body. 7381. Standard strike. 3209, 3209, 7381, 7381, 3063. Cloud-piercing. Within less than a minute, the three-tailed silver moon fox's vitality was utterly depleted, collapsing with a final mournful wail. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully cleared level 5 of the Tower of Ascension. You have earned 300 sect contribution points and 1 celestial spirit pool pass. At last, it is done. Only now did Yang En truly exhale in relief. This trial had been fraught with peril. A single misstep would have forfeited his right to continue. Celestial Spirit Pool Pass, a sacred rite prepared by the Jade Emptiness sect for each disciple. Upon activation, the bearer is instantly transported to the Celestial Spirit Pool to undergo its purifying baptism. Ding. Level 6 of the Tower of Ascension has unlocked. Defeat all monsters to proceed. A chorus of howls erupted. 200 Bloodshadow Wolves surged into view before Yang En. Bloodshadow Wolf, special monster level 20. Yang En glanced once and immediately withdrew. This was far beyond his current capacity. He was teleported outside the Tower of Ascension. The Tower Guardian, a venerable elder with snow-white hair and beard, opened his eyes upon sensing Yang En's emergence. Your cultivation is so modest, yet you've conquered the 5th level. Truly you are worthy of being pure Yang's disciple. There was no condescension in the elder's voice, only genuine praise. Yang En clasped his hands and bowed deeply. Esteemed senior, your praise is undeserved. The elder fell silent, gently closed his eyes, and waved dismissively. Yang En respectfully withdrew and activated his pure Yang talisman, returning to Divine Sword Peak. He searched the peak in vain. Luo Xianer was nowhere to be found. Divine Sword Peak lay eerily still and empty save for himself. He withdrew the Celestial Spirit Pool Pass and activated it without delay. A radiant white light enveloped him. Then he stood within the secret sanctum of the Celestial Spirit Pool. The moment he entered, his breath deepened. Oh, every pore seemed to open wide, drinking in the surrounding air. Pure, soothing, sublime. Immortal mist coiled through the air. Spiritual energy hung thick and palpable. Ahead shimmered the pool itself, ethereal vapor rising like incense smoke. Yang En approached and halted at its glistening edge. Ding. Commenced the spirit pool baptism. What exactly is this baptism? Yang En hesitated. Once begun, he feared he'd be unable to act, otherwise rendering his purpose here futile. From his spatial pouch, he retrieved the pet egg and raised it toward the pool. Ding. Warning. Placing this pet egg into the pool will drain vast quantities of its spiritual energy. You will forfeit the spirit pool baptism entirely, yet that right would enhance all your attributes by 50 points. Choose wisely. The system's alert left Yang En momentarily stunned. The baptism's effect was astonishing: 50 to every attribute. 250 points total, equivalent to over a dozen levels worth of advantage over peers. 50 points across all attributes, or an unknown companion. According to its description, this egg was a sacred ovum enshrined for 10,000 years within the Temple of the Wild Ox. Surely no ordinary creature. Yet those 50 attribute points weighed heavily upon him. After long hesitation, Yang En steeled his resolve and cast the egg into the pool. I'll take the gamble. The egg emitted a faint pulsing glow, as if awakened by the dense spiritual energy around it, its radiance flickering ever brighter. Surrounding spiritual energy began to swirl inward, drawn inexorably into the egg. Gradually, a slow spiraling vortex coalesced, centered upon the egg itself. The vortex spun faster and faster. The egg absorbed energy at an accelerating pace. Within the pool, spiritual energy began to churn violently, the vortex expanding steadily. Outside, on Jade Emptiness Peak, Yu Su Zun's deep in meditation abruptly opened his eyes and gazed intently toward the spirit pool's direction. Simultaneously, several other formidable presences rose and turned their gazes toward the same point. In an instant, figures materialized before Yu Su Zun's. They bowed reverently. Respected Zuns. Frowning slightly, Yu Su Zun's asked, What disturbance is this? Why is the celestial spirit pool's spiritual energy depleting so rapidly? Has someone initiated the spirit pool baptism? The tower guardian, his hair pure white, stepped forward, expression oddly unsettled. Indeed, one disciple passed level 5 today. Who is it? A disciple's baptism should not provoke such a reaction. The guardian hesitated. He is the newly accepted disciple of Zun's pure yang. Ah, it is him. Su Zun's tone shifted, surprise giving way to quiet understanding. Very well. You may all withdraw. This matter requires no further intervention. Yes, Zuns. Their figures dissolved into streaks of light and vanished. Su Zuns himself disappeared, reappearing moments later hovering midair above a distant mountain peak. The spirit pool's energy is nearly exhausted. No wonder. He bears the chaos sword body. Such a baptism demands staggering reserves of spiritual energy. Protected by ancient formation arrays, the pool concealed its interior from even Su Zun's perception. Raising his hand, he summoned. Across the heavens, spiritual energy converged from every direction, cascading down upon the peak. Inside the spirit pool, Yang watched anxiously as the egg devoured energy with ravenous intensity. More than half the pool's essence had already vanished, its reserves dwindling toward exhaustion. Suddenly, a surge of exquisitely refined energy flooded in from some unseen source, refilling the pool in an instant. Reassured, Yang breathed easier. Only after absorbing another vast portion of the pool's energy did the egg finally cease its intake. It rose slowly from the water and settled gently into Yang's waiting palm. Its appearance had transformed. Utterly golden Tao patterns shimmered across its shell, pulsing with sacred luminous radiance. Primordial wasteland, divine ox pet egg hatchable. Hatching time unknown. Hatching time remains undetermined. Yang's anticipation soared. What kind of being would emerge from this egg? Having consumed nearly the entire celestial spirit pool's essence, he selected hatch immediately. Conditions were met. Success was inevitable. Ding. Insufficient spiritual energy in the celestial spirit pool to perform baptism. You will be expelled in 5 seconds. Stowing the egg safely in his spatial pouch, Yang cast one last glance at the pool, regretful yet resigned. Moments later, a gentle force enveloped him, and he was whisked away, back to Divine Sword Peak. Realizing the hour had grown late, Yang teleported directly to Nanming City, then logged out, returning to the physical world. He stretched languidly, loosening stiff muscles. Then, out the window, a shadow darted past, black and blindingly swift. Yang possessed an astonishing eyesight, and he could clearly discern the object flying past, causing him to be taken aback. What kind of creature is this? He was certain that he had never seen such a creature before. It resembled a human, hunched and emaciated, with long, slender limbs ending in claws, its body a dark brown hue and devoid of fur. Being able to traverse walls and move at such speed, this was undoubtedly not a creature from Yang's understanding of the blue star. Moments later, a faint scent of blood wafted through the air. This smell. Yang furrowed his brow, as he was all too familiar with this scent. It was definitely human blood. It was due to his body being modified by the Chaos Golden Lotus, which heightened his sense of smell, making it undetectable to ordinary people. What on earth is this? The shadow had already vanished into the night, and Yang temporarily set aside his confusion. After a quick wash, he returned to the familiar late-night stall and ordered a bowl of specialty pig offal noodles. While slurping his noodles, he browsed his phone, first opening the forum to check out the latest hot topics. The new gameplay of the Destiny Tribulation sect has begun. Players can join sects through various tasks, and in the Destiny Tribulation, numerous sects stand tall. After joining, one can exchange for various items and unique sect skills, etc. Shock. There are actually distinctions among sects. The top player, God of War Chi Yu, has joined a super sect. Yang quickly skimmed through the posts, discovering that not only he had joined a sect, but other players also had their own experiences. He then clicked on a post from the Destiny Tribulation's encyclopedia, a brief discussion on the current major city forces. There are 8 major secondary cities with countless forces, intricate and complex. Based on surveys and data from previous games, here is a list of the top 10 rankings. First place, Hall of War leader, God of War Chi Yu, estimated number of members 8,000. Second place, I Requiem of the Underworld leader, Defying Fate 5,000. Third place, Celestial Court, the leader, Heavenly Sovereign 4,000. Fourth place, Divine Realm leader, Twilight of the Gods 4,000. Fifth place, Hall of Forest leader, Dark Knight 3,500. Sixth place, Sacred Land of Shimmering Light leader, Prodigy of Shimmering Light 3,000. Seventh place, Dream Cloud Pavilion leader, Water Clear Dream Blue 2,500. Eighth place, Questioning Immortals leader, Sword Pointing to the Sky 2,000. Ninth place, Brahma Divine Pavilion leader, I Buddha Show Compassion 1,600. 10th place, Proud World Leader Dragon Proud Sky 15000. The top player is indeed formidable, not only possessing great personal strength, but also leading such a terrifying guild. No matter how strong you are, I want to go to Dream Cloud Pavilion. I want to get close to Goddess Dream Blue. The person above is dreaming. They only accept female players. What are you all waiting for? If you're a man, you should go to Proud World, follow the male lead Dragon Proud Sky, and live a life of luxury. The name Dragon Proud Sky clearly has the aura of a male lead. Yang casually browsed through, not particularly concerned about the guilds, but his curiosity about the top player god of War Chiyu grew. This person was definitely extraordinary. Yang was filled with doubts, wondering how this person could take the name god of War Chiyu. Generally, names of ancient mythical figures are prohibited. While continuing to browse the forum, suddenly a news alert popped up in his browser. Emergency. Tonight at 10 p.m., multiple residents of Sunshine Community in Wuyang City have mysteriously disappeared. A large amount of blood was found at the scene. Sunshine Community is not far from here, and Yang clicked on the accompanying video. The video showed the crime scene located in the community park, which had been sealed off by the authorities. All that could be seen from the video was a ground covered in blood, horrifying to behold. Yang couldn't help but recall the mysterious creature he had seen outside the window. It was too much of a coincidence. Silently setting down his chopsticks, he felt that the noodles in his bowl were now tasteless. Getting up to leave, Yang blended into the darkness, donning a mask and a black baseball cap, his figure moving swiftly towards Sunshine Community. Now his speed was extremely fast, twice as fast as his peak self from before. At this level, even the world sprint champion would only be left dumbfounded, and he hadn't even unleashed his full sprinting power. 1 minute later, he arrived at Sunshine Community, which had been completely sealed off. The authorities were investigating the surveillance data, trying to track down the perpetrator. However, regrettably, not a single camera had captured the crime scene, nor was there any evidence of suspicious individuals entering through the community's various entrances. Yang observed the positions of the community's cameras from a distance, avoiding all surveillance areas, and made his way to the side wall of the community. After surveying the surroundings and confirming that there was no one present, Yang easily vaulted over the formidable high wall and entered the community. Concealed in the darkness, he quickly approached the vicinity of the crime scene. From a distance, he could clearly see a pool of blood on the ground, and the intense smell of blood still lingered, permeating the air. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and focused intently to discern the same smell. Yang's expression turned serious. He was absolutely certain that the scent here was identical to the blood scent emitted by the unknown creature outside his window. What kind of creature was it, and had those people been killed? If they had been killed, why was there no trace of any bodies left behind? It was even less likely that they were taken away. He had seen that mysterious creature with his own eyes, and it hadn't carried anything. Yang didn't believe that the mysterious creature could directly devour people. Moreover, according to the news, more than one person was missing. With heavy doubts in his heart, Yang left Sunshine Community. Walking alone on the street, his mind was filled with countless thoughts, yet he had no clue. Perhaps only by encountering that mysterious creature again would he find answers. Suddenly, Yang stopped in his tracks and swiftly blended into the darkness. Immediately, several dark figures darted past him from behind, and familiar voices reached his ears. Quick, we found its trail. It's just ahead. Bloodfang, what exactly is that thing? No one knows, but may not even be a blue star creature. Everyone stay alert. Oh, we must complete the mission. Yes. They were none other than members of the Blood Squad, led by Bloodfang, with members including Blood Knife, Blood Fox, Blood Eye, Blood Hand, Blood Eagle, and Blood Wolf. Now there was no need to battle in the primordial secret realm. All teams, led by Long Yu, had dispersed to various cities to carry out the most covert missions. The Blood Squad was stationed in Wuyang City. With the occurrence of this supernatural, mysterious disappearance incident, it was naturally their task to intervene. The 7 members of the Blood Squad quickly vanished into the long street, and Yang moved silently behind them. After more than 10 minutes, the Blood Squad arrived at an abandoned factory. Bloodfang took out a special life detection device and said in a low voice, "It's inside, begin the operation." In their hands, the 7 members wielded weapons, all of which were cold weapons like knives and daggers crafted from special metals obtained in the primordial secret realm, exceptionally sharp. The enemies Long Yu had to face were such that ordinary firearms were nearly ineffective. Most confrontations involved close combat. In this mission, the creature they faced was even more terrifying. According to the advanced detection equipment, its speed was incredibly fast, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary firearms to hit. The Blood Squad cautiously entered the abandoned factory, carefully observing their surroundings. The red light on Bloodfang's detection device flickered continuously, indicating that the target was nearby. However, there was no sign of any abnormalities around them. Snap! Blood Fox, a member of the Blood Squad, noticed a puddle of liquid falling from above, which landed right on his face. He reached out to wipe it away, and his fingers were stained red. Shuehu slowly raised his head. Above them loomed a grotesque creature. Its blood-red eyes locked upon them, its hunched frame crowned by unnaturally long limbs and razor-sharp claws that exuded an aura of chilling malevolence. Roar! With a terrifying bellow, the mysterious beast launched itself downward from above, jaws bristling, with jagged fangs, crimson ichor dripping steadily from its maw. Scatter! Shueya roared. Instantly, every member reacted, diverging in all directions, gripping their weapons tightly as they braced for battle. The moment it landed, the creature wasted no time. Its legs coiled and exploded forward like cannon fire, hurtling straight toward Shuehu, its lethal claws slashing through the air. Unflinching in the face of peril, Shuehu thrust his long sword directly at the creature's face. Thud! The instant their weapons met, Shuehu was struck full force in the chest by those monstrous claws, hurled backward violently, spewing blood from his mouth, his sword clattering to the ground. One blow had left him grievously wounded. Impenetrable defense, overwhelming strength. The Crimson Squad stands little chance against it. Hidden in the shadows, Yang assessed the creature's terrifying power and felt a deepening concern for the squad. As Yang had foreseen, the beast proved overwhelmingly formidable. The Crimson Squad members faltered under its assault, retreating step by desperate step. Through flawless coordination, they managed to stall and entangle it momentarily. Yet their blades barely pierced its hide, inflicting no meaningful damage. We must kill it, or more innocent civilians will die. Shueya gritted his teeth, then bellowed, "Hold it down." The Crimson Squad members, ignoring their own wounds, threw themselves into the fray, desperate, unyielding, locked in mortal struggle with the horror before them. In perfect unison, they struck. Shui Dao raised his broadsword high and cleaved downward like a mountain, collapsing onto the creature's right arm. Shui Tong lunged with his blade, intercepting its left. Shui Ying flashed forward, dagger gleaming, aiming for its throat. Shui Shou's fist, metallic light flaring across its knuckles, slammed into its abdomen. Together they pinned the beast in place. Shui seized his chance. His dagger plunged deep into the creature's eye, driving straight into its skull. Rule war. The monster collapsed in agony, clutching its head as guttural screams tore from its throat. Finally, it's done. The Crimson Squad exhaled in weary relief. This abomination possessed iron-hard flesh and titanic strength. Only through their combined might had they barely held it at bay. Rule war. Just as tension eased, a furious roar erupted from behind the wall. Another of the mysterious beasts emerged, its blood-chilled gaze fixed coldly upon them. There's another one. It's far larger than the first. Stunned disbelief rippled through the squad. One had already demanded their utmost effort. Now a stronger, deadlier one appeared. Roaring in fury, the beast charged the Crimson Squad, its colossal claw swatting Shui Ying aside like a rag doll. What do we do, Shueya? Shui Dao tightened his grip on his warblade and turned to his leader. Shueya's expression darkened with grim gravity. How could such a creature exist? Killing it is beyond our reach now. Only the captain, were he here, might stand a chance. He sighed deeply, then issued his order, prepare to withdraw. But retreat was already impossible. The beast moved far too swiftly. Escape had become a fantasy. Go, I'll hold the rear. Shueya bellowed, surging forward to engage the creature. His speed was impressive, his movements lithe. He managed just barely to trade blows with the monstrosity. Thud. After a brief exchange, Shueya was hurled backward several paces. Shueya, all of you leave now. I am in command. Obey the order. Shueya charged again, eyes burning with resolve, fearless unto death. Thud. He staggered back once more, then surged forward yet again. The Crimson Squad exchanged glances, nodded, and together they rushed forward as one. Damn insubordinate bastards. I'll report every last one of you when we get back. Shueya snarled, re-engaging the beast, his body now crisscrossed with wounds, yet his spirit unbroken. Save your breath. We'll worry about reports if we survive, Shui Dao retorted coldly. The Crimson Squad clashed with the beast once more, but the odds were dire. Rule war. Enraged, the creature swiped one squad member aside, then drove a crushing fist into Shui Dao's chest, sending him reeling backward, blood erupting from his mouth, gravely injured. Undeterred, the beast lunged toward the airborne Shui Dao, its razor claws aimed straight for his skull. Shui Dao. Shueya cried out in desperation, yet could do nothing. This creature was simply too powerful. Only a captain-level warrior in Long Yu might truly contend with it. Its claws drew nearer, closer still, to Shui Dao's skull. Bang! Suddenly a figure materialized before him, clad in black, wearing a baseball cap and surgical mask. His right fist slammed into the creature's claw, sending the beast staggering backward over a dozen steps, while Yang and himself recoiled 3 or 4 paces under the sheer force. The spectacle stunned everyone present. This newcomer was stronger even than a captain, and yet strangely familiar. See, Captain. Shui's eyes widened in sudden recognition. His voice broke free before he could stop it. His words jolted the others awake. Bewildered gazes turned toward the stranger. Fall back. With no time for explanation, Yang and shot forward toward the beast. Thud, 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 thud. Punch after punch hammered into its body. It is the captain. He's incredible. His legs, they're fully healed. Only then did they notice. Yang moved with effortless grace, his stride utterly unimpaired. Its defenses are impenetrable, no real damage possible. At this rate we'll exhaust ourselves until collapse claims us. Even mid-assault, Yang marveled anew at the creature's terrifying resilience. Then inspiration struck. He reached out, not with his hand, but with his will, toward the longsword Shui who had dropped earlier. Hum. The blade sang, a resonant metallic chime, as it lifted from the ground and flew straight to Yang's grasp. The moment his fingers closed around the hilt, a profound instinctive bond ignited between man and weapon, as though the sword were an extension of his very being. Ruawar. Driven to fury by relentless punishment, the beast roared, its claws shimmering with an oily obsidian sheen as it raised one high, slashing toward Yang. Yang's gaze blazed with intensity. His sword flashed, cold light trailing like frozen lightning, cutting straight through the descending claw. Schlick. The entire arm severed, cleanly crashing to the ground as thick black-tinged blood gushed from the stump. Aerf. The beast shrieked in torment. Yang wasted no second. He closed the distance, sword a blur of lethal precision. Schlick, schlick, schlick. All four limbs severed. Yang had reduced it to a limbless, writhing ruin. Only a cauldron remained missing. Yang sheathed his sword and stepped forward, drawing near to examine the creature up close. Grah. It snarled defiantly, jaws wide, revealing rows of serrated fangs. But its threat was hollow, its fury spent. What is this creature? Yang was left without an answer, lost in contemplation. Captain. Members of the blood-color squad surrounded him, greeting Yang. Long time no see, everyone. Yang looked at these brothers who had shared life and death with him, feeling somewhat emotional. They had met before in the game, but they did not recognize him. Captain, your leg. Is it better? Bloodtooth voiced the doubt in his heart, wondering how the leg injury that was diagnosed as irreparable had healed. Yang nodded, providing no further explanation. These two monsters must be the culprits behind the previous missing persons case. Call someone to handle it, and take them back for research. Yes, Captain, I have already notified them, Bloodtooth responded. Yang patted Bloodtooth's shoulder, a hint of a smile showing beneath his mask. Bloodtooth, you are now the captain. Captain, you will always be my captain. Bloodtooth said, sincerely unable to forget how many times Yang had saved his life. Yes, Captain, you will always be our captain, the other members of the blood-color squad chimed in. Yang felt a bit moved, although they had never seen his true face beneath the mask, their emotions felt more genuine. All right, I have to go now. Remember, do not mention me to anyone, Yang said before handing his sword to Bloodtooth and swiftly disappearing into the darkness. Members of the blood-color squad stared blankly in the direction Yang left. After a long while, someone finally snapped back to reality and pinched his own arm. Ouch! Is that really the captain? It must be. I would recognize him even in ashes. Bullshit, I mean, is this real? How could the captain suddenly appear? And how did his leg get better? What move did he just use? How did the sword fly to his hand on its own? Moreover, the captain is so strong now. He must be several times stronger than before, feeling not inferior to those ancient martial arts family elders at all. Enough talk. Remember the captain's words. He did not appear tonight. Everyone nodded, determined to keep silent. Yang returned to his residence, lying in bed, unable to sleep for a long time, constantly pondering the matters related to that mysterious monster. The appearance of such a terrifying creature would make anyone feel uneasy. However, Yang was contemplating whether there might be other monsters existing. If there were, what kind of disaster would human society face, and how many innocent lives would be harmed? Having personally experienced it, the strength of this monster was incredibly formidable, far beyond the capability of ordinary people to handle. He sighed, deciding not to think about it any longer, feeling it unnecessary to worry about things that had not yet happened. After some time, he gradually fell asleep, entering a dream. However, this sleep did not last long, and Yang quickly woke up. At 5 a.m., feeling invigorated, he began his morning exercises, experiencing the changes in his body to better control it. Then Yang took a fruit knife to replace the flying sword and practiced sword control in reality. After an hour or two, he had breakfast and re-entered the game. Returning to Nanming City, no one else was online yet. Yang found a corner, took out a barbecue grill and various ingredients, turning the meat he had gathered over the past few days into barbecued meat. During this time, he opened the level leaderboard to check the rankings of the various big players. First place, War God Chiyu, Profession Demon God, level 20. Second place, I Defying Fate Profession Gun Cultivator level 18. Third place, Celestial Master Profession Spirit Sorcerer level 18. Fourth place, Hidden Profession God Marksman level 18. Fifth place, Holy Son of Radiance Profession Spirit Swordsman level 18. Sixth place, Dusk of the Gods Profession Swordsman level 17. Seventh place, Clearwater Dream Blue Profession Healer level 17. Eighth place, Aetion Profession Blade Master level 17. Ninth place, Nightshade Profession Assassin level 17. 10th place, Sky Pillar Profession Shield Guardian level 17. War God Qiyu remained far ahead, leading by a wide margin. Yang noticed an unusual profession on the leaderboard, that of the Spirit Swordsman belonging to the Holy Son of Radiance. Another revealed hidden profession. According to news from the forum, many players had already transitioned to hidden professions during the Fate Cataclysm, though most had kept it under wraps. I wonder what abilities the Demon God of War God Qiyu and the Spirit Swordsman of Holy Son of Radiance possess. Yang was very curious about various hidden professions and hoped to have a chance to communicate with them. Ding! Server-wide announcement: player War God Qiyu becomes the first player in the server to obtain a pet, receiving 100 experience, 500 prestige, and 1 dragon blood pill. Ding! 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 The pet function has been activated. Players can obtain different pets through defeating bosses, taming in the wild, completing quests, etc. Pets are graded from low to high as common, human, earth, heaven, spirit, immortal, and divine. Ding! The pet leaderboard function has been activated. A series of announcements left Yang and a bit dazed. His pet egg was still in the hatching stage, and unexpectedly someone had snatched the opportunity. Opening the pet leaderboard, there was currently only one pet on the list. First place, Iron-Eating Beast Great Spirit Owner War God Qiyu. It turned out to be a spirit-level pet, second only to immortal beasts. No wonder he is the one who can stay at the top of the leaderboard for so long. Obtaining a spirit-level pet at the start of the game will be a tremendous advantage. Yang felt somewhat envious, while also looking forward to the hatching of his own pet, wondering what grade it would be. Not wanting to dwell on such matters, he continued to barbecue, and soon it was 8 o'clock. By CU, the Fatty and Little Xuan were all online, and everyone formed a team once again to level up. Today there was an additional person in the team, which was Aetion. At this time, he and Luo Yuan were calling each other brothers, referring to each other as Frog Bro, as if they were long-lost brothers. It was said that after defeating the boss yesterday, Aetion had dragged Luo Yuan to spar all night, awed by Luo Yuan's formidable defense. Although he ultimately managed to win, the process was incredibly challenging, with every round being a battle of endurance. Aetion approached Yang and immediately, "Want to spar a bit?" "Sure." Yang nodded, looking at the young man before him, recalling how he too was once young and reckless. "Your attributes are stronger than mine, and your damage output is higher, that's a fact, so we will only compare our skills." Yang had already witnessed just how terrifying his output could be. Although Aetion was young and arrogant, he was not foolish and was very confident in his own skills. Yang agreed to his request, taking out a novice short sword and inviting Aetion to spar. Under Yang's chaotic eye, Aetion's attributes appeared before him. To his shock, Aetion actually possessed a dual-wielding talent, able to equip 2 swords simultaneously. While normal players could hold 2 weapons, only one weapon's attributes would take effect. He had always thought that Aetion's use of 2 swords was simply a habit, but he did not expect it to be a talent skill. This made Yang extremely envious. He truly felt ordinary. The two faced each other, and the battle was about to commence. Aetion's eyes sparkled with intensity, and he charged forward quickly, closing the distance to Yang. With the dual swords shimmering coldly in his hands, one blade slashed towards Yang's neck, while the other struck at an odd angle towards Yang's abdomen. Yang immediately discerned that Aetion was no simple character in real life, and his dual-wielding technique was exceptionally refined. He moved swiftly, the novice short sword in his hand danced like a dragon, striking out at lightning speed. The hilt of the sword pressed against Aetion's wrist as he aimed for Yang's neck, while the tip of the sword lightly tapped the blade, piercing towards his abdomen at an unusual angle. Easily deflecting Aetion's attack at the moment of Aetion's surprise, the novice short sword quickly flipped and stabbed towards his face. Yang's strike was as quick as lightning, and Aetion hurriedly responded, crossing his dual swords in front to block Yang's blade. Ding! The clash of blades produced a crisp sound. The roles of attack and defense shifted as Aetion launched a rapid series of strikes, each blow fierce, with not a single extraneous motion. Yang's short sword was incredibly agile, always landing precisely on the points where Aetion's long swords exerted force, causing him immense discomfort. Both sides tacitly refrained from using skills, relying entirely on their own strength and techniques, leaving Bai Siyu and the others watching in stunned silence. "Are these 2 monsters?" Bai Siyu exclaimed in disbelief. She knew a bit about Aetion, but she had not expected Yang's strength to be so terrifying. "Why do I feel like I'm watching a martial arts movie?" Little Xuan struggled to understand what sort of people these two were in reality. After a lengthy exchange, Tion's expression grew serious. He had always thought Yang was merely strong in attributes, and that his real skill could not compare to his own, but now he was completely taken aback. After a round of fighting, Yang had a general understanding of Tion's strength, which was commendable, likely at the threshold of dragon riding. Not bad. Yang pushed Tion back with a sword and commented. Tion's brow furrowed. He knew he was at a distinct disadvantage, but he wouldn't easily concede. Let's see if you can withstand this move of mine. As he spoke, Tion's gaze sharpened, his body, mind, and twin blades merging into one seamless entity, evoking the profound unity of man and blade. In a flash, he surged forward with explosive speed, cleaving toward Yang. Faced with this assault, Yang too grew serious, his own velocity flaring as he charged headlong to meet him. Blades and sword light blurred, the two warriors crossed paths in an instant. A damage numeral, 1176, flashed above Tion's head. He froze mid-step, standing motionless, stunned. He had been utterly defeated. At your age, I was far weaker than you, Yang said, his eyes gleaming with genuine admiration as he offered quiet reassurance. You are truly formidable, but I will defeat you. Tion locked eyes with Yang, his gaze burning with unwavering resolve. When the duel ended, the group left the city together in search of an ideal leveling ground. Tion chose to remain with them, determined to train alongside them, and as he put it, to challenge Yang at any moment. From dawn until dusk, their experience surged, propelled by Yang's terrifying efficiency in clearing monsters. Upon reaching level 15, progression steepened dramatically. Staring at his experience bar, barely half filled, Yang sighed in quiet dismay. No wonder after 9 days away from the game, others' levels hadn't pulled far ahead. Night fell. I know an excellent leveling spot. Leading the party, Yang guided them to the desolate graveyard. Bai Xiao and Xiao Tianyi recoiled, visibly reluctant even to set foot there. These are all experience points. Unfazed, Yang instructed Luo Yuan to enter the graveyard and lure skeletal warriors from beneath the earth, while he himself dispatched them effortlessly with razor-sharp sword chi. Occasionally, he employed his still awkward sword-flying technique to eliminate stragglers. He no longer feared mockery from his teammates. Mastering this art demanded relentless practice, and he refused to squander such precious time. Anzi, is this your sword-flying technique? It looks bizarre. Watching the trembling blade wobble through the air like a frail octogenarian, Luo Yuan burst into laughter. Yang flushed. Shut up, you fatso. No one's mistaking you for mute if you stay silent. At that, the others turned, their expressions flickering with amused incredulity. The party swept relentlessly through the desolate graveyard, purging every skeletal warrior. As the final skeleton crumbled, a pitch-black chasm yawned open upon the ground. Let's go inside and see what lies within. Yang beckoned the group forward. Qinghua Shui ran, take point. Tion guard the rear. The three of us will hold the center. Bai Xiao clutched Xiao Tianyi's hand tightly. Yang and the others couldn't help but laugh, until they met the pair's indignant glares, which swiftly tempered their mirth. Ahem, let's descend. They leapt into the abyss. Below lay a narrow, winding passage reeking of decay, its ceiling flickering intermittently with eerie green light. Traversing the dim corridor for some distance, the passageway gradually widened, until at last it opened into a vast chamber. Stepping forth, the party drew sharp breaths in unison. Before them stretched a colossal cavern, immense, echoing, teeming with skeletal warriors clad in rusted armor, gripping jagged weapons, their frames draped in tattered, rotting flesh. So many. Ding. Your party has discovered a hidden map, the corroded cavern, level 1. Reward 100 reputation. Clearly these are only the first tier. There must be a second level, perhaps even more. Yang gazed upon the skeletal host, eyes alight, not with dread but with fierce anticipation. These were not monsters. They were experience, raw, abundant, and waiting to be claimed. Skeletal elite warrior. Level 20 HP, 200 physical attack, 1642 physical defense, 523 spiritual defense, 407 speed, 35. Death strike. The skeleton delivers a fatal blow, inflicting 110 damage. Luo Yuan, go draw aggro. Shield raised, Luo Yuan advanced toward the skeletal elite warriors. The moment he breached their enmity radius, 6 nearby skeletons hoisted their weapons and charged. He dared not hesitate, activating iron wall barrier instantly. The elite warriors unleashed their skill blades, crashing against his shield. 412, 412, 412, 412, 412, 412, 951, 1321, 264. A torrent of numbers flooded his health bar, nearly having it in an instant. Panicked, he scrambled backward. Fortunately, Bai Xiao's healing arrived without delay, restoring him in a flash. He dared not pull more threat, knowing his healer's spells carried cooldowns, and survival depended on precise timing. Yang unleashed sword chi, two shimmering arcs slicing through the air. 10006 4003 10006 1006 4003. A storm of devastating numbers erupted above the skeletons. 3 fell instantly, the rest staggered grievously wounded. Ever since equipping the Night Shadow necklace, his critical hit chance increased by 10 and critical damage by 20, in darkness or night. His critical hit rate now stood at 66, critical damage soared to 250. A Tion blurred forward, flames erupting across his form as he activated the Blade Dancer's damage-boosting skill Flame Blade, Chi 20 damage, plus 20 burn effect, on every strike. Meteor Slash. A vortex of blade energy tore through the front line. 537, 860 CRIT. 107 BURN, 107 BURN. A dense cascade of damage bloomed above the elites. 2 collapsed, their bones crumbling into dust. Only 1 remained. The lone survivor who dodged every critical strike. A poison needle shot forth, striking its skull dead center. 227, 600 poison 600. Miraculously, after absorbing the full barrage, it still stood, its health bar stubbornly hovering near 5000. Yang finished it with a final precise sword-flying strike. Loot dropped. Glinting upon the ground, the gear gleamed with unmistakable rarity. Skeletal armor, black iron tier. HP 560 physical defense, 158 spiritual defense, 142 constitution, 35 stamina, 18 skeletal set, 14. Complete the set to activate 3 attack, 3 defense, 2 HP. Required level 20, required class, shield bearer warrior. A black iron tier skeletal set. The group gasped. Sets commanded far greater value than individual pieces thanks to their synergistic bonuses. Their morale soared. They resolved to purge every last skeletal elite warrior, sending them all, without mercy, to the realm of eternal rest. Let's keep this pace going, Yang declared. Luo Yuan nodded, waiting patiently for his skills to recover before drawing aggro again. Their damage output was now sufficient, and Bai Xiao cast Celestial Melody upon herself, ensuring her own safety. They ground until midnight, 4 grueling hours, yet gathered only 2 pieces of the skeletal set. The drop rate was abysmal. For days afterward, Yang An's party remained deep within the corroded cavern, clearing floor after floor from the 1st to the 5th. Fueled by Yang An's monstrous damage, their levels climbed at breakneck speed. A Tion, now the highest leveled among them, stood at level 19, just 1 step from the threshold of level 20. The others had reached level 18, upgraded to gear appropriate for level 15, and seen substantial stat improvements. Only 1 more piece was needed to complete 2 full skeletal sets, ready for use once they all hit level 20. Indeed, Fate's trial proved ruthlessly stingy with high-tier loot. Ordinary monsters rarely yielded even black iron grade gear. Most pieces of the skeletal set dropped exclusively from elite skeletal warriors. Even now, several of Yang An's slots remained occupied by common white-tier equipment, a humbling reminder of his current scarcity. The skeletal spirit casters here have reached level 25. How many more floors does this corroded cavern even have? After days of relentless skeletal slaughter, Luo Yuan confessed he could barely stomach the sight of another ribcage. Level 25 spirit casters dealt staggering damage. He could safely tank only 2 or 3 at once, slowing their leveling pace. Just hold on a little longer. Let's clear this floor completely. Yang An offered encouragement, but even he felt the oppressive monotony of this lightless, timeless cavern. Then, suddenly, he sensed movement within his inventory. Is it hatching? Yang An took out a pet egg from his backpack, its surface covered in mysterious patterns and glowing with a golden light. The pet egg emitted a subtle tremor, as if a creature were about to hatch. Yang An was ecstatic. After waiting for so long, the time had finally come for this mysterious pet to be born. What is this? Seeing Yang An suddenly take out an egg, everyone curiously gathered around. This is a pet egg. It is about to successfully hatch. Yang An set his eyes fixed on the egg in his hands. What grade is it? Bai Xiu asked, both curious and envious, as she particularly wanted a pet to enhance her output. Yang An shook his head. I don't know, we'll have to wait for it to hatch. The pet function had been available for several days, and apart from the iron-eating beast of the war god, Chiyu, all the others were subpar common pets. It was evident that acquiring high-grade pets was exceedingly difficult. Crack. A small crack appeared on the pet egg in Yang An's hand. Crack, crack. The cracks multiplied rapidly, soon covering the entire pet egg, and suddenly the egg shone brilliantly, with golden light dazzling to the eyes. Yang An vaguely saw a creature breaking out of the shell and landing on the ground. As the golden light dissipated, there stood a half-meter-tall pure white creature with golden horns on its head, chubby, a little calf. The creature stood up, its big eyes blinking curiously at the crowd. Moo. It's so adorable. Bai Xiu and the little swan looked at the cute calf before them, feeling like they were about to melt, wishing to hold it in their arms immediately. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully hatched a Tianhuang divine cow. Looking at the adorable Tianhuang divine cow in front of him, Yang thought it lacked the imposing presence of a divine cow. Moo. The little calf called out with a soft moo, extending its small hoof towards Yang. What does that mean? Yang looked at the Tianhuang divine cow somewhat puzzled. Although it had successfully hatched, the system did not indicate that this Tianhuang divine cow was his pet. Moo moo moo. The calf called out several times in a way that showed admiration for Yang and then patted its chest, lifting its head proudly. Yang. He realized that the little calf meant, "You're pretty good, follow me, and you'll have a good life." Ding. The Tianhuang divine cow sees your extraordinary talent and decides to recognize you as its master. Do you agree? Agree. Yang almost agreed before realizing the content of the system prompt. He glared angrily at the proud Tianhuang divine cow. Little calf, are you trying to rebel? Moo moo moo. Seeing Yang reject it, the Tianhuang divine cow became furious and stomped its feet, charging toward Yang and with a rebellious stride. The two golden horns shone brightly, aimed at Yang. However, as it got close, it found it could not advance any further because a large hand was firmly pressing down on its head, rendering it unable to move an inch despite its best efforts. It waved its small hooves in the air, but its short stature made it impossible to hit Yang. Recognize me as your master. Be my pet. Yang looked at this rebellious little calf and said sternly. The Tianhuang divine cow angrily mooed. Moo moo. As a majestic Tianhuang divine cow, how can I recognize you, a mere human, as my master? Be my human pet, and I will take you to great heights. Yang seemed to understand its meaning. He turned his right hand over, and the Qing Shuang sword pierced out its tip directly against the Tianhuang divine cow's brow. Moo. The little calf immediately knelt down on both knees, prostrating itself on the ground. Ding. The Tianhuang divine cow is willing to recognize you as its master and become your pet. Do you agree? Yang agree. Ding. Contract successfully signed. Ding. Your pet Tianhuang divine cow ranks first on the pet leaderboard. Do you want to hide its ID? Hide. Moo. As soon as the contract was signed, the Tianhuang divine cow, which had still been lying down, immediately stood up and suddenly leaped up. Yang stretched out his hands, thinking it was going to hug him, but instead saw the Tianhuang divine cow slip around to his back and ride on his neck. Its hooves pounded on Yang's head in retaliation for the earlier threat. Yang frowned. This little calf was truly rebellious. He reached out to grab its neck, lifting it up and tossing it away. The tossed Tianhuang divine cow then ran towards Bai Siyu and the little swan, directly jumping into Bai Siyu's arms and affectionately mooing, causing the two girls to laugh heartily. Yang. Not only was it rebellious, but it was also cowardly and flirtatious. Yang had already formed a conclusion about the character of this Tianhuang divine cow. Anzi, what kind of pet is this? It's quite cute. Luo Yuan also expressed curiosity about Yang's new pet. Yang immediately checked the attributes of the Tianhuang divine cow and shared it in the team channel. Tianhuang divine cow, spiritual level 0, health 100, attack 10, physical defense 100, spiritual defense 1000, skills none. Looking at such attributes, Yang couldn't help but glance at the Tianhuang divine cow still in the arms of the two girls. Spiritual level. Isn't this a holy egg? Isn't it a divine cow? It has no attack power, no skills, just high health and strong defense, and the name is just a bit flashy. Seemingly sensing Yang's gaze, the little calf mooed twice, burying its head in the arms of the two girls, too afraid to look up. Yang rolled his eyes and sighed deeply. 50 points in all attributes. The others were very surprised by the high defense of the Tianhuang divine cow, especially Luo Yuan, who felt an implicit sense of danger regarding his position as the team's primary tank. Forget it, let's just keep it as a pet. I hope it knows its place. Calling everyone to continue leveling up, Yang urgently needed to vent by killing skeletons. After killing more than 10 skeleton mages, the Tianhuang divine cow leveled up. Tianhuang divine cow, spiritual level 1, health 100, attack 20, physical defense 1050, spiritual defense 1050, skills none. Purely a support tank pet. The Tianhuang divine cow was now running around the battlefield, and strangely the skeletons were not actively attacking it. Whenever a skeleton died, any dropped items were strangely collected by it and appeared in Yang's backpack. It could automatically pick up items, and Yang began to feel it wasn't completely useless. But why are you picking up all this trash? What do you need skeleton teeth for? Yang felt it was necessary to teach it a lesson, issuing a command for the Tianhuang divine cow to come over. However, the little calf was jumping around in the field, having a blast among the skeletons, completely ignoring Yang's command. Yang immediately pointed his sword forward, releasing a chilling aura. The little calf seemed to feel the coldness and shivered, scampering over to Yang. Moo moo. It affectionately mooed twice at Yang and using its small hoof to gently press down on Yang In's sword. Don't just pick up any old trash. Yang admonished it, then began teaching it how to distinguish what to pick up and what not to, thus beginning his life of educating a mischievous child. The 5th level of the decaying cavern. After nearly 4 hours of relentless clearing, he had finally eradicated all skeletal warriors on this level and assembled 2 complete sets of skeletal armor. Tianhuang Divine Ox had ascended to level 9, its defensive attributes further enhanced. Let's proceed to the next level. The entrance to the lower tier stood open. Yang signaled the group and stepped forward first into the 6th level. The 6th level stretched vast and cavernous, yet not a single skeletal soldier stirred within it. At the chamber's heart rested a stone sarcophagus. Before the sarcophagus knelt a towering figure clad in golden armor, helm gleaming, gripping a spear over a zhang in length, facing the tomb in solemn, single-knee reverence. Tread carefully, it's a boss. Yang instantly activated his chaos eye to observe. Skeletal General Golden Tier Boss. Level 20 health, 3 million physical attack, 4500 physical defense, 1358 spiritual defense, 1164 speed 60. Sweeping the 1,000 armies, the skeletal general swings his spear in a wide arc, striking all targets before him with 180 damage. Corrosive breath, the skeletal general unleashes death essence, inflicting 120 damage upon the target, while corroding its defenses by 30 for 5 seconds. Death summon, if fallen foes lie nearby, the skeletal general may invoke them, raising skeletal elite captains to fight alongside him. Death siphon, the skeletal general releases a vine of death coiling around the target to deal 60 damage per second for 5 seconds, and restores health equal to 500 of the damage dealt. Death spear, the skeletal general hurls a spear of death at a random target, dealing 200 damage. Should the strike kill its victim, he immediately hurls another death spear at the next target, and each successive kill increases the damage by 20 up to a maximum of 200. It's a golden boss. Yang En's expression hardened as he shared the skeletal general's attributes across the party channel. Terrifying. Can we even fight it? Let's withdraw. We're not ready for this battle yet. Yang En instantly abandoned the notion of confronting the golden boss Hedon. Its attack power is overwhelming. We can't withstand it. The others nodded in silent agreement, none eager to face such a fearsome adversary now. I suggest we hunt silver tier bosses instead to upgrade our gear. Yang En's proposal resonated with the group, though locating silver tier bosses was no easy task. I'll ask Qingjie to handle it. She's recently founded a small faction, already several hundred strong. Bai Xiao stepped forward to speak. Very well. Please convey my gratitude to her, Yang En said with a nod, then added, let's end today's expedition here. We'll resume tomorrow. After agreeing on their next rendezvous time, the party logged out to rest. Once offline, Yang En began with a thorough wash. Over the past few days, his body had grown markedly stronger. His strength surged, his 5 senses and spiritual awareness sharpened. His vision now pierced clearly through distances of over a kilometer, even spotting a mosquito mid-flight. Time to collect some interest. Yang En donned black combat attire, pulled on a mask and a black baseball cap, then leapt from the open window, vanishing seamlessly into the night. Deep into the night at Fuyuan Tower, located in the most bustling district of Wuyang City, a young man hurried toward a black business sedan in the underground parking garage. His name was Li Qingde, a successful foreign trade entrepreneur. After everything I've done for you, you dare cast me aside like trash. Muttering furiously under his breath, Li Qingde approached the sedan and fumbled in his pockets for the keys. Suddenly, a shadow materialized before him, utterly without warning. Thud. With no time to react, Li Qingde was struck square in the abdomen by a devastating blow. The sheer force hurled him backward until his body slammed hard against a concrete pillar and crumpled motionless. A searing agony erupted in his gut. He curled inward, gasping low, ragged cries. The shadow advanced step by deliberate step, the weight of its presence pressing down like the approach of death itself. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Li Qingde yanked a handgun from his pocket, aiming to shoot. But the instant the weapon cleared his coat, a flash of silver cut the air. A fruit knife pierced straight through his palm. He shrieked in torment, his gun clattering onto the floor. You're far too noisy. A hoarse voice rasped forth. Yang En stomped hard on Li Qingde's face, silencing his wails. Then he bent, withdrew the knife from the man's hand, and wiped the blood clean on his shirt. Speak. Yang En's gaze was glacial, unblinking, fixed upon Li Qingde. A chill seized the man's spine, his limbs turned icy cold. Speak. About what? Who are you? What do you want? In reply, the fruit knife plunged into his other palm. Yang En withdrew the blade, once more wiping it slowly across Li Qingde's clothes. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Terror contorted his face, his entire body trembled uncontrollably. I embezzled millions of yuan, transferring funds bit by bit into overseas accounts. I kept 3 mistresses, hidden in Jushin residential complex. I bribed high-ranking officials. Beneath his mask, Yang En's lips twitched. Unexpected depth indeed. Deserving of death. The tip of the fruit knife traced a slow, chilling path across Li Qingda's skin, stopping just beneath his throat. Which noble family do you serve? Li Qingda's pupils contracted sharply. If you already know I serve a great clan, how dare you lay hands on me? It seems you still haven't grasped your predicament. Yang En's blade slid lightly, drawing a thin line of crimson along Li Qingda's neck. Yang En had asked casually, but saw instantly Li Qingda was no scion of nobility, merely a disposable pawn. No, let's talk calmly. Ask anything. I'll answer truthfully. Just spare my life. That shallow cut had drained the color from his face. Survival eclipsed all else. To speak of the great clans meant living in perpetual dread, but silence meant death now. He had no choice. Good. The knife lingered along his throat as Yang En continued. 1 year ago, you worked at the Longyu Dispatch Center. When Blood Squad sent their distress signal, why did you fail to report it upstream? At those words, Li Qingda's expression twisted, haunted. That case had claimed many lives. He alone had slipped through fate's net. Think carefully before you lie again, or else. Yang En's frigid stare, coupled with the razor's edge resting against bare flesh, froze every reckless thought in Li Qingda's mind. I'm just an ordinary clerk. I'd never dare withhold such intelligence from my superiors. So you refuse to tell the truth. Yang En's patience had worn thin. The knife pressed deeper, biting into the skin of Li Qingda's throat. It was Minister Yen. He ordered me to ignore Blood Squad's signal. Li Qingda screamed, abandoning caution entirely. He sought me out personally, telling me that if I received Blood Squad's plea, I was to pretend I'd seen nothing. As a lowly clerk, I had no grounds to refuse. How much did he pay you? 2 million. Li Qingda faltered, then rushed on. I'll give it all to you. Name any sum. Just let me live. Consider yourself fortunate to have drawn breath for 1 extra year. Astonishing that the great clans didn't silence you sooner. Excellent. I'll begin collecting interest now. No, you can't kill me. Please have mercy. Yang En ignored his pleas, pulling out a roll of duct tape and sealing Li Qingda's mouth shut. Thwip, thwip, thwip. 9 precise strikes, each avoiding vital organs. These 9 wounds, for Shui Bao. He died shielding me, stabbed 9 times by the enemy. Li Qingda's eyes bulged, veins throbbed violently across his temples. Thwip, thwip. 8 more incisions. These 8, for Shui Yang. His aged mother waits night after night for her son's return. Yang En rose, gazing down coldly upon the dying man sprawled helplessly on the ground. No pity, no hesitation. 2 million yuan, for 2 brothers' lives. Their price is paid, in blood. The fruit knife slashed across his throat, severing the carotid artery. Crimson gushed forth like a fountain. Irk! Li Qingda clawed desperately at his neck, but the torrent could not be stemmed. With his heightened senses, Yang En felt no fear of discovery, and before arriving he had discreetly disabled every surveillance camera in the vicinity. Without glancing back at Li Qingda, who now faded silently into death, Yang En turned and dissolved into the velvet darkness. The next day, Yang En regrouped with everyone. Sister Qing and the others discovered a silver boss and a bronze boss just waiting for us to kill them. Sister Bai brought good news. She had Mingyue Qingshin mobilize the studio's resources to search extensively for silver-level bosses yesterday. All right, let's set off. Everyone was filled with fighting spirit as they followed Bai Xiao to the boss location. In the remote wilderness of Nanming City, deep within a dark forest, Mingyue Qingshin had been waiting for a long time. Miss. Upon seeing everyone arrive, Mingyue Qingshin smiled and called out to Bai Xiao, then greeted the group. Sister Qing. Bai Xiao, who hadn't seen Mingyue Qingshin in several days, happily ran over and hugged her arm. Mingyue Qingshin joined the team and brought along 3 healers to ensure the group's safety. Under her leadership, they quickly began to battle the first silver boss. Level 15 silver boss Fire Lizard. With the current strength of the group, defeating this boss posed little challenge, and they resolved it swiftly. After vanquishing the boss, they obtained 2 pieces of silver equipment, a cloak and a ring. The cloak was exclusive to rogues and was given to a Tian, while the other ring was collected by Yang En. They also found 3 pieces of bronze equipment, a weapon gauntlet, a robe, and a bracelet. The gauntlet was given to Luo Yuan, as shield bearers could also equip weapons, though their damage output was low due to a lack of offensive skills. The robe was allocated to Lin Xuan, who finally obtained her first piece of bronze equipment, making her extremely happy. The bracelet was from the spirit attack category and was given to Bai Xiao to enhance her spiritual power and healing capabilities. I will buy these in used pieces of equipment at market price, and my players can make use of them. Bai Xiao pointed to the black iron and plain equipment that the others couldn't use. Just take them directly. Oh, everyone has spent a lot of time helping us find bosses, Yang said with a smile. That won't do. We can't let everyone suffer losses. Bai Xiao insisted on paying for the equipment, unwilling to let her teammates take a hit. Then let's make it 50 off the market price. Seeing that he couldn't convince Bai Xiao otherwise, Yang and could only propose a compromise. The others also expressed their agreement, and Bai Xiao reluctantly accepted the plan. In the following days, they were either battling bosses or on their way to fight bosses, and when there were no bosses, they farmed monsters to level up. During this time, they attempted to return to the decayed cave to continue slaying the skeletal elite soldiers, but the skeletal elite soldiers had not respawned. The rewards for defeating bosses were also abundant. Yang obtained 2 silver rings in total. Fire Lizard Ring Silver level 15, Physical Attack 210, Strength 38, Root Bone 15. Trait 10 chance to ignite the target on attack, causing 20 burn damage for 3 seconds. Honey Badger Ring Silver level 15, Physical Attack 208, Strength 41, Agility 16. Trait Never Give Up 2 increased damage to bosses. Bai Xiao acquired a level 15 Silver Staff exclusive to healers, a bronze bracelet, and a bronze belt. Lin Xuan received several pieces of bronze defensive gear, and the level 10 Silver Staff that Bai Xiao swapped out was also given to her. Luo Yuan obtained a silver necklace and a bronze cloak. Everyone's levels increased to 20, and Tian was just 1 step away from reaching level 21. He equipped a level 20 silver longsword dropped by the Wild Bull Guard, greatly boosting his attack power. After donning their new equipment, their strength saw a significant enhancement, and Yang and Luo Yuan also equipped the skeletal 4-piece set. Character name Bloodstained. Profession Sword Immortal First Transition. Constitution Chaos Sword Body First Stage. Sect Yushu Sect. Level 20. Root Bone 493, Strength 730, Spiritual Power 392, Agility 532, Endurance 412. Comprehension Hidden Luck Hidden. Health Points 7146, Spiritual Points 4220. Physical Attack 2479, Spiritual Attack 588, Physical Defense 1158, Spiritual Defense 1091, Speed 74. Break Defense 40, Out Critical Rate 66, Critical Damage 230. Stamina 100. Equipment Blue Frost Sword, Fire Lizard Ring, Honey Badger Ring, Lifesteal Bracelet, Howling Moon Bracelet, Skeletal Helmet, Skeletal Armor, Skeletal Boots, Skeletal Gauntlets, Songlong King Belt, Night Shadow Necklace. Equipment Traits Frost Power, Blue Frost Sword, Burning Fire Lizard Ring, Never Give Up, Honey Badger Ring, Lifesteal Bracelet, Nighttime Damage, Increased Night Shadow Necklace. Chaos Body Exclusive Skills Chaos Sword, Heart Chaos, Eye Chaos Sword, Domain Golden Lodu. Other skills Breaking Cloud Sword, Aura / Phantom Dragon, Swift Movement, Heart of Slaughter. Life skills Gathering Technique, Cooking Technique. Yang looked at his current attributes, feeling a surge of confidence, eager to challenge the skeletal general immediately. The abundant experience from continuously defeating bosses along with the monster farming over the past few days finally allowed Yang Ans pet the Heavenly Wasteland Divine Bull to level up to 10. The experience required for the Heavenly Wasteland Divine Bull's upgrade far exceeded Yang Ans' expectations, but the level increase brought him unexpected joy. It finally gained its first active skill. Heavenly Wasteland Divine Bull Spirit level 10, Health Points 20,000, Attack 110, a Physical Defense 1500, Spiritual Defense 1500. Divine Light Purification releases Divine Light, removing 1 control or negative effect on the target that is not higher than the Heavenly Wasteland Divine Bull's level 20 cooldown 2 minutes. It's actually a control removal skill. Yang was overjoyed. This skill compensated for a flaw he had long faced. It seems this little calf is not so useless after all. His greatest fear was control skills, as being controlled would put him in a very passive position. But now with the Heavenly Wasteland Divine Bull present, the threat of control skills could be greatly reduced. However, the cooldown time is relatively long and must be used at critical moments. There's only one last boss left. Let's go. Tian was also very excited. His level had skyrocketed these past few days, and he had now reached the top 5 on the leaderboard. First place, War God Chio Profession Demon God, level 25. Second place, Heavenly Sovereign Profession Spirit Sorcerer, level 23. Third place, Radiant Holy Sun Profession Spirit Swordsman, level 22. Fourth place, Defying Fate Profession Gun Cultivator, level 21. Fifth place, Tian Profession Rogue, level 20. Sixth place, Hidden Profession God Shooter, level 20. Seventh place, Twilight of the Gods Profession Swordsman, level 20. Eighth place, My Buddha's Compassion Profession Spirit Sorcerer, level 20. Ninth place, Nightshade Profession Assassin, level 20. 10th place, Hidden Profession Sword Immortal, level 20. Currently the leaderboard shows War God Chiyu at level 25, still leading by a wide margin. Surprisingly, the second-ranked Heavenly Sovereign, with an ordinary spirit sorcerer profession, was rapidly catching up to the top player. Just as everyone was excitedly preparing to head for the next boss, Mingyue suddenly halted, seemingly receiving some news. Her brows furrowed and her expression grew increasingly cold. Something has happened to the miss. What's wrong, Sister Qing? Bai Xiao asked, noticing Mingyue Qingxin's solemn expression. The others also turned their gazes toward her, puzzled. Several of our brothers stationed near the boss have been killed. What? A rare fury flickered across Bai Xiao's face. According to the fallen brothers, 100-strong party also discovered the boss, and without hesitation slaughtered them on sight. Don't panic. We'll go see for ourselves, Yong'an declared at once. The group swiftly teleported back to town, then followed Mingyue Qingxin directly toward the boss location. Scaling mountains and crossing ridges, they soon arrived at a hilly expanse. Combat ahead. Yong'an was the first to detect the distant clash of battle. They broke into a light jog toward the sound, which grew steadily louder. Damn it. Why should we leave? Does this place bear your name? A man named Zheji Chensha, tall, elegant, yet fiercely imposing, swept his long spear in a wide arc, flinging back several attackers as he roared in outrage. His features were refined and scholarly, yet edged with raw ferocity. Now wrath burned unbridled in his eyes. Around him lay over a dozen fallen players, their corpses still unmoved. His comrades all slain, leaving him alone to fight on against overwhelming odds. Before him, beyond the immediate circle of assailants, dozens more stood poised like hungry wolves. That voice. Yong'an froze, familiar yet inexplicably so, and glanced instinctively at the stout Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan met his gaze with equal confusion. It's Su Kai. Yong'an stepped forward, studied the man closely, and confirmed his identity. Su Kai, Yang An's sworn brother, one of the famed three swordsmen of Yanggao alongside Yang Un and Luo Yuan. From the opposing ranks, a cold-eyed archer, longbow slung across his back, stared impassively at Su Kai, then raised his left hand in a dismissive wave, as if brushing aside an insignificant insect. At his command, the attackers surged forward with renewed fervor, grinning with cruel amusement as they brandished their weapons, determined to cut down this arrogant youth. Faced with blades descending from every side, Su Kai's face contorted in helpless fury, a storm of indignation and humiliation churning within him as he braced for death. Die! Just as he accepted his fate, a frigid voice rang out behind him. Two razor-sharp sword beams sliced through the air, passing harmlessly through his body before surging onward. 5510 12673, CRID 12673. A torrent of devastating damage numbers erupted across the crowd. Not a single soul in their path survived. The sheer magnitude of the carnage stunned everyone present. Breaths caught, silence fell. Yong'an strode calmly onto the battlefield, gripping the azure-glowing Qing Frost sword. Luo Yuan Bai Xiao and the others followed closely behind. And much thanks. Su Kai stared at Yong'an, strangely familiar, yet utterly unfamiliar in appearance. Then his eyes landed on another figure behind him, and lit up instantly. Luo Fatso. Haha, Su Kai? Never imagined meeting you here. Luo Yuan laughed heartily and engulfed him in a bear hug. Haha, you fat bastard, it really is you. Su Kai pounded Luo Yuan's back, then turned to Yong'an, puzzled. You're Anzi. What? Can't recognize me anymore. Yong'an smiled faintly, a quiet warmth softening his features as he extended his right hand. Anzi, it is you. At that voice, the timbre, the cadence, Su Kai knew beyond doubt who stood before him. He raised his own right hand, clapped Yong'an's palm with force, then clenched fists and tapped them together, before opening his arms wide for a full embrace. How did you end up here? Su Kai asked, bewildered. Let's handle what's before us first, then talk, Yong'an replied, gently patting his shoulder to steady him. Then he turned, cold, unwavering, and fixed his gaze upon the stunned crowd ahead. Who are you? The lead archer swallowed hard, forcing composure. He is my friend, Yong'an said simply, calm yet radiating undeniable authority. This friend, we belong to the Yaoguang Holy Land. Our sect master is currently clearing the boss ahead. Thus this zone is under strict control. No one may approach. The Yaoguang Holy Land, the 6th-ranked guild on the official leaderboard. Yong'an raised an eyebrow in genuine surprise. According to the Forum Sage's authoritative rankings, Yaoguang commanded over 300,000 members. Assuming Yong'an had been cowed by their reputation, the archer swelled with arrogance, yet retained just enough caution. Since you know our name, withdraw now. Do not hinder us. Is the Yaoguang Holy Land truly so domineering? Yong'an asked coolly. What? Do you intend to oppose us? Kneel now, apologize, and today's slaughter of our brothers shall be forgiven. The archer lifted his chin high, blustering bravado laced with unmistakable fear. Yong'an almost smiled. They're dead, and you expect me to apologize for daring to defend my brother? Yang leveled the Qing Frost sword, his gaze locking onto the archer, icy unflinching. You? Enraged yet paralyzed by terror at Yang's earlier display, the archer gritted his teeth. Think carefully. Can you withstand the fury of 300,000? You wounded our people, stole our boss, then dared torment my brother. No matter your numbers, you will pay. Yang slashed forward with his blade. 2 more sword beams shot forth, instantly obliterating the archer midrand. Our deputy hall master is down. Cleric, revive him now. Someone shouted. Instantly, a healing light flared, restoring the archer to life. Kill them. All of them. The moment he rose, the archer bellowed in blind fury. Just 6 people. Why hesitate? But before his words faded, a youth had already darted into the healer ranks behind. Meteor slash. 885, 863, 801, 952, 704. 8 searing blade arcs tore through the fragile clerics, dropping them like wheat before the scythe. Protect the healers. Melee fighters charged en masse to surround the youth, while the deputy hall master knocked and loosed an arrow straight at him amid the chaos. Yet Luo Yuan's great shield flared, generating a shimmering barrier around the youth, absorbing most of the blow. Then a verdant light arced in by Xiao restored his health fully in an instant. Yang surged into the fray, sword flashing. No one could withstand even a single strike. Within moments, the entire force was annihilated, felled by the terrifying synergy of Yang, and the youth. This is only the beginning. Today's battle has only just begun. Those guys dare to kill and steal the boss directly, they deserve to be killed. Bai Siyun exclaimed indignantly. You're right, Sister Yao Yao. The little swan nodded in agreement. Squeak. The little rabbit beside them also raised its tiny paw. Sukai, do you want to join us? Yang looked towards Sukai. Let's go. They killed so many of my brothers, I can't let it go. Sukai was unafraid, knowing that his level would drop, but could be regained quickly. Fatty, your name is still so special. Sukai joked with Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan glanced at the little swan, a look of happiness on his face. Love really makes people less intelligent. Sukai stroked his chin, pondering. Go to hell. Luo Yuan laughed and scolded, unable to suppress his inner joy. Anzi, why is your damage so high, eh? Sukai looked at Yang genuinely curious about his outrageous output. It's my special profession. Yang smiled, but did not elaborate. The chaotic sword body was his greatest secret, not to be disclosed easily. Let's go see how much damage they have done to the boss. Saying this, Yang took the lead towards the BOSS, and the others followed suit. In the Tiger Roar Forest, a team of 100 was systematically fighting a boss. In front of the BOSS, more than 10 shield warriors took turns to hold it off, while over 20 healers continuously cast healing spells to keep their health in check. However, the fluctuating health bar was alarming. Dozens of archers and elementalists unleashed fervent attacks, causing the boss's health to slowly decrease. Their attacks barely penetrated, mostly dealing under 100 damage, with only a few achieving 400 to 500 damage, relying entirely on their numbers to compensate for the lack of output. On the other side of the jungle, several figures appeared. Shall we take action? Ation subconsciously looked at Yang. Wait a moment. Yang waved his hand. It still has over 50 health, you let them suffer a bit first. The level 20 silver BOSS Black Tiger King is not easy to kill. Yang secretly activated the Eye of Chaos, observing that the Black Tiger King had a wide-range attack skill that could cause massive casualties. He planned to reap the benefits from the chaos. The battle on the field continued. Although there were quite a few people from the Shaking Light Sacred Ground, the boss's health regeneration was too fast. Its health was decreasing at an extremely slow rate. 53, 50, 30, 15, 10. After a long wait, the Black Tiger King's health finally dropped to 10. Roar. The Black Tiger King let out a long howl, shaking the heavens. A black wave radiated from the Black Tiger King, instantly spreading outwards, covering a radius of 15 meters. That was the Black Tiger King's final skill, Dark Wave, dealing 180 damage to all targets within a 15-meter range and inflicting 30 dark damage per second for 10 seconds. A series of high damage numbers popped up above the heads of the Shaking Light players, instantly killing nearby fragile players. Only a few fully health shield warriors barely withstood one hit, only to be killed by the subsequent continuous damage. A vacuum zone formed within the 15-meter range. This skill directly killed nearly 30 players from the Shaking Light Sacred Ground. Substitute shield warriors prepare to take over. Healers wait until the boss's skill ends, prioritize reviving the shield warriors. Amidst the crowd, a burly swordsman was issuing commands. He was a master of the Shaking Light, known by the ID, Poor Monk Faheo Wanzai. As the boss's skill ended, the fallen players were revived one by the healers. It's time. You all wait here. Grasping the Qing Frost sword, Yang remained calm and suddenly surged forward. A colorful light entered Yang An's body. Ding. Your skill sword, Chi Continuous Slash, has gained the buff Celestial Sound cooldown. Refreshed damage increased by 30 for 10 minutes, and cooldown reduced by 80. This skill is truly otherworldly. Yong'an was very envious of those with gifted skills. He directly entered kill mode, dashing towards the boss at a terrifying speed, unleashing 2 sword chi slashes towards the front line of shield warriors. Swish! Swish! A wave of terrifying damage erupted above the heads of the front-line shield warrior players, and these shield warriors who had just been revived had their health bars instantly emptied. Enemy attack! Someone shouted, and the crowd fell into chaos. Damn it, seeking death. Poor monk Faheo Wanzai roared in fury as someone had the audacity to cause trouble at this critical moment. Even more terrifying was that due to the deaths of the shield warrior players, the boss lost its aggro and directly charged towards the backline elementalists. Quick, control that person. Pull the shield warriors. Stabilize the boss's aggro. Poor monk Faheo Wanzai swiftly issued commands, and some healers hurriedly cast revival spells to resurrect the shield warriors. At the same time, a flurry of control skills were hurled at Yong'an. Phantom Dragon. Yong'an directly dodged and appeared in front of the healer team, unleashing 2 more sword chi slashes. No one could withstand Yong'an's terrifying attacks. Stop! Poor monk Faheo Wanzai bellowed, trying to halt Yong'an. However, Yong'an was indifferent to his words, and one by one shaking light players fell. Yong'an's speed was incredibly fast, and his reactions were swift, making it impossible for the projectile skills to hit him. What the hell is this thing? Poor monk Faheo Wanzai furiously pulled out a pitch-black scroll from his pocket and used it directly on Yong'an. Yong'an felt a mysterious force binding him, rendering him unable to move or use skills. Ding. Player, poor monk Faheo Wanzai has used a binding scroll on you. You have been bound, unable to attack or use skills for 1 minute. Yong'an was secretly shocked. Another scroll. Moreover, the control duration was as long as 1 minute. Not good. Anzi has been controlled. Seeing this, Luo Yuan immediately ran over, waving a large shield in his hand to cast a protective shield on Yong'an. Others also rushed out, especially a Tian, who was incredibly fast, charging into the crowd and wreaking havoc, causing high damage that startled the shaking light players. There are actually accomplices. Focus fire. Kill him first. Poor monk Faheo Wanzai gritted his teeth, harboring intense hatred for Yong'an. With the boss rampaging and people causing chaos, he wished to tear these individuals apart. In an instant, a barrage of arrows and elemental skills flew toward the bound Yong'an. 10, 48, 140, 81, 53, 16, 99, 22, 62. A string of pitifully low damage numbers flew out above Yong'an's head. After a round of attacks, they barely dealt close to 1,000 damage after breaking Luo Yuan's shield. A green light entered him. It was by Science Sweet Do technique, restoring his health to full. I've had enough. What's my turn now? Yong'an smirked, showing no signs of panic. Heavenly Desolation, Divine Cow. A plump, completely white calf appeared in front of Yong, and its 2 golden horns radiating brilliant light. Divine Light Purification. Yong'an felt the binding force on him instantly vanish, restoring his freedom. Swift steps. Sword Chi Continuous Slash. Without control, he transformed back into the Grim Reaper, harvesting weak lives. He is a devil. Run. Yong'an's killing spree terrified his opponents, causing them to abandon their gear and flee in panic. Even poor monk Faheo Wanzai felt a sense of retreat. If not for his subordinates, he would have wanted to turn and escape. Who are you to dare attack us at the shaking light sacred ground? Poor monk Faheo Wanzai shouted angrily toward Yong, and in despair. Daring to steal our boss and kill our people, even if you are from the shaking light sacred ground, you must die. The monk known as Luan Lai finally understood that the people before him were allies of those who had surrounded the boss earlier. Impudent. Do you know who you are speaking to? Our leader is the 3rd-ranked Saint Son of the Radiant Light, a hidden class spirit sword master. You better think carefully about whether you can withstand the wrath of our Radiant Light, sacred land. Noisy. Yong'an's gaze was icy as he unleashed 2 sword chi, striking down Luan Lai instantly. Quickly revive the leader. Luan Lai was killed with a single strike, causing panic among the survivors of the Radiant Light, sacred land. The surviving healer threw a resurrection spell at him. Retreat. Upon revival, Luan Lai immediately ordered a retreat and turned to flee, eager to escape the scene. You think you can escape? Yong'an said calmly, his body suddenly bursting forth, charging forward with terrifying speed. Looks like you are determined to fight to the death. Luan Lai was filled with rage. Despite having an absolute numerical advantage, they were being crushed by a single team. Stop him, he shouted, turning to charge at Bai Siue, vowing to make Yong'an and his team pay. However, a shadow appeared before him, like a ghost, a blue longsword piercing his throat at an odd angle. 48-74, critical, hit, instant kill. How? So fast. His eyes bulged in disbelief as he stared at the person in front of him, unable to comprehend how they had approached so quickly. Another healer attempted to revive him, but was struck down by Yang In's sword chi. Under the joint efforts of Yang, Un, and Tion, the remaining players of the Radiant Light Sacred Land were swiftly slaughtered. The battle ended. Yang In patted the head of the little calf, indicating that it had done well. Moo. The little calf disdainfully knocked Yang In's hand away, raising its nose in pride. Yang In slowly raised the Qingshuang sword. The proud little calf noticed and quickly changed its expression, hugging Yang In's leg and mooing in flattery. In Nanming City, on a certain wild map, a team of 10 players was engaged in battle with a level 20 silver boss. They moved in an orderly manner, coordinating seamlessly. At the forefront, a handsome young man wielded a long sword, attacking continuously. Each of his strikes dealt 4,000 to 5,000 damage, far exceeding that of ordinary players. The boss's health dropped rapidly, and it finally unleashed a wide-area attack skill, putting immense pressure on the shield warriors at the front. However, the boss's attacks on the young man were deflected by a strange force, dealing no damage whatsoever. Under his relentless assault, the silver boss finally collapsed unwillingly. The young man sheathed his sword, waiting for his subordinates to sort through the loot. "Young master, there's been an incident," a middle-aged man in his 50s respectfully reported to him. "Speak." One of our leaders, while leading the gang to fight a BOSS, was ambushed, not only losing the boss, but also being completely wiped out. Completely wiped out. The young man's eyes grew cold, exuding a chilling aura. What a bunch of useless fools. How could I waste so many resources on them? Who dares to lay a hand on our people? The Divine Domain? Or the Underworld clan? Neither. The middle-aged man replied, even he was shocked upon receiving the news. He then recounted the events that transpired in the Tiger Howl Forest in detail to his young master. "Are you saying a single team defeated them?" The young man's voice turned even colder. "Who are they?" "They are a loose player team led by someone named Shui Ran, and they have just formed a small faction behind them. There's also a swordsman named Tion." The middle-aged man paused before continuing, "Young master, that Tion is from the Qin family." "The Qin family?" The handsome young man's face darkened. "Regardless of which family it is, I want an explanation. As for the others, investigate them all, especially that person named Shui Ran. Oh, I want all his information." "I do not like that name." A crisis quietly descended. Meanwhile, after the battle, Yang An's side collected a significant amount of loot, which was entrusted to Mingyue Qingxin to gather as compensation for the brothers who had lost levels. The members of Yang An's team then went to kill the silver BOSS, the Black Tiger King. Its already low health was quickly depleted under the onslaught. Perhaps due to the heavy sins of the crowd, this time the boss dropped no silver gear, only 2 pieces of bronze gear, a spear and a gauntlet. "Sukai, let me give you a welcome gift." Yang An tossed the spear to Sukai. A bronze-level spear. Sukai's eyes lit up. "This is worth quite a bit. Are you really giving it to me?" "Take it. There will be better ones in the future." Yang An smiled, not telling him that the weapons used by the team were basically all silver level. Luo Yuan, however, had no such delicacy of thought. He approached Sukai and whispered in his ear, "We all use silver gear." "Sukai, so I was a frog at the bottom of the well. We might face some trouble soon." Yang An looked at Baisiyue. Having decimated the forces of the Radiant Light Sacred Land, they would surely seek revenge. Yang An and his team had small targets and were not overly worried, but Mingyue Qingxin Studio had a large number of people, and if they were targeted, it would be quite difficult. "We do not seek trouble, but we are not afraid of it. If they act unjustly first, do not blame us for being ruthless." Baisiyue was unafraid, fiercely protective against external bullying, with a decisive character. Yang An admired her greatly. Next, Yang An and his group returned to Nanming City, heading towards the Decayed Cave with their sights set on the Skeleton General. Mingyue Qingxin remained in the team and also recruited 3 healer players to enhance the team's safety. Sukai was also bound into the team by Yang An and Luo Yuan under the pretense of taking him to see the world, leaving him no choice but to temporarily abandon his own team. Currently, most players were around level 17 or 18, allowing many teams to be seen leveling near the mass grave. However, during the day, the mass grave had no monsters, and at night, it was too eerie and terrifying with numerous skeletons, so ordinary people would not linger here. This also meant that the Decayed Cave had yet to be discovered by other players. Yang An and his group arrived once again at the 6th level of the Decayed Cave. The skeletal elite soldiers from the first 5 levels had not respawned, perhaps needing the boss to be defeated first. The golden-armored helmed skeleton general remained kneeling before the coffin. Upon seeing the attributes of the skeleton general, the newly joined teammates gasped. 3 million health. And this attack and defense. "Anzi, can we really defeat this?" Sukai was shocked. He had never fought a golden BOSS, let alone a silver one. His team of more than 10 had only ever taken down black iron level BOSSs, avoiding even bronze ones. "Let's give it a try." Yang smiled, signaling him to relax. He analyzed the skeleton general's skills with the group and arranged their tactics. Go for it, fatty. All right. Luo Yuan moved forward step by step, holding a large shield towards the skeleton general. As Luo Yuan approached, the hollow eyes of the skeleton general suddenly glowed with a crimson hue. It stood up slowly, turned around, pointing its spear forward, and spoke in a deep voice. Who goes there quickly retreat. I, fat grandpa, have come to exorcise you. Luo Yuan fearlessly approached with a smile. Those who dare to offend my lord Death without mercy. The towering figure of the skeletal general took a step forward, sweeping his spear toward Luo Yuan, directly unleashing the skill sweeping across thousands. The high damage startled Luo Yuan, and in his panic he forgot to activate the diamond barrier to reduce the damage. 1872, 2413, 483, 483. At the moment Luo Yuan's damage appeared, by Si Yuan immediately cast the blood revitalization and the sweet dew technique, restoring his health. After switching to a level 15 silver weapon, her healing output greatly increased. Diamond Fury. Once Luo Yuan held the aggro of the skeletal general, everyone began to attack. Yang swung his sword, and two sword energies howled past, striking the skeletal general. 9953 crit, 9953. Having witnessed Yang An's terrifying output before, Su Kai couldn't help but exclaim. The others were unfazed, having already accepted that Yang An was an anomaly who couldn't be explained by common sense. Ation was unwilling to be outdone, rushing behind the BOSS, activating the Flame Blade Chi, and swinging his flame dual blades, unleashing Flame Slash and Meteor Slash in succession. 2400 crit, 426, 727 crit, 426, 727. A series of damage numbers popped up above the skeletal general's head. After equipping a level 20 silver long sword, Ation's attack power surged, and his damage greatly increased. There's still a huge gap between us. Ation murmured during the battle, rapidly attacking the skeletal general with his flame dual blades. Rabbit, attack for me. Little Xuan commanded the little rabbit to charge in and engage in battle with the golden boss. The little rabbit looked at the golden level boss in panic, but under the master's command it could only muster the courage to charge forward, swinging a large carrot and smashing it onto the skeletal general's head. 89. Haha, I can finally break the defense. Seeing the little rabbit finally deal damage, Little Xuan was overjoyed. Thanks to the level 10 silver staff by Si Yuan had swapped out along with several equipment changes, her spiritual attack also saw a significant boost, finally allowing her to break the defense. Si Yuan cast the heavenly sound on herself, but unfortunately this time the buff affected the resurrection spell instead. Even if it was used on the poison needle, it would be better than being used on the resurrection spell. Unfortunately, her talent skill currently did not allow her to freely choose the target. She threw a poison needle at the skeletal general, but to her dismay the poison damage had no effect on the skeletal general. Su Kai was eager to try rushing in for a powerful thrust. 1. He then quietly retreated, sitting on the ground, feeling frustrated as he watched everyone else perform. After a minute of battle, the skeletal general raised his spear once more. Leave this place, he uttered in a deep voice, sweeping his spear again. Diamond barrier. 3,398. The dropped health was quickly restored by the healer. The cooldown for blood revitalization was only 3 seconds, and the 4 healers took turns healing. While the pressure was considerable, Luo Yuan's constant repositioning reduced the frequency of the boss's regular attacks, keeping his health stable. Everyone be careful, the health is about to drop to 95. Yang An warned the group. Based on previous experiences, the boss would activate a skill every time its health decreased by 5. Sure enough, as the boss's health dropped to 95, it spoke again. Death is merely another rebirth. Come with me to hell. Suddenly, the skeletal general raised his spear and launched it toward Little Xuan. Meng Meng. Luo Yuan shouted anxiously, but he could not stop the impending strike. Yang An thought to himself that it was bad. He hadn't expected the boss to use this skill that randomly selects a target so quickly. The skill Spear of Death, once it kills a target, continues to be cast, and the damage increases. We must protect Little Xuan. Yang An's mind raced, activating the dash skill, bursting forward to stand in front of Little Xuan. Boom. 5,682. The Spear of Death struck Yang An. Despite the damage reduction from Luo Yuan's diamond barrier, it still dealt terrifying damage, leaving him with just over 1,000 health. Next time we must control the health. We need to ensure that the boss uses the Spear of Death while Fatty's diamond barrier is active, otherwise it will be very dangerous. Yang An then advised Ation to stand beside him each time the boss released the Spear of Death. Only in this way could Yang An help them withstand the boss's attacks, preventing the boss from going berserk and using the Spear of Death without limit. Your actions anger me. After 5 minutes of battle, the skeletal general suddenly spoke, his voice filled with rage. He then opened his mouth and spat a gray-black mist toward Luo Yuan. 2504. Ding. Due to the effect of corrupted breath, your defense decreases by 30. The pressure on the healers increased significantly. The boss could deal over 2,000 damage with just a regular attack on Luo Yuan. This was still with dual damage reduction, otherwise the pressure would be even greater. This defense reduction effect lasted for a minute. During this time, if the boss used skills, it would be challenging for Luo Yuan to maintain his health. Yang summoned the heavenly desolate divine ox from his pet space and issued an order. Use purification. At this critical moment, the little calf did not defy Yang In's command directly, using divine light purification on Luo Yuan to remove his defense reduction status. After using the skill, the little calf had nothing else to do, so it hopped over to the other idol Little Xuan and hugged her leg tightly, making mooing sounds. Yang In ignored the lecherous calf, and the battle returned to normal as everyone continued their output. As long as they didn't die, the boss's skill death summoning would have no effect. The other active skill Death Drain only had 60 base damage, posing no threat to Luo Yuan. A 500 health recovery would only restore around 30,000 health. Having figured out the boss's skills, the battle reached a fever pitch, and the skeletal general's health continued to decline. Half an hour later, the skeletal general's health was finally reduced to 0, and it let out a long howl filled with unwillingness. I am incompetent. I can no longer protect your highness. To the end, the skeletal general remained standing like a pillar, holding up the sky, exuding an indomitable will. He should be the guardian of this coffin. Yang In looked at the skeletal general before him, a sense of respect emerging within him. Ding. Congratulations, you are the first player in the entire server to kill a golden BOSS, receiving rewards reputation 1000, experience 100, gold 100. An announcement will be made server-wide. Do you want to hide your character name? Hide. Yang In chose to conceal his identity. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to players A Tion, Happy Little Frog, Silly Little Swan Ming, Yuqing X Jin, Zhiji Chen Sha. For being the first team to kill the golden BOSS, receiving additional rewards reputation 1000, experience 100, gold 1000. Ding. Server-wide announcement. Ding. Server-wide announcement. The first kill of the golden boss. Haha, we're famous now. Who would have thought that fat master would make it to television one day? The crowd cheered, and the server announcement caused a stir throughout the world. The first kill of the golden boss has appeared. I thought the first kill would belong to the demon god, but I didn't expect someone to be this fierce. Aetion, big brother. I want to have your baby. Can you all tone it down? I haven't even killed a black iron boss yet. In Julie City, at a leveling spot in the wild, a burly young man clad in black armor wielding a spear was battling a gigantic black bear. The man unleashed powerful attacks, each strike dealing immense damage exceeding 10,000. The black bear's attacks struck him, inflicting significant harm, yet only a small portion of his health bar diminished. Next to the man was a pet with a coat of black and white round head assisting him in the attack. The black bear's health was dwindling on the brink of death. At this moment, the system announcement echoed throughout the server, reaching his ears. The first kill was actually snatched away. The man frowned as he was about to slay the black bear king, only to find someone else had intercepted. Although the rewards for the first kill were generally modest, it was an excellent way to promote one's reputation. For someone at his level, reputation was often more important than some rewards. Demonic blood boiling. Demon god domain. God-slaying spear. The man emanated a dark demonic aura as his spear ignited in blood flames, exuding overwhelming intimidation as he thrust it towards the black bear king. Boom. 29,463. This strike was terrifyingly powerful. It directly obliterated the already weakened black bear king. Let's see what loot dropped. A pile of items lay on the ground, and the sharp-eyed Yang and had already spotted 2 pieces radiating golden light, certainly golden grade equipment. He'll take it. Bai Xiao had always been the luckiest in their team, often handling the gear looting. She quickly walked over and picked up the 2 pieces of golden equipment. Skeleton gold armor, golden grade description. Pity the warrior who wears golden armor, not valuing the white robe of wanderers. Level requirement 20. Class requirement shield bearer warrior class. Base attributes health 1300, physical defense 645, magical defense 632, constitution 76, stamina 22. Additional skill shared suffering. Choose a teammate to apply the shared suffering buff lasting 10 seconds, during which they will bear 50 of the damage for the teammate. Sword shadow cloak, golden grade description. Amidst the limitless winds, the flowing thoughts of muddy wine sway like sword shadows. Level requirement 20. A class requirement swordsman. Base attributes health 1000, physical defense 306, magical defense 331, strength 77, agility 25. Additional skill stunning sword shadow releases a skill creating 5 sword shadow clones to attack the target, each clone dealing 60 damage, costing 1000 magical energy, with a cooldown of 3 minutes. The skeleton gold armor is suitable for Luo Yuan, and nobody should be fighting me for this cloak. Yang handed the golden armor to Luo Yuan while she happily claimed a rarer cloak. Golden-grade equipment am so envious. Su Kai's eyes sparkled. He treated bronze-grade gear like treasures and couldn't even dream of golden gear. There were 3 pieces of silver equipment, a level 20 robe, a level 20 magical ring, and a level 30 dagger. The silver-grade robe could be used by Xiao, Lin Xuan, Xing, and 4 other healers. In Yang An's team, as long as one contributed, all equipment would be distributed as needed. If multiple people could use it, they would roll for it fairly, with the highest roll winning. We want take it you all can roll for it. The 3 healers clearly did not dare to compete with their boss for the robe. You are all part of the team and have contributed, so you naturally have the right to distribute it. Come on. Xiao generously pulled the 3 healers over to participate in the roll. Lin Xuan took the lead, the numbers fluctuating continuously, finally stopping at 98 points. 98 points. No one should have a higher score than me, right? Lin Xuan jumped up excitedly, feeling confident. Xing and the 3 healers rolled in succession, the numbers changing swiftly before finally settling. 4 numbers appeared before everyone. 85, 23, 63, 99. Wow, 99 points. A healer named ex-boyfriend 1. 5M shouted with excitement after rolling that number. Sister Yao, go for it, you're the last one. Xiao smiled helplessly. You think too highly of me. She didn't believe she could surpass ex-boyfriend 1. 5 milliseconds, 99 points. Nevertheless, she pressed the button and the numbers began to fluctuate. The speed of the numbers changed from fast to slow. 56, 43, 15, 99, 100. Finally, it stopped, the number fixed at 100 points. Wow! Lin Xuan jumped with excitement, hugging Xiao's arm, her face filled with disbelief. What luck! Yang chuckled. Xiao had always had great luck. He didn't expect her to make a comeback, this time rolling the highest 100 points. The silver-grade robe was collected by her, while the other magical ring was rolled again, ultimately claimed by the extraordinarily lucky ex-boyfriend 1. 5M. The silver dagger was handled by Xiao, who sold it for money to be evenly split among everyone. If I had known partnering with you all would be this profitable, I wouldn't have opened a studio. Su Kai sighed, having worked himself to death in his studio, barely making ends meet. Haha, from now on Fat Master will take you to new heights. Luo Yuan laughed heartily, patting his chest. Su Kai rolled his eyes at him. Is it you who will take us higher? That's because Anza's output is too insane. I am the core of the team. Luo Yuan confidently raised his chin. All right. The remaining bronze-grade and black iron-grade equipment were distributed as needed to suitable individuals. There were also 2 skill books, a bronze token, and some gold coins on the ground. One skill book was Blue Massacre, human grade, suitable for gun users, the only gun user in the team being Su Kai, so it was undoubtedly given to him. The other skill book was also of blue human grade quality. Death Entanglement, human grade, deals 80 magical damage and reduces the target's defense by 15 for 1 minute with a cooldown of 3 minutes. Class requirement, Spirit Master Summoner. Both skills were the signature moves of the Skeleton General, but Death Entanglement was modified to the Spirit attack type. Although the base damage wasn't high, the 15 defense reduction was incredibly useful. Naturally, Death Entanglement was given to Lin Xuan, who was thrilled to receive a powerful skill. After getting familiar with everyone, Lin Xuan also shed her previous shyness, becoming quite lively. Lastly, Yang reached down to pick up the bronze token on the ground. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the guild establishment order. The guild function is now enabled, and an announcement will soon be made throughout the server asking whether to hide character names. Hide. Ding. The mighty tiger roars, the dragon soars, smoke rises from the battlefield, and the blood-red journey begins. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the guild establishment order. The guild function is now enabled. Players with the guild establishment order can go to the main city to apply for establishing a guild. Ding. Ding. The guild system has finally been unlocked. Someone obtained the guild establishment edict. Must be the team that just defeated the golden boss for the first time. We're rich. The first guild establishment edict will surely fetch an astronomical price at auction. Being the first to establish a guild brings immense advantages. It's a testament to both strength and prestige. In an instant, the player who had just claimed the first kill on the golden boss, and whose name appeared unhidden in the server-wide announcement, was flooded with friend requests. Luo Yuan and the others quickly disabled friend request notifications. If we auction this guild establishment edict, it should fetch quite a sum. Yang mused idly, turning the ancient bronze edict over in his palm. At the very least 10 million coins, no less. Xiao, well-versed in market dynamics, fully grasped the extraordinary value of this artifact. However, Shui ran. Could we hold off on auctioning this edict for now? Xiao asked suddenly. Do you intend to found a guild with it? A flicker of concern crossed Yang's face. This guild establishment edict was a double-edged sword. While founding the first guild conferred tremendous benefits, it also invited relentless scrutiny and hostility. Bai Xiao's studio, though formidable, numbered only in the thousands, hardly large enough to withstand the storm such prominence would unleash. No, she replied firmly, dismissing the notion of founding the first guild. Later I'll take you to meet someone. Only after that meeting should you decide whether to auction it. Yang paused in quiet contemplation before nodding. Agreed. Senior sister Yao, my elder sister, also wishes to purchase this edict, added a Tian. A Tian had just received a message from Ziyu Hanyan and relayed every detail about the edict. Not this time. The edict is destined for a far more critical purpose. Bai Xiao smiled faintly as she declined her closest friend's request. Very well, a Tian sighed, nodding resignedly. He understood her meaning perfectly. Yang stowed away the incendiary edict and turned his gaze toward the ornate sarcophagus guarded by the skeleton general. Could there be a Jiangshi inside? After battling skeletons for so long within the rotting cavern, by Xiao and Xiaotani, it had grown bolder. Otherwise, they'd have fled long ago. Let me inspect it. Luo Yuan strode forward to stand before the mysterious sarcophagus. Carved from a single monolithic slab of stone, its lid fit so seamlessly that the entire structure resembled a square stone pillar. Luo Yuan pushed against the lid. Nothing stirred. Must be a decorative prop, just part of the scene design. No, something's definitely amiss. Yang stepped forward, studying the sarcophagus intently, thoughts racing. Earlier, the skeleton general had knelt on one knee before it, an unmistakable sign that its occupant held authority far surpassing his own. Moreover, the general's dying words, "Your Highness," likely referred to the very being entombed within. So how then might one open it? Let's just abandon it if it won't budge, Bai Xiao murmured, pulling Xiaotiani back several paces. Yang seemed not to hear her. Circling the sarcophagus, he scrutinized every surface. The lid resisted all human force, and save for a mysterious formation etched upon its exterior, no mechanism or seam betrayed its secrets. This formation resembles the four celestial emblems array, but a simplified variant. Having immersed himself in Taoist classics to decipher the primordial secret realm, Yang recognized it instantly. Perhaps gathering the four emblems' energies will unlock it. What are the four emblems' energies? The others exchanged blank, bewildered glances. They are the azure dragon's power of the east, the white tiger's power of the west, the vermilion bird's power of the south, and the black tortoise's power of the north. Yet surely such legendary forces cannot possibly be required to activate a mere sarcophagus. Then how do we open it? Luo Yuan scratched his head, utterly lost. Yang gazed silently at the simplified array, lost in thought. The four directions' energies must reside somewhere within this cavern. He lifted his eyes toward the cardinal points, yet all around stretched barren, empty walls. Chaos Eye. Activating his Chaos Eye, Yang finally discerned an azure dragon formation glyph carved into the eastern wall. This direction corresponds precisely to the east. He then scanned the remaining three walls, and indeed each bore a distinct celestial beast formation glyph. Approaching the eastern wall, he examined the azure dragon glyph closely. Beneath the glyph lay a subtly raised square mechanism, nearly invisible unless observed at close range. Everyone, come here. Yang beckoned the group. This is the azure dragon activation point, aligned directly with the corresponding segment of the four emblems array upon the sarcophagus. The other 3 points must likewise exist. Pressing them simultaneously should trigger the opening sequence. Without delay, he dispatched Luo Yuan, Su Kai, and Tian to locate the remaining mechanisms. They swiftly identified all 3. Press. Yang commanded, and pressed the eastern mechanism himself. A series of sharp grinding clicks echoed through the chamber. As the stone depressed, the azure dragon glyph above flared with emerald light, projecting a beam that struck the four emblems array upon the sarcophagus. The eastern quadrant of the array shimmered, manifesting a translucent azure dragon. Moments later, the western and southern quadrants ignited in turn, revealing the white tiger and vermilion bird respectively. Only the northern quadrant remained dark. Luo Yuan had yet to activate his mechanism. Hey Fatso, what's wrong? I don't know. No matter how hard I push, it won't budge. Luo Yuan wore an expression of utter innocence. Even straining with all his might yielded no result. Yang paused, then handed him every non-weapon item imbued with strength-enhancing properties, instructing him to equip them and try again. Clad in gear amplifying his physical might, Luo Yuan successfully depressed the mechanism. This switch requires a minimum threshold of raw strength to activate, Yang explained. Huh, so the Fatso really is weaker than a newborn chick. Sukai burst into laughter. Luo Yuan, with his press, the final beam, the black tortoise's energy from the north, lanced forth and struck the array. At last, the four emblems' energies converged. The four celestial beasts manifested as radiant phantoms, their ethereal forms emitting resonant dragon roars and phoenix cries, then spiraling rapidly around the array before merging into a single blinding sigil. Click, click, click. The sarcophagus groaned open. A pale, delicate hand emerged from within, fingers gripping the edge, followed slowly by a small, disheveled head crowned with tangled hair. The sight was profoundly uncanny. Every woman recoiled, hairs prickling, skin crawling, retreating to a safe distance. Yang and drew Qin Shuang's sword and waited in still silence. Who are you? And who am I? A voice soft and childlike drifted out. A tiny hand parted the wild tresses, revealing a face of exquisite doll-like beauty. She was an extraordinarily adorable little girl. Whoosh. The women exhaled collectively. The earlier tension had been overwhelming. Yet vigilance remained unwavering. A child emerging from a sealed sarcophagus could never be ordinary. Yang activated his chaos eye and fixed his gaze upon the girl. Princess Zixi, special rank none. Youngest princess of the Tianyuan clan, she was struck by a death entity. Though her generals and soldiers fought to the last breath to protect her, she still succumbed to the corrupting power of death. Her commanding general performed a forbidden ritual, sacrificing the lives of all remaining soldiers. To preserve her life essence, then sealed her within a sarcophagus, using the four celestial forces awaiting salvation by future generations. Remaining life essence 9 minutes and 41 seconds. Once depleted, Princess Zixi will perish permanently. Yang studied the girl's profile, his brow furrowing faintly. Was this child truly facing death in under 10 minutes? He shared her profile with the party. Their expressions grew solemn and complex. She has less than 10 minutes left to live. Bai Xiao's eyes softened with sorrow upon reading the description. Before her stood a little girl on the precipice of death. According to the information, yes. That is correct, Yang affirmed. A heavy silence fell over the group. There must be a way to break this seal, he added, convinced the game would not introduce a character destined only for irreversible demise before their very eyes. Yet no solution came to mind. Bai Xiao gazed at the girl, her expression layered with sorrow and memory. She too had once known that same crushing helplessness in childhood. A profound resonance stirred within her, softening her heart and dissolving her guard. She stepped forward toward the child. Do you remember who you are? Summoning courage, she gently stroked the girl's hair, her scalp cool to the touch. I don't know. I can't remember. The girl's gaze clouded with confusion. Then suddenly she clutched her head in agony, as if pierced by some unseen torment. Seeing her pain, Bai Xiao whispered tenderly, if you can't remember, then we won't force it. After a while the girl calmed. Her face appeared pale, perhaps a quiet testament to the life essence ebbing away. Sister, I'm so cold. Bai Xiao's heart ached, deeply, unbearably. She gathered the girl into her arms and softly stroked her back. Let me hold you. Then you won't feel cold anymore. Feeling the girl's icy skin and faint tremors against her chest, Bai Xiao held her tighter and gently distracted her. May I call you Cici? Cici. The girl murmured softly against Bai Xiao's embrace. I like it very much. Then lifting her gaze, she asked quietly, Sister, am I going to die? Her question tightened every heart in the room, yet left them powerless to answer. No, you won't, Bai Xiao whispered fiercely, holding the girl close, then lifting her eyes toward Yang seeking help. Yang thoughts churned, no solution surfaced. He glanced at the countdown. Only 5 minutes remained. Master. Yes, seek master. Yang suddenly recalled his peerless sword Immortal mentor and immediately drew forth the pure Yang jade pendant. I'll go ask someone. With those words he activated the pendant. A flash of white light, and he stood upon divine sword peak. Senior sister. Before him stood a young woman clad in azure robes, cheeks puffed, as if chewing something, clutching a broken sword whose jagged edge bore irregular fractures. Luo Xian'er blinked in surprise at his sudden appearance. With a flick of her small hand, the broken sword vanished, and she hastily swallowed whatever she'd been eating, nearly choking. Junior brother. Cough, cough, cough. She patted her chest until her breathing steadied. What brings you back? Senior sister, listen carefully. Yang swiftly recounted the events inside the corroded cavern. Is there any way? Simple. If someone willingly enters a life-shared covenant with her, she may live on, albeit in another form. Luo Xian'er spoke calmly, unperturbed. How do we forge the covenant? Yang's voice sharpened with urgency, the time dwindling fast. Luo Xian'er watched his anxious expression and offered a gentle smile, then explained the covenant's rite. Yang froze stunned. That's all. Yes, exactly that. Without hesitation, Yang opened his friend interface and sent Bai Xiao a message. Junior brother, weren't you punished by those elders last time? Luo Xian'er asked once he'd finished. Huh, no I wasn't. Yang tilted his head, bewildered. Who? Why? What punishment? Luo Xian'er stared silently. Senior sister, I must go. I'll visit again when I have time. He spoke, then shattered a teleportation scroll, vanishing instantly back to Nanming City. Luo Xianer watched his departure thoughtful, her broken sword reappearing in her palm. Corroded cavern 6th level. As Bai Xiao paced in mounting anxiety, Yang An's message arrived, and her eyes lit up. Yet disbelief lingered. Could it truly work? Cici, will you come with sister? I'll take you out of here. Bai Xiao held the girl tenderly. Can I? The girl whispered weakly, her pallor deepening as she gazed up with fragile trust. Bai Xiao nodded. Yes, stay with me and you'll grow strong again. Okay. The girl buried her face in Bai Xiao's chest and clung to her tightly. Bai Xiao opened the pet interface and initiated the taming skill upon the girl. Ding. Target is unique. Confirm whether to enter a life-shared covenant. Upon confirmation, your life force will merge with hers, and one pet slot will be occupied. Confirm. Without hesitation, Bai Xiao confirmed. A low hum resonated. Then golden light blazed above them, illuminating an ancient mystic sigil. Through the sigil, an invisible bond unfurled between them. Ding. Covenant forged successfully. Congratulations. You have acquired the unique companion Princess Zishi. Bai Xiao looked down at the girl in her arms. Her complexion now warm and rosy, breathing deeply in peaceful slumber. At last, she was saved. No longer would her life essence dwindle toward extinction. Gently stroking her hair, Bai Xiao exhaled in quiet relief and returned her to the pet space. It's done. Let's head back. With matters resolved, the party teleported back to Nanming City, where Yang An had already been waiting at the arrival point. Did it work? He asked Bai Xiao as they materialized. Yes, it worked. Her eyes crinkled into crescent moons, radiant with unrestrained joy, the happiest she'd ever been. Yang An smiled and nodded. Good. Can you view her stats now? He too longed to see what manner of extraordinary humanoid companion she had become. Bai Xiao opened the pet interface and shared Princess Zishi's profile in the party channel. Princess Zishi Special, Level 0 Vitality, none. Shared with owner. Spiritual attack, 1000 physical defense, 300 spiritual defense, 300 skills. None. Note: life shared. Covenant active. Zishi shares vitality with her owner. All damage she receives is borne by the owner. Should the owner perish, Zishi's level will drop by double. An astonishing spiritual attack, 1000 points at level 0. This was clearly a spirit attack-focused companion. Envy shimmered across every face. I want a pet too, Xiao Tianyi declared eagerly, her lone summoned rabbit no longer satisfying her growing ambitions. Rabbit squeak. Likely like my ox, skills unlock only at level 10. Bai Xiao now cherished Zishi as dearly as a daughter. Night had fallen, the party decided to log out and rest. Just as Yang An prepared to disconnect, Bai Xiao's voice rang out clearly. Shuran, come with me. We must meet someone. Yang An instantly grasped their purpose, the founding token, and curiosity stirred within him. Who exactly was Bai Xiao about to introduce? Knock, knock, knock. Bai Xiao rapped lightly on the door. Enter. A voice emerged, calm, dignified, and imbued with quiet authority, its timbre weathered yet unwavering. The voice struck Yang An as strangely familiar, yet he hesitated, uncertain whether his intuition had truly named the speaker. Bai Xiao pushed the door open and led him inside. Within the private chamber sat an imposing elder, tall and broad-shouldered, nearing 60 winters. Though past his prime, his posture remained ramrod straight, his eyes deep and star-flecked as the boundless cosmos conveyed unshakable gravitas. Even his stern, expressionless countenance radiated quiet command. At the sight of the elder, Yang An's heart surged with shock. Indeed, it was him. This was Bai Hong, Supreme Commander of the Southern Theater Command of the Huaxiao Republic, First Chief Director of the Longshan Military, and the legendary king who pacifies the South. Bai Hong too held Yang An's gaze steadily, his thoughts inscrutable. Grandfather, Bai Xiao murmured softly, her gentle call snapping both men back from their reverie. She darted forward with joyful haste and affectionately looped her arm through his. A tender smile softened Bai Hong's formidable visage, warmth and indulgence shimmered in his eyes as he gently patted her hand. How old are you now? Still dashing about like a child? Introduce your friend then. Grandfather, this is my friend, Shui Ran. At the name, the elder's eyes brightened, confirmation of a long-held suspicion, as he studied Yang An with quiet, knowing intensity. Young Master Shui Ran remains unruffled in adversity and wields extraordinary strength, a true prodigy among heroes. You may address me as Elder Bai. Yang An bowed respectfully. Elder Bai overpraises me. I am merely fortunate, nothing more. No need for modesty. To slay a golden boss at your stage is a feat accomplished by fewer than a handful. Bai Hong offered his praise without reserve. Xiao, please step outside. I'd like a private word with young Master Shui Ran. Bai Xiao frowned, faintly puzzled by her grandfather's sudden dismissal. Yet when he met her gaze with serene reassurance, she departed without protest. Once the door clicked shut behind her, Bai Hong's bearing shifted. back to its accustomed austerity. I never imagined the friend Xiao spoke of would be you. Yang rendered a crisp military salute, then smiled warmly. Elder Bai, long time no see. You remain as vigorous and vital as ever. Bai Hong's gaze grew layered with quiet complexity. Do you hold any resentment toward me? Had you not sent me to loan you, I might have lived out my days an ordinary man, never glimpsing the vastness of this sky. Yang spoke with profound respect. Bai Hong had recognized his potential early. After graduation, he was personally selected and dispatched to loan you for hellish elite training. Though the path had been fraught with hardship, those trials forged the man he was today. Bai Hong exhaled deeply, his eyes drifting downward, toward Yang's feet, with quiet remorse. At that time, southern nations massed troops along our borders. I could not leave my post. That was no fault of yours. To step away from violence and embrace tranquility, that too is a noble choice. Yang withheld the truth of his full recovery. How such a revelation would defy all reason. Though bitterness lingered, directed not at Bai Hong, but at the powerful clans, he had borne his humiliation in silence, a broken man with no recourse. Now, however, it was not too late. Justice would be reclaimed, inch by inch, clan by clan. What Yang did not know was that after his silent departure, Bai Hong returned to the capital and in furious indignation stormed the imperial seat, joining forces with the first premier to compel reluctant concessions from those very clans, forcing them to sacrifice visible scapegoats. Yet concrete evidence remained elusive, and with it meaningful accountability. So be it, Bai Hong murmured after a pause, then placed a firm, reassuring hand upon Yang's shoulder. Never imagined you'd enter this game yourself, Elder Bai, Yang said lightly, steering the conversation away from its somber weight. Indeed, these old bones must still compete with youth like yourselves. A wry smile flickered across his lips before his expression turned grave. But remember, this world is never what it seems. Never treat it as mere play. Yang nodded. So the state and military had also discerned the game's extraordinary nature. Since awakening his chaos sword body, he had ceased viewing Mingjia as a simple game. This world brimmed with enigma. Per national strategic imperatives, numerous units have already deployed into Mingjia. This is no secret. Global powers have done likewise. There is no harm in telling you. Bai Hong spoke plainly, and Yang, understanding, instantly withdrew the guild token from his inventory and extended it toward the elder. So you sought me out through Xiao without delay. Precisely. This token holds immense significance for the Longshan military. It enables seamless troop coordination and authoritative command issuance. Bai Hong's gaze burned with intensity as he examined the ancient bronze token. You hand it over so readily. No discussion of compensation. To serve our nation is the sacred duty of every Huaxia citizen. In Yang's view, when the nation called sacrifice was unconditional. As for his teammates' share, he would repay them later in other ways. Your willingness alone is reward enough. Xiao told me this founding token belongs to your team. Surely we cannot let you bear such loss. Very well. Then I'll spare you no expense, 50,000 yuan per teammate. After all, this is the first founding token, its value will dwindle soon. Seeing Bai Hong's reluctance to accept the token freely, Yang quoted a deliberately modest sum. Agreed. Xiao will transfer the funds tomorrow. Bai Hong accepted the token and regarded Yang with solemn gravity. Should you ever require assistance, come directly to me. Yang nodded, a quiet warmth rising in his chest. Then I'll take my leave. After bidding farewell, Yang stepped out of the chamber. Outside, Bai Xiao waited, immediately stepping forward upon seeing him emerge. Shui ran. Was everything settled? Yes. How did it go? Did grandfather press you too hard? He's stern by nature, but kind at heart. Not at all. He simply claimed he couldn't afford the founding token and joked about selling his granddaughter to raise the funds. Yang replied, grinning broadly. Bai Xiao rolled her eyes, but even she could tell the meeting had gone well, otherwise Yang wouldn't look so utterly at ease. I'm logging off now. See you tomorrow. No longer teasing, Yang chose rest. Time had grown late. All right, tomorrow then. The next day, the group reconvened. Bai Xiao transferred 1 million yuan into each member's account, sparking unrestrained delight. I'm officially a little tycoon now. Xiao Tianyi bubbled with glee. The pair she shared with Luo Yuan now commanded assets exceeding 4 million yuan in just days. Why so much? Yang privately messaged Bai Xiao. Consider it my contribution on behalf of grandfather. I won't let you bear the loss. Yang could only muse inwardly, truly a little tycoon. I'm heading back to Dongwang City. I need to help my elder sister with a task she's been assigned, a Tian said with a sigh, finding Yang and his companions far more intriguing than his sister. I will return for you, he added solemnly before departing, glancing meaningfully at Yang. Go on, Yang replied with a gentle smile, genuinely fond of a Tian's youthful defiance and unyielding spirit. In the wilds outside Nanming City, deep within an ancient mist-shrouded forest, Yang and trained alone, slaying monsters to level up. Bai Xiao had just reached level 20, precisely the threshold required to undertake the long-accepted quest, the Mermaid's Lament. Xiao Tianyi had also accepted a quest in Nanming City accompanied by Luo Yuan, while Su Kai seized the opportunity to return and attend to matters at his studio. Having long since abandoned solo leveling, Yang and ventured directly into the Dark Night Grove, a monster zone teeming with level 30 foes, honing both his combat prowess and his swordflight technique. All around stretched a dense, brooding forest, towering trees draped in shadow-black boulders scattered across the damp, earthy air thick with eerie stillness. Here dwelled a species of stone-based creature. Blackstone Golem. Description: Glup Glup. Level 30 HP 1000 ATK 2680 Physical DF 130 Spiritual Energy 650 SPD 25. Passive reduces physical damage taken by 10. Though its defenses rivaled those of the level 20 golden boss, the skeleton General Yang, and's high armor-piercing capability from his art of conquest rendered it vulnerable. What truly appealed to him was the golem's sluggish movement, posing no threat whatsoever. Two razor-sharp sword energies slashed across its body. Then activating his sword flight technique, Yang and sent Qingfrost sword streaking forward, straight toward its skull. 9878 CRID 4295 8358 CRID. The Blackstone Golem lumbered slowly toward Yang, and its heavy legs dragging across the ground, emitting guttural glup glup sounds from its maw. Its pace was agonizingly slow. Yang steadily retreated, maintaining distance, while guiding his flying sword to repeatedly stab the golem's head. Within 10 seconds, the creature crumbled into a heap of shattered stone. Ding! Your skill, Sword Chi Chain Slash, has advanced to intermediate proficiency. At last, it's leveled up, Yang murmured, reflecting on the grueling effort this skill demanded. So much time had passed before reaching this stage. Sword Chi Chain Slash Mortal Rank. Unleashes 2 arcs of sword energy in a fan-shaped area ahead, dealing 140 damage to all targets within. Proficiency intermediate, cost 60 Chi, cooldown 5 seconds. Damage increased by a mere 10. Better than nothing, he conceded, not without disappointment, yet still grateful for progress. Just as Yang prepared to resume hunting Blackstone Golems, a frost-glittering dagger shot toward his spine. At the very instant Yang flicked his wrist, the Qingfrost sword surged upward from behind in a lightning arc. Ding! A crisp, ringing chime echoed as the blade struck the dagger dead center, deflecting the lethal thrust. He whirled around instantly and faced a black-clad masked assailant staring at him in disbelief. Yang wasted no words. If the man had come to assassinate him, mercy was unnecessary. His longsword lunged, aimed straight for the throat. The assassin reacted, swiftly retreating as Yang's blade descended, his form shimmering, then dissolving into invisibility. A professional killer. Yang did not activate his Chaos Eye. Instead, he stilled his breath, sharpened his senses, and suddenly thrust backward. Ding! The Qingfrost sword met resistance. The dagger intercepted it. You actually sensed me. A hoarse voice laced with astonishment broke the silence. His stealth broken, the assassin could not vanish again for some time. Yang closed in instantly, Qingfrost sword blazing with lethal intent, striking once more. The assassin twisted his body with uncanny grace, evading the blow, then flashed his dagger forward, aiming for Yang's abdomen. His strikes were deceptively precise, nigh impossible to anticipate. Yet Yang was faster. He stepped back, letting the dagger pass harmlessly, and brought his sword down in a swift, decisive slash. Ding! Again the dagger blocked the strike. Undeterred, Yang pressed forward, his tempo accelerating, each swing sharper, swifter, more relentless. Under that ferocious assault, the assassin fell into pure defense, exhausted, retreating step by step. Boom! A thunderous sword resonance shook the air. Yang struck again, descending with crushing force. The assassin raised his dagger in desperate parry. No, I've been tricked. Even as the thought flashed through his mind, the azure blade twisted midair, slipping past his guard, and pierced his throat. 4498 CRIT. His health bar emptied in an instant. Without activating swordflight technique, even a critical hit fell short, just shy of finishing him off. The assassin leapt backward, widening the gap between them. Yang made no pursuit, merely stood poised, sword in hand, watching him with calm, unblinking eyes. You are formidable, rasped the assassin. Who sent you? Yang demanded coldly. He activated his Chaos Eye, but detected no trace of the man's identity. Clearly the assassin bore a talisman shielding him from spiritual scrutiny. Haha, the dead need no answers. From his satchel the assassin withdrew several pills and swallowed them whole. His health surged, restored fully in moments. Yang refused further delay. Bursting forward at blinding speed, Qingfrost sword rose once more, descending from above just as before. The same trick won't work twice. A mocking smirk curled the assassin's lips. To one of his caliber, falling to the same maneuver twice was unthinkable. He feigned a parry, and indeed Yang and sword twisted again mid-strike, angling inward with eerie precision. The assassin's lips lifted in triumph. His dagger lashed out, striking the hilt end of Qing Frost's sword. Ding! The blade flew from Yang and's grasp, tumbling silently toward the earth. Perfect opening. Though puzzled, how could such a simple strike disarm his opponent? He seized the moment without hesitation. His dagger flared with killing frost, plunging toward Yang and's chest. Thud! 9895 Sirite. A terrifying number, but it didn't appear above Yang. It bloomed above the assassin's own head. The Qing Frost sword, no longer in Yang hand, had been guided mid-fall by sword flight technique, striking the unguarded assassin with perfect timing. GHH. How is this possible? To his final breath, the assassin could not fathom how a falling blade could turn itself into a weapon. A look of profound dread darkened his eyes. Then his body collapsed, dissolving into white light as he returned to the city to revive. Yang fell silent, pondering. Aside from Susan Yuan, the only faction he'd recently antagonized was the Yaoguang Holy Sect. Whoever you are, come forth. I fear no challenge, he declared, gripping his sword with unwavering confidence. Then he continued onward into the Dark Night Grove, cutting down every blackstone golem in his path. Nanming City. The VIP chamber of Zue Jianghua Pavilion. A young man of extraordinary bearing sat alone, sipping coarse wine. The Yaoguang Holy Prince ranked among the highest on the realm's leaderboard. Creak. The door swung open slowly. A middle-aged man entered, bowed deeply, and reported, "Young master, Heifeng has failed." The Holy Prince's brow furrowed. "And the others?" "All but the young Qin heir and the physician remain under surveillance," the man replied. "Moreover, their entire retinue, nearly 500 strong, is likewise watched, every movement accounted for." 500. Dispatch Kuang Dao and his team. "He knows precisely what must be done," the Holy Prince replied, his voice glacial, devoid of warmth or hesitation. "Yes, sir." Storm clouds gathered and undercurrents roiled. At this moment Yang had pressed deep into the Anya forest, locked in a fierce struggle with a level 30 silver boss, the Haishi Giant. The Haishi Giant, like common Haishi monsters, possessed towering defense and sluggish speed. Against such overwhelming defense, Yang's damage was greatly diminished. Yet Yang had an absolute advantage in swiftness, and combined with the slowing effect of the Qing Shuang sword Qi, the Haishi Giant could not land a single blow on him. The sole regret was that the Qing Shuang sword Qi's freezing effect lasted only a breath against a boss, rendering it somewhat ineffectual. Because he kept activating Yujin, Shu Yang's spiritual energy drained rapidly. The battle stretched for nearly half an hour, and he finally slew the Haishi Giant just before his mana potions ran out. The Haishi Giant generously dropped 3 pieces of silver equipment and 2 bronze items. The 3 silver pieces were all level 30 and of no use to Yang, and so he sacrificed them to the Qing Shuang sword. The first seal on the Qing Shuang sword required the sacrifice of 10 silver items. "For now I will lift a seal for you," he murmured. Yang was no longer satisfied with a level 10 silver weapon. As he gathered the spoils, a system announcement suddenly sounded. Ding! Global announcement: flames of war ignite, and the realm is thrown into turmoil. Passion rises for the fight. Congratulations to player by Hong for founding the guild Longshan Jun, becoming the server's first guild. Reward: guild level 1. And for 7 days, all guild members gain 20 monster kill experience. Ding! Global announcement. Ding! Global announcement. Ding! Guild leaderboard function activated. Players may view it. The announcement set the entire server ablaze. The server's first guild has been founded. This is so sudden. Which power does Longshan Jun belong to? Who is Bai Hong? I've never heard of him. 20 experience bonus. I'm applying to join. The leaders of the major powers could not sit still. Go find out what Longshan Jun is all about. How does one obtain a guild founding token? We've slain several silver bosses and none dropped one. The founding of Longshan Jun sparked a frenzy of boss hunting, but to many people's disappointment, only gold bosses could possibly drop a founding token, and few guilds could currently defeat gold bosses. Soon people discovered that although Longshan Jun had been established, it recruited no solo players and made no recruitment announcements. People murmured by loud, delayed so long before founding a guild. Well, apparently there are other conditions. Yang unpacked all the items the Haishi Giant had dropped and smiled at the system prompt. As he prepared to press deeper into the Anya forest, he received a message from Luo Yuan: Anzi Meng Meng and I were killed. Yang frowned and asked, was it people from Yaoguang Xingdi? Yes. Su Kai and Mingyue Kingson's teams were ambushed as well. They all lost 1 level. Wait for my return. Rage flared within Yang, and he crushed his return scroll and hurried back to Nanming City. At the Nanming City teleport array, Yang appeared and strode toward the four waiting figures Su Kai, Luo Yuan, Xiao Taiyan, and Mingyue Qingxin. Anzi. Seeing their pillar returned, Luo Yuan and Su Kai cried out, "Tell me the situation," Yang said, cutting straight to the heart of things to learn the state of affairs. "All our people were killed and sent back, and Yaoguang Xingdi has posted men at every exit of Nanming City. The moment we leave, we'll be intercepted." Mingyue Qingxin quickly recounted the situation and added, "Shuaran, the young lady, is trapped in a special quest instance and cannot contact the outside. Oh, she may not be able to emerge for some time. Let her finish the task in peace. Oh, leave this to me." Mingyue Qingxin glanced at Yang, and in her eyes his figure seemed unusually tall. "What shall we do now?" "Naturally, we strike back at them." Yang's gaze sharpened, radiating a cold, murderous intent, as if the air itself had turned lethal. Having nearly used up his pills, Yang first replenished at the apothecary, then led the group to the east gate of Nanming City. At the city gate, two forces faced off on either side, while a crowd of onlookers filled the distance. Outside, thousands of Yaoguang Xingdi players glowered and jeered at the hundreds inside, who dared not step out, their taunts incessant. Mingyue Qingxin's players had gathered within the gate, unwilling to venture forth. "You scum! Do you think you can bully us simply because you outnumber us?" A physician, Yang knew, nicknamed ex-boyfriend 1.5mo, angrily rebuked the Yaoguang players, who only burst into loud, mocking laughter. The Yaoguang contingent was led by a towering, fierce-faced bladesman named Quang Dao. Three others stood beside him, evidently of equal rank. Quang Dao laughed loud and cruel, his face full of derision. "If you have the guts, come out. Spare us your useless words. Even if the king himself came, you wouldn't walk a step out of Nanming City alive." Seeing the silence within, Quang Dao grew bolder. "This is the price for provoking Yaoguang Xingdi." He sneered, "Not only will you be denied mercy, but if you disband this team now and cease serving those few, I might let you go. Dream on. We will not surrender." Though many inside felt stifled, only a handful dared to speak up. This newly formed team lacked cohesion. Some could no longer bear it, and whispered, "Why must we make enemies of Yaoguang Xingdi? They command a super guild of 300,000 members. If this continues, how are we supposed to play? I don't want to be killed every time I step outside. Gaming should not be a constant dread. No matter how you see me, I only wish to enjoy the game." Immediately, one member left the team, and then another followed. More and more people quit the team. Ex-boyfriend 1.5mo felt anger, but had no retort. This hurt more than being targeted by Yaoguang Xingdi. "Let them go." Mingyue Qingxin watched the departing players, her gaze growing cold. There was no use in forcing those who could not stay. "Sister Qing." Those who remained cried out. Mingyue Qingxin's presence as their anchor eased their nerves somewhat. "They are indeed powerful and intimidating. Compared to them, we are ants. Those brave enough to say no to that power stay with me. I will not blame those who choose to leave. Is anyone else quitting now?" Mingyue Qingxin looked each of them in the eye and spoke earnestly. "Sister Qing, we will follow you. Yes, who cares what guild they belong to? Who fears whom in a game?" Many pledged to stay and stand together. Yet many hesitated. "Sorry, Sister Qing." Human nature proved selfish. Many saw no hope and would not consign their futures to darkness. The quitters formed the majority. Only a little over 200 resolutely remained. Seeing those who stayed, Mingyue Qingxin felt warmth and smiled. "Thank you for remaining. I will raise each of your wages. From now on, let us advance and retreat together." Those who stayed were instantly elated. "Leave the rest to me." Yang, seeing that Mingyue Qingxin had already settled matters, stepped forward. Mingyue Qingxin nodded slightly, prompting the crowd to part and clear a path for Yang. Yang held his sword reversed, walking steadily toward the city gate, calm, resolute, unshaken. Who was he? How dare he stride out alone like this? Onlookers stirred with curiosity. Quang Dao, still basking in pride over having sown discord among the enemy, with just 3 sharp words watched Yang emerge from the gate. His jowls twitched, and a cruel grin spread across his face. "That's him, the one who killed our comrade." The voice belonged to the fallen monk, whose Dharma name was Luan Lai. To challenge the Yaoguang Holy Land is to invite death. Quang Dao fixed his gaze upon Yang, already regarding him as a corpse. Yang crossed the city threshold, stepping into the perilous zone beyond safety. His eyes turned icy, locking onto the 1,000-strong host of Yaoguang Holy Land players arrayed before him. "I must admit, you possess no small measure of courage." Quang Dao shouldered his great blade and strode forth. "I strike not unless provoked, but today you slaughtered my brothers and friends. You will pay the price." Yang's voice was glacial. "Yaoguang Holy Land may target me if it wishes, but slay my kin and comrades. That I will not endure." Quang Dao burst into thunderous laughter, then fixed Yang with a deliberate, slow utterance. "What did you say?" "I didn't catch that." Yang's gaze hardened. No more words were wasted. In an instant, his body erupted into motion, surging forward like a drawn bowstring released. Kuang Dao, seeing him charge, twisted his features into a vicious snarl. Dragging his long blade across the earth, he too lunged headlong. Hongguang Bakshu, how long do you think this youth will last against Kuang Dao? A lithe, striking female spirit mage, her bearing both elegant and serpentine, asked the two standing beside her. 10 seconds, tops, Hongguang declared, coldly, arms folded across his chest. He won't survive 2 strikes, rumbled Bakshu, a mountain of a man well over 2 meters tall, his voice thick and resonant. You underestimate him, profoundly. A hoarse voice cut in from behind. A shadow materialized without warning at their backs, the assassin who had earlier attempted Yang En's life. Heifeng, weren't you on assignment? The trio exchanged glances, deep instinctive wariness flickering in their eyes. Qiuyi, what isn't asked shouldn't be spoken. Heifeng clearly wished to avoid discussing the mission. It marked his first failure since entering the game. Brother Feng, how could you say such a thing? I only worried for your safety. Qiuyi's slender fingers brushed her hair aside as she smiled, a radiant, beguiling smile directed at Heifeng. Yet beauty failed to stir him. His gaze remained frigid, unwavering. This man is no ordinary foe. Watch closely. He made no move to intervene, only sought to witness the full depth of Yang En's power. His words kindled intrigue in the trio's hearts, drawing their eyes to the battlefield. Kuang Dao advanced like a dragon and tiger, each footfall reverberating with raw, coiled strength. His battle blade blazed with terrifying force, cleaving through air wreathed in fire. Facing Kuang Dao's decisive, unstoppable Yang En's azure frost sword darted forth, its tip striking the precise weak point along the blade's momentum, effortlessly deflecting the attack. The azure frost sword danced in his grasp, fluid, alive. Without pause, it swept onward, riding the rebounded force straight toward Kuang Dao's throat, a strike of blinding speed. Kuang Dao wrenched his head back with desperate reflexes, barely evading death, sweat springing cold upon his brow. The spectacle left the watching players stunned into silence. Who is this? He's holding his own, even gaining ground, against Kuang Dao. Kuang Dao ranks among the 10 divine generals of the Yaoguang Holy Land. His prowess and mastery have long been validated across countless games. Not merely holding his own, he's utterly dominating. Someone activated video capture, recording this rare clash of masters. Others launched live streams, assuming the role of commentators. Viewer counts surged explosively, instantly catapulting the broadcast to the top of the platform's live rankings. Fellow viewers, live now is a duel between Kuang Dao, one of the Yaoguang Holy Land's 10 divine generals, and an unranked lone player. Don't underestimate this lone player. Look, Kuang Dao is retreating under relentless pressure, forced solely into desperate defense. That thrust, exquisitely angled. Kuang Dao may not withstand another. Holy, his basic attack just dealt 4300 damage. Incredible. Brothers, this was without a critical hit. Kuang Dao's health is down to roughly 30%, about 600 points remaining. A critical strike here would be fatal. Who is he? Young and unaware he'd become the center of a live broadcast saw only Kuang Dao. Nothing else existed in his vision. That last strike had stripped Kuang Dao of most of his vitality. Though Yang En had activated sword flight art, the blow had failed to trigger a critical hit. Now they stood opposite each other. Yang En's blade angled downward, his gaze unblinking, frost cold. A flicker of wariness crossed Kuang Dao's eyes, then hardened into fury. You're stronger than I imagined, yet still no match for me. Unleash whatever tricks you've hidden away. Soon there'll be no chance left. Yang En's lips curled in a faint, chilling smile. Arrogant fool. Kuang Dao roared. Pride would not permit another to surpass him in audacity. With a thunderous bellow, his body transformed. Muscles swelling, gray fur erupting across his skin, his skull reshaping in an instant into the savage visage of a wolf. So he possesses a transformation ability. Yang En activated his chaos eye and observed. Beast form, raging innate talent. A human with demonic bloodline may activate this ability. While enraged, damage increases by 20, speed by 20, and defense by 10, lasting 5 minutes with a 1-hour cooldown. Upon deactivation, the user enters a state of profound debilitation, reducing all attributes by 80 for 30 minutes. Another innate talent. Now a werewolf, Kuang Dao charged again, his blade trailing searing flame, unleashing the universal swordsman skill, blazing cleaver. Yang En neither flinched nor retreated. Through the chaos, every stat of Kuang Dao lay bare before him. He intended to test the true might of that strike. Crash. The blade descended. 2770 crit, 554 burn, 554, 554. Total damage exceeded 4400 points. Such extraordinary health and defense. Staring at the health bar, still half full, Kuang Dao's arrogance shattered, replaced by stark disbelief. My turn. Having gauged its power, Yang En abandoned restraint. 2 razor-edged sword energies lashed out, forcing Kwang Dao into evasive maneuvers, while Yang and himself surged forward, closing the gap in the split second of hesitation, delivering a strike both sudden and uncanny. This thrust surpassed all prior speed, so swift Kwang Dao couldn't even register its trajectory before it pierced him. 9227 crit, 923 lifesteal. Instant annihilation. Impossible, such devastating power. Kwang Dao collapsed, disbelief etched across his face. The crowd stood frozen, awestruck by Yang and's terrifying might. Too terrifying. He defeated Kwang Dao. He looked strangely familiar. I swear I've seen him somewhere before. I remember. His videos once flooded the forums. His name is Shui Ran. He was still in the beginner's village when someone accused him of cheating. Even the official team issued a public clarification. So his strength is real after all. That's Kwang Dao, one of the 10 divine generals. Quick, revive elder brother Kwang Dao. A Yaoguang Holy Land healer immediately cast resurrection, pulling Kwang Dao back to his feet. Revived Kwang Dao's face burned with manic fury as he glared at Yong'an. Even if you stand alone and are peerless, can you truly overcome our army of 300,000? Ha ha ha. Not one of you, not you nor them, shall leave this city alive. Yong'an's eyes narrowed. Though Kwang Dao's arrogance was grating, every word he spoke carried truth. The Yaoguang Xingdi boasted 300,000 adherents. Even if they merely stood there, he could not possibly cut them all down. He had to grow stronger. Luo Yuan, Su Kai, and the others needed to level up and complete quests, and the hundreds of players behind them could not remain holed up in Nanming City forever. But what choice did he have in this moment? He must use the sword in his hand to carve a path of blood, to rend a righteous world from this chaos. Yong'an banished all other thoughts, his gaze hardened into steel. With a fierce stare at Kwang Dao, a pressing aura radiated from him. Enough talk. Today I will open with you. Kwang Dao laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha, presumptuous. In this lawless world, the strong make the rules, the weak are at the mercy of fate. You are the pitiable weak. A self-proclaimed strongman felled under the sword. Yong'an's lip curled in scorn. He swung his blade, 2 sword auras leapt forth, slicing toward Kwang Dao. You. Kwang Dao flared with rage, but faced with the incoming sword chi, he somersaulted aside. Having recently been slain, and thus weakened, he was no match for Yang, and in a straight duel, yet evading projectile skills remained effortless for him. That was why Yong'an seldom relied on that skill when dueling true masters. As Yong'an prepared to strike again, 4 silhouettes moved in to flank Kwang Dao, Chiu, Ba Shui, Han Yen, and Hei Feng. It's you. Yong'an's eyes chilled as he stared at the man in black. Ha ha ha, today you will die? Hei Feng radiated murderous intent and abruptly activated stealth, vanishing from sight. Do it, don't waste time. Han Yen drew his long sword and swift as wind surged toward Yong'an. Ha ha ha, it's been too long since I had real blood. Ba Shui produced a massive earthen shield. The huge shield crashed heavily to the ground with a thunderous sound, sending a ripple of ochre through the earth. A wave of ochre rippled outward, an aura that conferred a 15 damage reduction to nearby allies, a skill much like Luo Yuan's diamond barrier. The alluring woman Chiu stood behind Ba Shui and began to cast. With a flick of her staff, shards of ice shot forth. Anyone struck would suffer severe slowing, perhaps even being frozen solid. Those inside the gate grew tense. Su Kai and Luo Yuan were about to surge out to help, but Yong'an stopped them. Don't come up, let me deal with them. Luo Yuan relented and watched the field with growing anxiety. Confronted by 4 opponents, Yong'an felt the pressure mount. Through his Hundun eye, he saw their stats were nearly on par with Kwang Dao's. The true danger lay in Chiu. With battle imminent, he dared not be careless and moved with quicksilver speed to avoid the hurling ice bolts. A keen sword hum split the air as Han Yen lunged in a straight thrust. Qingxuang's sword swept out and met Han Yan's blade, breaking the strike. The 2 warriors crossed paths, and Yong'an spun to send 2 sword auras streaking after Han Yen, then, without even glancing, accelerated another beat to close on the sheltered Chiu. A cold smile crept at Chiu's lips. Her staff shimmered with blue light, and an icy current materialized, blowing toward Yong'an. The gust robbed him of speed. All the more he resolved to make Chiu his priority. To leave this controller on the field would only doom him. There was no time